I'm a fan.
I heard on the news saying that I deserve to be smacked. Security was doing their job and protecting their client. I've been with the most famous people in the world. In sync at one time, girls would like literally throw themselves at them. On my way into the place, actually, I was knocked down by like 3 12-year-olds. My security not one time touched them or even came near them. And I did get an apology, but I've yet to receive a public apology.
Yeah, there was something really depressing about this video. Brittany has her eyes kind of glazed over. She's still wearing crop tops. She's probably 40-something years old at this point in time. You know, she's talking about getting hit by Wembanyama's team. She didn't deserve the hate. It's like, this did not help out your cause. Although Mraz does have a Britney Spears t-shirt. And we're talking about traveling with NSYNC on the road 25 years ago. You're like, oh boy. Finally, I haven't heard this clip, and I need to hear it. Here is Shep from last night.
Shep, how are you this evening? You good?
I'm exhausted, JR. How are you?
Oh, man. Well, I'm sorry. We need a 5-hour or coffee?
We need other people to step up. That's what we need.
Oh, well, damn. Do I need to sign? Well, not a coffee or 5-hour. You need to send an email?
There needs to be a consensus around here in general. Where people understand where if they are hired, they need to step up and do their part.
Okay.
I'm being 1,000% honest right now. You and I do a lot here. And there's a lot of people, yes, and there are a lot of people here that do a lot here. Everybody needs to get that memo. That's how I'm doing.
Okay. What more? Ain't nothing I can add to that. Nothing. Shep said it all. Shep has spoken. The Shep wisdom. All right, Shep. Well, let me know if I need to send an email or make a trip to New York, okay?
We're good. It's a generational thing, JR.
Okay. Let's pull down the music here and start getting into some Detective Milkshake area. What do we think happened? He says generational. So this is clearly somebody young who has been recently hired.
Right.
And so this is a tape op, my guess is. Somebody at night working that didn't edit tape the right way.
I think I know what happened.
Okay.
Pete Bellotti on the case. Dum dum.
No, we had to have a fill-in for Amy a couple nights ago because the fill-in called out. So we couldn't get anyone in terms of the time. So Shep did Amy's show as well. And he got an extra day off.
Wow.
Oh.
He produced Amy's show?
Oh, he produced Amy's show. So somebody who was supposed to produce bailed at the last second, and it was a younger guy?
I know who it is.
Yes.
Me too.
Do we say it now, or do we tease it till the next hour?
Oh, we tease it, obviously.
Well, of course.
Okay, so we're going to put this on blast. All right. So Shep is upset that a producer younger than him bailed on a responsibility, forcing Shep to have to do it.
I think he's upset more at that no one else stepped up. That'd be my guess.
Okay, more on this when we come back here on the show. Also, Bill Belichick suddenly on the hot seat. DA, CBS Sports Radio.
Does your vehicle have over 75,000 miles? Well, get maximum high mileage engine protection with Syntec Full Synthetic High Mileage Motor Oil formulated for today's engines. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get 5 quarts of Syntec High Mileage and MicroGuard Select Oil Filter for only $34.99. Limits apply. See store for details. Ask the professional parts people about all the supplies you need for your next oil change. Try Syntec High Mileage exclusively at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attorney Joe Cordell.
Divorce forces a father to focus on what's most important, his children. You may no longer be a husband, but you'll always be a dad. In the divorce process, this comes down to 3 key concerns: physical custody, decision-making, as well as financial support. Each of these is important, and it's important that you choose a lawyer that cares as much about these issues as you do.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's California area attorneys. 2121 North California Boulevard, Suite 290, Walnut Creek, California, 94596.
Paid for by Cordell & Cordell. Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, CEO and founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. Timeshare is the only thing that you can buy that you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check to fill out any amount they want for annual maintenance and assessment fees. The crazy thing is, this never ends. Even when you die, your family's now going to be stuck with this burden. Stop the insanity today. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. 800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Advertisement sponsored by Allied Injury Group, not available in all states. This important message from Allied Injury Group reminds you that if you or someone you love was injured in an accident that wasn't your fault, you deserve financial compensation for your medical expenses, lost wages, pain, and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
Summer's in full swing, and you know what that means. Temperatures are hot, grills are hot, and the deals are hotter than fire at Omaha Steaks. That's right, America's original butcher is heating up the summer with blazing hot deals on mouth-watering grilling favorites guaranteed to tantalize your taste buds. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar, and for a limited time you can score 32 delicious grilling essentials, including 12 free burgers from Omaha Steaks for just $99.99. You'll get 4 of their world-famous fork tender filet mignons, 4 air-chilled boneless chicken breasts, 4 boneless pork chops, 4 gourmet jumbo franks, and so much more for 62% off the regular price. The Hotter Than Fire Pack is your chance to score unreal savings on unrivaled quality from America's original butcher. Go to omahasteaks.com and enter Garden in the search bar today. This exclusive offer is only available for a limited time, and you're not going to want to miss it.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader.
Swung on and missed, strike 3. And the 9th inning, the most dominant inning of a dominant day. He struck out the side, and he gets his first career shutout. What a day for Logan Webb.
So Cobb, 7 2/3 shutout innings up till now. And the call does go to the bullpen, it looks like, for the left-hander, Alexander. And Cobb leaves the mound to a standing ovation. 2-2 the count. Again, Yoval throws. Swing and a miss. He struck it out with yet another slider. And the ball game is over. He strikes out 3 in the inning. Now Yaz hits one high and deep. Right field on its way. Adios, Pelota.
Sable hits a high drive center field. Rodriguez back at the wall. Gone! Blake Sable. Davis blasts one to center field. Going back on the ball. At the wall. Gone! J.D. Davis, grand slam. Conforto drives this one down the left field line. Profar toward the corner, going back at the wall. It is gone! Up over the wall, Michael Conforto. And that should do it.
That should do it for the return of baseball today. The second half of the season kicks off with the Giants in Pittsburgh at Giants 4:05 Pacific time. But it is 5 a.m. and you are listening to the leadoff spot this morning on a Friday with Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, Overnight Dave behind the glass, where we'll be taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning, the start of the Murph and Mac show, and all the way up to a little Giants pregame coverage with the afternoon boys today, and then the main event of the evening. Baseball finally coming back into our lives after we've been talking about Britney Spears and Victor Wembanyama for the past week, after we've been talking about the ESPYs and LeBron James' non-retirement announcement, we finally get some real sports back in our life. Baseball is back, baby. And yes, I'm excited because I don't got to pretend like I care about the NBA Summer League and what's going on with the Warriors right now, losing to the Rockets last night. They're getting ready to wrap up the Summer League action. Shout out to the rookies all over the place. Brandon Podjemski, I think it was TDJ making his debut yesterday. Travis Davis, Jackson Price, whatever the hell his name is. We'll see if he makes the Warriors roster. But right now, all I'm really worried about is the San Francisco Giants being back in action today. Guys like Logan Webb and J.D. Davis turning around, coming back home from Tahoe, enjoying the lake, something that I'll be doing this weekend. As I should give you a heads up, it's a 3-day weekend for the Waterboy. I will not be here on Monday, but I will be back on Tuesday to recap the Giants series against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I guess my question going into this series is, when is Logan Webb going to pitch? Because the Giants have announced their starters for the next 2 days, and it starts off tonight with Ross Stripling coming out of the All-Star break, facing off against Rich Hill from the Pittsburgh Pirates. Shout out Rich Hill, who is still somehow, some league, still in the major leagues. Then we'll fast forward to Saturday, where the All-Star Alex Cobb will be on the bump, taking on Johan Oviedo from the Pittsburgh Pirates. And then Sunday, you look at that matchup, and there's the infamous TBD, to be determined for the San Francisco Giants, which at first was a little head-scratching for me because I figured with Logan Webb being snubbed from this year's All-Star game, not being able to take the trip up to Seattle, I said, okay, once baseball returns on Friday, Logan Webb should be back in our lives. Well, apparently Gabe Kapler and Farhan Zaidi had other plans.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Yeah, that's what I was imagining. I thought we would get the ace to start off the second half of the season. Now I started to break down reasons why Logan Webb might not be pitching tonight. Of course, if you go back to Sunday, his complete game, the first ever of his career, maybe the Giants are trying to give him some extra rest into the second half of the season. Or something else that I thought of with Logan Webb and the storyline being this season, him essentially turning into this modern version of Matt Cain, is the lack of run support, which a lot of people question how much control someone like Logan Webb has over something like that. The answer is 0. He goes out there, he pitches, he stops the other teams from scoring runs. But then again, we've seen a few games this year where it's 1-0, Giants lose, Logan Webb's pitching. 2-0, Giants lose, Logan Webb's pitching. Well, because he's the ace of your rotation, he's also going up against the other aces from the other team. So maybe this is a little 4D chess by Farhan Zaidi to get their guy matched up against maybe a back-end guy in their rotation. And again, who knows how anybody's going to set their rotation up for the second half of the season. It's not like everything's been perfect and everybody's been pitching on 5 days anyways during the regular season. Hell, in this day and age, you can't even get 5 starters into an actual rotation with the San Francisco Giants. So maybe on Sunday it will be a bullpen game. Maybe we'll see the opener. Maybe we'll see Ryan Walker. I don't know. But I would like to see Logan Webb on Sunday.
Dick, whole staff.
Yeah. I'd like to see the whole entire staff. And I'd like to see how this staff turns out over the next couple weeks. Maybe that's why they're going with Ross Stripling, so that they can see how many times he can pitch before that August 1st trade deadline. Get the biggest sample size that you can get moving forward, and then you'll come to the decision whether or not you want a guy like Ross Stripling in your rotation, or if you're going to look to trade, bring somebody in, or maybe even call somebody up. Maybe call up a Kyle Harrison, who might have his debut delayed a little bit now, since he was dealing with that injury that kept him out of the Futures game. Haven't heard any word on their return to the rotation for the Sacramento Rivercats for Kyle Harrison. But, of course, we'll keep you everything that's going on, not only at the major league level, but the minor league level. Guys like Carson Whisenhunt this past weekend at the MLB Futures game. But there's also one guy that I want to talk about that could be in the MLB Futures game as soon as next year for the San Francisco Giants, and that's Reggie Crawford, the two-way draft pick from last year's draft, after we saw the Giants double down this year with Bryce Eldridge, take back-to-back two-way players in the first round of the draft. And I've broken down the Reggie Crawford scouting report. I've seen him multiple times in San Jose. I went out to his first ever pitching debut with the San Jose Giants through 2 innings, was hitting 96, 97, 98 miles per hour on the radar gun, throwing straight cheddar from the left side. Has a little bit of a Madison Bumgarner swinging door kind of rotation that he goes through, and a guy that is extremely impressive, not only on the bump, but at the plate also. And I tried telling everybody down in the 408, if you want to go see this kid, go see him quickly, because the news came out yesterday that he has officially been promoted up to high A with the Eugene Emeralds. So now he'll be joining some of the other top prospects in the Giants farm organization, kind of like what we saw with Carson Whisenhunt earlier this year when he started opening night in San Jose down at San Jose Muni, turns around, gets promoted up to high A ball, then goes to double A ball with the Richmond Flying Squirrels. Then we see him in the Futures game, and now the question is, when is he going to make it to the triple A level? And we all know as soon as you get to Sacramento, you're knocking on the door with an opportunity to maybe crack that big league rotation or find yourself somewhere in that bullpen. Which leads to my next question of Mason Black, who is a prospect that I feel like doesn't get a lot of hype, but has been having a really good season this year as a pitcher for the Giants. He's now been promoted from the Flying Squirrels out in Richmond up to Sacramento. He'll be playing for the Rivercats as soon as this weekend as they get back in action also. And this is another pitcher who, as I said, has been one of the Giants' top prospects. I remember seeing him down in San Jose, kind of his path to the big leagues. And now this season, after having a 3.57 ERA, a 1.05 whip, and 11.9 K per nine, he's got the call up to AAA, and now he might be on the doorstep, which is the question I think we're all asking at this part of the season. When are the reinforcements coming? Because we've already seen the youth wave come in this year with your Casey Schmitz, with your Patrick Bailey, with your Luis Matos. But to me, this next month is going to be huge on whether or not the Giants are going to actually be a playoff contender and where they're going to stand at that trade deadline. Because I think it's going to be a big difference on whether or not they keep some of these prospects and promote them to the big league level, or if they go out and try to include it in a trade. And I know the last couple of days we've been talking a lot about the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes and all the trade rumors that are going around MLB. Whether it's guys like John Heyman saying the Giants are one of the top 3 teams in free agency next year to maybe land a Shohei Ohtani. Whether it was Chris the Mad Dog Russo, who came on the Murph and Mac show, says he thinks the Giants are the number 2 option behind the LA Dodgers. We heard Buster Only yesterday talking about if the Angels do trade Shohei, maybe it seemed like the New York Yankees would step in. Which, of course, leads to all the questions about whether or not Shohei Ohtani wants to play on the East Coast versus the West Coast. And how much of your future do you mortgage to go out and get a Shohei Ohtani type? Especially when there's a situation where he could be a 2-month rental. And I've heard multiple people, shout out to the Tolburn Copes afternoon show, they were breaking down whether or not you're going to sell the farm. They had Susan Slusser on, and she's like, yeah, I'll give up a Kyle Harrison. I'll give you a Mason Black. I'll give you a Marco Luciano. I'll give up anybody you want for Shohei Ohtani. But in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, there's a situation where that could go extremely wrong. And I don't want to put a dark cloud over anything, but say in a crazy world, the Giants do go out and make this trade for Shohei Ohtani. They'll have 2 months to convince him to stay in San Francisco. Over those 2 months, they better make the playoffs, because if they don't, why would Shohei Ohtani want to stay? And that's the situation where, again, this is worst case scenario. I don't know if this is good Friday vibes to be talking about, but what if there is a situation where you do sell the farm? You've given up a Kyle Harrison, a Marco Luciano, a Grant McCray, so on and so on. You get Shohei for 2 months, you miss the playoffs, and he leaves in free agency. Then where are you sitting? In the same spot we were last year, complaining about this team being 10, 15 games under 500 with a month left in the season. I think the Giants currently where they stand with their 49-41 record, with only being a couple games out in the NL West, I think they're going to hold tight at the trade deadline. I don't know if they're going to go out and get a superstar like a Shohei Ohtani, but I'm in the camp of keeping the kids, even a struggling Casey Schmidt, because I think the big reason why we're all excited about the second half of the Giants season is because of those young players. And again, if the recruitment process to Shohei Ohtani is to come and play with the kids, who's he going to play with if you trade them all away? So again, these are all things that we can spitball and get into over the next couple weeks as we look at the MLB trade deadline, whether or not the Giants should put together a group of prospects to trade. Joey Bart is starting to get a hot bat with Sacramento. Shout out to Elliot Ramos, who was the minor league player of the week, a guy that I feel like has been forgotten about when we start to talk about Giants prospects. He was actually just in San Jose when I went to go watch Reggie Crawford make his last pitching debut for the San Jose Giants, playing center field. He's back with the River Cats. He's been batting like .483 with 4 or 5 bombs over the last 10 games. He's absolutely on fire. So maybe they'll put together a trade package. Joey Bart, David Villar, Elliot Ramos, all guys who will be on the table, and maybe some guys not on the table. I don't want to put Carson Whisenant and Kyle Harrison on it, but hey, that's the market you're going to get into this year at the MLB trade deadline. And those are some of the questions that we might get answered by Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler over the next couple weeks. And stay tuned, because apparently Gabe Kapler, the skipper, is stopping by the Murph and Max show this morning.
Really? Is that what you imagined?
Yeah, that's what Triple E told me. But then again, Triple E has given me some bad information before. So, hey, stay tuned this morning. You'll get Gabe Kapler on the Murph and Mac morning show. You'll get a lot of Giants baseball. And we'll even continue to give you some more 49er football updates as we continue to get closer and closer to training camp next week. There was some big news yesterday in the NFL world that is going to have a big impact on one San Francisco 49er. That man I'm talking about is Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets, getting paid and becoming the second highest defensive paid player on an average annual value behind Aaron Donald. We'll talk about what that contract means for Nick Bosa and how much money the 49ers are going to pay him before the season starts, and what's going to happen with Brandon Ayuk, his contract situation, and what it means for Deebo Samuel and everybody on that 49er roster. Lots of 49er football 1 week away, but we're also less than 1 day away from the return of Giants baseball. Like I said, 4 p.m. today. We're technically less than 12 hours away, Dave. Baseball is back this weekend. It's going to be a hot one. Get a couple beers, go hit the lake, do whatever you want. It's a Friday morning. Giants are back in your life. We'll let you hear some sound on the other side from Farhan Zaidi, breaking down the expectations for this Giants team in the second half of the season and whether or not they are going to be a playoff competitor. It's the Waterboy Marquise Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
With the 30th pick of the 2022 MLB Draft, the San Francisco Giants select Reggie Crawford, a two-way player from the University of Connecticut.
With the 66th pick of the 2022 Major League Draft, the San Francisco Giants select Carson Whisenhunt, a left-handed pitcher from East Carolina University.
With the 16th pick of the 2023 MLB Draft, the San Francisco Giants select Bryce Eldridge, a two-way player from James Madison High School in Vienna, Virginia.
Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Friday morning. It is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher getting you ready for the second half of the San Francisco Giants season, which kicks off tonight out in Pittsburgh as the Giants are actually on a 4-city road trip to kick off the second half of their season. Starting tonight, like I said, out in Pittsburgh. Then they'll go into Cincinnati to take on Ellie De La Cruz, the young, hot Cincinnati Reds, who are, quote-unquote, America's team, which is self-proclaimed by the Cincinnati Reds. But, hey, I like Joey Votto. He's an entertaining guy, and I do like the young kids from the Cincinnati Reds. Then they'll take on some more young prospects like a Mackenzie Gore, a Josiah Gray with the Washington Nationals before wrapping up a one-game trip to Detroit to take on the Tigers before coming home for one of the last Battle of the Bay series against the Oakland A's. And this is actually a perfect little segue into what I wanted to talk about this morning, Dave, because you heard OD play the highlights, or should I say the draft calls of a couple first-round draft picks for the San Francisco Giants, because we've been talking a lot over the past week about these prospects, about the farm system, and what's going to happen at this year's MLB trade deadline. Well, you look at a farm system that last year got pointed at and laughed at by the rest of the MLB. When the Washington Nationals were shopping Juan Soto, they took a look at the Giants farm system and pretty much said, no, we're not interested. But it's funny how one season can change that. Because now all of a sudden I'm sitting there watching the MLB draft on Sunday, and Kylie McDaniel, the Mel Kiper of baseball for ESPN, says the San Francisco Giants have the number 9 overall farm system in baseball, which is fantastic. And the Giants added more talent to the farm system this weekend with guys like Bryce Eldridge, who we talked a bunch about being another two-way player, following up after Reggie Crawford. And this goes back to last year's draft of watching Reggie Crawford and even guys like Carson Whisenhunt, who went from starting opening night in San Jose to being on the bump in the Futures game this past weekend in Seattle. But it was also cool, speaking of the A's, to see a guy like Tyler Soderstrom in last weekend's Futures game, and now he'll be making his MLB debut tonight with the Oakland A's. So even the Oakland A's, a team that is giving up on the season, tanking, giving up on the city of Oakland, are still calling up their kids, giving their prospects a chance. And I guess when you have a roster like the Oakland A's, why not just call up the entire organization? I mean, they pretty much are a minor league team. That's why I like to joke and call them the Oakland Triple A's. But I do get excited when prospects get called up, and that's why I do like to track these guys. I probably pay more attention to the farm system than most regular people do. But then again, I live down in San Jose. I live 5 minutes away from, quote-unquote, Excite Ballpark, which is a terrible name now. Yeah, Dave, I know you're shaking your head back there. It's originally San Jose Muni, and it's always going to be San Jose Muni to guys like me and you. But hey, you know, a corporate sponsor will slap something on the side of it and try to make some money. Well, that was the ballpark that I went out to go get a couple beer batter beers, a little Turkey Mike's barbecue, and to go watch guys like Carson Whisenhunt and Richie Crawford. And I remember at the beginning of the year, I said, hey, if you want to go watch Whisenhunt, you better do it quick because he's going to be gone. Well, after only, I think, 13 innings maybe, he gets promoted to Eugene. After only a few innings in Eugene, he got promoted to Richmond. And maybe now that's the path we're talking about for a guy named Reggie Crawford, who, if you don't know, let me break it down for you, is a big left-handed power pitcher, also swings the bat lefty, two-way player, and is one of these guys that the Giants have now gone back-to-back seasons drafting a two-way player in the first round, something that we really never saw until the Shohei Ohtani era took over. Which also leads to a few questions is how the Giants are going to develop these guys. What's the plan for it? Shohei Ohtani is an anomaly. I know everybody wants to be a two-way guy. Everyone wants to throw 105 miles per hour and get 105 mile per hour exit velocity. But not everybody's Shohei Ohtani. And it's the fact that Shohei Ohtani was doing this at the big league level out in Japan before he came to America that I think made the transition a little easier. Now when we look at guys like Reggie Crawford and Bryce Eldridge, what if they're a better pitcher than they are hitter? Is there ever going to be a point where the Giants decide, okay, Reggie Crawford can throw 98 from the left side, but his strikeout rate is too high? Maybe we just bring him up as a pitcher, vice versa. Maybe Bryce Eldridge is out here hitting 450-foot bombs, but then he's getting lit up against lefties. I don't know. Questions you're going to ask because, again, not everybody is Shohei Ohtani, but I think the Giants are hoping that they could find a diamond in the rough with a couple of these two-way players, and that's why I am one of those guys that will actually sit down and watch the MLB draft, watch Rob Manfred get booed on stage, which is probably my favorite moment of not only the MLB draft, but the NFL draft also when they boo the hell out of Roger Goodell. And you heard the boos when Rob Manfred made the announcement of Bryce Eldridge being drafted. Well, yesterday, there were cheers for Larry Baer, who came on yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to break down the draft pick of Bryce Eldridge and to talk about the Giants' strategy of picking these two-way players in back-to-back seasons.
I think it's pretty cool. I think it's, two in a row, our most recent pick. I look forward to meeting him, etc. Reggie Crawford, I've gotten to know a little bit just from Farhan had him on, talking about, his progression in San Jose, where he is now. I've gotten to know his family a little bit. They've come and sat at games. Just a really engaging, I think it takes a ton of discipline to actually do it, play that way. It's tough enough to pitch every 5 days and then play every day and pitch every 5 days to start. And Reggie Crawford just really has that discipline where hopefully he can do it. So it is kind of a twofer. Pretty amazing display and of athleticism. Anybody that's two-way at an advanced league, let alone the major leagues.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's extremely impressive if you are able to do it at the major league level. Hell, it's impressive if you're able to do it in like Little League in high school. When the best kid on your team is playing shortstop and your pitcher and he's your all-star. Well, this ain't Little League, folks. This is the major leagues. So, yeah, there's not too many Shohei Ohtanis out there. The guy is literally a unicorn, but we'll see if the development of Reggie Crawford and a guy like Bryce Eldridge eventually turn into something that the Giants can use, maybe take advantage, and hell, maybe in a couple years, Farhan Zaidi is laughing at us saying, hey, I technically got 4 first-round draft picks with my 2 first-rounders because I got 4 different positions. Yeah, exactly. Like a Khalil Mack being an all-pro outside linebacker and defensive end, Dave. Like what we talk about in football. Like a guy like Charles Woodson playing corner and wide receiver, kick return specialist, doing everything in college. But even when he got to the NFL, it was all defense. Until his last year with the Raiders, they lined up at wide receiver a little bit, tried to run him a few plays. Shout out Charles Woodson, my favorite player of all time. But I digress. It's hard to do it. Even in basketball, we praise guys for being two-way players, but in baseball, it's extremely, extremely difficult. I've seen a question come on multiple times on the text line. Why don't more people play 2 different positions? Why aren't there more Shohei Ohtanis? Because it's hard enough just to do one of the jobs. It's hard enough to be a big league pitcher. It's the oldest saying in baseball. As a hitter, if you fail 7 out of 10 times, you're an all-star. You're a Hall of Famer. You have a 300 batting average. Hell, in this day and age, you can fail 8 out of 10 times and still be an all-star with your 200 batting average. But that's baseball in 2023, and maybe we're going to get more two-way players in the mold of a Shohei Ohtani. I remember seeing Jack Cagliano this year for Florida in the College World Series, throwing 100 miles per hour and hitting like 30 bombs. It's going to be interesting to see the development of all these young guys, kind of like the development we've seen with the Casey Schmidt, with the Luis Matos, and especially with the Patrick Bailey, who, as you know, is the new Buzz Lightyear of the Giants toy group. Casey Schmidt originally being Woody, kind of being tossed to the side as, Giants fans got a new toy to play with. But I still believe in Casey Schmidt, Matos, and Patrick Bailey, and I believe that's the reason why people are excited for the second half of the season. And it's a big reason why people are starting to come out back to the ballpark. Here was Farhan Zaidi last week at his press conference given his kind of big picture view of the first half of the season and the youth movement that has kicked off the second quarter of the Giants' year?
Yeah, I mean, I think as an organization, we feel really good about how the season's gone, and obviously there's a long way to go. And like we talked about in the offseason and in spring training, we're still kind of going to define our success as actually making the playoffs. I obviously it's been nice seeing some of the guys come up and make an impact for us, but really an equally positive for us, and probably, I guess it sort of, their thunder got stolen a little bit by some of the young guys coming up and creating a lot of excitement. Is just what we've gotten from guys like Thyro and JD Davis and Lamont and Yaz. I mean, this kind of group of, I guess younger veteran guys who've kind of come up over the last couple of years and been big contributors for us. And their consistency has been huge for us.
And it has been one of the big storylines of the season. Outside of the youth that it seems like we're all focused on day in and day out, but guys like Thyro Estrada, J.D. Davis, who are in the conversation this year to make the All-Star game. Guys like Lamont Wade Jr. And again, this is credit to Farhan Zaidi and that front office for going out and finding these veterans that they've kind of repurposed and reused in the Giants franchise. You look at a guy like Mike Yastrzemski, and how he was kind of just dwindling away his career with the Baltimore Orioles before he came to San Francisco. Hell, look at Alex Cobb at 35 years old, making his first ever All-Star game. He was never an All-Star with the Tampa Bay Rays, who gets a ton of praise for the way they develop players. Was never an All-Star with the Orioles or with the Anaheim Angels, who, oh, by the way, can't develop players, which is a big reason why Shohei Ohtani is probably leaving next year. But again, it's another perfect example, and that's the example I think we're going to get this year at the trade deadline with Farhan Zaidi. I don't think they're going to sell the farm system, give up a Kyle Harrison, a Carson Whisenhunt, and all the guys we've been talking about all morning long for Shohei Ohtani. Instead, I think it's more likely that he goes out and maybe adds another arm in this rotation, but not a top arm, maybe a guy that could be a 3-4 in your rotation. I've mentioned a name like Jordan Montgomery a lot from the St. Louis Cardinals. A lefty, which seems to me one of the pieces missing in this Giants rotation. They are extremely right-handed heavy. And the St. Louis Cardinals GM came out the other day and said, we're going to be sellers. We're going to trade everybody. Everybody's available, so that's an option. Maybe if you do want a righty, look at a guy like Lucas Giolito, Dylan Cease. You can call up the Cleveland Guardians, maybe get a Shane Bieber. That'll probably cost you a little bit more. Dave is asking if they want a Paul Goldschmidt. I know he's had a bunch of success here hitting against the San Francisco Giants, but I don't know if the Cardinals are going to move on to him. And that brings up the next question is, as a position player standpoint, are the Giants going to look to make any other moves? Because we've heard a lot about the middle infield, and of course with Thyro Estrada being out 4 to 6 weeks with that injury, people are asking questions if the Giants will go out and trade for a Tim Anderson, or maybe a Brandon Donovan, or maybe a super utility player that can play all over the field. Now, I've been hesitant because I think if you bring in a veteran middle infielder, it's just going to cut down more playing time with Casey Schmidt. And I guess that's the decision to go moving forward. Are you trying to squeeze in as a wild card team? I know everybody wants the chance to win the World Series and make the playoffs. Hell, the Phillies made it last year as a wild card team. But to me, this season's more about developing your prospects, getting playing time for Casey Schmidt. That's why I was livid a couple weeks ago when Isan Diaz got called up for one weekend, because it gave you a lefty-righty advantage and you sat down Casey Schmidt. Just let the kid play. Let the kid play. It's as simple as that. And maybe that's what they're going to do with their rotation moving forward also. They'll kind of let it play out. Whether it's giving chances to guys like Keaton Wynn, Tristan Beck, maybe a Sean Jelly gets called back up. Or like I said earlier to start the show, today on the mound is going to be Ross Stripling. The Giants got to figure out what Ross Stripling is and whether or not he's more of the pitcher they've seen in the last couple of outings, which has been an improved performance, or if he's the guy that got lit up opening weekend against the New York Yankees. This is a guy that they've committed $12 million to over the next season. Sean Manaea, same guy, $12 million. They both have player opt-ins or opt-outs. Basing on their lack of success this year, I'd say they're both going to opt in next year. So that's $24 million on the line for two pitchers that really aren't living up to expectations. Meanwhile, here's all-star Kevin Gausman making $20 million per year. So you didn't want to pay Gausman $20 million, but you'll pay $24 million for Ross Stripling and Sean Manaea. Again, Dave, I'm not a mathematician. I'm not a businessman. I don't work in stocks, even though we are in the financial district. But I feel like that's not the greatest investment. But hey, here's Farhan Zaidi talking about that investment, talking about the rotation, the bullpen, and whether or not the Giants can improve at this year's trade deadline.
You know, in terms of, and I would say the bullpen, obviously our bullpen's really been phenomenal, and that's been really good to see. I think I wouldn't quite say it was disappointing, but what we're hoping to see in the next 2-3 weeks leading up to the deadline is a little bit more definition and clarity on the pitching staff. I mean, I think we would love to have, you know, a group of 5 guys that just got the ball every 5th day. And, you know, even though we've had success in the bullpen games and we've got guys who are willing to buy in, I think it's just, you know, the most comfortable thing for everybody is just have 5-man rotation and be giving, you know, 5 guys the ball every 5th day to try to get deep into games. So that's, you know, hopefully we start seeing a little bit more of that in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I've always, you know, teams that I've been around that have really gotten on rolls, they kind of have that where you've got 5 starters who are sort of feeding off of each other and, you know, keeping a roll going. So hopefully we can kind of move more in that direction.
I actually like that honesty a lot from Farhan Zaidi. From a man that has seen plenty of success from the bullpen games this year, even straight from his mouth, he says, yeah, we would prefer to have a 5-man rotation. It goes back to one of his introductories to the Giants fan bases at Fan Fest a couple years ago when he asked fans, like, all right, we can use bullpen games, but what would you rather see, us win with the bullpen game or us lose with a starter? And most of the fans said they want to see a starter because I get the argument. I've been out at the ballpark. Trust me, I plan my trips down to 3rd and King when Logan Webb is on the bump. When there's a good pitcher, I actually want to go pay to drink a $20 beer to go watch. Meanwhile, no offense, I think Ryan Walker's a great arm. I think John Brebbie is a great entertaining guy, a good piece of the bullpen. But when I go out to the yard and there's 6 different pitching changes in the first 5 innings, it starts to get frustrating. And this is coming from a guy that loves baseball. And that doesn't even start to get into like the casual fan perspective who has no idea what the hell is going on. I'll be sitting there drinking a cold one, and I'll hear behind me like, what? Who is this guy? There's another move already? This is the 4th pitcher of the game. And I was like, yeah, welcome to Giants baseball. We've seen it multiple times this year where they've used 2 bullpen games in the same week. So I think moving forward, despite this success, I don't know how successful a game plan that is moving forward. We've seen teams like the Oakland A's try to use an opener in a 1-game wild card game. Didn't work out too well for the Oakland A's. Again, all it takes is for one guy to go wrong, and the whole entire game is blown up. I would much rather have consistency in your rotation, but the question is, where is that consistency? Outside of a Logan Webb, outside of an Alex Cobb. Anthony DeSclafani has had an up-and-down season. He's currently in Arizona at the Giants Spring Complex working on a rehab assignment. So that's another hole in your rotation. Alex Wood has been a guy in and out of your rotation. We mentioned Ross Stripling, his struggles. Sean Manaea, his struggles. Again, it leads to all the questions on whether or not the Giants will go out and look for an arm at this year's MLB trade deadline, or if they're going to give a call to someone like Kyle Harrison or Mason Black, who we were talking about earlier, who got the call up from AA to AAA and is now in Sacramento. But it's really going to come down to these next couple weeks before that trade deadline. The Giants currently, with a 49-41 record, are in 3rd place in the NL West. Only 2.5 games back of the first place LA Dodgers, who are a half a game up on the Arizona Diamondbacks. So these are the questions that we're asking, you're asking, and Farhan Zaidi is asking himself. But I think if you're asking Farhan, he's got an answer for you. He thinks the Giants are a playoff team. Here he is breaking down the Giants' playoff chances and what they need to do in the second half of the season to get there.
You know, I think it sort of validated our belief in spring training. This is a good team. And, you know, we've had our ups and downs health-wise. We've had our ups and downs performance-wise. But, you know, I think we are a playoff team, a playoff caliber team. And, you know, there's certainly expectations that that'll continue. You know, it's interesting. Beyond the health, we've had, you know, individual players go through ups and downs too, and I just, it's baseball's not to sort of get too philosophical, but baseball really is a marathon. It's not a sprint, and sometimes these guys get evaluated like it's a marathon. A guy has a bad couple starts or a bad 2 weeks, and suddenly it's like, we got to go trade for somebody, and so we've been talking a lot about kind of taking a longer view of things, whether it comes to the team. I mean, we've been, we started off really poorly, and then we got really hot, and now we've cooled off a little bit, and kind of try to evaluate things in totality as much as you can. So, and I think particularly with young players, I mean, we've had young players come up and be really hot and get really cold, and I think for us to create an environment that's as consistent as possible gives them the best chance for success.
It's a marathon, not a sprint, and the marathon kicks back off today out in Pittsburgh. 4:05 first pitch. Ross Stripling on the bump. 90 games down, 72 to go. Your San Francisco Giants, 49-41 at the All-Star break. And we'll see how the marathon handles the young kids, Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, and Luis Matos moving forward, and whether or not the Giants will be buyers or sellers at this year's MLB trade deadline. But on the other side, I want to get into a little buy or sell in the NFL. And Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets getting a big contract, and what it means for Nick Bosa and his future with the San Francisco Giants, the San Francisco 49ers. Hell, at this point, I'll take a Nick Bosa in the rotation for the San Francisco Giants. I bet he could get up on the mound and hit 90 with all the muscle he has. I'd actually like to see him in the batter's box. Yeah, Dave, ain't nobody throwing at Nick Bosa. Ain't nobody coming high and inside. But on the other side, we will talk about Nick Bosa coming around the corner because sacks equals stacks. We'll see how much stacks of cash Nick Bosa is going to get from the 49ers as we get closer and closer to NFL training camp. It's the leadoff spot on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
No-brainer. To me, this was something that had to get done. Quinnen Williams is a dominant player. He has flashed since coming into the NFL, obviously very high draft pick, but really emerged and came into his own last year. So disruptive, rushing the passer from the inside, super stout against the run, the kind of defensive lineman that offenses have to game plan against, frankly. And really, I think you have to look at this in the context of the Jets' defensive line. They were extremely good getting after the quarterback with 4, very good at stopping the run with light boxes, but they don't really have stars at edge rusher. Carl Lawson is good. Jermaine Johnson is a young edge rusher they're excited about. You got situational guys like Bryce Huff, but make no bones about it. The star of this defensive front is Quinnen Williams. He is the only player on the defensive front who ranked in the top 20 in ESPN's pass rush win rate metric for his position. So they had to reward him. They got it done. He's going to be a key piece of a very good defense for quite some time.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Leadoff Spot on a Friday morning where it's time to start talking a little 49er football. And you might be asking yourself, Marcus, that wasn't a 49er. That was Mina Khan talking about Quinnen Williams from the New York Jets, one of the key pieces on Robert Saleh's defense, and now one of the highest paid players in the NFL after they signed him to a 4-year, $96 million contract yesterday, which makes him the highest, or should I say second highest, interior defensive lineman right behind Aaron Donald, who makes a staggering $31 million per year. And now Quinnen Williams adds his name to the list of highest paid defensive players, which is only jacking up the price for our guy Nick Bosa, who we've been screaming from the mountaintop since last season that the 49ers should have paid this guy already. And now, obviously, after he goes out and wins Defensive Player of the Year, I can only imagine what his contract is going to look like. Because don't get me wrong, Quinnen Williams is a great player. Plays a little bit of a different position, being inside on the interior line versus Nick Bosa on the outside. But also, Quinnen Williams was one of those guys that was a finalist for Defensive Player of the Year, and now he's getting this $96 million contract. I can only imagine what the actual Defensive Player of the Year Nick Bosa is going to get. Because when you look around the league, I think it's quite obvious what the two most important positions in football are. Your quarterback and your pass rushers. You can throw in a left tackle too, a guy like Trent Williams, but there's a reason why they get paid so much money to stop the pass rushers. So when you look around the league and you look at guys like Aaron Donald on the inside, and then you go to the outside and look at TJ Watt, who's making $28 million per year. You look at Nick's bigger brother, Joey Bosa, who's making $27 million per year. Myles Garrett, who's an absolute freak for the Cleveland Browns, $25 a year. Khalil Mack, $23 a year with the LA Chargers. And even our guy Max Crosby is thrown onto the list, $23 a year with the Raiders. Oh, wouldn't it be nice, Dave, if they had Max Crosby and Khalil Mack still on the roster? Well, if you're a 49er fan, I think the one thing you're hoping for is that Nick Bosa is on this roster for the entirety of his career. We all know how good Nick Bosa is. That's why I always thought it was kind of funny over the last couple seasons when people would bring up the 49ers record with or without Jimmy Garoppolo. Look at the record with or without Nick Bosa. It's even a bigger disparity between the win-loss record. That's how important he is to this team. Hell, look at the one game he missed last year against the Falcons, and the 49ers somehow ended up losing that game. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that Nick Bosa is one of the most influential pass rushing forces in the NFL, and that's why he's going to get that big payday. Well, just last month, Nick Bosa spoke about that payday as 49ers reported to minicamp. Again, training camp starts up next week with rookies showing up as soon as Tuesday. Here was Nick Bosa back in June being asked about his confidence and whether or not he will get a deal done with the San Francisco 49ers.
Obviously, there's still some time here, but what's your confidence level that you'll be able to, get something done here before camp or right as it starts?
It's pretty high. I think
think I'm pretty confident about that.
That's it. That's all you're going to get for Nick Bosa.
Pretty high.
Pretty high.
Pretty high.
How about Dave? I asked Nick Bosa, how high were you on 420?
Pretty high. Pretty high.
I mean, I love the stoner vibes of a Nick Bosa. It sounds like he's pretty high all the time.
Pretty high.
Well, also, you know what else is high? His sack.
Pretty high.
His sack total, Dave, after he led the league last year in sacks.
Pretty high.
And that's why he's going to put himself in a conversation with guys like TJ Watt, who, oh, by the way, the 49ers are going to see week 1 out in Pittsburgh taking on the Steelers. He puts himself in that conversation with his older brother, Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack. I think arguably you can make the case that Nick Bosa is the best defensive player in the league, which is, again, going to put him in that 27, 28, 29, $30 million range with the San Francisco 49ers. Here was Bosa being asked if he wants to be the highest paid defensive player in the NFL.
Wasn't your goal to be the highest paid defensive player? You were the defensive player of the year. I mean, has that changed? Would you like to be paid as that?
I think I'll get what I deserve.
And I think he deserves it all.
Pretty high.
I think he deserves the world, to be honest with you. And that's why I was pounding the table last season saying before the year even started, before Bosa won Defense Player of the Year, try to get him now. Try to get a little bit of a hometown discount. And I talked about this a lot a couple weeks ago when I was doing the show with Greg Papa. We had David Lombardi on. We had Matt Mayoka on. Like, no, this is the right move. The 49ers were wise to wait. Well, now they're going to have to wait on the demands of Nick Bosa. And I'm saying those demands, Dave, that contract, it's going to be
pretty high.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty high. You're going to get a high payday for Nick Bosa. And then the 49ers are going to have to figure out if they're going to be able to pay Brandon Ayuk after paying Deebo Samuel. Again, it all circles back to the quarterback decision and how they're able to afford these guys with having quarterbacks on those rookie deals. We'll see how that factors into the Nick Bosa contract. But boy, oh boy, I'm getting hyped up. NFL season is right around the corner.
Pretty high.
Training camp starts next week. And yeah, Dave, this weekend to celebrate, I'm going to be getting
pretty high.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick Bosa. Thank you, Dave. And that's your leadoff spot for a Friday morning. On the other side, we'll connect with Murph and Mac, where I'm sure the vibes will be
pretty high
on a Friday morning. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Pretty high.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler, and you're listening to the Leadoff Spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, look at that. Gabe Kapler introducing us for the final second of the Leadoff Spot this morning.
Is that what you imagine, a
really?
rejoin?
A rejoin? Well, you can hear the real Gabe Kapler today at 8 a.m. during the Power Hour. He's our big hit today. Really? You think I'm a big hit? That's what you think of me, Murph?
First of all, good morning. Second of all, there's some heat on me. Because I better give informed takes.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
You better do your homework,
Last
Murph.
time I better do my homework.
Yeah.
There's some heat. So right now already the show is imbued with like a little bit of an edge and a tension. Because the last time he came on, he was like, "Oh, really? Is that what you think? Is that what you imagine?"
You think I eat vegan burritos, Murph?
So the pressure's on. We'll see if I can step in another pile of it and see if he scolds me on the air.
And it's always great to get Gabe on with the show, especially when we're kicking off the second half of the Giants season.
Come on, Gabe in the Steel City.
Mm-hmm.
I think of Willie Stargell. Pops.
I got to tell you though, being scolded is a long existing Murph and Mac tradition. I mean, I'll offer up a John Thompson for Exhibit A.
Peace.
John Thompson was not having our quote silliness. He wasn't having
Georgetown basketball coach John Thompson, the legendary basketball
towel
coach.
over his shoulder, Patrick Ewing, the whole bit.
Okay, he was a no nonsense guy, and his son was coaching Georgetown. And
I didn't think anything we said was that bad.
I said to him, I just wanted to break the ice by saying, "Hey, how amazing that your kid is coaching Georgetown." He's like, "Uh-huh." I'm like, "Well, it takes care of the courtside seats, right?" No
That's the
problem
one that
getting
pushed
those.
him over the edge right
he
there.
Said, "Are we going to continue with the silliness or do an interview?"
I'm not here to talk about this silliness. I'm like, damn, John Thompson is swatting away the M&M boys.
He wasn't blanking around.
Hoya paranoia was real, baby.
So anyway, Murph's point about being scolded, it's been going on for years.
I've been scolded my entire life,
Bobby
Paul
Marks gently scolded me a couple days ago. He's like, "No, you're wrong."
Yeah, exactly.
Remember that one?
You're like, "Oh, the Warriors are only going after these players because of contracts." Like, no, that's wrong, Murph.
I hate to even bring this
these
up,
guys.
but maybe I should bring it up. It's old time's sake. We can have a couple of laughs as friends. I have to imagine that one of the many awkward Jim Harbaugh hits, it had to have been a scolding.
Did he scold?
I would think
he
at
scolded
some
when
point.
He said,
I think you're being a little.
He said, "I think you're trying to provoke."
I think you're trying to provoke.
I think you're trying to provoke.
Well, that was
here,
one of the
Murph.
good.
That was our last
time
hit
we
with
talked
him.
to him.
We're due for another one, man.
I feel like you guys are trying to provoke.
You know what? Hey, Triple E, Mr. Walnut Boy.
Go
over
get me
there.
Harbaugh.
Let's get Harbaugh.
Yeah, college football season's right around the corner.
He was ready to come on a couple years ago. Then, Paulie, as the great Jan Brady would say, or Marcia Brady would say, something suddenly came up.
You know, like that little symbol they have, like at all the nuclear power plants, like that hazard. It was like one of those things came up.
Yeah. Next thing you know, I'm not at work for a few days. Oh. Hey, did I say that out loud?
Murph took an unexpected vacation.
Let's get out of here. Let's start the Murph and Mac
Let's grab
show.
some R&R.
Friendly reminder, me and Paulie Mac are both off on Monday. I'm going up to the lake with Copes, and Paulie Mac is celebrating a birthday with the Grateful Dead. Happy birthday to my guy, Paulie Mac, this weekend, and have a happy Friday show with the Murph and Mac show starting right now. You're listening to KNBR, AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, and it's a Reggae Friday on the Murph and Mac show.
All right, happy Friday. We made it through the slowest week of the year, everybody. Well, actually, we haven't made it through yet. It's only Friday at 6:03, but I feel like we have because it's Friday, fool. It's Reggae Friday. Everybody's in a good mood. We got Kapler coming on. The Giants are in Pittsburgh. The 49ers open camp on Tuesday. Trace Jackson Davis is grabbing offensive boards in Vegas. It's all good, baby.
It's all happening. It's all happening.
And, Paulie, you got a huge weekend on your doorstep.
I do. I'm very excited. Now, I was minding my own business last night. It was a quiet Thursday night at the old Paulie Mac estate. You know, I was roaming the grounds of the estate up there. And I got a...
roaming the grounds.
Do you know what I'm saying? Right. I was roaming the grounds.
Yes.
Roaming the grounds, and I got a text from our good
Out
buddy...
near the garden, yes.
Well, one of the many gardens that I tend to. And I was shouting out our buddy Michael Altman, our good buddy, the Iron Springs, Michael
Shout out
Altman.
Michael, good people.
He works over at the yard now, so he sent me a picture of them setting up the stage. I just showed it to Murph. So, yeah, they're in. Everybody's ready to go. Assume the positions.
So what time are they supposed to hit the stage tonight?
Well, tonight, okay, so Friday and Saturday are 7 p.m. shows. And then,
how do you get that information?
Oh,
it's on the ticket?
Yeah. And the
gates on the barcode?
Actually, you know what, dude? I actually have paper tickets.
Get out of
here, man.
Wait, like you mean just a printout of your barcode or
no,
an actual
like
ticket?
an actual ticket. I know. It's really
Dude,
cool.
that's the first ticket I've seen in 5 years.
It's big. And you know what's so much easier about this?
Where'd you get that?
Well, you want to know where I got this from?
DC?
The other guy known as Superman when he's not sitting at his desk in his office over there, because when he takes off the blazer and the tie, there's a big S logo on his blue jumpsuit. The one and only Russ Stanley. Russ Stanley. Yeah.
Well, the S stands for Stanley.
No, he's the greatest of all time. He's the greatest of all time.
If Raymond Ritter was reincarnated as a Giants executive, he would be Russ Stanley. And if Russ Stanley was reincarnated as a Warriors executive, he would be Raymond
question.
Ritter.
I mean, they're both total pros.
They would be the two premier figures.
They can get like their Wonder Twin powers uniting together, because those are two of the great.
The world needs more Russ Stanleys and Raymond Ritters.
So when the announcement was made months ago, I just reached out and I go, Russ, listen, the Dead are coming to the Yard, and I said, if I can just put my word in for tickets, just let me know what I need to do. Finally, when he came back around, he goes, hey, tickets are all set. I'm mailing them out to you today. Look for them in your mailbox. And then they came, and they were hard tickets. I couldn't believe it.
Incredible.
I couldn't freaking believe it. So anyway, tonight and tomorrow.
That's super exciting.
7 p.m. starts. Sunday's a matinee. They're going to start at 6.
Oh.
Might do 3 sets. I don't know, but it's going to be a longer show. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm very excited
Me
for
too.
you, and
Me
you're
too.
off on Monday, so part of your A off. And it is Paulie's birthday on Sunday, and me being the resident birthday guy here. I don't know why.
You shouldn't be doing. No,
no,
look at
this is a good one. This is good show content.
Okay, okay.
This is not like a gift card to like Target.
You guys,
know what I mean?
shouldn't have.
So, Paulie, from me to you, happy birthday. You got to open it on the air.
Okay,
for
that's
content.
great.
I'm currently, and by the way, I'm the birthday guy. I ain't gonna wrap it though.
No,
I ain't gonna
fine.
wrap it.
I wouldn't
it's
want that.
coming in the actual package that it was delivered
That's
in.
where all the charm is.
I only opened it to make sure that it was the right. There was the right item.
Man.
All right. So here you go, Paulie. Happy birthday, buddy.
Very thoughtful of you, Murph. Oh, look at this.
He was born July 16, 1968. This lad.
True story.
So long demo.
Stand by.
So long demo. There you go.
No, whoa. Oh.
Wait.
Nice. Dude, I'm hoping I get to see this guy at the Yard this weekend. This is my boy. This is my brother from another mother, my American League brother, if I could, Joe Ryan of the Minnesota Twins. He's got the because he's a deadhead now. Joe Ryan's he's the guy who warms up to Fire on the Mountain. Murph, how and where did you get this thing?
That's the Minnesota. Remember we talked about on the air.
Oh, did they?
You remember we talked about on the air how we played in the Cooler content. He wanted. See if you can find his Cooler content. Remember?
It's great.
Did you forget in your memory?
It's great.
And you can wear it to the show.
I probably will.
Dude. Yeah,
no, I probably will. Thank you, Murph. That's really nice.
Remember,
man.
he launched his own Deadhead theme of gear.
I do. That's insane, man. How did you? Wow, that's awesome.
On it.
And you just said what? I got to grab one of these for Paulie Mack.
Yeah,
damn,
that's 100%
dude. Thanks,
right.
Murph. That's awesome, man.
In fact, I think we discussed on the air whether or not you would wear. Oh, look at Waterboy. You know what? It's a hot Friday, so probably to refresh your memory, this is Drake High School, West Marin's own Joe Ryan, who's a damn near all-star pitcher for the Minnesota Twins.
I love this.
My name's Joe Ryan. I'm from Marin County, California. I'm a starting pitcher for the Minnesota Twins. Growing up in Marin, so many people that are around the band and into the band. Everyone has some little story. So
we do.
When the opportunity came up to
we have stories.
Design some shirts of my own, and I think we got one that represents a little bit of Minnesota as well. I think it'll be a good thing for the community, and get some more Dead apparel out there.
Yeah.
We threw in a nice mountain range here, trying to look like Mount Tam, some local surf spot. Me surfing here as one of the Dead and rocking my jersey, and we got it right with a goofy foot, so we're going backside here, and they threw me in as a Dead little skeleton here, and I got a little fireball coming, and this one turned out great. This one was a surprise. But this one is amazing. Might be my favorite. Who knows? I think fans are going to love it.
Go ahead, Joe Ryan. Me and you, buddy.
Does he have a Steely on the?
Yeah, there's like a lightning bolt on his leg on the pants of his uni. I love Murph. Thank you so much, man. Really nice of you to do that. And I'm hoping luminaries like Joe. Now, I would assume he's got his hands full with the schedule, though. He's going to have a game.
Yeah.
So
you know what? He works for such a radical organization. They might actually be pitching him out of the All-Star break.
Well, no,
you know what I mean. Unlike the Giants, who are seeing fit to save their Joe Ryan here. Let's see where the Twins are, because you know he would like to be here.
I know.
Twins are opening the break. They're in Oakland.
Oh, my God. He'll be, you know what?
He's not pitching tonight.
I'm wearing the shirt and now I'm looking for him.
Kenta Maeda's pitching tonight.
Hey, Joe, I'll see you at the show tonight. I'll see you at the show, buddy. He'll be there. I know he'll be there. What time's the game tonight?
They play at 6:40.
Okay, so let's see. And then what's the Sunday game time?
Saturday, they play, Twins A's play at 4:07.
Oh, he'll be there tomorrow night. He'll be at the show tomorrow. I guarantee
Yeah,
it.
'cause it's-
That's a guarantee. He'll be over
And
there
he's
for the
not
first
pitching,
set.
it's
No, he'll be
Lopez.
there. He'll be at the
I
show.
bet they're not pitching him out of the break. I wonder what's up with that.
So now I got to look. These are the guys I'm keeping an eye out for, Marcus and Murph. I got to
He's
keep
pitching Sunday at 1:07.
Okay, so he can still make the final night too. So he'll pitch, shower up, and then head over. He'll see.
He
like
could do that.
Yeah, no, he
I
definitely
wonder,
will.
and let's see where the Twins are on Monday. Out
I'd
of the
be
break.
willing to bet heavy money he shows up tomorrow night too. Heavy money. Check his Twitter.
Well, he has a game the next day. I think it makes more sense for him to go on Sunday.
Oh, because he's got to
They're
pitch
in
Sunday.
They're in Seattle on Monday night.
Yeah, he'll take a flight.
So he could easily.
It's done.
Easily.
It's already done.
Twirl 8 innings in Oakland. Go to the show and say, "I will see you guys."
I'll
from
meet
BP
you guys at the
in
hotel.
Seattle."
Yeah.
Yes, dude.
I'll be at the hotel.
You wear that on Sunday then.
So that's it. Here it is. There's my Sunday shirt. Joe Ryan will be there. The other guys I got to look for, Murph, would be Mike Malone, new NBA head coach at Champion.
Yeah. Oh,
He
yeah.
will definitely be in the yard, I
who
promise.
I know for sure is going to be there? Do you guys know, we don't talk about this guy much, but longtime Sports Center anchor Neil Everett, the guy who always said aloha and mahalo and all that.
Yeah.
The guy who wore the leg.
Oh, I didn't know he was part of the scene.
Oh, so I think he's a righteous anchor. If you know what I mean, some righteous anchoring.
You're
going
talking
on.
about like,
Hey, smoke up, Johnny.
I think yeah. I think when he gets the script for his Sports Center, that's a righteous script.
Nice, dude. Nice.
I'm begging
Oh, I'll give it to you. Absolutely. You don't have to twist my arm with that one. Yeah.
Some righteous butt. Some righteous butt we got going on there.
He recently was part of the ESPN layoffs, although he says he kind of left on his own terms. But he said, I read his interview, and he said, I get to do things I've never done. He goes, for example, Dead and Company are in San Francisco this weekend. I'll be at all the shows.
All right, now I got to keep an eye out for this guy, too, and I'll come with the lit J. You know me.
Ganja, spliff, reefer, the bad, the Buddha, the homegrown.
The homegrown. And then, of course, Bill Walton, the 30 for 30 subject, he'll be around.
Oh, he'll be there. You think?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Okay,
So anyway, we're looking forward to it. Anybody want to say, come on over, say hi. We'll have a great time tonight, tomorrow, and Sunday. Murphy's a triple shot, and I'm calling for the sweep.
I love
It's a Dead and Company sweep.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. And Ross Stripling. I mean, I don't even know what Dead song represents Ross Stripling. Not
Give me a
Fire
second
on that. Not Bertha. Not deal. Is he going to? I don't know. Is he going to deal? Or are the eyes of the world on him?
How about Stripling begonias?
Okay, well, there you go. I'll take that for sure, man. I'll take that for sure. So Joe Ryan does warm up to Fire on the Mountain, as you know.
Oh, totally. Yeah,
And
I
then
remember.
recently he pitched a complete game about 3-4 weeks ago, and when he came out for the ninth inning, they re-racked Fire on the Mountain.
Yeah, hell
for
yeah.
his ninth inning.
Re-rack that ass. Let my guy feel it when he goes out there.
Harry Garcia, blah, blah, blah.
All right, so we are in a good mood already. All right, let's do it. Let's continue the good vibe. We'll get the guest list from Marcus on the other side. It's Friday morning. Paulie's going to the shows.
Let's go, baby.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Carlos, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Carlos's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Major League Baseball releases schedules for the 2024 season. So to find out where the Giants will be next year on opening day, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
Reggae Friday is always where it's at, and we always start with the tradition, with the, I was going to say the Babe Ruth of reggae, but I guess I should say the Shohei Ohtani of reggae, right? Bob Marley doing his thing here. Paulie, you're already into these walnuts that Allie from Diamond Walnuts
I'm not
going to
lie, I dove right into it. Well, this is like a trail mix, but walnuts are featured prominently. Thank you, Allie, for the
we had
gift bag.
how we got on that discussion 2-3 weeks ago about walnuts versus almonds. Well, she was listening in Stockton at Diamond Walnuts and sent us a gift basket. So shout out Allie from Diamond Walnuts, and she's a real sweetheart. And Paulie is
I'm already into the mix. Yeah,
away.
I'm already into it.
Triple E's already gotten into some hot honeys. I told Overnight Dave to take a couple bags.
You know how it is on a Friday. I like to get my hand into a bag of nuts. Nice and early. Just dive right into that.
Somebody said
nuts.
Lot A is already a zoo. Do you want to head down there with the gift basket and start handing out walnuts?
I just might do that, actually. Who needs some nuts?
Laced walnuts?
I got some miracle nuts. I like to call these electric nuts. Yeah, be careful.
There you go. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher.
Marcus.
He, too, looking at a 3-day weekend. Raise your hand if you're working Monday. Oh, on the stream, there's one person raising their hand. That would be your boy, right?
I'll tell you what, though, for the listeners, kind of a cool bonus on Monday that you get like an early morning drive hit of FP Santangelo with Murph.
Yeah,
that's
he's
pretty
so
cool.
Good. He's doing so great. He's such a great. If you're not listening to the nighttime shows, FP's just dropping science, baseball science every night.
I check out FP. He sounds good,
and he's having a good time, and he knows breaking news. He knows the game. All right,
a little
knows
bit.
The game.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. So, Marcus, did you determine whether or not you'll have a roof over your head? Are you indeed camping, or are you glamping inside a home?
You know, I'm actually going into it blindfolded.
Okay.
I don't want to know. I want to be surprised by Copes and the weekend he has planned for
Now, let me
me.
ask you a question. Is Copes a legit, and I don't know the answer to this, I'm asking you, but is he a legit outdoorsman? Like, is he into all that? Like, the gear and the,
we'll
the,
find
the,
out.
the
Well,
tents?
That I don't know, Paulie, because I don't think the kid ever leaves San Francisco.
That's how I feel.
Like,
That's
he
what I'm
lives in the
surprised.
city.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a car. I was even surprised he wanted to go camping.
He's
or
a
go up
city
to the lake.
slicker.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
city kid.
He's got some Clear Lake in him, though. One of it's his family member. It's either his mom or his uncle who has the house up there. So he will turn up at a Clear Lake in the summertime. Shout out Canocti Harbor. Shout out seeing Smokey Robinson.
Nice.
Canocti Harbor, too.
Nice.
Yeah, it was funny. He was texting me yesterday freaking out because it's going to be like triple digits up there.
Yeah,
The heat's
it's
going to
gonna
be
be
insane.
hot.
And I was like, I was just up in Rockland the other weekend. It was like 107. It's fine.
Yeah, you guys will be taking some cool dips in the lake.
Oh,
that's if you're not
100%.
camping up in the mountains avoiding bears. By the way, Paulie, this Joe Ryan thing has taken on yet another level. If you just tuned in, it's Paulie's birthday Sunday. He's taken 3 dead shows in as his gift. And I gave him his gift, which is the Joe Ryan, the kid out of Drake High
this thing
School
up to the stream.
in
Hold
San
on.
Anselmo, California, who's a...
Hey, if you're watching the stream, check it out. Here's the birthday gift Murph gave me. This is the Joe Ryan.
Yeah, but I'm going to zoom in on that lightning bolt on the...
Let me see if I can...
there you go. There
You know what?
Yeah. Look at that. So he's got the lightning bolt on the leg, and he's throwing a fireball, and he's a skeleton. It's his tribute to his dead fandom and growing up in Marin.
Look for me on Sunday with this bad boy on, because I have a gut feeling Joe Ryan will be in the house.
He warms up to Fire on the Mountain.
Yeah.
And then I just was reading this story about him launching these shirts because he wanted to represent his Grateful Dead fandom and his baseball love.
Yeah.
It says that, so he warms up to Fire on the Mountain, but he said his real goal is to do a 20-minute warm-up to the live Scarlet Begonias.
Yeah, dude, come on.
And then take the mound as they transition into Fire on the Mountain, which, as you know, is the traditional Scarlet Fire.
Well, that's a traditional pairing. A lot of times the Dead do that. They'll take 2 songs and they kind of put them together like one long piece. And that's like one of their more famous combos is Scarlet Begonias into Fire on the Mountain. You kind of can't have one without the other at this point. And what he's talking about doing, dude, would be an epic warm-up if he could ever pull that off, dude. The transition into Fire on the Mountain, that's when he wants the guys coming out of the dugout?
Yeah. No, he says, yeah, exactly. So the transition, Scarlet
That's one
Fire.
of the funniest things I've ever heard. God bless him.
They said he's a real quirky dude. He rides antique bicycles to Target Field.
He sounds like he's like the Bill Walton of this era of MLB.
Or baseball, more like Bill Lee, the spaceman.
Yeah, dude, the spaceman.
Spaceman. I told you my spaceman story at T&B.
Tell me.
So spaceman being from Waterbury, Bill Lee was a lefty for the Red Sox in the 70s who was one of the great flakes in baseball history, like gave the wackiest interviews, did the wacky things on the field, was completely unorthodox. The true lefty flake. You know what I mean? Like where you got kind of the lefties a little bit off. You know?
He's got that lefty brain, Murph.
In your world, were the lefties a little flaky?
Oh, the lefties are always the weirdos in the bullpen.
Jeremy Affelt every Friday.
They're
with
a little
Toto
goofy.
Yeah. Zito.
They do everything backwards.
Right. So Bill Lee was the original lefty flake. They called him, Waterboy, Spaceman.
True story.
Because they're like, this guy's from outer space.
What a great nickname, too.
So I mean, he has a connection. He lives in New England most around the year, but he grew up in Marin County. He went to Terra Linda High School. Shout out Terra Linda Trojans. And he returns in the summer to play in a Bay Area adult baseball league. So he still has one foot in the Bay. And he used to go to T&B Sports in San Rafael a lot, where my dear buddy Timmy worked.
Oh, yeah.
So I was in there one time when the Spaceman came in. And, dude, I got about 25 minutes of pure Spaceman. And at one point, we got to a story about a brawl with the Yankees.
That was a huge. You can find that on YouTube. I've seen it.
And
Unbelievable fight.
And he said,
he got really messed up in that fight.
Yeah, he goes, let me show you how I feel about the Yankees. And he takes on a wall. He pulls out an old Greg Nettles, who was, he played third base for the Yankees, Greg Nettles.
Yeah, he's the reason why Griffey never came to the Yankees.
An old faded. Wait, what?
Oh, sorry, you don't know your baseball history, Murph? Oh, sorry, did I turn that around on you? I'm sorry, I didn't know he played third for the Yankees. Continue your story, though.
And it's a
Continue your
Reggae
story.
Friday with this kind of animosity.
He started it.
I would love to hear this story. I'm willing to learn.
Know it. I definitely don't know that
So the story is Nettles was having his kid take ground balls at third base, and Steinbrenner came over to Griffey Sr. and told him to get Griffey Jr. out of the dugout, and there was Nettles with his kid on the field, and that's why Ken Griffey has a grudge against the New York Yankees.
An incredible story I've never heard. Can we get some applause for that?
I never heard that either. That's great. That's crazy.
Steinbrenner allowed Greg Nettles Jr. on the field, but not Ken Griffey Jr. on the field.
From that day forward.
He's borne a grudge against you guys.
People don't forget.
That's a phenomenal story.
I never heard that. That's crazy.
All my life, dude. Anyway, Bill the Spaceman Lee pulls out his wallet and pulls out a Greg Nettles card. He goes, because Greg Nettles, he said, cheap shotted him in that fight. And he said, you know why I carry this around? He said, Waterboy, I carry this card in my wallet so that every day of my life, Greg Nettles can kiss my ass.
I love that.
He says.
By the way, looking back on Greg Nettles' body of work, he's kind of a dirty SOB, because if you watch the George Brett fight that we love talking about, it was Nettles who actually threw a kick. He kicked Brett when he was on the ground. He kicked him in the ribs.
In Waterboy's chosen sport of UFC, that's a legit move.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, keep him in your baseball grid, because he was a Twin, Indian, Yankee, Padre, Brave, and Expo. Keep him in your baseball grid.
You're talking about Nettles?
Immaculate grid, I mean, yeah.
Nettles went to the
you need
World
like
Series.
an Expo and a Padre, or a Yankee and a Twin.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah.
I don't remember him as an Expo at all.
It was his last year. He played 80 games.
I remember the Padres,
1988.
obviously. Yeah.
He was a Yankee all the way up through 83.
Yeah.
And Paulie finished 5th and 6th in MVP voting.
Here's one crazy thing about Craig.
77, 78.
Nettles, I remember. I don't remember if it was... I think it might have been the 81 World Series, actually, that Dodger one, that strike year, when Nettles either lost his glove or it was stolen during the postseason, and there was like a reward out for his glove to be returned. I remember that was like a story on the East Coast. I don't remember if you ever got the glove. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do. I don't actually.
Yeah,
no.
yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah.
Somebody stole his
or it
glove.
got lost or whatever, but they thought it was stolen, so they posted a reward for it.
By the way, keep it in themes. Just to shout out the people. They're cruel, but listen, we just break balls. We try to have fun. You can break my balls. Waterbury breaks my balls about Greg Nettles and Ken Griffey Jr.
Sure.
So don't take this seriously, but just riffing. Multiple texters suggesting, you guys are saying it's a Grateful Dead weekend.
Yeah.
What would Ross Stripling's theme? Multiple texters saying Broke Down Palace.
Oh, boy, now we're going dark comedy.
We're just riffing, all right?
Damn.
And other people say Ripple because it sounds like Stripling.
Stripple, yeah.
Stripling. So.
Stripple in still water.
Anyway, man. All right, Waterboy, let's get the guest list
Come on,
a
man.
Friday, July 14.
It's a pretty hefty guest list, too.
2023. Well, I am going to honor Triple E's wishes despite the fact that I beat his A to work soundly today.
Again?
Soundly.
The streak is over.
And he made up for it by doing something he's never done, which is walking into my little prep studio and handing me the show packet, which is something he's never done, which I felt like he was going above and beyond to try to make up for his later on.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, it's not about it. he could do that every day.
Listen.
All right. So what do we got here, buddy?
All right, starting off in about 20 minutes now, we're going to talk some San Francisco Giants baseball, but this is going to be an interesting perspective because we're going to talk to the Spanish broadcaster of the Giants, Erwin Higueros, who was also the personal translator for Camilo Duvall. He was out at the All-Star game with
And
them.
he's done all the and Tyro and all these guys. We need to get like sort of the Latin perspective from Erwin. This is great. It's a great chance. And plus, Erwin's a great dude.
He is.
He's damn near Russ Stanley, Ray Ritter level. All right. So, yeah.
Hell yeah. We'll talk to Erwin in about 30 minutes here, 20 minutes at 6:50 this morning. Then we'll kick off your Friday Power Hour like we always do. Mike Kruko, 7:35.
Mike Kruko.
We'll continue on into our big hit today. That's Gabe Kapler.
Okay, so here it
8
is.
a.m. this morning.
So here's the guest list, and there's the big hit, the first piece of art.
Nice, look at that.
This one. Okay, then that's not enough. Usually we have a sound package for the big hit. Instead, he did this. You guys seeing this on the stream?
I can only respond one way. I do see that, and I would ask,
What's wrong with being sexy?
He wrote the big hit, It's Sneaky Good, and has a series of Gabe, what should we just call them, beefcake shots?
It's like
What
really
do they call these thirst traps?
Thirst traps, Murph. Yeah.
Yeah, Gabe
There it
knows.
is.
Well, a woman wrote in earlier this morning. She said, because we were talking about, is Gabe going to scold me? A woman wrote in, at least I think it was a woman, could have been a man, I don't know, but they wrote, I wish Gabe would scold me.
Oh.
How about that?
wow, a professional scolding.
There's two worlds of Gabe. There's
Some
like
people go
us,
pay to get scolded.
There's us who are just blown away by how sort of new age vain he is. And then there's these women out there who just want Paulie, can I say this on the air? Who just want to jump his bone.
No, that's legit. There's no question.
By the way, I always enjoyed that phrase from the 80s.
Jump your bones?
Yeah.
I don't know if you can say that anymore. It sounds, Murph, it sounds a little aggressive and hostile. It really does.
Do you guys ever say that one?
No, I've never
Jump
heard
your
that
bones.
one.
Yeah. Boy, I'd love to jump your
Wow.
bones. That was something you would hear back in the day. And by the way, it went both ways. Don't think women weren't saying the same thing.
Women want to jump Gabe's
See
bones.
that guy over there by the bar? Man, I'd love to jump that guy's bones.
Yeah.
You would just hear it.
Waterboy, it was a good
Standard.
PG way to say that they wanted to make the sign of the two-back beast.
Wow.
Yeah.
So back in the day, you guys were jumping on bones. Now we're sliding in DMs.
Yes, exactly.
Shout out jumping on bones. Yes, exactly.
All right. Well, Kapler will slide into our DMs at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll talk to the skipper on the second half of the Giants season. Then we'll hit our cooler of content as always. Check in with Susan Slusser on a Friday at 8:35. Then cap off your show this morning, 9:15. Mark Spears talking Summer League and Warriors basketball.
Spearsy.
Hey, my guy last night, they're calling him TJD. Trace Jackson Davis. Here's my stat. 4 offensive boards last night. That's the guy. All right, I may adopt him early on. I will adopt a guy early on. Casey Schmidt, and I'm adopting Trace Jackson Davis. To me, Brandon Pajensky has to answer to Trace Jackson Davis. So 4 offensive boards in his first game. All right, we're getting ready for Erwin to check in from Pittsburgh, talking Giants baseball. In fact, let's reset the Giants for you. Well, there's that too. Trace Jackson Davis on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Paulie. Hi. Phil Simms here. I hope you remember me from the New York Giants. I think you do. This comes from your good friend Brian. Just said he wanted me to wish you a happy birthday. I found out that you graduated from Mountain Lakes High School, not far from where I live in Franklin Lakes. You graduated in 1986. So that was a good year for all of us, man. You graduated high school. We won the Super Bowl that year. And I just want to thank you, too. Besides saying happy birthday, being a great Giants fan, it really means to ex-players. And, of course, it means a lot to the to the players that are playing now. But some of the things you loved or some of the things I loved is when we beat the 49ers. And especially the one at Giants Stadium when we won 49-3. That's one I'll never forget. Apparently you won't either. So happy birthday, man. Go Giants.
You know, that might even be better today than it was 3 years ago. Oh, my gosh. That was incredible. Oh, reggae fire on the mountain for Joe Ryan and Paulie Mack. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds real nice.
That Nettles, that's Sims aged incredibly. That's like a fine wine.
I remember that like photographically. I remember sitting on my couch during the pandemic, sitting in my usual spot downstairs on this couch, trying to get away from everybody else in the house because everybody's sleeping. You guys laid that thing on me. I remember I threw my headphones across the room. I woke everybody up. I started screaming like, "What is this?"
Hey, Paulie, hi. Phil Simms here.
The whole bit.
I got to give
being such a great Giants fan now.
He couldn't have crossed every T or dotted any I harder. I mean, because you give this little when you buy the Cameo. You give a little bit of you only have a small window to describe what you need, and I only got a few things in there, and he executed the game plan to a T.
And I just want to thank you too.
he hit all the open receivers, dude.
He wants to thank me.
He hit all the open receivers. He hit McConkey.
Oh, dude.
Who was the tight end? The big tight end?
Bavaro.
No, the other one. OJ. Who's the secondary tight end who was also annoying? He was an African-American gent.
I forget. It's better I don't know.
Come on. It wasn't like OJ something or... No, I'm thinking Otis Anderson was there.
No, that was a different one. Yeah, that was a little later.
I thought they had a tight end other than Bavaro, kind of like their Wesley Walls guy.
I don't remember. I don't know. I'm glad I don't know.
I'm going to look it up here.
Hey, Paulie, hi.
Yeah, and then did we see that he hasn't gone on?
Well, I'd like to think we drove him off the platform.
That the word got out.
The word got out on the streets. The whole thing was a mock job.
Okay, I'm looking at the 1988 season just to see if I can find that tight end. By the way, they lost to the Niners that year, 88.
Yeah, good.
Let's see here. Receiving. Let's see. Receptions. Was it not Lionel Manuel, not Mark, but is it Stephen? No, tight end. Zeke Mowat.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Forgot Zeke about Mowat. That guy. Jeez.
He was just this guy who kind of like lurked.
Yeah.
Right there. Zeke Mowat.
They got
Later got a little fame having a little incident with my pal, my friend Lisa Olson. She's a great sports writer, and that was not a good deal.
Oh.
Not a good deal. That was a little.
Was that up in New England?
Blatant. Some of the most blatant anti-female sports writer sexism ever in a locker room.
Yeah.
And Lisa oh, man. And that led to a Jim Healy soundbite, which when Victor Kayam, the horrible owner of the Patriots, who was like a Dan Snyder-level owner, refused to acknowledge that his players had sexually harassed Lisa Olson. Then finally one day he gave this cheesy press conference and he said, "She's a lovely lady and I apologize to her." And Jim Healy used that all the time.
Now,
She's
by the way,
lovely lady, and I apologize to her.
As we look back on all these kind of incidents, if I'm not mistaken, wasn't, as I continue to just trash the legacy of Greg Nettles, wasn't he involved in a harassment thing as well?
It was actually
like with a writer,
in the book,
sports writer,
The Bronx Zoo, and Paulie. Sexism was so rampant then nobody made a big deal out of it.
It was just another day at the office.
Yes,
yeah,
it was in the book, The Bronx Zoo.
But there was an incident.
It was the very first year a female writer was allowed in the locker room. A very brave woman.
I'm taking Nettles down. I'm taking him down.
I want to get her name right. Diane Shaw, I think her name was. And she was in, and they made should I even talk about it? But they made a cake.
Yeah. A very inappropriate cake.
Inappropriate cake.
Yeah.
Inappropriate cake.
Yeah, but that's Nettles again.
And Nettles was in on it.
See?
Nettles
We're gonna take this guy down today. Party's over for Nettles.
Get your kid off the field. Get the cake out of the locker room.
Get your kid. You know what?
And why don't you kiss Bill Lee's ass while you're at it?
And I got to tell you something else. I'm glad they stole your glove. That's what you get.
Oh, man. Hey, okay, we want to reset the Giants for you before Erwin Higueras. And Gabe Kapler joins us at 8 o'clock today.
Awesome.
Oh, really? Is that what you imagine? So 4 days off from our Giants. A little too much, quite frankly. I missed them.
I'm ready. I'm ready for some ball.
Want to reset them things you may have forgotten. They're 49-41. There's 90 games left. They've played 90. There's 72 left. So let's just play this silly game. Quote unquote, if they play 500 the rest of the way. If that's 85 wins, if they play 500. And 85 is probably the 6th wild card. Waterboy, you with me on that?
Yes, because the Phillies last year won 86 or 87 as that final wild card, and they made it all the way to the World Series.
Okay, there you go. So 30, that's only playing 500 ball. Okay, so we expect this team to play better than 500 ball, right? And that leads to our next topic, which is, will this team be the same team on July 14th that they will be on August 2nd?
That's a great question.
Meaning, will they go make the big trade?
Now, Marcus Boucher on the Waterboy Hour was saying that you don't expect any moves. You were saying they're going to sit tight.
I don't think we're going to get the big blockbuster move. Like, I know everybody's been talking about the Shohei Ohtani sweepstakes. I don't think the Giants are going to unload the farm system for a big arm.
Despite what our new crosstalk friend Johnny Lund says, right? He didn't come on blazingly saying he wanted to trade the farm for him, which was a brazen take.
Johnny Lund's brazen.
Sizzling hot 10 o'clock.
I've heard multiple people. John Lund, Susan Slusser went on with the Afternoon Boys and said, "Yeah, I'll give up Kyle Harrison. I'll give up anybody you want."
Okay,
that's a big ass to give
brazen,
up
once again
for a 2-month rental too.
As John Travolta said in Pulp Fiction, that's a bold statement.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
So so the other one's a little more realistic. Marcus Stroman, Cubs. He has expressed much love for the Giants.
That sounds good to me.
He negotiated with the Giants in the previous free agency and came away and tweeted his love for the Giants. He said, "I'll tell you what, the Giants organization does it the right way."
Let's go.
That's a guy.
I'll take him right now. What do you need for him? What do we got?
Lucas Giolito, Chicago White Sox. Another great young possible sale. And then the big one would be Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer, do you want a Max Scherzer?
Boy, that's at this point, I don't know. Marcus, do we want Max Scherzer?
I'd spin the wheels on him, but again, it all comes down to what's the cost.
Yeah.
Because when I look at this Giants team, the reason why we're all excited talking about the Giants in the second half of the season is because of the young guys. It's because of the prospects. It's because of Casey Schmidt, Patrick Bailey, and Luis Matos. So if you're shipping them out of town for a rental for a guy that's going to be here 2 months, maybe one more season, is that worth it in the long run?
Giolito is a rental. He's an unrestricted free agent next year. So you have to factor that in.
Stroman, I believe, has team control.
Let me look at that on Stroman right now. I probably should have done this before the show, but hey, what am I? I'm just one man.
Mid-show research.
You know what I mean?
It's a tradition.
Mid-show research. Stroman is a free agent in 2025. He has one more year at $21 million. It's a player option.
Okay.
Player option. So he could opt out. So he could be a rental, or he could say, "Give me $21 million next year." So that Giants could afford that. They could slide that in with the Shohei 70 I budgeted, right?
Do you think they have to make a move to stay in this thing or to be there at the end?
I would say the best Giants teams throughout history have, going back to whether it's Pat Burrell or Hunter Pence.
Yeah.
Or
Cody Ross.
Wait a bit. Well, yeah, Cody. I was more of like a accidental waiver claim. Remember, he was the accidental Giant. I'm talking about like a bold move. Hunter Pence 2012 was a bold move. Carlos Beltran was a bold move. It didn't work out.
Yeah.
Pat Burrell wasn't a bold move per se, too, because he had been released by the Rays. But I'm trying to think of their trade deadline act. Was that year they got Javi Lopez and the Ramon Ramirez, the relievers?
Yep.
Sabian used to be a guy who picked up middle relievers at the deadline.
And look how it paid off for him, too.
He used to pick up like non-closers. I go back to the great Al Rosen, who did two things. In 1987, he made the bold move to go get Kevin Mitchell and Dave Dravecky from the Padres. That was the most balls out move in my Giants lifetime. He said, "Give me Kevin Mitchell and Dave Dravecky." They should have won the damn series. And then 89, a little lesser known but also bold, was one of the best closers in the game was Steve Bedrosian. He went and got him.
Nice, yeah.
Got him to the series. They ran into the frickin' 89 A's, who were unbeatable.
Yeah, they're a machine. What are you going to do?
89 A's were unbeatable. What are you going to do? So, but Al Rosen, dude, Al Rosen used to be like, what do you want? I'm Al G.D. Rosen. I'm going to go get that move. Sabian had a little bit in him.
Well, I wouldn't say the Farhan has like a track record of those type of...
Chris Bryant?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Chris Bryant. So there's a history there, and I'd say that the best Giants teams go do it, and I would think they're going to go do it.
Well, I want the arm, Murph. I want the arm.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking for personally.
The middle infield situation, though, I mean, you're looking at Thairo Estrada coming back in a few weeks, and Schmidt and Wisely as question marks. So Tony Kemp, Susan Slusser mentioned, from the A's. And Tim Anderson, the veteran winner, Josh Donaldson's buddy, right? And but he's not having a great year, but it doesn't matter. You add Tim Anderson to your team, you want him, right? You want him. So that's what's going on too. Also, guys, just a little bit on the going into the break. They went 7-9 in their last 16. The way Slusser wrote it too, she said, do you think they kind of cooled off with Schmidt and Matos? The way Schmidt and Matos kind of cooled off a little bit.
Well, it got to the point where we saw Casey's playing time get cut down a little bit. And then those last couple weeks, Blake Sable was swinging a hot bat, so they had him in the lineup versus righties instead of Luis Matos.
Right. I think Schmidt's going to get some time this weekend. Well, they got a lefty going tonight, Rich Hill, the ageless Rich Hill, kind of the Bill Lee of 2023.
The grill of a Rich Hill, too.
Against
Just
Ross
a grill.
Stripling.
Yeah.
We can't figure out why Webb doesn't have one of the first two starts.
I don't like that.
Alex Cobb on Saturday against Johan Oviedo, a righty. And then Sunday, Pittsburgh announced they're going to pitch a righty named Osvaldo Bido.
Well, you can ask Gabe. By the way, if you're just joining us, we got Gabe Kapler coming on 8 o'clock today, so you can say, hey, where's my Luke?
100% we're going to ask where's Webb.
That's a great question.
Good news, Luke Jackson and John Brebbia due to rejoin the team fairly soon. That's my guy, Luke Jackson. Praise Dale and raise hail. And at some point, guys, Kyle Harrison. Now, the hamstring delayed it, but we're going to see him in August or September. So I'm optimistic at this point. I think we said the ceiling, when we started the season, we said the ceiling was 85.
Hey, the fact that
they started terrible and they were like, pfft.
I know, it did not feel good at the beginning of this year. The fact that they're 8 over at the All-Star break, that's pretty good to me.
Yeah.
I'm happy with where they are.
And with Farhan's going to probably get the wand out.
Yeah.
Going to wave the wand.
You go ahead, buddy. This is that time.
But let's see what the next couple. You see that Kim Ng interview yesterday, Waterboy, for the Marlins GM, and she was saying she's never seen a market like this with so few sellers.
Yeah.
She said, however, the next couple weeks will determine.
Yeah.
So if you're going to be a true Giants fan, you got to follow around the league. Who's tanking? Who's going the wrong way in the standings? And then comb their roster from
F yeah.
There you go.
F yeah.
All right, Erwin Higueros is our buddy. He's the Giants Spanish language broadcaster, and he's our conduit to Camilo Doval and Tyro Estrada and all the Latin crew. So we'll get a great conversation with Erwin as we get ready for Giants baseball. Gabe Kapler at 8 o'clock. It's the Murph and Max show on a Reggae Friday. We've already heard. Who did the Fire on the Mountain there? That was used. The Reggae Fire in the Mountain?
That was a cover by Chalice.
Sounds like...
Sounded good.
Yeah, sounded good.
Nice and sweet, yeah.
Let's go eat some walnuts, Polly. On KNBR Polly Walnuts. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Yes!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
There and makes the catch. Rutschman hit it on the nose, but at the right fielder, and the inning is over. Here's a 1-2. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. And Rodriguez is down on strikes. There's 2 away.
Well, there was no secret to Doval's plan. He's like, come hit my best stuff. Power against power. Doval prevails.
The 2-1.
Well, there it is. The sounds of Camilo Doval doing his thing, blowing gas in the All-Star game. And, hey, the Giants get back at it tonight in Pittsburgh, of all places.
Love it.
Giants-Pirates have a sort of a weird little history. 1971 NL playoffs. Nice. And then, of course,
Very
2014.
Nice. What a ball game that was.
Brandon
Remember
Crawford.
the blackout their fans did? And you had somebody in the yard,
My sister,
I remember.
Katie.
Katie was in the yard. That's incredible. Because they were saying that was one of the loudest ballparks that anybody had ever heard. That was a big topic that night, was how the volume of that crowd. And then here comes Brandon Crawford.
So
here he comes.
Out there doing his thing is a guy we see when we go to the park and we go to Scottsdale. We see Irwin all the time. And it's just a crime that we don't have him on the radio more, but we're having it right now.
Yeah.
First of all, so he's the Giants Spanish language broadcaster. He's our conduit to the likes of a Camilo Doval and Tyro Estrada, et cetera. Irwin's been doing this a long time. Also done the NFL, the Niners, the Raiders. He's done hockey. But right now his focus is the Giants, and we have him on right now. Irwin, it has been forever or never that we had you on the Murph and Max show, and it's great to have you on. Good morning.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having me. It's great to join you guys on your show. How you guys doing?
Good,
We're
Irwin.
doing good, man. We're in a good mood where it's like a Friday. We do Reggae Fridays here. Paulie Mac's going to go to the Dead and Company shows in San Francisco at the park. So we're in a good headspace. We missed the Giants the last 4 days. How about you? Did you get a nice little time off?
Oh, man. Not really. I mean, I was running all over the place at the All-Star game, making sure Camilo made it to where he needed to go, and obviously also taking care of Alex Cobb to make sure that he knew exactly where he needed to go. It was the first time for both, and it was the third time for me, but still, it's exciting to be there among all those All-Stars.
Yeah, well, you're one of the All-Stars yourself, so given that it was your third All-Star game, how would you compare it? Like, was the thrill still there? Did you see, was there somebody there who gave you a little thrill?
Luis Arraez.
Okay.
He's the one that really stood out for me because he was very, very friendly, very easy to talk to. And, when we were walking out to right field for the team photo, I got a chance to talk to him and kind of tell him that I admire him from afar and everything, and kind of asked him, why is he batting so good? Why does he make it seem so easy? And he's like, I just trust my skills, but very, very easy person to talk to. So he's the one that stood out to me.
I love that. I trust my skills. He just described the opposite of me in the batter's box, where I couldn't trust my skills at all. You know what I mean? So it's so good. Well, Irwin, so listen, I mean, obviously, the rise of the Latin ball player is a story that's 40, 50 years old at this point in time. Goes back to Clemente, et cetera. But we're at the point now where I thought that All-Star game, all of the prominent players were Latin. Whether it was the home run derby between Vlad Guerrero and Randy Arozarena, or whether it was, Doval and Jose Ramirez and Luis Arias and all that. Did you feel like that was maybe among the most Latin represented All-Star games you've ever been to or seen?
I think so. Especially, I was thinking the same thing while I was watching the home run derby. Only Mookie Betts and I think Pete Alonso were the only ones that were not
Rutschman.
Hispanic. That was it. And then everybody else was of some type of a Hispanic heritage. And then you got the finals with Arozarena and Guerrero. I mean, it was just amazing. And then you go into the game, and Camilo wins the game, and then Elias Diaz hits the home run. So, yeah, I think that we were very well represented.
So let's talk about Camilo. Okay, so I don't know his command of English, how good it is, but you are his guy. You've dealt with all the Latin players that have come through, whether it's Pablo Sandoval, on and on and on. How would you describe Camilo Doval's acclimation to the States, what he's like to deal with?
He's very quiet. I think he's still a work in progress in terms of understanding the American culture. I mean, one of the things that I try to understand from him is, number one, is kind of find out where he came from, and, he comes from a little town called Los Angelitos, Little Angels, which is in Yamasa. Yamasa is a province of Monte Plata, which is about 13 miles north of the capital, which is Santo Domingo. So it's a very small town. Excuse me. And when I talked to Camilo, for him to describe his life, it's like he loves the country. He loves farming. He loves the animals. Oh, my God, he loves his horses. So, he describes that when he goes to his town during the off season, for him, it's like time just stops. He's not from a big city. In San Francisco, we're all moving really fast. I mean, life here in the United States is totally different. You're constantly looking at your watch because there's somewhere that you need to be. Whereas where he comes from, a small town, is like it's literally Camilo time. He will get to where he needs to get at his time. Nothing. Nothing is going to get done until Camilo doesn't get there. And that's how he describes it.
Yeah.
So that's what you see when he's now he's running out of the bullpen because of the pitch clock. But before, he would take his sweet time.
Yeah.
The hitter's not going to hit the ball until I don't throw it. Well, now I have to throw it between 15 seconds and 20 seconds. So it's an adjustment that he is working on, and as we all can see, he's getting good at it. But that's how I see Camilo. He's from a small town, very quiet, and obviously once you get to know him, he opens up a little bit, and I mean a little bit. But I think he speaks enough English to communicate with his teammates. I mean, his locker is between Brevia and the twins, the Roger brothers. I see Tristan Beck constantly talking to him. As a matter of fact, yesterday I walked on the plane towards the players area, and Tristan Beck was sitting next to Camilo. So, it seems like, he needs to do that. He needs to talk to more English-speaking players in order for him to get better.
Erwin, we talked to Mike Krukow, I think it was the morning of the All-Star game, and he was just telling us about his memories and experiences, and he said that shot of adrenaline that you get when you're actually out there competing and you're standing on the mound, he said it was unlike anything, including postseason. And I wonder, because you're right, the way first of all, the fans love Camilo and his whole calm demeanor. He's got that steady hand. Was he feeling the nerves at all, you think? Was there any nervousness that you observed just with the entire experience in that stage?
He said no. His demeanor was one like if it was a spring training game.
Wow.
My goodness. I mean, he was at the media session answering questions, and obviously they were asking him the same questions, right? Why are you so calm? Can you explain how is it that you can throw 104 miles an hour? The answer was the same. I was born like that. It's like a gift from God.
Wow.
It's like, I guess it's hard for him to explain. I guess it would be hard for all of us, right, to kind of explain how are we able to throw 104 miles an hour, right? And but during the game, I saw him come into the seventh inning. You saw Ramirez get a hit off of him, and it was like nothing, no reaction whatsoever. Just, okay, a double, give me the ball. I'll throw it again. 101 miles an hour, 102, 101, inning over. Right? I'm done.
Yeah.
Let me get dressed. I got to go. That was it.
I got to go.
Yeah. Great description, man. And so I guess, obviously, Tranquilo Camilo is the best nickname possible, right?
Exactly. That would be perfect.
And it rhymes so nicely. Hey, a couple of business items. One, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And two, we are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. We have Erwin Higueras, the Giants' Spanish-language broadcaster and longtime director of Hispanic communications, been with the club for over 25 years. Erwin is in Pittsburgh with the team after being with Camilo Doval at the All-Star game and Alex Cobb at the All-Star game. So Latin players that we don't get to hear a lot from include Thairo Estrada. And, he's hurt right now, but boy, he's turned into he's like the Robbie Thompson of the new generation. He just reminds me so much of Robbie, the way he plays and his role on the team and everything. Now, would he be similar, a really small town, quiet kid, or how would you describe Thairo? Because Thairo and Camilo are two guys the Giants are counting on for not just the year, but a few years in the future, too.
Well, I mean, you guys had Carlos Ramirez as a guest a while back, and he described Behuma, where Tyro comes from, which is also a small town, and oddly enough, is the only baseball player in the big leagues that came out of that town. So obviously, he's a very, very proud of his heritage and representing his small town. As a matter of fact, during my home run calls, when he hits a home run, I always add the kid from Behuma.
Oh, I like it.
Behuma.
I like it.
Yeah, and it started because trying to get the baseball players, trying to get to know who they are. I was talking to Tyro, and he was describing his town, and I could get the feel of how proud he was from there. And then, once he hits a home run that day, and I just said, El de Behuma. So apparently now they don't refer to him as Tyro Estrada. Now they refer to him as El de Behuma because of that home run call.
I love
and he
that.
was like, he was like, oh my God, Erwin, if you ever go over there, they're going to treat you like a big celebrity.
Oh, that's
because
awesome.
you have put Behuma in the map. Like people know where that is now.
That's so great.
But he's very quiet too. He talks like he's very mature for his age. Again, everybody in that clubhouse could be my kid. I'm 59, and all these men, like Tyra's doing a great job with Matos. Now that he's not playing, I can see him and Wilmer talking to Matos. They're from the same country, and they're sharing all that knowledge to the young kid who's 21 years old. But he's the same way, very quiet. He understands English. He speaks good, but he prefers to use me to talk to the media. He says, I just want to make sure that what I say comes out correctly. And, if you're here, I'll go ahead and use you. Whereas Camilo, his English is getting better, but it's not to the level as Tyro.
That's a really good description. I love that. Sorry, I screwed it up. Do it again, everyone. Sorry. El de Behuma?
El de Behuma.
El de Behuma. We got to get that, Water Boy. We got to get that call on a rejoin for us. That's a good. That's like your bye-bye baby. That's your Russ Hodges, right?
Yeah. But I just do it for him, though, And then actually, Camilo heard. I guess his family heard it, and then Camilo says, "I want one like that too."
Oh, Camilo wants one now. Okay.
Yeah.
What's it going to be?
He goes, "You gotta. When I come in to pitch, you gotta say something and say, we want to say hello to the people from Los Angelitos because they don't miss any games."
Nice.
And I told Camilo, "No, we can't make that up. It has to come out organically." So
That's true. That's a good call. That's so good. Erwin Higueras, Giants Spanish language broadcaster, is fresh off the All-Star game with Camilo. He's in Pittsburgh, and we're just using him because Camilo Doval has burst on the scene, and Erwin's our conduit to him. But a great chance to talk about all the Latin players. So we mentioned Tyro, we mentioned Camilo, and you mentioned Matos briefly. I'd love to circle back on that. 21 years old. I mean, I know Doval's only 26, but still just seems like the little baby deer out there, And he started with showed some athleticism early. It's the big leagues, so like Casey Schmidt, they're adjusting to him. How overwhelmed is he, or is he comfortable? How's the Matos situation?
I think he's very comfortable. Of course, it's frustrating, right? I mean, you come up, you're hitting, you get your first home run, you're producing, you're making great catches on the field, and all of a sudden you're struggling at the plate. And then I'm sure that when you go on the field, you're thinking about your striking out, and then you make some mental errors on the field. But he seems to be handling it well. His locker is very close to where Wilmer Flores is, and I see both of them talking constantly. So I'm sure that they're not talking about the weather, right? I'm sure that Wilmer is not asking him, "Hey, where did you go out to eat this morning?" I'm sure they're talking baseball.
Yeah.
And that's what he always says, that he has those two guys, Tyro and Wilmer, that are always sharing the knowledge.
It's great to have Wilmer. I mean, Wilmer seems like the guy. Is he the most?
I love Wilmer.
He's the most acclimated or Americanized of all the Latin Americans on the Giants, right?
Yeah. I mean, everybody knows the story. He learned English from watching Friends. I want to tell you, Matos, he will be able to do the interviews on his own soon.
Nice.
Okay, he just needs to get comfortable because when I'm there with him, he doesn't need me to translate the question. He understands it. He will go ahead and answer it, and I'll translate the answer. But I've seen a couple of times, Susan has walked up to him to ask him questions, and he and I already have a sign where if he needs me, I will look over. I tell him, I'm always nearby. I'm always watching you. If somebody comes close to you and you need me, just signal me to come over. If you don't need me, then I will stay put.
I love it.
Because, I'm not going to hold them back. That's what I tell them. I'm the interpreter. I'm here to help you, but if you can do it on your own, perfect. I go, it's always good for you to be able to do it on your own, as opposed to, it's good. I'll translate. I'll get the message across. But if you can do it on your own, that's even better.
I love it, Erwin, man. And it's great having you on the show. And, Erwin, very important question for you now, which is, once the Giants sign Shohei Ohtani, will there be room for a second translator in the clubhouse? Are you going to be able to accommodate that second interpreter?
Oh, no. I'm already trying to learn Japanese.
Okay.
No, there is no way.
That's what I was looking for.
No.
Yeah.
Erwin's got that one on lockdown. So good, so good. All right. Well, listen, man, it's great catching up with you. I had kind of a big pick. I was thinking about, I'll ask it. I have a big picture question. That is just, in general, I'm curious as how hard it is for a kid from the Dominican Republic or Venezuela to come to the United States and learn the speed of our culture, the foreign language, where to eat, how to live, all the stuff. Like how much do baseball fans underrate how hard it is for them to get in the box and be strictly about baseball when they're having to leave their family, leave their friends, and come to America? Is it a huge deal that people need to pay more attention to?
It is. It is. And this is one of the reasons why I can sympathize with them, because I was them when I first came to the United States in 1976. In 1976, I was only 12 years old. I did not leave my family behind. I mean, my mom and my brothers, we all came together. The only relatives I left was my dad, who was already divorced from my mom, my other brothers from his side. But when I came over here, it's very difficult because, back home it was different. And I guess I'm answering the question by using me as an example. I come from Guatemala where, it was hard to have a nice meal 3 times a day. At 5 years old, if you were very poor, there was no thinking of going to school. You had to go work to help the family. If you were lucky enough to go to school, that was fine, but you didn't have it. You didn't have enough clothes. The food, Christmas came along. Okay, fine, you celebrated it, but where are the gifts? There's no gifts. Yeah, your birthday came because somebody told you it's your birthday, but there was no birthday party like you celebrate here. So now you bring a kid from the Dominican or any land country. Now they're by themselves, 17 years old. Even though I can only speak from the Giants. The Giants do a great job in helping these kids to adapt to the new country, to the new life by teaching them English and everything. But it's still difficult because, a lot of us don't know how to cook. A lot of us don't know how to do a lot of things on our own because the Latin culture is that you are a man, you go to work, you clean the yard. The girls will go ahead and cook, wash, and do everything for you. Now, all of a sudden, you're in a foreign country, you don't speak the language, you need to go eat, you look at the menu, you don't know what the menu says, and you just look at pictures, and then you go by the number. So it is very difficult to do it. And then, they're here to work. When I came, I knew I was not going back. I knew that this was it. I needed to make something out of myself here in the United States. So I needed to learn the language. I needed to do it really fast, even though I wasted a year in just hanging around with my, Spanish-speaking friends in school. But for a lot of these kids, it's work. Yeah. It's work, provide for the families. Sometimes they don't even eat. When they get their per diem money, they put it away and they send it home. A lot of times they don't eat. So, yeah, it is very difficult for them. to acclimate to the new culture, to work, to think about baseball, because if they don't learn whatever they're teaching them with baseball, and now baseball has changed so much with sabermetrics, with a lot of numbers, with a lot of percentages that maybe a lot of these kids are not comfortable with, or they have never heard the word of 25% of your sinkers are not moving this way, and you're using 35% of your fastballs. So it's very difficult.
Wow, Erwin, such a great answer. And you know what it made me think of? It made me think of Felipe Alou and how he was such a pioneer and all the stuff. Think about how as hard as it is in 2023. Think how hard it was in 1958, right?
Yeah. And back then, there was no interpreter. I mean, when I started with the Giants in 2007 as a full-time employee, I would do the translations for Hector, for Pablo, until they started doing it on their own. But I didn't travel with the team, so either they had to use Sergio Romo or Angel Pagan to translate for them. And I would always think about, okay, what if Sergio gave the winning home run, but now you're going to ask him, can you translate for this player? This is not fair.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not until 2016 that, they put the interpreter, which was great. A lot of players do use it. I mean, Johnny, as you all know, used it a lot. I mean, Johnny had a funny line for me. When I would translate, he goes, I can do it on my own, but they are paying you for this, right? And I would say, yeah. Okay, then, so go ahead and do it.
Was that Cueto you said?
Yeah, that was Johnny.
Nice. Erwin, just a great. I mean, boy, the text line's loving you. They said they're really enjoying these stories. So we got to catch up with you more often. It was the Camilo going to the All-Star game, and we said, God, Erwin's up there with him. Let's give him a call. I'm really glad we did.
Yeah, great having you, man.
And I miss seeing you. We got to get down to the park and say hi at a next homestand. And it's always great to see you, Erwin, and great to have you on. So have a great road trip, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, guys.
There he is, Erwin Higueras. Very enjoyable.
He's a pro, man.
Conversation.
Totally cool guy, too.
Yeah.
Always been really cool.
Oh, in Scottsdale, when we're down there doing those shows, that man is kicking some rear. He'll get us the guys on time and deliver. You look up, there's Erwin. He's bringing in the next guy. He's bringing in the next guy.
Always moving around. And by the way, it's cool to know that Camilo's demeanor is not like an act. It's not something he puts on. That's just who he is.
I mean,
slow heartbeat, steady hand. Like that's the opposite of me, Marcus. I'm always a mess.
How about
I'm a nervous mess.
The Gabe tweet of the turtle walking, you know what I mean? And
we can ask him about that today.
Yes, we
the turtle tweet.
Let's remember that. So we were gonna. What was the other thing we were gonna ask him?
I've always been fond of the whole Terrapin community.
What was the other one we were gonna ask?
We're gonna ask him about Logan Webb.
Yes, that's right.
Like, where's Logan Webb?
Let me write down these questions before I forget.
Yeah.
All right. That was a lot of great Giants talk, and we have a lot of great Giants talk later on with Mike. But you know who reports on Tuesdays? 49ers and Steve Young and Jerry Rice had some thoughts in Lake Tahoe about your Niners. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Y Trump conecta elevado alto al izquierdo. La pelota se está elevando. La pelota se fue de cuadrangular.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
All right, let's talk about Provident Credit Union and a great money-saving tip from Provident Credit Union. Provident Credit Union wants to help you invest on your own terms. Yeah, enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new, pick a term certificate. Yep, for a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and earn a high rate of 4.5% annual percentage yield, one of the most competitive rates on the market. With Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate, you can invest on your own terms. So whether you're saving for a short-term goal or looking for a longer-term investment, their certificate offers the flexibility you need to take control of your savings. That rate is effective May 30th, 2023. Limited time offer. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providentcu.org for terms and conditions.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, we had a lot of conversations and about how we make a really good team better. That's a hard thing to do. You've got guys whose contracts are up. We let $80 million walk out the door this year. 16 free agents, guys like McGlinchey and Jimmy Garoppolo. But what Kyle and I really talked about, and we talked to our staffs long and hard. You kind of do the review of the previous year and you look at it every way. Kyle does something that's tremendous. Our offensive coaches watch our defense. Our defensive coaches watch our offense. They come back, they report. Our personnel is doing the same thing. And you try to get a grasp on where can we be better. And the thing we kept coming back to is on the defensive line, albeit the number one defense in football, played a really good defensive football. It was outstanding. But we felt like we had lost a little bit of our dominance on the D-line.
There he is, John Lynch, man. Hey, this guy went out and traded for Christian McCaffrey and signed Javon Hargrave. This guy's out here trying to make winners.
Can I get it what am I trying to say here? Can I get like the equivalent of a Christian McCaffrey acquisition over here in Giants land? That kind of addition.
Shohei McCaffrey?
Because think about that, dude. Yeah, what are we doing? We're just bringing in Christian McCaffrey. Don't mind us.
That was
what
incredible.
an addition.
And now Javon Hargrave.
I mean, think about what that did to that 49er offense. That just took it to an entirely different level, McCaffrey.
Waterboy, today's this Reggae Friday rejoin brought to you by
Peter Tosh. Equal rights, boys.
Thank
equal
you, Marcus.
rights.
Good
I'm not
one.
looking for equal rights in the NFC West. Looking to win the damn thing. All
Looking
right?
for domination.
Don't be bringing up the Seahawks to me. Don't ruin my Friday vibe now.
Murph's out here saying, I want to run the NFC West like a dictator. I don't want no equal rights in the NFC West.
No equal rights. Guys, get ready for my Seahawk
let it
paranoia this fall. I think they're going to be good.
You were saying that even last year, I remember. You were like kind of making some Seahawk noise.
Infuriating me how well they were playing when they were supposed to be having a down year.
That they didn't fall off. Yeah, I feel you on that.
And then they turn up in Levi's and there's Carroll chomping. They go,
do you have
guys, what do you want to go to halftime? I got the lead.
I got a new quarterback now. You see my new guy? Yeah.
Oh, what do you guys need? A bunch of rookies on D who are going to hit you hard? Yeah, I got them.
Yeah.
Guess what? Next year they'll be better.
I got a really bad attitude, too.
Oh, and guess what? We're going to have a great draft, too. Mm-hmm. I mean,
shouldn't
dude,
he be retiring soon? He's like 180. How old is Pete Carroll at this point?
Popovich and Pete Carroll, north of 70, A, looking young, B, extending their contracts.
Energy off the charts, yeah.
70 is the new 50?
I guess so. Let's hope so.
Well, with your birthday this Sunday, what's the new 55?
Oh, my God.
At your age, maybe
I'm going to say the new 55 is like new 33. I don't know why. I'm just pulling that out of the air.
And by the way,
I'm still older than Marcus.
Bye-bye to the demo for Paulie Mack.
See,
all right,
nice knowing y'all. Yeah. Let me know what it's like.
Your ad dollar just went out the window, buddy. All right, I said it. I teased it. So they're up in Tahoe at Edgewood, where we've been before. Up in Edgewood.
Listen.
Listen, right? Listen. It's a beautiful sight. You watch it on TV this weekend. You know, they're chucking footballs from the boats on the lake.
Great vibe, too. It's a very festive party atmosphere.
And Steph, did you see Steph make a long three yesterday? Did you guys see that on social?
This is what he does. He puts on a show.
I mean, he's walking off the tee box. They throw him a basketball. The court, that hoop was what? 30, 32 feet away.
Not a problem for Curry.
The place went bananas. The place, I was like, this guy.
I know.
And then he did this whole almost like a James Brown thing. Did you see it, Waterboy?
Oh.
He did like this James Brown thing where he kind of staggered around.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then kind of fell to his knees, and then they picked him up. You know what I mean? And then he kind of staggered around again.
Yeah.
He was laughing, dude. He was just like, he was really hamming it up.
Yeah.
And the crowd's like,
Oh, no. Rock star. Full-on rock star.
it's unbelievable, man.
Yeah.
He's in the bucket hat out there in Tahoe. I mean, the weather's just pristine out there, dude. And so also there are Steve Young and Jerry Rice. And so credit to our buddy Ron Krojcik from the San Francisco Chronicle. He chased him down and said, okay, 2023 Niners. And, Bully, you know Jerry's keeping his eye on him because he's down in the end zone wearing those big chains.
You're not kidding. He's at every game. He means business down in his little spot there.
Here's the quote from Jerry Rice. To win it all. That's it. We've got it on defense. We've got it on offense. There are no excuses, man.
Rice is 100% correct. That's kind of what I was saying yesterday. Like, they can't. This is the time right now. They've been sniffing at the doorstep for 3 years now. Couple of title games, one Super Bowl appearance. Now it's time to take the next step. It really is.
Steve Young's quote. We've had a window for 4 or 5 years now.
Here it is.
Where we have it all. Let's go get it. Okay?
Steve knows what it's like, too. Having been turned away twice prior to him getting through, so he knows.
Okay, couple more comments here that are interesting. Steve Young talking about Kyle Shanahan. Listen to this one. Quote, the 49ers have a head coach who is as innovative as anybody in the league. Now, Kyle has his haters out there. You do know that on social media.
I do know that.
The 49ers have a head coach who is as innovative as anybody in the league. And then listen to what Steve says. At a time when the Cowboys last year are running 2015 plays and don't have a chance. Steve Young taking just broadside on the Cowboys.
How about the Cowboys playing against the 49ers in the playoffs and lining up Ezekiel Elliott at center for their final play of the game?
Getting his block knocked.
One of my favorite plays of all time.
Shanahan's drawing that up. No, I don't think so, no.
What a play to run.
He writes, this is what Steve Young says to Ron Krojcik.
I love this.
Kyle leans in. This is the new phrase, by the way, lean in.
Yeah.
Kyle leans in and figures out ways to make it better for quarterbacks. So we're ahead of the game already right there. And then we have as good a roster as anybody. Young says, it's not perfect, but it's as good as anybody.
I'll buy that.
So, guys, this is just
This
letting you
is
know.
the time.
Tony Romo checks in with Ron Krojcik in the San Francisco Chronicle. Tony Romo, and said he hesitated to anoint the Niners.
Okay.
But he put them in a handful of teams as Super Bowl contenders. And he pointed to John Lynch, quote, these are difference makers, McCaffrey and Hargrave, who changed the game. And you have to account for these guys when you go against them. He says, when the 49ers overspend, I believe they're doing it for the correct positions and the right guys. So he's saying, because people are like, the trade for McCaffrey, you gave away too much.
I don't know about that.
Romo's saying, no, you didn't.
No, I feel that way too.
You got a game changer.
Yep, you do. Yes.
And then Romo on your guy, Brock Purdy.
Okay.
Quote, his upside is really high. I can tell in 2 seconds when a quarterback has that spatial awareness to react.
Spatial
and use
awareness.
people's leverage against them, and Purdy has that.
This is fantastic. I am ready right now. Let's go.
Do you think Jimmy Garoppolo has spatial awareness?
Boy, poor Jimmy Garoppolo. I got a feeling.
You talking Italians?
I thought you were going to hit me with a nope, not going to get into that.
It's been a hell of a ride, guys. See ya.
But anyway, and then Young says, listen to this. Young's ready that if he's not convinced that Purdy's elbow is going to be perfect. We're all just assuming the elbow's going to be
that's
perfect.
the thing. I know.
And he says, I'm not convinced. He says, if Brock is not healthy, then I think Trey and Sam will take advantage of all these things we just talked about. Sam and Trey are better players than people realize.
That's what they're saying.
And I think both of them can thrive with this system and this roster.
Those are all Steve Young quotes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And one more for you before we get to Kruko and Kapler here.
Go.
On Trey Lance. This is all, again, credit to Ron Krojcik of the Chronicle. He got these quotes. He says, Trey doesn't know. You've got to play and get in the groove and then get kicked in the teeth and figure out how to get through that.
Yeah.
He says, if I was Trey, do not leave here. Meaning, like, don't ask for a trade. So he writes, fight, claw, figure out a way to get on this field with this team. You'll find out how good you are.
Damn.
There it is, guys.
You know, it's crazy, too, that there are so many, people are expecting huge things from this Niner team, and yet they have question marks at the quarterback position. It's crazy because every other team that would be considered the Eagles, the Chiefs, these are guys with premier marquee blue chip quarterbacks. Niners are still being considered. They don't really even have a defined guy right now. We hope it's Brock Purdy. But to your point, That elbow, I mean, don't forget, Montana missed almost 2 seasons with a bad elbow. Like, you got to just hope that he's ready to go. Like, they're talking like he'll be ready, but you got to hope he is.
Oh, one last one is Jerry Rice on Brandon Ayuk. He said Ayuk is the guy now. Ayuk
was incredible last year. What a year that kid
Jerry
had.
Rice says, I think it was his route running. He's probably the best route runner with the 49ers. He says, look at Debo. He's doing more with bubble screens and stuff like that. I think when it comes down to actually running routes, Brandon is so much better.
Okay. Wow. All right. High praise from Jerry Rice. This has got to make Ayuk feel good.
And then Jerry ends it with, I don't want any more years just getting to the championship.
Me and you, Jerry.
I want to see them win the whole thing.
I think he speaks for all the Niner fans out there listening. That's I think where we're all at.
Well, I'd say no pressure, but then again, if you're truly a great team, you want the pressure.
Go grab it, man. Go get it. Go get it.
Waterboy, who's your wrestler who said you want to be the best? You got to beat the best. Who was that? Ric Flair or was that?
I think that was Flair.
Yeah.
Either him or Hogan, one of the two.
Yeah,
might have been Hogan.
Maybe.
Might have been Hogan. You want to be the best?
Reminds me of what Jesus.
What is it? You want to be the man? You got to beat the man.
If you want to be the man, you got to beat the man.
So, all right, guys. Well, it's fun to get going because they get going on Tuesday and August 10. Niners Raiders.
Let's go, man. Sorry, Marcus. Right. Gonna have to unleash the hounds on you now. And by the way, will Jimmy Garoppolo even be in uni?
I don't see any scenario of that.
All right.
I'm glad I asked.
By the way, John Shea going to join Lund and Benz today at 1:15. Johnny Shea does a great job talking and writing baseball.
Benz with the headset mic and the standard mic in the stand. Pretty ballsy. That's gangster, Marcus. Guy's got 2 mics on.
You still buzzing from that crosstalk yesterday?
I am a little bit. It was put a charge into me.
All right. Hey, great hour coming up. Mike Krukow and Gabe Kapler live from Pittsburgh at 8 a.m. on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Bay Bridge Series. Giants, A's, Tuesday, July 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we just had a great conversation with Erwin Higueras to get us ready for the Giants and the Pirates tonight. Recapping Camilo Duvall's trip to the All-Star Game. Now we talk to our guy. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday with Mike Krukow. Giants, Pirates tonight. Ross Stripling, Rich Hill. Here we go. Second half begins with a daunting road trip. However, then offers the promise of a long West Coast stay after that. So a lot to get to. Mike, we're here. The All-Star break is over. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, Mike.
Yeah, good. Kind of anticipate the second half here, and I'm pretty excited about where they're at and the opportunity that is right before them on this four-city road trip. This is going to have a lot to say with what goes on the rest of the way.
It is. And, listen, Logan Webb and J.D. Davis posted pictures from Lake Tahoe. That's something we just didn't used to see in your day with social media. But just kind of wondering, everybody splits, and then, what's it like to kind of come back? I see Gabe posted a shot of PNC Park where they maybe had a optional workout last night. But is it kind of almost like coming back from summer vacation in a way when you get back in the clubhouse?
Well, it really is. And the best part about it is, during the season, you bring the game home. You get a little bit of a reprieve when you're going good. You don't do it quite as much, but when you're grinding and, you're not hitting what you think you should be hitting, or your ERA is 2 points higher than what it should be, you bring the game home. And the All-Star break gives you 3-4 days where you're just completely not thinking about the game. And it's really healthy. And you'd be surprised at how it rejuvenates a guy and a team. Plus, you get to spend some family time, which, at times can be hard to find. And you're there, you're not with your family, with your mind in the clubhouse at the ballpark. You're there with your family, and it's really a special time. So when you come back, I think mentally you're completely rejuvenated. And I think the mind has everything to do with the second half. The team that has the strongest mind in the second half, that's the team that's going to win. And so this is very, very important. Now, the responsibility really falls on the shoulders of a manager and a coaching staff, because when everybody comes back, you have to get that focus back, and you have to get it back quickly. And I think it's a little bit more difficult to do when you're on the road because there are some distraction. But that'll be the challenge of the Giants as they go forth. Pittsburgh's not been an easy place for them traditionally. Like the last 15 years, it's been a very tough place for them to win, even when they've had really good teams against the Pirates who have not had really good teams. For whatever reason, this has been a tough ballpark for them. So I think that you're going to find out a lot about this club really in the first 3 days.
All right, man. Well, it's going to be really, really fun. By the way, Mike, will you be able to concentrate on the game knowing that Paulie Mack and 40,000 will be at the baseball field watching Dead and Company for the next 3 nights? That's the question.
I'll be looking for Flan, too. He might be out there.
I know. This is quite a weekend, culminating on a very special Sunday show. I have privilege to some inside information, but I'm just saying that it's going to be epic and it's going to be historic. I expect that there'll be a few surprises, but just the attitude there for 3 days is going to be completely off the chart. So envy anybody who's going to be there. So, Paulie, I want a full-on scout report when you get back.
Oh, you will, man. Mike, I'll give you all the details. And, it's cool that you say that about Sunday, because the start time of the Sunday show is actually an hour earlier, which tells me, there's going to be more music in some fashion. They maybe do 3 sets or special guests. There's all kind of rumors going around, Mike. But, no, we're psyched, man. And I'll definitely give you the report.
Well, it'll be a celebration. And because, as you know, being a Deadhead, it's more than music. It's a lifestyle. It's an attitude. And when you get everybody with that same attitude in an arena where it's just like a homecoming, and it's going to be tearful. It's going to be fun. It's going to be memorable, and I wish I could be there.
Hey, one more note, Mike, on the Dead and Company shows. You know, it's funny. Murph gave me this cool T-shirt.
It was Paulie's birthday Sunday. So
yeah,
birthday, yeah.
And Murph brought in this gift. It's a T-shirt of Joe Ryan from the Minnesota Twins. Now he's one of their pitchers, you know that, and he, while he warms up, he plays Fire on the Mountain.
He's from Marin.
He's from Marin. Yeah, he's a local boy. But it's cool, Mike, to me now that I'm in my 50s and like I'm I guess a second or third generation Deadhead. But the cool thing is, there's still kids coming in. Like Joe Ryan's got to be 25, and
Joe Ryan they made Grateful Dead themed shirts for him on the Twins.
Yeah.
You know, it's great when Bill Walton would come up and he'd sit in and do a couple of innings with us, which was always hysterical because you never knew where he was going to go, right?
No.
But it was always entertaining. He'd come walking in and he'd always have these little green stickers, and he'd just be sticking them on your iPad. He'd be sticking them on the microphone, and he's sticking them here, and the sticker said, "We are everywhere," and
that's
it was pretty revealing, and it is, and it's a culture that'll never die, and that music it will be eternal. It really is.
Oh yeah,
great stuff. All right, Mike. So while that's going on in San Francisco, the vibes will waft eastward towards the Three Rivers area there, and Ross Stripling takes the mound. So we're a little curious, and we're gonna have Gabe on at 8 a.m. So he'll explain it, but and then they announced Alex Cobb on Saturday. And so, we're just thinking, we were wondering Logan Webb was going to get one of those two. Interesting that Stripling, not Wood or DeSclafani, and just wonder your thoughts on giving Stripling the ball tonight.
Well, he's throwing good, number one. I mean, that's first and foremost. He has finally got his mechanics back. And when he's right, I mean, he doesn't make many mistakes out in the middle of the plate. He stays on the corner, and he's got the unusual over-the-top release. And he can pitch on across the letters as good as anybody in this Giants staff. He can pitch with the high fastball. So I think he's earned the right to be there, but they also need him. They need somebody to be that fourth starter or that third starter. They need somebody that can give them a 4 to 6 inning consistent outing and give his team a chance to win. And I think he's as confident as we've ever seen him. He's throwing the best that we've ever seen him in a Giants uniform. That includes spring training. I don't think he ever really got off to a good start, this following the best year that he ever had in his career in Minnesota last year. So I'm really excited what I've seen here in his last several starts, and I think he's gonna be what they want him to be. And now if they can get him to do that, that solves a lot of problems. So I think that it's an opportunity for him that has huge significance to the rotation, to this pitching staff, and to this team in general as they go forth the second half. So this is a big night for the Giants because of Stripling.
Yeah, for sure. And then, Cobb, what is your feeling on Webb not getting it? I mean, we'll talk to Gabe in a couple minutes, but what's your guess as to why Webb doesn't get one of the first two games?
Yeah.
Just give him a little more rest. He led the league in innings and threw a lot of pitches, and they're just giving him a couple extra days. It's remarkable what happens to your arm when you get one extra day, and when you get two, it's almost like you're getting a new shoulder. And you know what happens when your arm's sound? Usually, when you break down the elbow or the shoulder. But you have another area in your arm that's caused purely by fatigue, and it's not anything that is structurally damaged. It's not anything that is inflamed. It's just fatigue, and it's in your bicep. And when you have a tired arm, you could walk up to a guy late in the year, and I mean, you could do this, and it's something that you see in every clubhouse. When your arm gets tired, you walk up to a pitcher and you squeeze his bicep, and you'll bring him down to his knees. And it's just fatigue. You give him a couple extra days, and boom, he comes right back. DeSclafani was talking about it. I have a tired arm. He's not tired. His mind's not tired. His arm is tired, and it's a real thing. And but it comes back quick. So I think all they're doing is anticipating that because of the workload that Logan Webb had the first half, they're going to give him another couple days and just get him ready for the second half, because they're anticipating that this team's going to the playoffs. So they want him fresh not only for July, August, and September. They want him fresh for October. And I think that's what that 2 extra days are going to do for him.
Okay, well, good, and we'll find out. He sure looked relaxed up in Tahoe. Man, they were having a great time on the boat. J.D. Davis out on a floaty with a cocktail with his wife, so they should be in a great state of mind. Mike, do you also start this? We have these sort of rhythms to our season, and this is now from now until August 1st is trade deadline talk, right? And so this is now where you really start watching other teams, who surges, who fades.
Yeah.
I saw Kim Ng of the Marlins gave an interview yesterday where she said, there's so few sellers right now, we'll have to see what happens. So is this where you start looking around at, okay, these guys are trending towards selling, or, these guys aren't going to sell. Is this a major scoreboard watching time?
Oh, no doubt. And, it's totally different than it was just, a few years ago. Because before, you would have the trade deadline July 31st, and then you'd have basically a month that you could continue to add going into the September 1st deadline. Now they've eliminated that. So there's one trade deadline now. That's it, period. And I think it intensifies things. I mean, you have to evaluate your team a little differently as a general manager than you did traditionally. And you have to make moves. And the thing that upsets that whole thing is that because of the expanded playoff format, is that teams are going to be in it longer. So you're going to see some general managers make the call and go to sell when their team still has a chance to win. And you never, ever saw that before. Maybe with the White Sox once or twice, but for the most part, you never, ever saw it. So I do think it's changed the rules. It's changed the whole feeling of the trade deadline. And we all are going to be watching it very closely because it's going to be entertaining. And there'll be some unbelievable stories that, quite honestly, will be hard to explain, but we're going to see them. So, and I also believe that the trade deadline, we're going to see a lot of action. We haven't heard a lot of rumors yet, but I do think it's going to be a busy time, and I look forward to it.
Second half picks to click. Is there somebody you felt was playing well going into the break? Somebody you felt. Listen, obviously, Conforto and Haniger were the big offseason signings. Haniger tragically, missing most of the season. Conforto been plugging along. Yaz is back now out there. The middle infield is a little bit of a question. J.D. Davis was darn near an all-star. So was Lamont Wade. Patty Bailey is.
Oh, man.
Patty Bailey. Who's kind of who do you think's heating up?
Well, I think that the strength and the health of the bullpen is going to be significant. Despite all the innings that they've been throwing, the way they've set the bullpen up with four guys that can throw 4+, I've never seen that. And I think that, when you have all those innings that a bullpen is eating up, you are concerned about their health, especially going into the second half of the season. That's where guys get tired. But that's not the case. I think one of the things that Gabe Kapler did so well this first half was manage the bullpen. They're healthy. They're ready to go. And I think this is going to have to be the backbone of this team as they go forth. I think that's big significance. This team has to catch the ball better. They're the last in the major leagues in defense. And I think they can be better. We saw this in 2021. Basically the same guys, they were a pretty good defensive team. Well, they haven't been. That's going to be a big goal of this team as they go forth is to improve defensively. They've done a really good job of hitting with runners in scoring position. I think that's another one of their strengths. They're good money hitters. But they need more consistent contribution up and down the lineup. They haven't really been the team offensively that we thought they would be. Now, granted, they've had some significant injuries with Haniger and Tyro Estrada. They're going to get those guys back at some point in August, maybe even September 1st, but they're coming back. And that's going to be like getting additional trades coming back to this team as you go into the last month of the season. But all in all, they have to improve as a team. If you think about when they were rolling and they were on that 10-game win streak, you knew that there was going to be a good at-bat everywhere in that lineup, including the guys off the bench. Well, that kind of disappeared the last 2 weeks of the season. They need to find that back, and that's going to be the key of this road trip, this four-city road trip. They need better defense, and they need the offense to ignite. They need more consistent grinding at bats, getting pitches out of starting pitchers, and setting the table. And because they've proven that they can get the money hit, they need better table setters. So I think that's the goal as you go forth. And I don't think it's anything that is is a big ask. I think that's all within their capabilities as a team. And if they can do that, they'll be in the playoffs.
It's very exciting times. Giants in Pittsburgh for 3. Starts at 4:05 tonight. Ross Stripling against Rich Hill. Alex Cobb on Saturday, also at 4 o'clock against Johan Oviedo. And then Sunday, they haven't announced their starter. It's a earlier game that day before they go to Cincinnati to take on the exciting Reds. Mike, before I let you go, just, of course, a word on, he's our guy. He burst onto the scene. Everybody loved him, the Labrador Retriever puppy. And then,
I know where you're going.
And then he started, maybe we had to do some house training on the puppy. And it's Casey Schmidt. And, he's going to get his chance. And he's gotten his chance a little bit. And I know we've talked about him a lot. But I'm wondering, over the break, does he get away from the game? Or is he in the cage working on plate discipline? And how much would you like to see out of him in the coming weeks?
Well, I think he enjoyed the break. But I also think that he's thinking about the game. I think he goes to bed thinking about the game. And the thing about rookies is they don't know when they're going good. They're completely eaten up with one thing, and that's their batting average. They can go through a week where they get 3 hits and, they have a 3 for 32. They don't see that they hit the ball hard 16 times in those 32 at-bats. They don't see that they're starting to stay in the strike zone and they're getting more walks and they've worked better pitching or better hitting counts to 2-0, 1-0, 3-1. They don't see that. All they see is the batting average. And that's exactly where Casey Schmidt is. His last at-bats, the last 10 days, were really good. He worked himself into favorable counts. He was getting some walks, and he was hitting the ball hard. They weren't falling for him. He wasn't getting any hits, and he was getting eaten up by that. And we know exactly what's going on in his mind. He cannot hide his emotions. They're right on his sleeve. But he just has to understand that the process is the process. And when you're hitting the ball hard and it's not dropping, you have to do the one thing that is so difficult in this game, and it's especially difficult for a rookie. You have to find patience. You have to find patience to accept the process and understand that you are having good at-bats, even though you're not getting much for it. I think that he's going to get some of those hits to fall the second half. I don't see him going down. I really don't, because of what he does with the glove. That's another thing. He completely takes his glove for granted. He's putting on a defensive clinic every night from whatever position they put him in, and he just takes it for granted. We don't. And so we all see that this guy is the Labrador puppy, and we're all rooting for him. But I think that he's going to be a major contributor the second half, just what I saw in the improvement on his pitch selection and what he has consistently still been able to do. His glove hasn't had a slump, and that's a huge thing you look for when a guy's not hitting. What type of defensive player is he? He's continued to be one of the best defensive players on this team. So I think he's going to be a big, big contributor the second half.
I love it, man. I'm very excited. He's easy to root for, as is Bailey. And just a word on Bailey before we let you go, just on as he headed into the break. He must have had a moment. I don't know if he went back home or something, but he put his head on the pillow going, damn, I'm doing pretty good.
Nice start,
I'm doing pretty good up
Not
here.
bad.
Right? What do you think it was like for him and how he looks going into the second half?
Well, I think his head hit the pillow, and I think he said, damn. But I think what he said after that was, I can play here.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. When young players come up, they have to have that feeling that they belong. And not like they can survive, like they can belong and make a daily contribution. And that's the one thing that we saw with Bailey. And I was talking about it with Casey Schmidt, about how his glove still was bright even when he wasn't getting the hits. Well, Bailey does the same thing. He has won that confidence of that pitching staff. I think he won that pitching staff confidence about as quickly as Buster Posey did when he arrived. There wasn't a guy on that staff when Buster arrived in 2010 that didn't want to pitch to this guy. And he may have even won it in spring training, but for Patrick Bailey, he won it. Everybody loves this guy. You're hearing guys like Cobb, a 12-year vet, going, "Oh, this guy's the bomb," right? Well, even when he wasn't getting hits, and that didn't happen very often, he was still making contributions. So the one thing that he has to believe is that he belongs here and that he's a good catcher, that he's a big league catcher. And he's proven it, especially with the arm and with the glove. So I expect his contribution to be consistent. I don't expect him to be a guy that drops off the second half. So, between him and Schmidt, those are two big contributors as they go forth.
Can't wait. Last one for you, Mike, is Why would we talk about the 2023 season when the 2024 schedule is out? There's a couple things of note. One, Giants fans, there is a trip to Fenway Park this year. It's early, though. It's early and it's midweek, so it's not really like party time, but I'm sure a big number
Always
of Giants
good to
fans
see him
will
in
be
that
there.
yard, though.
By the way, it's the same week. They go to Philly that weekend, too, so you can go Boston-Philly for the entire week. And then, of course, Mike, the big one is they're going to Rickwood Field on Thursday, June 20th to play at the Birmingham Black Barons
That's going to be so cool.
where Willie Mays played as a teenager. It's a national historic site. I know this story has been around for a while, but just to see it in there, they're going to go to Wrigley for 3, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then to Rickwood. I mean, ain't that America, Mike? This is some great, great, great stuff, and what an exciting opportunity.
You know, the very first field I ever got to walk into was Wrigley Field in September 6, 1976. And I walked up the steps through the tunnel, and I saw the green grass of Wrigley Field, and I saw the ivy, which at that time in September was starting to brown.
Yeah.
And I set foot on the field, and I immediately felt the ghosts. And it was such a magical thing because I was walking across the field in the morning, and it was just the grounds crew out there. There was no BP going on. I had that field to myself. But I could feel the ghosts. And it wasn't just Ernie Banks and Billy Williams and Fergie Jenkins. I mean, it was Charlie Grimm, and it was Hack Wilson, and it was freaking Babe Ruth played there.
Yeah.
And I felt that. And there aren't that many experiences for major leaguers to do that anymore. The old Yankee Stadium's gone. They've got Fenway Park. They got Wrigley Field, Dodger Stadium, and that's it.
Yeah.
When you take a step back into a field like they're going to have the chance to do in June, and you walk into that ballpark and you get to feel the ghosts of all the Negro Leagues and all the Negro Leagues players and Willie Mays, who was on that field when he was 16, that is very powerful. That is major mojo, and they're going to all feel it, and it's going to be a pride that every one of these players is going to be able to say that I played there. I played on that field where Willie Mays started. And that is a huge day. Usually you see an exhibition in the middle of the season, and they're a pain in the ass. You don't want to go there. That's an off day that you don't get. But when you walk into a museum that has that much history, you're going to walk out of there, and you're going to feel like a big leaguer. You're going to feel like you've accomplished something in your game. That's how important that day is to this team. And it'll be important to all of us who get to watch it.
So exciting. So that's June. Everybody mark your calendars, June 20th. God, you go from Wrigley to there.
Man.
That's a road trip, and it's in June. The school's out. Oh, baby. Come on, KNBR. Come on, KNBR.
I'll pack now. I can start packing right now.
Mike, it's great to be back talking ball.
Yeah.
Can't wait to watch 3 games. And Paulie's off Monday because he's going to be recovering from the Dead Show. So he'll give you his review next Wednesday.
That's right. Yep.
But it'll be me and FP Santangelo on Monday. So, Mike, we will look forward to it. Have a great weekend.
In a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow. That was a good one. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So what's it going to take for us to get down to, why don't we go Wrigley/Rickwood?
Done. I mean, done. Tell me when. Which terminal
Can we
I
get
need
like
to
a
show.
Grateful Dead caravan down there?
Yeah, sure. I'll drive. You guys can ride with me.
Are we going to ask Gabe about Dead and Company?
No, I don't
really,
think so.
I mean, that's not really my concern.
I
right
really,
now.
not only is it not his concern, I don't think that's the kind of avenue he's taking.
I mean, if you listen to Nas, really, why would you ever listen to
no,
the
that's
Grateful
it.
Dead?
Yeah, he's a hip hop guy, isn't he? Right, primarily hip hop. Yeah,
monster hip hop.
Or like
really? Is that what you imagine?
Who are the guys he likes? He posts about
Nas would be a big one
I like
for
Nas.
him. And then, of course, he posts people you've never heard of. You know,
Yeah.
I'm really into this Brazilian guy.
Okay, right, underground dudes. Yeah.
But he, I'm sure he would say he's a gigantic appreciator of it all. I see him as, for some reason, I see him as a Coltrane guy. I see him as a John Coltrane, Miles Davis guy.
Good place to be.
Really? Is that what you imagine?
We're going to get that. We're just a minute away. We didn't even talk about the 2024 schedule, guys. Fenway. I mean, listen, now that they're going to be there every other year now, that's the one thing you don't have to like.
Only thing you
if
said
you want to take your kid to Fenway Park to see the Giants, and you miss this year, just wait 2 years, they'll be there again.
Only thing is the middle of the week, that's a little tougher to do.
It's during the school year, too. Not great, but it is a week where they go Fenway, Arrow, Philly.
That is the 1 yard, because Mike said something about feeling the ghost when he walked into Wrigley Field. That is the 1 yard I've walked through that I actually feel that too, is Fenway Park. Like you can just feel the presence. There's a feeling in that yard. It's very specific. You know what I'm talking about?
Dude, are you kidding me? Come on. You're talking to a guy who was a monster Red Sox fan when I was a kid. So my 19th birthday, the first time I went to New York City was during the week of my 19th birthday, and we woke up in our Hilton in Midtown, and my parents gave me an envelope. And
that's back when New York was still New York, by the way, too.
Yeah.
That Midtown was still a little dicey up that.
Two tickets to the Red Sox Twins game, September 5th, 1986. And we drove up. We rented a car and drove up to Boston, and probably one of the great days of my life.
Nice.
All right, dude. By the way, Roger Clemens pitched.
Nice.
Marty Barrett hit a grand slam. Jim Rice homer. Buckner homer. They tore up Frank Viola.
This is 86 Sox you're talking about?
September 5, 86.
What a team they had, too. The Red Sox team was loaded.
I was 6 weeks ahead of the tragedy. All right, Gabe Kapler's calling in. Gabe Kapler is next on the Sports Leader.
Being a deadhead, it's more than music. I mean, it's a lifestyle.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Larry Bear stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tober and Cobes to give his thoughts on the first half of the Giants season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit.
Hit me. Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at BenjaminMoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Right-handed hitter. He swings. It's a high drive. Left center field. It is gone! Home run, Casey Schmidt. His first big league hit is a homer.
Fastball, he hammers this one. High and deep, headed for Berkeley. Adios, pelota! The first major league home run for Patrick Bailey. Swing, there's a shot deep down the left field line. Way back there. Adios, pelota! Right past the foul pole, into the tunnel. And the rookie, Luis Matos, has just hit his first major league home run.
Here's the 3-1 on the way. Yaz blasts one! Deep right field! It is gone! Into the water! A walk-off splash hit, Mike Yastrzemski.
All right, the sounds of the first half and now the sounds of the second half with Giants manager Gabe Kapler, who is walking the streets of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania as we speak. So, Gabe, it's a real pleasure to have you on the Murph and Mac Show. How are you this morning, man?
Morning, Gabe.
I'm doing great. Good morning to both of you.
How's Pittsburgh this morning? What do we got? Heat, humidity? How we looking?
It's not bad. It's actually sunny, and yesterday was kind of like a wild ride with the various weather patterns we got here, and it was beautiful. It was later in the day. Sun was shining, and got a good workout in at the ballpark in Pittsburgh, and then it started to pour for a couple of hours, and then it cleared up nicely. And today it's just about perfect, and we'll see if it stays this way.
Yeah, it is. It can be. It's an underrated city. I think people don't talk about Pittsburgh a lot, but with the Three Rivers and all that, are you enjoying the sort of the feel of an underrated American city there?
Yeah, I mean we don't get far out of this part of Pittsburgh, but as you mentioned, the bridges are gorgeous. It's an easy walk from the hotel to the ballpark. It's about a 10-minute walk, and this stadium is way underrated.
Yeah,
or maybe it's rated appropriately. Everybody really loves it. The skyline's gorgeous, a great playing surface.
Yeah,
it's a big ballpark. Hard to hit a homer here, but I really like it. I always have, and I think the players do too.
All right, so much to catch up on. But first of all, the break. I mean, that's a long break. It's a 4-day break. And just wondering, is the message to the kids, the team, go do what you need to do? Or is there any hey, you gotta hit, you gotta throw, whatever? What do you guys tell the team when they break for 4 days?
It's a good question. I mean, your instinct is to grab people and say, hey, wear sunscreen, drink a lot of water, make sure you're getting your workouts in. These guys are going to Tahoe, they're going to various places, and you just want them to be safe. But the reality is these are grown-ups, right? Are you really going to grab a 30-year-old man and tell him those things? They know it. And, there's a way to subtly remind here and there, and we try to do that when we can. But for the most part, these guys are on their own. They're going to go have a good refresh and recharge, come back ready to play baseball.
We get a great kick out of your Instagram. You share everything, whether it's your camping trips or your cooking or your restaurant recommendations. So I'm just wondering, how did you spend the break?
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Well, you just stayed at home? Did you travel? Did you do anything notable?
I literally didn't get out of like a 2-mile radius in San Francisco. I ate some burgers, and I really ate and slept. So
nice.
I got to Pittsburgh, and some guys were like, hey, what'd you do during the break? I said, I didn't really leave San Francisco, and I just ate a lot and relaxed. It's really what I needed most. And I guess the biggest part of the break is I didn't work. I didn't spend time thinking about, the second half, none of that. I was just kind of relaxing and doing a whole lot of nothing.
When you have the opportunity, Gabe, like this, like an all-star break like this, like you said, where you're just kind of unplugging and recharging the battery, do you have the ability to sleep in, or do you just have that mechanism? Like when you have a chance, can you sleep late, or does a mechanism inside just wake you up early like the regular schedule?
Yeah, I don't sleep particularly late. First of all, I don't like to sleep late because, I like to enjoy the days. As you mentioned, I just have fun, and I live. So I don't really want to. I will sleep if my body needs to sleep, but I'm not one of those guys that, oh man, I needed to sleep until noon. It's it's 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock even on days that I'm sleeping late.
I love it. By the way, you mentioned eating burgers, so we do follow your Insta, and you got yourself a burger in the Mission. Now the big question is, how rare is rare? Like how rare is rare? Like you want that? Yeah.
It's a great question. I'm so surprised by people who are like, man, that thing is still, it's still whatever. I've heard people say I eat it too rare, but I just think it's like a medium rare burger is really good in the same way a medium rare steak is really good. And to be honest, a day later, I went for another couple of burgers. I was about to say one, but it was a couple. And it was a little overdone, and the flavors were incredible. Like the toppings were great. The bun was excellent, but the burger was just like slightly overdone, and it ruined it. So yeah, I need that. That's where you get all the flavor and the juices, and you taste the fat is when it's kind of medium rare. I don't go like completely rare, but I guess sometimes the videos make it look a little under. I'm not sure.
It's really interesting.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's interesting you say it because I am like you, a medium rare guy. Like most men of great taste, we're medium rare. I would say that those burgers and steaks that you've been posting look straight rare. Maybe it's the filter on the camera, but they look straight rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might just be I need to hone my videography skills.
That could be part of it, right? Yeah.
And, I need to learn about lighting or something like
and
that.
editing. Yeah.
Okay, so you are asking medium rare. One of those aristocrat orders when you go medium rare on the rare side, right? That's what you say.
I don't do that. Actually, if I'm ordering a steak, I might even say medium rare plus because I do like a little bit of like a crust on a steak.
Wow, that's nice. Yeah.
So it just depends. It depends on the mood. I'll eat raw beef too, in various forms, and I like the flavor of that. I like it cold, and the only thing I don't like is when it loses the flavor through overcooking. That's it.
Yeah, I got you.
That's why you didn't post those burgers. Those weren't post worthy, right?
No, they will be. I actually have good video of them. I have so much fun with this.
Yeah.
So I have good video of that, and there's a little story behind my next one about like showing up at the place, and it was a stand, and there was no seating, and there was a bar across the street. The bar actually allows burgers. The place is called Bandit, and across the street, they will go grab burgers from Bandit and bring it over. So I did that. I'll share that story soon. I had a great time on that.
People love that. I'm sure people have hit you in your DMs with all the recs, but the one, if you want the real like kind of greasy spoon, like Sam's on Broadway.
Heard about it.
Okay.
Yep, and it's right by my house. I heard about Sam's. It's one of the ones on my list.
Oh yeah.
I actually walked by there a couple of days ago. It looks great.
Yeah, it's one. Who made it famous was Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah, they have a little plaque out front. Yeah, with his quote.
He was like, he just loved the vibe. I'm not sure if they're good. Well, we'll wait for your review.
He said it was in his top 3 burgers that he's ever had.
I think he was in a good mood that day. Too,
He's feeling generous,
You know what's interesting? You guys are so right. So the mood is a big piece of this. Like, if you're really hungry, you're in that kind of mood, you want to get lost in it, sometimes that will sway your evaluation of the burger. I wonder if that's true in baseball, too. Like, a scout's in a great mood, so he goes to see an amateur player in high school baseball. But yeah, that guy's great.
Nice. Hey, man. Hey, Gabe, a good mood goes a long way, buddy. I'll tell you. Hey, Marlo, has anybody told you about Marlo?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, interestingly, did a ton of interviews of our staff at Marlo when I first got to San Francisco. So this was before Marlo closed down for the pandemic.
Yeah.
I think I was probably there like 10 times with like interviewing staff to put this coaching group together. It was a lot of fun. Great spot.
Okay, well, great. We covered it all. It's fabulous. It's great. I guess at some point we'll ask you a Giants question, and that is, so we'll start with the obvious one. So we thought Logan Webb would start Friday or Saturday. The listing is that it's Stripling and Cobb. Is there a reason why Webb is getting extra rest?
One way to look at it is Logan leads Major League Baseball in innings, and on one hand, that's a really good thing. On another hand, we just want to make sure that we don't overdo it with him, and this was a good way to get a nice, long refresh and break for Logan. Again, you look up in every game, and he's pitching into the 6th and the 7th inning, so he's still going to get plenty of starts for the rest of the season. But this was a way to kind of to deload him a little bit,
right,
and get him ready for his next start, fresh and healthy.
Okay, so that might be said. That's what we were speculating. We said maybe just like, hey, you got a chance to give him in a couple extra days. You give him a couple. Are you?
That's it. That's exactly right.
Is Sunday likely, or should we make that call right now? Make the announcement?
No, you shouldn't make any announcements right now. I mean, most of the time, we want to be able to read and react, see how our bullpen looks, see what our club needs. So that's why we don't go too far out in advance. Now, we have a plan in place for Sunday, but again, we try to announce that just the right time and just the right way.
All right, Gabe Kapler on the streets of Pittsburgh getting ready for Ross Stripling tonight against Rich Hill doing his thing. Other guys we wanted to ask you about included, well, your middle infield situation. Last seen, Brandon Crawford had a little hamstring thing. He said it wasn't serious. And then Tyro Estrada remains out. And you said Wisely and Schmidt will get opportunities. So going into this series and this road trip, is this a big road trip, I don't want to say tryout window, for Casey Schmidt to show you that he can really stick?
Well, first, Craw's good, so he's back in the lineup today. Case is back in there, too.
Nice.
So, I don't really want to call it an audition period, right? We all believe that Casey Schmidt is going to be a good, long-time big leaguer, and we want to give him as many opportunities to shine as possible. Playing time is always going to be earned. That's going to be true now, too. We're not just going to roll people out there for extended periods of time if they're not producing. And I think this is true for Casey as well. We want to give him that opportunity. It can't be a snapshot or a quick look because that's not fair and it doesn't give a guy a chance to develop and grow. And he needs playing time to develop and grow. At the same time, we want to win baseball games, so we'll do what's best for the Giants.
Okay, and in terms of Wisely, is he just more of sort of is he more of a defense first guy, or will he too get his opportunities?
I think Wisely's going to hit. I think Wisely's going to steal bases. I think he's going to be a good defender. Whether that time comes right now or down the road a little bit, he's still a young guy with very little exposure to the upper levels of the minor leagues. That remains to be seen. But I think he's going to be a good all-around player. He has some adjustments that he has to make with his swing, which he's working through. And we're going to try to get him as many opportunities as possible. Again, back to the same theme. I don't think you guys will argue with this at all. Playing time is going to be earned, and we can't just roll guys out there that aren't producing.
Right. A couple more baseball questions. We'll let you get back to your walk. One would be another rookie question. That's Luis Matos. Wow, I mean, all the talent in the world. 21 years old, comes in with a bang, maybe cools out a little bit. This is a kid young, needs to adjust. What would you say to Giants fans out there about Matos' sort of projection for the second half? How you want to use him and how you feel he's adjusting?
First, I'll say that I think Luis has a pretty high floor, right? I think he's going to be an athletic outfielder. He's got a good arm. He has good instincts out there. He's fearless around the wall. And then at the plate, he's a contact hitter. He's going to put the ball in play. He's making better swing decisions this season than at any point in his career at the minor league level, and he's been able to maintain those good swing decisions at the major league level as well. He's not going to strike out much. The one thing I was curious about through the first, let's say, several weeks of Matos' major league career was he going to drive the baseball enough initially? And so for a while, he had this nice line drive trajectory, but he wasn't really squaring the baseball up and making it go, 100 miles an hour, 103, 105. But more recently, we're seeing those line drives consistently north of 100 miles an hour. So I really do think Matos is going to be a good big leaguer, and it might take him some time to get there. And he's also going to put on some strength and some size over the years. And he's 21 years old, so this is the beginnings, and he's scratching the surface. I think he's going to be a good big leaguer.
And one last rookie question. That's obviously the kid. Everybody's just dazzling everybody. Patty Bailey. At a certain point, I wonder about like second half sort of stamina, because I think my guess is you guys are going to put a lot on this kid. A, is he ready for it? B, are you going to monitor that? And I guess sort of C, just can you gush about Patrick Bailey?
Yeah. Well, we'll try not to overdo it, but it's really nice to have him behind the plate. He's obviously really good with the glove, good framer, excellent thrower, can throw from any angle, swinging the bat well from both sides of the plate, hitting for power, hitting in the middle of our lineup. So far, so good. I've said this a couple of times. Don't want to, overdo it. It's still really early in his career. But your point is strong. We definitely don't want to break him down. So we'll have to, because it's so good for our pitchers to have him out there. By the way, Blake Sable's done a really nice job. We're talking about all these young players.
Yeah.
He's had great at-bats against right-handed pitching. He's hit for power, and he's done a fine job behind the plate. So it's not like when Sable's out there, we don't have a chance to win a baseball game. It's actually quite the opposite. He really helps us. But with Patty, we want to just kind of strike the right balance. We love having him out there. We don't want to overdo it.
Gabe, we got to ask you about your social media game is very strong, and you tweeted during the All-Star game a shot of a turtle walking slowly and said Camilo Doval's heartbeat about right now. Do you have that one queued up, ready to go, or is that a spur of the moment?
The tortoise, man.
Spur of the moment, kind of felt it in the moment. I really have fun with social media, and in that moment, I kind of was visualizing how Camilo comes into our games, which is sometimes too easy, and so I just felt like he's going to come in with a really slow heartbeat and just playful and having a good time.
Well, we had Erwin Higueros on, and we asked him, and he said no. The All-Star game did not faze him.
He say he's always like that. Yeah.
He said it was almost like a spring training, but he was still throwing. We felt like the adrenaline was showing in all the cheese he was throwing at Julio Rodriguez, Gabe. He must have had some adrenaline, but
yeah, no, it's a good point. Like he's a human being, right? You see him get up for the biggest moments. We've seen him show emotion over the course of this season and seasons past. So it's in there, and I'm sure he uses the adrenaline to his advantage. But what Giants fans can be excited about is whether it's the All-Star game or the playoffs against the Dodgers or the biggest moments of the season, they're not too big for Camilo. He stays easy through them.
So good. All right, we'll let you go on this. Everybody wants to know, and I don't want to call attention to this to make you self-conscious, but everybody's demanding to know, when you use the phrase sneaky good, is that just a Gabe thing, or is that something that you've said for a while, or is it only for special occasions?
No, sneaky good is like, I didn't expect this, right? Like, it doesn't mean that, not like I'm shocked by it or something like that, but like, hey, walk into a place, I didn't expect it to be this good. So it's kind of sneaky good. It's just my thing.
You said the All-Star break was sneaky good. Is that right?
Yeah, same thing. I didn't expect staying in San Francisco, not going anywhere, just kind of sleeping and eating to be that refreshing, and it hit the spot. Sneaky good.
Yeah, man. You sound like you got a full gas tank ready to go. We appreciate you carving out time from your morning walk, and let me tell you, you saw it, Gabe, in the park. From Schmidt, Matos to Bailey, you could see. I don't know. Could you? I guess we'll leave it at this. Could you sense the energy go up in the fan base?
Of course, right? Everybody's excited about this young core of players, and for good reason. They've energized our club, a little bit energized the city, and certainly, Oracle Park feels alive. We like it.
All right, Gabe. Enjoy the walk.
Thanks for
we
the
can't
time,
wait for some
Gabe.
baseball this
Yeah.
weekend, man. We appreciate the time.
Appreciate you too. Take care.
There he is. Gabe Kapler in a damn good mood.
No, really good mood.
Damn good mood.
I like that he's really out there. And this is one thing about Gabe that I really do dig is that he is literally a living, breathing part of this town. Like he just said. We just the other day we were on the air. Copes was like, yeah, I just passed Gabe on the street.
Are you?
He's out and about, which I like. He's out there with the
I ain't gonna
people.
lie. At this point, I am jonesing for a medium rare burger right now.
I was too.
A medium rare
You know
burger.
what got me? You know what got me? The one thing he said that got my that's when my stomach started to rumble was when he goes, sometimes I like to taste the fat.
Yeah,
and
well,
I know
there it
exactly what he means, and that's where the flavor is.
As my great friend Brian Harms says, fat is flavor, my friends. Never forget.
Fat is flavor. That's where all the flavor is. I feel like I want to do like a Kapler tribute, but I know we got to go. But I'm just saying, like,
time.
yeah, do we? Because I feel
Absolutely
good.
we got
That was
time.
a nice Gabe hit on the heels of a great Gabe hit, on the heels of the second half of the season, on the heels of a big weekend. Hell, let's just pay our respects.
Hey, it's Gabe Kapler. Listen in to Murph and Mac.
This club could be automatic, hydromatic,
I like the feel of it.
ultramatic.
Yeah, awesome, right?
Why could be Grease Kapler?
No, it's a good question. Good question.
Go Grease Kapler, it's your game is the best for miles. Grease Kapler, go Grease Kapler. Go Grease Kapler, you're trimming up your beard with a smile. Grease Kapler, go Grease Kapler. You are supreme, the ladies scream for Grease Kapler.
It was creative. Enjoyed it. Look forward to our next discussion.
I needed that.
We're not done.
Oh, you want to keep going?
Another dime in the jukebox. I love rock and roll, Polly.
All right, hold on. Here we go.
I'm very, very proud to be wearing this San Francisco Giants baseball cap.
He's a beautiful Gabe.
I believe in our players. I believe in this team.
Fly balls and feelings, a beautiful Gabe. He's winning every day. Gabe, 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 oh Gabe, oh Gabe, I believe you. Working out in blue jeans makes him harder, better, Kapler stronger. Working out in blue jeans can only make me stronger. Well, I need boots, so hurry up now, cause I lift weights with Kapler.
It's embarrassing, but I'll lift in jeans and boots because I really like the feel of it.
Well, I need boots, so hurry up now, cause I lift weights with Kapler. Come with it now!
Wow.
This club is like a ferry!
Yeah.
We batting helmets on the shelves! This club is like a ferry! We batting helmets on the shelves! We're going balls out for game!
It is out of here.
Balls out for game!
Adios, pelota.
Balls out for game!
I don't know. Maybe it
I
was,
needed that.
Maybe it was his mood in Pittsburgh. Maybe it's a Friday. Maybe it's Dead and Company
It's
being
a lot,
in town.
a lot going on.
Maybe, but that sounded the best it's ever sounded to
Beautiful.
me.
I think-
And I don't think we've talked enough about your Bob Plant, Jimmy Page. Babe,
Oh, you
I'm
like
gonna,
that? Okay, babe, I'm gonna leave you.
Wait, babe. People don't know. Babe, I'm gonna leave you.
Yeah.
Gabe, I believe you.
That's it.
All right.
That's how I see the world. Yes.
I mean, that one never gets talked about.
No, they don't want to talk about it.
Never gets
They
talked
don't.
about it. And you had to string those Gabes together.
With my Bobby Plant
like
thing.
Bobby
yeah.
Plant saying, babe, 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 babe.
Pleading with Gabe. Pleading. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my God. Wow. And as 949 says, you can't ever sleep on the lyric fly balls and feelings.
Well, that's
All
what
right,
the
there
essence of the whole
All right,
piece
there
is
you go.
about. Yeah.
Okay, guys, here's the deal. A cooler of content
Okay.
than Susan Slusser, Mark Spears. It's Friday, fool, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
So it's kind of sneaky good. It's just my thing.
San Mateo, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Mateo's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Major League Baseball has released the schedules for the 2024 season. So to find out where the Giants will be playing on opening day next season, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right. Wow, what a morning.
Yeah.
By the way, sneaky good interview, Erwin Higueros. We had 20 minutes. If you missed Erwin Higueros, go to KNBR.com. He's the Giants' hit Spanish language broadcaster, and we wanted to talk to him about accompanying Camilo Doval to the All-Star game, and it wound up having a great conversation about what it's like to be the conduit between Latin players and U.S. baseball. You know? So Erwin was great. Mike was, of course, Kruko's Kruko. What are you going to say?
Mike was awesome today.
The guy's an MVP every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And then Gabe Kapler, as somebody said, in a sneaky good mood, you know? So he was in a great mood out there. And we're just having a fun Friday. Paulie's got Dead and Company. It's his birthday Sunday.
Cannot wait.
We gave a birthday present. I gave him the Joe Ryan Minnesota Twins Grateful Dead themed T-shirt.
You're a real deadhead.
Hey, by the way, I want to speak to my fellow brothers and sisters in the Dead community out there for 5 seconds, because if you're just joining us, great to have you. Good morning. Mike Kruko was breaking down some Grateful Dead thoughts when he was did his hit today. He actually mentioned that he's got some inside scoop, and I've been hearing a lot of rumblings about this. Something's going down on Sunday. I don't know what it is yet, but Mike said he's got inside stuff. He didn't reveal it, but it was a tease. And I've heard the same kind of thing. I've heard special guests. I've heard 3 sets. I'm just letting everybody know.
You almost don't want to get your hopes up. You just want to let it happen.
See, Murph is speaking.
You know
that's a smart take right there. That's
let it be. Because if nothing happens, you're still going to have a great time.
See, Murph, I couldn't have said it any better. 100%. You got highlights of Gabe breaking down the Grateful Dead community?
No, I've got Mike Kruko breaking down the Grateful Dead community.
What did I say?
You said Gabe.
Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Mike, yeah.
Being a deadhead, it's more than music. I mean, it's a lifestyle.
No, that's it. He's correct.
It's as simple as that. And you think the inside information that Mike knows is that Joe Ryan's going to be there on Sunday?
Dude, you know what?
He's pitching at 1 o'clock on Sunday.
I'm saying he will definitely be
there. And
there.
they are in Seattle Monday night. And Rocco Baldelli, his manager, is a deadhead. Baldelli might go with them.
They'll both be there.
And then they'll say, hey, we'll meet you at the hotel.
You guys would be surprised how many athletes kind of mingle in the Dead scene. Hell, a couple of years ago, Shoreline Amphitheater, I saw Chris Mullen standing on the side of the stage during the show. He was just watching the band. He was right up there.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, cooler of content. So this comedian, Bert Kreischer. I'm going to see my buddy Ken Thunderhawk today. I might get some more Kreischer. I might get some more because he shows me comedy while we cut hair on his little. He has a little iPad set up. And he rolls up some comedy. Anyway, here's Bert Kreischer meeting Mike. Remember Mike Allstott from the Tampa Bay Bucks in the 90s?
Do I remember Mike Allstott? I idolized the guy.
Did you?
Dude, with that collar neck he put on, the dude was a monster.
He was your Tom Rathman.
Oh, dude, he was a beast.
Is he in the hall yet, or is he on his way?
Is Mike? I think Mike might be in there.
He should be.
He should be 100%.
Yeah. Let me check that one. Mike Allstott.
Like, he was a bulldozer. He would run through people's face.
Yeah. So he was around your time when you were playing?
Oh, yeah.
He's 49 years old, so he's about 18 years older than you. Let's see. Let me get a little Mike. Anyway, here's Bert Kreischer meeting Mike Allstott.
Hey, Mike Allstott! Ah! Shut the up! What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? Good, buddy. Yeah. Great. See, look how excited I am. Look how excited I am. This is my guy. Dude, yeah.
You just needed a beer up there, huh?
One beer. You think they could sneak one.
How you doing, buddy?
Look, if you look at our stomachs, they're almost identical. Oh, he shaves his, but I don't shave mine. That's the difference.
Right.
Awesome,
man.
man. Not much,
You're
man.
awesome,
Not
man.
much.
Here you get to it, man. I just want to say hi to you.
Thank you, man.
Jesus.
Mike, how you doing, buddy? No, thank you, man. Come on. Okay, that was my favorite part of the day. You just saw it. Yeah, Mike Allstott. I mean, listen. Chris Godwin, Mike Allstott, Mike Evans, Levante Davis. I mean, everyone's in there. I'm 50 years old. I'm on high blood pressure medicine. I'm on cholesterol medicine. I'm on blood thinners because I'm meeting guys like that. And this is racing.
There it is.
Very good.
Kreischer.
Very good.
This happens with a 50-year-old man. He's Mike Allstott, who's not in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's been a finalist, though.
Yeah.
He's been a finalist.
Oh, put him in.
He's got deli numbers to get in the Hall of Fame. You got to wait your turn.
Every time I think about Allstott, I always think about John Madden because Madden loved him. Look at Allstott. Boom, boom. He'd be doing this whole thing. Every time Allstott would be laying somebody out with a block. You remember that? You're nodding, Marcus. Yeah, he loved those fullback guys.
So speaking of
John Ritchie, that was your guy, the Raider fullback with the bloody nose.
Banging the helmet off his head.
Madden worshipped that dude.
Shout out him and my guy Zach Crockett. I'll give him some love too.
Zach Crockett.
Shout out Paulie Mack doing weekly hits with John Ritchie on the Ticket 1050.
What do you want to talk? The Nifty 1050? We had the weekly with Tim Brown. Shout him out.
Speaking of running backs who destroy people, Oakland Tech's own California Golden Bear Marshawn Lynch.
Beast mode.
He visited NASA in Houston.
Oh, what? Nice.
You got Lynch, Marshawn.
I love this.
Beast mode in NASA.
We have a phone call to the International Space Station planned for you. So you get a chance to talk to the astronauts.
That's in real space?
They're in real space, about 200.
So what if I say something like, the trajectory right now, do I sound like I should be in here? Like, oh, yeah, okay, so I'm going to just throw the trajectory out there a few times. Hey, what's the trajectory looking like? Everything, copacetic, everything straight? Yeah, it's good. What I don't want to hear is, Houston, we have a, yeah. They in there just chilling. They ain't got no shoes on. Where
Talk to you, yeah.
Josh, Frank,
Koichi
and Nicole. How we doing today?
Hey, good evening, guys, and welcome to the International Space Station. This is Frank talking to you on Space to Ground 2.
This is Nicole Mann, and I'm from Northern California.
Oh, yeah, the hometown representing. It's the connection that we got. Can you feel me right now? I could feel your aura.
Oh, yeah, we can feel you.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. So I was just wondering if one of y'all knew how to moonwalk. Can you actually moonwalk while you up there? Oh! Oh, I just got to witness the moonwalk on the moon. You know what I'm talking about? Michael Jackson couldn't even do that.
I don't know what to say. That was incredible.
Outstanding.
That was incredible.
I've never heard that. Triple E found. I had not heard that till right then.
I can feel your aura.
There was about
he dropped an aura.
About 8 gold bars in there.
Yeah.
Number 1, the Northern California hometown. 2, what a great idea to ask them to moonwalk.
I can feel your aura.
3rd, they're not on the moon, but hey, go with it, right? You know what I mean? 4, dude, I can feel your aura.
The more beast mode, the better.
Trajectory, multiple trajectories. And then, dude, he goes, we don't want to hear Houston, we have a, and then he doesn't finish the sentence. That's so good.
Can you feel me right now? I could feel your aura.
Oh, yeah, we can feel you.
The best.
That was outstanding.
The best.
That was
I want more Marshawn Lynch in any situation.
Do you want Jock Peterson on Taylor Swift, who's coming pretty soon now to Levi's? That's like in a week or two.
How do you feel about this piece? I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Of course not. Of
I
course
really wouldn't mind seeing that. Like, I need to see what's going on here.
Yeah, I mean,
what I heard she did?
There's about 15 costume changes. There's a lot of dancing.
I don't really care about the costumes. I want to see like what she's doing up there because here's what I heard: she's playing shows that consist of, in some cases, 40 songs a night.
Yeah,
40.
Listen, you're not going to. What are you going to say? She's one of the all-time greats. Here's Jock Peterson. Yeah.
So I'm curious, what kind of music are you into, and is there anyone lately that's kind of getting you pumped up?
Lately, it's Taylor Swift. I went to her Era tour, and I think that's she's the best performer out there, without a question, honestly. She performed, I think, 40 songs for about 3 hours straight, barely took a break. It was one of the more spectacular things I've seen. So that was really cool. But I like Justin Timberlake a lot. I like Kane Brown.
Okay, so that's, by the way, we've got to give credit to Jim on Bass. That's the podcast, Jim on Bass. So, Paulie, he's calling out. I mean, listen, it's great, and I do support T Swizzle. I am a supporter. But I'm going to say, yeah, she performed for 3 hours.
Come on, man.
We got a 73-year-old guy who I just read a London Economist
review.
He
was in Denmark last night, yeah.
Well, London said, the London reviewer said, I don't know what to do with this.
No, I don't either.
Because Springsteen is
73.
And he did 3+.
Well, the problem is he's getting stronger every year. And
they said he's messing with time.
No, he is. I don't get it. Look at this picture. This is a picture of him last night in Denmark. Look at that. Does that look like a 73-year-old to you? Look at that guy.
God. Can I go see him in December?
I'm expecting you to be there. I kind of demand
my ticket yet.
Nobody does. Don't worry.
Raymond,
we got
like that. Oh, I should have said that out loud. Hey, Taylor Swift, you know who's opening for her? By the way, it is it's 2 weeks from tonight, July 28th.
She's at the Vi, right? Yeah.
It's your group. Well, I like these guys too, although I got a little beef with them a little bit, and that's that all-girl group from L.A., Haim.
Oh, okay.
H-A-I-M.
Yeah.
They're kind of Toonsmiths. I get it and all. I resented that movie.
You didn't like
that
Licorice.
movie.
Licorice Pizza.
Yeah, you know what? I'm going thumbs down.
They came at you. And you know what? The lead opposite her was Phil Seymour Hoffman's son.
Yeah, you know what? There was a lot of swings and misses.
He's
in that
not
one.
buying it. Yeah.
So anyway,
what about the Sean Penn cameo?
That was good.
He's kind of out.
That was a swing and a hit.
Yeah.
That was a swing and a hit. All right. Well, it was a great cooler of content.
Yeah.
I sure did. Marshawn stole the show. Wow.
That was incredible. I want more Marshawn Lynch. I really do. Make him a correspondent.
He walked out with the home run trophy.
Yeah.
He just walked out there, put it on the home plate, and left.
Yeah, that's all he needs to do.
He had that chain that was spinning, the medallion.
Nah, he's the man. Mm-hmm. He's the man.
He's wearing shorts. You could see his legs. They're like, you try to tackle that guy.
Oh, no, thank you.
Shout out Oakland, California.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Always. Hey, Susan Slusser.
Let's go.
Shout out Pebble Beach, California. She grew up in the Monterey Peninsula Forest. Susan in Pittsburgh. Mark Spears coming up, too, all on a Friday on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
Houston, we have
Let's talk about Marin Health. World-class beauty in the North Bay, of course. But a world-class secret is Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer at being your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
One way to look at it is Logan leads Major League Baseball in innings, and on one hand, that's a really good thing. On another hand, we just want to make sure that we don't overdo it with him, and this was a good way to get a nice long refresh and break for Logan. Again, you look up in every game, and he's pitching into the 6th and the 7th inning, so he's still going to get plenty of starts for the rest of the season. But this was a way to kind of to deload him a little bit,
right,
and get him ready for his next start, fresh and healthy.
Great rejoin, Waterboy. Reggae Friday back after the Power Hour. And that was Gabe Kapler, live from the streets of Pittsburgh, saying that Logan Webb not starting Friday or Saturday is simply a chance to rest up a guy they want to be their horse down the stretch. All stuff we can talk about with Susan Slusser. I want to remind you that her outstanding colleague, John Shea, going to join Johnny Lund today at 1:15. I mentioned that Shea does a great job writing about baseball, and he was listening. He's like, hey, bro, thanks. So thank you, Johnny Shea. It's a Tam High thing you wouldn't understand.
Nice.
Susan Slusser in Pittsburgh. I just saw Sluss last Sunday, Paulie, at the Bruce Jenkins retirement party.
Oh, good, yeah.
And it was great to see her. Good morning, Susan. How are you?
Hey, guys, I'm good. I'm out in the wilds of Pittsburgh somewhere.
Where's that mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
What does that
Where am
mean?
I?
What does that mean? The wilds.
Something Park. Well, my friend Nina, who's from Palo Alto but lives in Pittsburgh, we're walking her dogs.
That's awesome.
So, wait, what's it called again, Nina?
Frick.
Frick Park.
We just had Gabe on the streets. He was walking around doing his thing.
Yeah.
Do you ever see him walking around on road trips?
I do, yeah. He and I are both city walkers, so I actually
Nice.
bump into him in really weird places.
He uses the phrase sneaky good for everything, and we all would agree Pittsburgh is a sneaky good road city, right?
I don't even think it's sneaky anymore. People know about Pittsburgh. It seems like it keeps topping lists of like best
Right.
affordable cities.
Yeah.
And I mean, one of my favorite restaurants is here. I love Pittsburgh. It's gorgeous. Anybody that's come in, that view you get when you come in from the airport, you go through the tunnel, and then it just sort of opens out in front of you with the rivers and downtown Pittsburgh, is immediately like, oh, okay, wow, this is pretty great. So yeah, I love Pittsburgh.
I love that yard, Susan. I haven't seen a game there in person yet, but I love the way it looks on TV, and I hear so many great things. And plus, Murph and I, we kind of grew up when the Pirates were still a presence. So the 79 Pirates with Stargell and Dave Parker and all those guys. How would you, I guess my question is, what's Pittsburgh like today just as a baseball town? Everybody associates the Steelers, and rightfully so, but how's the pulse of Pittsburgh as a baseball town? Is Pirate Nation still out there, still strong?
That's my impression. Every time I'm there, it seems full. Now, you guys know the Giants travel really well, so there's always a good amount of Giants fans. But I was in Pittsburgh a couple of times with the A's. Same thing, Pack Park. They seem like they have a lot of really good fan events and community presence. And Pittsburgh's just a great sports town in general. But if you lived here, wouldn't you spend all your time at that gorgeous ballpark?
Oh, man, I'm dying to go.
Well, listen, it's going to be great. Giants get started. We just played the Logan Webb cut from Gabe Gapler. And were you surprised that he's not getting Friday or Saturday? And Gabe's excuse was, listen, this is a guy, he's our horse. We're just giving him a couple extra days rest. Don't read too much into it. Were you surprised, though?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. It probably means that starting him there doesn't affect the number of starts he'll make the rest of the way. They usually kind of try to map that out to maximize number of starts. I hadn't done the math because, that's, a couple more months plus. But that must be it, because I would just, typically have your number one go the first game out of the break. If there's, I thought maybe Saturday to give him extra day. Honestly, it's no big deal either way if it's Saturday or Sunday.
Well, he said he wouldn't even he said, so it's Cobb on Saturday and then Sunday is TBD, and he wouldn't even say, because I said to him, you can make the announcement now that it'll be Webb on Sunday. He's like, we're not going to make any announcements. We're going to see how our bullpen is. So it may not be till Cincinnati, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe they want to, maybe they're pointing them toward a series against a team that's been playing very well, and they like that matchup. That could be it as well. Certainly after a guy throws 9 innings, you want to get him extra rest, and also very doubtful that there's any sort of physical issue, because that's as good as he's looked in a very long time.
Right. They're going to let that Cadillac rest in the garage for a second. Susan Slusser live from Pittsburgh as the Giants take on the Pirates tonight. We're all looking forward to that. As Ross Stripling, tell me about Ross Stripling, Susan. Since training camp or since spring training, we had him on. Pleasant guy, but it has not worked out the way anybody wanted, and yet they're giving him the ball tonight. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I mean, he's looked better. I think they're trying to work him back up. They clearly have decided that maybe this idea of having a couple of bullpen games or a couple of openers a week isn't maybe ideal for the whole big picture thing, and they'd like more. Farhan keeps saying over and over, we'd really like to get back to more of a traditional rotation. Stripling seems to be the guy who's been targeted for now for extra duties because they're trying to get him built back up. It's pretty clear. And he's looked better. I think he got a little bit out of sync during the spring when He picked up a new changeup. He was kind of trying to use both. He was never really comfortable with the new one. He still got it, but he said, he didn't work on his other stuff the way he usually does because he was so focused on this changeup. I think it threw him a little out of whack. It wasn't, not in an excuse kind of way, just sort of like, here's what I think might be going on. I don't know. But I think he has looked a little better. And certainly he profiles as a guy who could do either out of the bullpen or out of the rotation. But, he's a guy who can throw a lot of innings. I guess, maybe they like Minaya a little bit more out of the bullpen for now. But he's got to be a guy I would think they would consider. And the kids have all looked good in bulk inning roles too, so they've got options anyway.
It's a big opportunity for him if he can be effective. And you said his last 3 outings, actually, if you look at the numbers, are better. So this would be a huge boost for the Giants if they could lock down a rotation with a rotation spot with a guy like him. All right, Susan, I know you're going to get asked this every hit you do from now until August 1st, but is this the trade deadline? We're ramping it up now. I mean, are you looking right now that the number of sellers is so few and the number of buyers is so many that it's almost like too daunting? Or you think like Farhan's like licking his chops like, I'm going in, man?
I mean, it's probably somewhere in the middle there.
Mm-hmm.
There are teams that probably will sell that probably aren't out there yet, pushing guys. I'm sure there are a few that are. So there's a lot to be said for doing a deal earlier now, especially with the change in the date. You want a guy for longer, right? Especially if you're talking about a big name guy and trading some top prospects for him. So I'm sure they're trying to get something done even as we speak, but the change in date really does kind of affect things, I think.
Well, the next couple weeks, scoreboard watching is going to be massive. Some of those teams at the bottom, and we'll see what they sell. Susan, what do you hear about Kyle Harrison? And we've asked you every week pretty much since February, and now we're getting closer to the plan of like, guys, maybe they'll call him up in August or September kind of thing. Now, there was a hamstring tweak, and I'm wondering, though, are you thinking that he's still in their plans for a late season call-up?
Yes. Yeah, if he's physically sound, absolutely. I'm sure he would be there in September. He was looking better and better. The results were getting better. They, Farhan Zaidi said straight out that the plan had been to call him up after the All-Star break, and then this hamstring thing happened. So, yeah, if he comes back, he's physically okay, and the stuff looks good. He's up probably pretty close to whenever he's, close to stretched out enough for whatever role they want. And that's going to be interesting. What role?
Right, exactly. I mean, like, you give this kid the ball in a big game against, an NL West opponent in September. I don't know. Maybe you do.
Maybe. We'll see.
I don't have a book on him for sure, so we'll check it out. And then finally, Susan, obviously we talk about the rookies all the time. And Pat Bailey is just, what are you going to say? The guy, baby buster, right? But we've asked about Casey Schmidt forever. A guy we don't ask that much about is Luis Matos. And with Haniger's still out for a while, do you still see Matos getting his chances? And do you see him having the same sort of adjustment period as Casey Schmidt has had?
I think he might have a little bit of a shorter adjustment period. He is somebody that kind of went through this at the minor league level. So I think he's got a better idea how to get out of a funk. It's tougher against big league pitching, but he doesn't get rattled. He is very even keel. He doesn't seem like it's affecting him at all. He's got Wilmer Flores has been really helpful with him, so I'm not worried about Matos.
Yeah, it'd be fun to watch and see if he gets his opportunities and do his thing. All right, Susan, just want to know that, like, you're out walking the dogs in the wilds of Pittsburgh, just making sure you keep your phone on for the Shohei trade, right? When the Giants trade for Shohei,
You're ready.
Next hour or two.
That's what Alex Cobb and I are of one mind on this one.
Leave it on
Whatever
that.
it takes.
Let's leave it on that. What did you think of Cobb saying that?
Loved it. He's played with him. He knows him. Clearly, they're at the very least pretty friendly. Love it. Yeah, the Giants are kind of starting to move into the odds for the big Shohei possibility.
But not the trade. You're talking about off-season, not the trade, right?
I would make a trade. It's not going to hurt. Maybe you can kind of do a little bit of backdoor kind of talking about, would you consider, that might affect how much the return is. So I love it. And there's no downside.
Don't you feel like it would take 3 to 4 top prospects?
I think at least 2 top prospects, and then probably 2 other decent ones.
And you're willing to do it?
Yep.
Because
He's not just a generational player. He's a once in a lifetime player.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
I'd do it even for 2 months, guys. But I'm not running the team. I just love Shohei.
But you would do it. I love it, Susan.
I feel you. I do.
Enjoy the walk, Susan. We'll read you all weekend. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, guys.
Bye, Susan.
There she is. Susan Slusser walking
She's
dogs in the
man.
wilds of
I
Pittsburgh.
don't know.
She was like, not just in, she was unequivocally in.
Yeah.
She was
She's
like,
ready
yeah.
to do it right now. Pull the
That's
trigger.
a veteran baseball writer who has said, and I think Johnny Lund was trying to say this the other day too, man, I mean, prospects are prospects, and this you have to be reminded all the time how many of them don't pan out. You know, how many do you truly regret? Like, how many people traded away? Well, ask the Cardinals how they feel about trading away Randy Arozarena and Adolis Garcia.
Oof.
There's another one, too, Waterboy. Who was the third? There's like a third one.
Oh, Zach Gallen used to be in the Cardinal system, and he was starting the All-Star game.
Damn.
So, I mean,
How about that?
there are stories where they come back to bite you. I mean, look at Brian Reynolds for the Giants.
You'd have to empty the cabinet, though, to get Shohei. I mean, you'd have to.
For a rental?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
I'm just saying.
I'm
I mean-
kind of with you. I don't know about the short-term thing. Are you down with that, Marcus? You say yes, floor the car, let's
no,
go?
I say no, Paul.
Okay,
Mac.
I'm with
I say with this current Giants squad, the enticement to get Shohei next offseason is to play with these young upcoming prospects. If you give them all up in the trade,
right.
then you're
Good,
looking at a
good.
situation like the Angels are dealing with now, where they have Shohei, but nobody else around them.
I'm with you, Waterboy. I'm with you. All right, here's the deal. Mark Spears at 9:15. My boy Trace Jackson Davis out there grabbing 4 offensive rebounds last night.
Okay.
Don't sleep on that stat.
Yeah.
He made his debut, 14.7 boards, 4 offensive on the glass. I'm telling you, he's my guy. I saw Pajensky feed him for a dunk, too.
Nice.
A little future hookup there.
Were you watching highlights or was the game were you watching?
I saw highlights.
Yeah.
I can't say that.
They're showing a lot of these games, though. These games are out there. You just got to kind of look around. ESPN carries some. The NBA TV is always showing them, too. You can pluck them. Just got to keep an eye on the schedule.
We'll do that. And then, of course, Gabe Kapler joined us earlier. And if you missed it, 9:30 crowd, don't worry, we got your back. Coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'll eat raw beef, too.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Amici's East Coast Pizzeria sounds good to me right now on a Friday. We've talked about Amici's great delivery service, and the food's always fresh and hot, drivers on time, always courteous. Well, in addition to residential deliveries, we want to open up your mind to delivering to businesses and full-blown catering menus for larger events. Yeah, you can still order your favorite pizzas and other items individually if you wish, but the Amici's catering menu gives you options to order pastas, salads, and their famous flame-roasted lemon chicken wings in larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. Yeah, it's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering them Amici's full range of menu items. So, whether you need a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event, Amici's has a great range of options to customize the perfect menu in ideal portion sizes for your group. Check out the catering menu at Amici's.com, and when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We have 3-4 guys right now that can sling the ball a little bit. Brock Purdy went on an 8-0 tear last year. So hopefully he's feeling back to his normal self. Trey Lance has taken steps forward. I think he's more than suitable to play quarterback for us. He had some great reps at OTAs. We connected on a couple big plays. He connected with Ayuk on a couple big plays. And then, Sam Darnold came in. He threw some good balls, too, connect on big plays with Ayuk, other tight ends. So, quarterbacks are moving. Get some reps in this training camp, get a feel for everybody, and let's just go play some football.
All right, George Kittle on a Reggae Friday. And Waterboy, I want to thank you. This song, per Coach Lou, has been on the 11-year-old Mill Valley Little League All-Stars playlist all summer. We've been together since June 5th, by the way, every day.
Shout out Coach Lou.
And we hit, and we hit, and we hit, and we hit. And this is a song that plays, because as we say, hey, don't be afraid of anybody.
No.
Because the harder they come, the harder they fall.
Coach Lou, man.
So thank you, Waterboy, for our particles tonight. We'll be in Petaluma at 7:30 tonight. Should be a lot of fun.
Under the lights,
Warm
man. That's
night.
a thrill for the kids. Imagine that summer night, the lights are on. That's America right there. You want to talk American tradition? There it is.
Friday night, under the lights, all-star game. Those kids are living the life.
Sections, too.
And by the way, if Murph and his team listen very carefully at just the right time when the winds are blowing in the right direction, you just might hear or see or smell Marcus and Copes whizzing up 101 going north on the way to their camping trip. Everyone's got destinations this weekend. Very exciting vibe in here.
Any chance Bobby and Johnny Mayer cover Jimmy Cliff tonight?
It's doubtful. It's doubtful. Although Jerry used to, yeah.
Did he?
Well, he used to play this exact song. He used to play Harder They Come, yeah, frequently. And Under the Sun, Moons and Stars, and Struggling Man. Hell, the first Jerry Garcia Band show I ever saw, 89 at the Greek Theater, Jimmy Cliff opened. He opened the show, yeah.
People talk about the English Beat and the Clash as one of the greatest double bills of all time.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to have to step aside and say Jimmy Cliff, Jerry Garcia.
I tell you what, I regretfully had to go back for my senior year of college in Boston. I'm like, yeah, guess what? As soon as I graduate, I'm moving back to San Francisco as soon as possible.
You saw Jimmy Cliff open for Jerry Garcia.
Yeah. And then Jerry
at
walked,
the Greek.
Yeah. Yeah. In 89.
Because the shows over there suck.
No, it's a horrible venue, yeah. And it's so unsightly, you know?
And September is such a terrible time of year, too.
The best is you go to the top of the hill at the Greek, you can see the city, like the skyline with the sun going down. It's incredible.
My first ever Eyes of the World was up there.
Yeah, hell yeah, further. I remember that night.
Me and Tony.
Yeah.
That was my first ever Eyes of the World.
You like that?
And it was around dusk, and we were looking at the city.
You start to feel pretty good. Yeah.
And I wasn't even on the same stuff you were on. Or maybe I was. I don't know.
You
You're
never
listening
know.
to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Okay, you heard George Kittle. So we are going to do a segment on the Niners here because it starts Tuesday, man. It starts Tuesday. And the reason why I want to bring it up is A, the 49ers rule the world. And B, Ron Korchik's doing some good work up there in Lake Tahoe, and I want to credit him at sfchronicle.com. Steve Young and Jerry Rice. How about that? Steve Rice, Jerry Young.
It's a hybrid, yeah.
There we go, right there. Somewhere in the world, there is a Steve Rice and a Jerry Young, and they're like, yeah, I know. I'm the hybrid of Steve Young and Jerry Rice. Remember when it became so weird that Steve and Jerry passed Steve and Joe for most touchdowns?
Totally.
That was
Totally.
wild.
I do remember that. I know. A lot of people probably don't even know that. Like the casual football fan would probably assume it's Joe.
And then did Brady and Gronk pass that, I think?
I'm not sure, but it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah.
Did Marino and one of his guys pass that?
I don't think so.
Oh, no. You know what it was?
I don't think so.
I think it was Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison.
Oh, that makes me really upset now. Yeah, I don't like that.
You're still not embracing Peyton, even at this point in time?
I don't buy his whole act. It's just me. I know I'm the only guy, but I'm not. There's something going on there. I'm not.
Peyton Manning, Tom Hanks. Who's the other one? The other one, beloved.
I got a few.
They're like beloved.
I got a few of them.
Take a shot at.
Yeah, I got a few of those guys.
I mean, we're talking Forrest Blank and Gump.
Yeah, no.
Don't need them.
No.
Yeah, there's another one too. It's a really popular person who everybody likes, and it finds inoffensive, and you find that person offensive.
Right. That's typical of me, though. I find
Hey, Paulie, hi. Phil Sims here.
No, I would hardly call him an American treasure.
Okay, so in Lake Tahoe, Steve Young and Jerry Rice are playing. So Steph, by the way, see Steph hit that three. Somebody's just setting up a makeshift hoop out there, and it's like Curry doesn't know the hoop. He doesn't ever shooting background or whatever, and he's walking off the tee with his bucket hat, and they tossed him a basketball, probably a 30-footer.
Was it a one-handed shot? Or did
he just took it normal, and it well, listen, it grazed the rim. It kind of rattled in, but it went in, and the crowd went bananas.
Yeah. No, he's a god. Curry,
I was kind of I watched it like 2 or 3 times because I listened to this crowd. I'm like, they're just reacting to a man throwing a ball in a hoop.
Hey, I just thought of something. When he goes up there, because all the years we were at Edgewood, like, who handles Steph? Like, Raymond doesn't go with him, right? When he goes up there?
Well, is that our guy, the Dinger?
Phil
Weidinger.
Oh, okay. He takes over. Right. That's right.
And Dinger, listen.
Yeah, Dinger's
Dinger,
awesome,
by the
too.
way, on a Russ Stanley Raymond Riddle, though.
No question. He's total pro.
There's certain people that know what they're doing. Mm-hmm. By the way, Steph did kind of a James Brown thing after he made it. He kind of staggered around a little bit and pretended to fall to the ground. Then he got up and then staggered around again. It was really funny.
I mean, but Steph does this stuff almost every night. I mean, look at his pregame routine where he's shooting balls from the tunnel. I mean, it seems like he could just hit from anywhere on or off the court, Murph.
Unbelievable. Okay, so Steve Young and Jerry Rice, though, they weren't shooting. They were talking to the Chronicle about the Niners.
Okay.
And here's what you got. Jerry Rice, quote, "To win it all, that's it. We've got it on defense. We've got it on offense. There are no excuses, man. They should go into training camp thinking Super Bowl." I think this is not any news to us, but this is really the deal. I mean, this is the way. Here's Steve Young, quote, "We've had a window for 4 or 5 years now where we have it all. Let's go get it." Now, at this point now, do you think they're getting a little cranky? Like you better give me a damn Super Bowl. You know what I mean? I mean, our 49ers
I want him
fans,
cranky, though. Good. Give me a chip on your shoulder. Give me a nasty attitude.
1994.
I know. It's a long time. It's not that cute anymore, as they would say in Stripes. It was cute for a while. It's not cute anymore.
It's just not that cute anymore.
No.
You want to hear Steve Young digging in now? And this is what ESPN's losing by taking him out. The 49ers have a head coach who is as innovative as anybody in the league at a time when the Cowboys last year are running 2015 plays and don't have a chance. Love the broadside on the Cowboys there. Just swerving off the side of the road.
Yeah.
He writes, "Kyle leans in and figures out ways to make it better for quarterbacks, so we're ahead of the game already." I mean, believe it or not, there's Kyle haters out there.
Oh, I know. Because everyone has a better football mind than Kyle Shanahan, especially people on Twitter.
I guess their argument is 10-point lead, Super Bowl, didn't win. 10-point lead on the Rams in the NFC Championship.
Well, the criticism I hear more than any other for the people that do feel that way is that, yes, he's a brilliant offensive mind. Nobody really disputes that. You really can't argue that. Look at the results. I mean, the offense is a machine. The thing I do hear is that he doesn't handle in-game adjustments as well as he should. And to your point, like 10-point leads that disappear, in the heat of a game in the fourth quarter when like tough calls have to. Or here's an example in the stuff like this. It's not exactly the X's and O's, but like decision making. Like in Philly, that one play in the first quarter when Jalen Hurts threw deep and they didn't review the ball, and it would have been a very good time to make.
I think those are fair criticisms.
I do too. In an NFC Championship, let's take a look at that thing. I mean, and it might have gotten overturned, and he didn't even review it. So it's stuff like that. That's what I hear. Okay. Not his offensive design. His play design is spectacular.
So that is something to think about there. Tony Romo checked in. He was up there in Tahoe.
Yeah.
And he wasn't talking about the quarterback situation. He was talking about John Lynch getting Christian McCaffrey and Javon Hargrave, pardon me. He said, quote, "These are difference makers who change the game, and you have to account for these guys when you go against them. When the 49ers overspend, I believe they're doing it for the correct positions and the right guys." So it's not just Kyle now who's getting praise from Steve Young. John Lynch. I mean, this is a guy, too. Remember, just think back. There was no experience. I remember, if you go back and listen to the tapes when he was hired, I remember saying, well, listen, great guy, smart guy, Stanford guy, checks all the boxes. He's just never done this job before. So how's he going to do? You know what I mean? It's like there's no track record. It's pretty good.
He's done a great job.
Although I think people would say, oh, what about some missed draft picks? I think you can go to probably any team in the league.
Just going to say that. Everybody misses, yeah.
What about how the Raiders draft picks looking these days?
Well, I'll tell you, one of them's going to be lining up for the 49ers next season, Cleve Farrell. That was a first-round draft pick. I mean, it happens to every team.
But you draft a Max Crosby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A Josh Jacobs.
Some of those receivers.
Josh Jacobs.
Receivers didn't really work out, did they?
Amari Cooper was a good pick, but
you got rid of him.
Yeah, he's
lickety
gone now.
split.
Who needs him?
I was one of John Gruden.
Is it Cleve Farrell? Is he the biggest beef?
Well, he was a bust, yeah, for sure.
I mean, at terms, he was like third too, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was drafted like right after Nick Bosa.
He was like your James Wiseman.
Yeah, Nick Bosa, Defense Player of the Year. Cleve Farrell, bust.
Ooh, and till he gets to Chris Kasarik in Santa Clara.
True. Maybe. Who knows?
See what he is. Anyway, here's Tony Romo on Brock Purdy. Okay? Quote, "His upside is really high. I can tell in 2 seconds when that quarterback has that spatial awareness to react
nice, Steve.
And use people's leverage against them." This is Tony Romo.
Oh.
And Brock Purdy has that. How about that?
Hey, man, listen, we all like what we saw from Purdy. Now we just need to see more, and let's hope, fingers are crossed, he's ready to go when the season starts.
I asked earlier in the show when we were giving that quote, does Jimmy Garoppolo have that spatial awareness? And somebody wrote in and said he has facial awareness because he's so handsome.
Jimmy Jawline, somebody called him. Mark is still very standoffish with Jimmy Jawline. Yeah.
408 says drafting Brock Purdy erases many bad early round picks. I mean, there's sometimes, too, I think even they got to admit, we just got flat lucky. We just got, I mean,
with Purdy?
Course, yeah, we took him for a reason. Hell, Kerry Crowley made him a hum baby.
There's a scenario where, like, if Garoppolo and Lance were both healthy, either or if both of them, we may never have even seen this guy. There's you could build a case where he might never have even played if one of their two QBs was healthy.
We got to rewind to last year when Jimmy decided to come back. There was talk about whether or not to keep Brock Purdy or Nate Sudfeld on the 49ers roster last year.
Yeah, Nate was trending up for a while, actually.
Sometimes you kind of fall backwards into things, man.
Yeah.
Hey, luck counts. You know, you had him in the building.
And plus, just throw these guys on the field, and then you find out, like, really who has, like, the instincts and, like, just the just that built-in antenna thing that you need on the field. Sometimes guys look great on tape and they look great at the combine. Throw them in a game situation and it all melts down. Brock is just kind of elevated in those situations.
It's incredible, and I'm really... But Steve also said in the same interview with Ron Korchik of the Chronicle that he's not convinced he'll be entirely healthy.
That concerns me.
But he spoke very highly of Darnold and Trey and said that those guys can step in and win in San Francisco.
You know what the other crazy thing? Could you imagine this scenario? This is going to be a very interesting year because let's just say Brock can't go at the beginning of the year. And
who goes?
Well, that's the thing. I'm not sure. But whoever does go, what if that guy starts playing great ball?
Well, then you ride that.
And then when Brock's ready to come back, now what? Like, I'm just saying,
this is going to like to see, just like on a gut level, would you rather see Trey or Darnold?
Oh, of those two?
If you wanted one to surge to the fore just to please your aesthetic 49ers.
I don't even know how to answer that question.
For me.
It's a great question.
I want to see what Trey is.
Very good reason for that, dude. I don't need a Trojan under center. All right,
well,
dude. So,
I know. Well,
but I'd like to see Trey because, you know, he's homegrown and the tantalizing talent. Although the one that was so scary about him was that he didn't have that foot speed. We thought he was supposed to be a scrambling quarterback.
Yeah. Yeah, and Shanahan was designing plays for him to use his mobility and stuff.
He
Like
ran up the middle. And
I know. Taking on
clean.
linebackers is generally not a good idea for quarterbacks. Yeah.
And just I'm also listen. I got to go Missouri on Sam Darnold. You got to show me.
Yeah,
that he.
Me too.
Because he's had a lot of opportunity. I know
But you keep hearing all this good stuff about him. It's really interesting.
Didn't you hear that about? What about I bring back to a guy the Raiders had? But Jeff George was a guy. Oh, the arm talent of a Jeff George. Oh, the arm talent of Jeff George. You're like
Jeff George.
That's about it.
Oh,
that and
man.
75 cents will get me a cup of coffee.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of guys with arm talent, Murph. Look at Jamarcus Russell. He had all the arm talent in the world.
Jamarcus Russell. I lost a case of Steinlager at Old Peaches on that one.
Did it ever get
Pat
paid
called
off that
it out.
one?
Yeah, it took me like 2 years.
I remember
finally
it was,
did bring it in. By the way, Steinlager. Haven't seen it in a while.
No,
Anybody drinking that beer?
I think they got Steinlager.
By the way, a New Zealand beer. Steinlager, yeah. Do you know it?
Heard of that? No.
I may have to get you a Steinlager.
Yeah, he believed
Okay.
we'd love
All
the Steinlager.
I like the Aussies.
415-808-KNBR. New Zealand now. Big difference.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't want to disrespect.
Big rivalry there.
Oh, it's huge in MMA. There's a lot of fighters.
I was going to say, as
New
in UFC,
Zealand versus Australia.
It might be.
Which is weird because there's some guys that will train in both. A little cross-pollination.
I think Russell Crowe fits the bill. I think is he a Kiwi who lives in New Zealand, or is he a New Zealander who's adopted Australia and it's caused much controversy? Oh, yeah, these two teams don't like each other, Waterboy.
No.
No. All right, so, all right. Well, anyway, we're getting ready, man. Can't wait. The only problem with the NFL is the waiting. At least in baseball, you get a game every day now. It's like, we got to get to September 10th.
But again, I keep going back to this. Like your point, you just asked the question about, say, who do you want to see, Darnold or Trey? That's why this year, especially, give me the preseason. Give me as much of these two guys.
But they're going against Vanilla D's.
I know, but we'll still get a feel for what these guys are, and I'm ready. I want to see.
You'll get your particles.
Yeah. Give me the Niners at home in those white jerseys, Murph. You know what I mean?
And then the home, I agree.
Bring that back.
760 with the great text. He said, talking about things Paulie doesn't like, he said he strangely does not like Steely Dan.
That's another good one.
He says, what is particularly bewildering is that he thinks your best sound clip is Tiger Woods' Peds.
Well, I appreciate That's a nice compliment.
So
I like that.
How do you marry that he chose a band that he actively dislikes and made...
No, you guys, I'm out of my mind. You know that. I mean, don't try to make sense of my brain, because even I don't understand it. But let's revisit Peds. Just celebrate a little victory. Yeah, a little victory lap. My Steely Dan moment.
Peds.
Right here, Marcus.
Peds.
I don't know. I still like it.
It's one of your favorites, too.
I still like that one, yes.
By the way, 805 says, Paulie says, Tolbert was concerned that you violated his large cardboard image. I don't think so,
What are you talking? I don't even know what you're talking about.
We didn't violate it.
What, that thing?
Oh, because when you took your pee on the wall. Yeah, they put it on Instagram.
The Salvador thing? Okay, no, it was just acting. There was no fluids involved.
Right now?
There was no actual fluid involved.
All right, there you go.
It was just like an air stance, if you know what I mean.
They put that on the gram.
Me doing the Salvador?
Yeah,
wow.
Made me laugh.
Okay.
All right, here's the deal.
Did they show? I hope they did the look
I'll
over.
show it to you, buddy.
Yeah.
Mike.
How you doing, guy?
I was going to say Mike Allstott. Mark Spears is coming on, not Mike Allstott. Mark Spears is coming on at 9:15, and then Gabe Kapler from Pittsburgh. How good is that? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Larry Bear stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Cobes to give his thoughts on the first half of the Giants season. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Obviously looking to improve our team, and felt like adding Chris gives us a chance to get better. It addresses some things for us overall as a team. It also gives us some financial flexibility moving forward. And, most of all, Jordan, can't thank him enough for his contributions. Like, we wouldn't have a banner if it weren't for him, and he gave us everything he had for 4 years. So really appreciate what Jordan gave us. Told him, always be a warrior, always welcome back, and just one of those things. Felt like there's a little bit of a logjam in the backcourt, and then you get into the payroll stuff. So had to make a tough decision, but had the opportunity to get a guy like Chris Paul really was the difference for us to make that move.
Dub Nation, time for Spears to talk Splash Brothers. It's Murph, Mac, and Mark Spears, the senior NBA writer for Anscape.com on KNBR 104.5 and 680 and KNBR.com.
Wonder if Mike Dunleavy would like Reggae Friday. That was Mike Dunleavy talking about the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade. This is DJ Quick, you say?
DJ Quick, Bomb Buds Murph.
There you go. He's hitting the right mood on a Friday morning, I'll tell you that. So will Mark Spears from ESPN and Anscape. And Mark Spears, good morning. How are you, man?
Man, you guys got me feeling like I need to be by a beach.
You know what I mean? We do a Reggae Friday.
Mark, as you know, we've done beach interviews with you in Senegal.
Great story. Yeah, that's right. The mint tea we talked about.
Yeah, we're not flexing. We're just saying what happened.
That's all. Just telling you guys what's going on. Yeah.
Oh, man. Vegas doesn't have beach, but it has all the other stuff, man. I don't even really know if we've talked to you. Well, we haven't talked to you since you've been in Vegas. So, big, broad question. Were you there for the Dunleavy presser or no?
No, I was not.
Chris Paul in the hallway or no?
I was, and then it took a while, and I had an interview set up with Wembanyama's agent right after his second game ended. So my timing was just bad. So I had a one-on-one with Wembanyama's agent at the time that Chris was talking. So, but I know everything about Chris. I know Chris really well. So
okay,
far away.
Well, first of all, I want to ask how's Wembanyama's agent?
I know Chris. I'm gonna just say this real quick. I knew Chris when he first came into the league, and he was playing in Oklahoma City. And there was a guy named Kerry Mitchell, the late Kerry Mitchell, who was at that time the most popular tailor in the NBA. And he was in OKC, and I went to the first game out there after Hurricane Katrina, I believe, or maybe it wasn't Katrina. It was something that. It was Katrina that had the Hornets in OKC. But anyways, he's like, hey, man, can Chris Paul come to your room? And I can measure him and his brother CJ. And I'm like, yeah, sure. So I had a hotel room downtown, and they came in, and I've known them very well, and the whole entire amazing family ever since. And actually last December, Chris graduated from Winston-Salem State, and they blessed me with the opportunity to fly on the family PJ after the Suns played the Clippers to go across the nation in the most amazing PJ I've ever been. This is a little flex, I guess.
Yeah.
3.5 hours.
Oh, man.
3.5 hours from Van Nuys Airport to Winston-Salem Airport.
Whoa. Wow.
How fast were we moving?
Is that the Concorde?
To get there in 3. I don't know what it was. I thought it was something from Star Trek or something like that. But I just know that there was no bumps. It just had a nice hum to it, and it was certainly an amazing trip.
By the way, the flex is simply when you just call a private jet PJ. That's the flex.
Yeah. That's kind of a flex, I guess. But it's not a flex if it's not yours. I was just a passenger.
It doesn't matter. You were on it, so that's a flex. So good for you. Flex away, man. Hey, so now that you've known him forever and ever and ever, have you learned anything in the last week or two that makes you feel some kind of way about how he's going to fit with the Warriors?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, we got to start putting respect on Chris Paul's name. Like, we got to stop acting like he's got one foot in the grave. Like, this dude is a future Hall of Famer, the legendary point guard. And so to add him, I think is certainly a unique situation for the Warriors. His basketball IQ is tops in the league, respectfully to Draymond. Draymond's probably, or LeBron James is a close second. There's nobody that knows the rules better. There's not too many people that make people better than him. And I think playing with who he's playing with, he's going to get the easiest shots of his life. He's also, like, if you think about it, respectfully, Steph isn't really a point guard. Clay's not a point guard. So I think, like, in those tight games in the fourth quarter where instead of seeing some crazy wild shot or offense that's not, really ran properly or just looks out of sorts, that's where Chris can really impose his veteran leadership and his IQ and get Steph a better shot, get Clay a better shot, get Draymond cutting to the basket or Loon or, Wiggs or whoever. Like, he is going to make this team a better team.
Well, there's that plus feeling that can be the case. I mean, I almost feel stupid asking this, but the sort of the political aspect of his personality, how he fake laughed at Kerr, how Warriors fans think he's a villain. I mean, I know a lot of that's window dressing, but is there anything to, there's going to have to be an adjustment period to embracing this guy?
No, man. It's like playing with Draymond. Yeah. You hate him when he's on the other team. You love him when he's with you.
Yeah.
I mean, because if Draymond would have left, I'm sure a lot of people have been like that. But those are two guys you want in your foxhole. Those are two guys that really care about winning. They don't care about their points. They want to win. I know Chris Bradley wants to win a championship, and he realizes that these are the final laps.
Yeah.
So how can he get the most of his opportunity or put himself in the best chance to win? And he and Steph have a relationship that goes back, 2 decades. Steph was actually in Chris Paul's camp going into his senior year at Davidson, and I found out that he wasn't MVP of the camp.
Nice. Who was? I wonder.
It was somebody that's not in the league. I got to ask his brother again who it was.
Some guy peaked that week. That was his peak week.
Yeah. No. Yeah. But because Steph was a monster in college, right?
Oh,
yeah. But somebody else had a better week than Steph that week. But they go back. Their families go back. And the Warriors also do a good job, I think, of maximizing somebody's, body. And what I mean by that is I expect him to play somewhere between 25 and 30 minutes a game. And I think that at his age, that's part of the reason why Chris always seems to break down in the postseason is he is so important to that team he plays with success that he oftentimes gets, it's like this old Chevy that you're pushing too hard, right? But on this team, they don't have to do that. They could play him 25 minutes. And so I know there's been a lot of talk about starting. Well, should he start? I do expect him to start, play the first 5 minutes, probably be the first guy to come out. And so I know that's a hot button topic. And this dude's never come off the bench in his career. Why are all of a sudden Warriors media and fans all of a sudden trying to force him to do that? I think it's one of those things that you try it out. If it doesn't work, then you seek a change. But I think with Chris's talent, with the respect that the organization has for Chris, I do expect them to try him from a starting standpoint in the beginning.
So you're sticking with that. You were the one who broke that. I mean, a lot of people reacted to your comments on our show that he was going to start. A lot of people were like, whoa. And that's, I think, what led to that question. Yeah?
Well, when Kendra Andrews, who does an amazing job covering the Warriors for ESPN, please follow her work. When she asked him about it, you saw his reaction, right?
Yes, I wanted to know your reaction to his reaction.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, he's like, you the coach? So that like, to me, like I said, see, I'm trying to tell y'all, don't hate the messenger. I'm trying to give y'all information. You know what I mean?
That's it. Don't get mad at Mark. Yeah.
Not saying that to y'all. I'm saying that to, like, people listening.
I hear you. Yeah.
I ain't coach either. Yeah. I'm just telling you what I'm, you want insiders on to tell you what the deal is. I'm trying to tell you.
You just nailed it. I'm just here to give you information. That's and so you remain.
Otherwise, y'all would have want me on here, right?
Exactly.
Or somebody
exactly. Unless we're going to talk about San Jose playground basketball or Senegalese mint tea, we can do that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's amazing. Now, any word on Jordan Poole? Steph has been particularly gracious publicly. Draymond obviously not saying anything. I'm wondering, do you read anything into that, and then also just Jordan Poole's first comments?
I was at his press conference.
Yeah,
I did go to that. I did, and it was interesting because you could tell he had a really good relationship with a lot of the Bay Area media folks, because he certainly seemed to be really happy that everybody that was in Summer League was there. Not only just interviewing them, but I think that it was a respectful thing. But I do wonder in hindsight if he looks back and says, because only the people in the locker room truly know everything that happened, right? Truly know everything that's said. If he could look back, what would he have done differently? But I do think that in a lot of ways, the Warriors created a monster, like in a good way, where you remember Steph was hurt a couple of years ago, and they first sent Jordan down to the G League to play like Steph, and he was amazing like that. When Steph was out, he came up and he held the Warriors down in a lot of ways, being very aggressive offensively. So after he got that confidence, I think it was just really hard for him to take a major step back or come off the bench. And so I think, to me, he certainly, I'm sure he was probably shook by the trade, but I think ultimately, especially from a financial standpoint, and it's not just, it's bigger than Chris Paul. This was needed for the Warriors to keep Draymond Green. I think ultimately it's going to be a good trade for both sides.
It's going to be wild. By the way, I'm looking at Steph did his interview up in Tahoe with his bucket hat on, and his quote was, "Our team makes a lot more sense this year," unquote.
Interesting.
What do you make of that?
Yeah. I think he's saying that they needed more vets. I think that was a huge problem. Also, one of the elephants in the room I thought last season was not only the lack of size, but the waste of roster spots. Like when you're trying to win a championship, you can't have wasted roster spots, right? Ryan Rollins, what did he do for that team last year? Got hurt, wasted roster spot. Iguodala, love him, amazing guy, amazing career, but he missed most of the season.
Yeah.
More or less a wasted roster spot.
Yep.
PBJ, right? Barely saw him, wasted roster spot. Lamb, he got signed for the playoffs and didn't play in the playoffs.
Nope.
Fourth wasted roster spot.
Wow.
And then you had Wiggins that was gone for 2 months. So to me, it's like the Warriors in many ways during the season were playing down like 4 players, 5 players. And it's not even including the injuries. So to me, like when you looked at the Denver Nuggets, they're like the Warriors teams of past years. Like you see KCP on the team and Jeff Green, and you know the team is good when DeAndre Jordan and Reggie Jackson aren't playing. When I covered the Celtics when they won in 2008, they had Sam Cassell on the bench and P.J. Brown and James Posey and Eddie House. Like they had those kind of guys. So to me, it was bigger than Jordan. But the 2 main things that sticks out to me is obviously, 3, the Jordan incident hung over the team, but the lack of size, and I still think they need to add somebody, if they could get Gorgie Ding, I know they had some interest in him. think adding some more size would help. But, you know, you can't waste roster spots, man, because ultimately they're going to use all 15 guys. And the year they won it, every roster spot was meaningful.
Dwight Howard, bring him in.
I'm not opposed to that.
Neither am I.
Nobody
I'm not
is.
opposed to
I
it
like
either.
it too.
I'm just wondering, is there any? Is it like 1% or 10%?
I don't know the percentage, but it did. You know, Tristan resigned, right?
I don't know.
Tristan Thompson.
I'll check.
Maybe not, but I mean, I actually would do. You know, Tristan. I thought the little bit he played against Joker, he was effective. You know, I actually thought. Funny because he was my coworker last season because he worked for ESPN. But I kind of really liked what he did, and it also brings a veteran guy that like a kind of a PJ Brown when he was in Boston. Like he could get DMPs, he's okay, but when you do call his name, he's going to be ready. And so, I really think that the guy I actually like is Gorgie Dang.
Gorgie Dang.
Gorgie Zhang, he's somebody they're interested in. 6'11" guy who could shoot the three, but he could also on the defensive end bang and rebound. So I actually would probably take, because Dwight can't shoot, right? Tristan can't shoot. If you get Gorgie, he can shoot. He can shoot threes. So to me,
am I right? Wasn't he
more fits what?
Wasn't he the guy on the beach with you?
No, that was Maktar N'Ja.
Okay, my bad.
Okay.
Also a Senegalese, but Gorgie's from Senegal, right?
Yeah. Well, Maktar was the first. Yeah, but Gorgie would hang out with me on the beach in Senegal. I have an open invitation.
I love it, Mark. It's all good, man. And you're right. That's a good name to watch. And listen, we got a million things to touch.
I mean, I really, really like him for this team because he's one of the greatest off the court, nicest, great guys you want to know. He's building a hospital in Senegal, so you're getting a good character guy, right? So you don't have maybe the off the court, you know, respectfully craziness that comes with Dwight or comes with Tristan, right?
Right.
Just coming to hoop, right?
Yeah.
And then he can shoot, and he's tough, and he's a big guy, and he can rebound, and you know he could.
Okay.
He gets a DMP. He's cool. He'll just be at a nice restaurant after the game.
Totally right. He was in San Antonio last year. Gorgie Deng. Go do it, Dunley.
Yeah.
All right, Mark, we ran out of time. I love talking to you, buddy.
Always,
it was
buddy.
great
Always.
catch up. Have a great weekend. Listen to some reggae, and we'll catch up next time.
All right, y'all. Peace.
He's the man, Mark Spears. Gabe Kapler next on The Sports Leader.
Come on!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
More particles. Thank you. Johnny Shea joining John Lund today on the playlist today during BP Waterboy. Hey, we got to get to baseball. Gabe Kapler in Pittsburgh, live on the UMA guest line. Giants get going. It is a real pleasure to welcome Gabe to the Murph and Max Show. Gabe, good morning.
I'm doing great. Good morning to both of you.
How's Pittsburgh this morning? What do we got? Heat, humidity? How we looking?
It's not bad. It's actually sunny, and yesterday was kind of like a wild ride with the various weather patterns we got here, and it was beautiful. It was later in the day. Sun was shining, and got a good workout in at the ballpark in Pittsburgh, and then it started to pour for a couple of hours, and then it cleared up nicely. And today it's just about perfect, and we'll see if it stays this way.
Yeah, it is. It can be. It's an underrated city, I think. People don't talk about Pittsburgh a lot, but with the Three Rivers and all that, are you enjoying the sort of the feel of an underrated American city there?
Yeah, I mean, we don't get far out of this part of Pittsburgh, but as you mentioned, the bridges are gorgeous. It's an easy walk from the hotel to the ballpark. It's about a 10-minute walk, and this stadium is way underrated.
Yeah,
or maybe it's rated appropriately. Everybody really loves it. The skyline's gorgeous, a great playing surface.
Yeah,
it's a big ballpark. Hard to hit a homer here, but I really like it. I always have, and I think the players do too.
All right, so much to catch up on. But first of all, the break. I mean, that's a long break. It's a 4-day break. And just wondering, is the message to the kids, the team, go do what you need to do? Or is there any like, hey, you gotta hit, you gotta throw, whatever? What do you guys tell the team when they break for 4 days?
It's a good question. I mean, these are, your instinct is to grab people and say, hey, wear sunscreen, drink a lot of water, make sure you're getting your workouts in. These guys are going to Tahoe, they're going to various places, and you just want them to be safe. But the reality is these are grown-ups, right? Are you really going to grab a 30-year-old man and tell him those things? They know it. And, there's a way to subtly remind here and there, and we try to do that when we can. But for the most part, these guys are on their own. They're going to go have a good refresh and recharge, come back ready to play baseball.
We get a great kick out of your Instagram. You share everything, whether it's your camping trips or your cooking or your restaurant recommendations. So I'm just wondering, how did you spend the break?
Oh, there you go. Nice.
Well, you just stayed at home? Would you travel? Did you do anything notable?
I literally didn't get out of like a 2-mile radius in San Francisco. I ate some burgers, and I really ate and slept. So
nice.
I got to Pittsburgh, and some guys were like, hey, what'd you do during the break? I said, I didn't really leave San Francisco, and I just ate a lot and and relaxed. It's really what I needed most. And I guess the biggest part of the break is I didn't work. I didn't spend time thinking about, the second half, none of that. I was just kind of relaxing and doing a whole lot of nothing.
When you have the opportunity, Gabe, like this, like an all-star break like this, like you said, where you're just kind of unplugging and recharging the battery, do you have the ability to sleep in, or do you just have that mechanism? Like when you have a chance, can you sleep late, or does a mechanism inside just wake you up early like the regular schedule?
Yeah, I don't sleep particularly late. First of all, I don't like to sleep late because, I like to enjoy the days. As you mentioned, I just have fun, and I live. So I don't really want to. I will sleep if my body needs to sleep, but I'm not one of those guys that, oh man, I needed to sleep until noon. It's 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock even on days that I'm sleeping late.
I love it. By the way, you mentioned eating burgers, so we do follow your Insta, and you got yourself a burger in the Mission. Now the big question is, how rare is rare? Like how rare is rare? Like you want that?
Yeah.
It's a great question. I'm so surprised by people who are like, man, that thing is still, it's still whatever. I've heard people say I eat it too rare, but I just think it's like a medium rare burger is really good in the same way a medium rare steak is really good. And to be honest, a day later, I went for another couple of burgers. I was about to say one, but it was a couple. And it was a little overdone, and the flavors were incredible. Like the toppings were great. The bun was excellent, but the burger was just like slightly overdone, and it ruined it. So yeah, I need that. That's where you get all the flavor and the juices, and you taste the fat is when it's kind of medium rare. I don't go like completely rare, but I guess sometimes the videos make it look a little under. I'm not sure.
It's really interesting.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's interesting you say it because I am like you, a medium rare guy. Like most men of great taste, we're medium rare. I would say that those burgers and steaks that you've been posting look straight rare. Maybe it's the filter on the camera, but they look straight rare.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might just be I need to hone my videography skills.
That could be part of it, right? Yeah.
And, like I need to learn about lighting or something like
and
that.
editing. Yeah.
Okay, so you are asking medium rare. One of those aristocrat orders when you go medium rare on the rare side, right? That's what you say.
I don't do that. Actually, if I'm ordering a steak, I might even say medium rare plus because I do like a little bit of like a crust on a steak.
Wow, that's nice. Yeah.
So it just depends. It depends on the mood. I'll eat raw beef too, in various forms, and I like the flavor of that. I like it cold, and the only thing I don't like is when it loses the flavor through overcooking. That's it.
Yeah, I got you.
That's why you didn't post those burgers. Those weren't post worthy, right?
No, they will be. I actually have good video of them. I have so much fun with this.
Yeah.
So I have good video of that, and there's a little story behind my next one about like showing up at the place, and it was a stand, and there was no seating, and there was a bar across the street. The bar actually allows burgers. The place is called Bandit, and across the street, they will go grab burgers from Bandit and bring it over. So I did that. I'll share that story soon. I had a great time on that.
People love that. I'm sure people have hit you in your DMs with all the Rex, but the one, if you want the real, like, kind of greasy spoon, like Sam's on Broadway.
Heard about it.
Okay.
Yep, and it's right by my house. I heard about Sam's. It's one of the ones on my list.
Oh, yeah.
I actually walked by there a couple of days ago. It looks great.
Yeah, it's one. Who made it famous was Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah, they have a little plaque out front. Yeah, with his quote.
He was like, he just loved the vibe. I'm not sure if they're good. Well, we'll wait for your.
He said it was in his top 3 burgers that he's ever had.
I think he was in a good mood that day.
He's feeling generous. Yeah.
You know what's interesting? You guys are so right. So the mood is a big piece of this. Like if you're really hungry, you're in that kind of mood, you want to get lost in it. Sometimes that will sway your evaluation of the burger. I wonder if that's true in baseball too. Like a scout's in a great mood, so he goes to see an amateur player in high school baseball. But yeah, that guy's great.
Nice. Hey, man. Hey, Gabe, a good mood goes a long way, buddy. I'll tell you. Hey, Marlo, has anybody told you about Marlo?
Yeah.
Okay.
So interestingly, did a ton of interviews of our staff at Marlo when I first got to San Francisco. So this was before Marlo closed down for the pandemic.
Yeah.
I think I was probably there like 10 times with like interviewing staff to put this coaching group together. It was a lot of fun. Great spot.
Okay, well, great. We covered it all. It's fabulous. It's great. I guess at some point we'll ask you a Giants question, and that is, so we'll start with the obvious one. So we thought Logan Webb would start Friday or Saturday. The listing is that it's Stripling and Cobb. Is there a reason why Webb is getting extra rest?
One way to look at it is Logan leads Major League Baseball in innings, and on one hand, that's a really good thing. On another hand, we just want to make sure that we don't overdo it with him, and this was a good way to get a nice long refresh and break for Logan. Again, you look up in every game, and he's pitching into the 6th and the 7th inning, so he's still going to get plenty of starts for the rest of the season. But this was a way to kind of to deload him a little bit,
right,
and get him ready for his next start, fresh and healthy.
Okay, so that being said, that's what we were speculating. We said maybe just like, hey, you got a chance to give him in a couple extra days. You give him a couple. Are you?
That's it. That's exactly right.
Is Sunday likely, or should we make that call right now? Make the announcement?
No, you shouldn't make any announcements right now. I mean, most of the time, we want to be able to read and react, see how our bullpen looks, see what our club needs. So that's why we don't go too far out in advance. Now, we have a plan in place for Sunday, but again, we try to announce that at just the right time and just the right way.
All right, Gabe Kapler on the streets of Pittsburgh getting ready for Ross Stripling tonight against Rich Hill doing his thing. Other guys we wanted to ask you about included, well, your middle infield situation. Last seen, Brandon Crawford had a little hamstring thing. He said it wasn't serious. And then Tyro Estrada remains out. And you said Wisely and Schmidt will get opportunities. So going into this series and this road trip, is this a big road trip, I don't want to say tryout window, for Casey Schmidt to show you that he can really stick?
Well, first, Craw's good, so he's back in the lineup today. Case is back in there, too.
Nice.
So, so I don't really want to call it an audition period, right? We all believe that Casey Schmidt is going to be a good, long-time big leaguer, and we want to give him as many opportunities to shine as possible. Playing time is always going to be earned. That's going to be true now, too. We're not just going to roll people out there for extended periods of time if they're not producing. And I think this is true for Casey as well. We want to give him that opportunity. It can't be a snapshot or a quick look because that's not fair, and it doesn't give a guy a chance to develop and grow. And he needs playing time to develop and grow. At the same time, we want to win baseball games, so we'll do what's best for the Giants.
Okay, and in terms of Wisely, is he just more of sort of is he more of a defense-first guy, or will he, too, get his opportunities?
I think Wisely's going to hit. I think Wisely's going to steal bases. I think he's going to be a good defender. Whether that time comes right now or down the road a little bit, he's still a young guy with very little exposure to the upper levels of the minor leagues. That remains to be seen. But I think he's going to be a good all-around player. He has some adjustments that he has to make with his swing, which he's working through. And we're going to try to get him as many opportunities as possible. Again, back to the same theme. I don't think you guys will argue with this at all. Playing time is going to be earned, and we can't just roll guys out there that aren't producing.
Right. A couple more baseball questions. We'll let you get back to your walk. One would be another rookie question. That's Luis Matos. Wow, I mean, all the talent in the world, 21 years old, comes in with a bang, maybe cools out a little bit. This is a kid young, needs to adjust. What would you say to Giants fans out there about Matos' sort of projection for the second half, how you want to use him and how you feel he's adjusting?
First, I'll say that I think Luis has a pretty high floor, right? I think he's going to be an athletic outfielder. He's got a good arm. He has good instincts out there. He's fearless around the wall. And then at the plate, he's a contact hitter. He's going to put the ball in play. He's making better swing decisions this season than at any point in his career at the minor league level, and he's been able to maintain those good swing decisions at the major league level as well. He's not going to strike out much. The one thing I was curious about through the first, let's say, several weeks of Matos' major league career was he going to drive the baseball enough initially? And so for a while, he had this nice line drive trajectory, but he wasn't really squaring the baseball up and making it go, 100 miles an hour, 103, 105. But more recently, we're seeing those line drives consistently north of 100 miles an hour. So I really do think Matos is going to be a good big leaguer, and it might take him some time to get there. And he's also going to put on some strength and some size over the years. And he's 21 years old, so this is the beginnings, and he's scratching the surface. I think he's going to be a good big leaguer.
And one last rookie question. That's obviously the kid everybody's just dazzling everybody, Patty Bailey. At a certain point, I wonder about like second half sort of stamina, because I think my guess is you guys are going to put a lot on this kid. A, is he ready for it? B, are you going to monitor that? And I guess sort of C, just can you gush about Patrick Bailey?
Yeah. Well, we'll try not to overdo it, but it's really nice to have him behind the plate. He's obviously really good with the glove, good framer, excellent thrower, can throw from any angle, swinging the bat well from both sides of the plate, hitting for power, hitting in the middle of our lineup. So far, so good. I've said this a couple of times. Don't want to, overdo it. It's still really early in his career. But your point is strong. We definitely don't want to break him down. So we'll have to, because it's so good for our pitchers to have him out there. By the way, Blake Sable's done a really nice job. We're talking about all these young players.
Yeah.
He's had great at-bats against right-handed pitching. He's hit for power. He's done a fine job behind the plate. So it's not like when Sable's out there, we don't have a chance to win a baseball game. It's actually quite the opposite. He really helps us. But with Patty, we want to just kind of strike the right balance. We love having him out there. We don't want to overdo it.
Gabe, we got to ask you about your social media game is very strong, and you tweeted during the All-Star game a shot of a turtle walking slowly and said Camilo Doval's heartbeat about right now. Do you have that one queued up, ready to go, or is that a spur of the moment?
The tortoise, man.
Spur of the moment, kind of felt it in the moment. I really have fun with social media, and in that moment, I kind of was visualizing how Camilo comes into our games, which is sometimes too easy, and so I just felt like he's going to come in with a really slow heartbeat and just playful and having a good time.
Well, we had Erwin Higueros on, and we asked him, and he said, no, The All-Star game did not
Yeah,
faze him.
he said he's always like that. Yeah.
He said it was almost like a spring training, but he was still throwing. We felt like the adrenaline was showing in all the cheese he was throwing at Julio Rodriguez, Gabe. He must have had some adrenaline, but
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Like he's a human being, right? You see him get up for the biggest moments. We've seen him show emotion over the course of this season and seasons past. So it's in there, and I'm sure he uses the adrenaline to his advantage. But what Giants fans can be excited about is whether it's the All-Star game or the playoffs against the Dodgers or the biggest moments of the season, they're not too big for Camilo. He stays easy through them.
So good. All right, we'll let you go on this. Everybody wants to know, and I don't want to call attention to this to make you self-conscious, but everybody's demanding to know, when you've used the phrase sneaky good, is that just a Gabe thing, or is that something that you've said for a while, or is it only for special occasions?
No, sneaky good is like, I didn't expect this, right? Like, it doesn't mean that, not like I'm shocked by it or something like that, but like, hey, walk into a place, I didn't expect it to be this good. So it's kind of sneaky good. It's just my thing.
You said the All-Star break was sneaky good. Is that right?
Yeah, same thing. I didn't expect staying in San Francisco, not going anywhere, just kind of sleeping and eating to be that refreshing, and it hit the spot. Sneaky good.
Yeah, man. You sound like you got a full gas tank ready to go. We appreciate you carving out time from your morning walk, and let me tell you, you saw it, Gabe, in the park. From Schmidt, Matos to Bailey, you could see. I don't know. I guess we'll leave it at this. Could you sense the energy go up in the fan base?
Of course, right? Everybody's excited about this young core of players, and for good reason. They've energized our club, a little bit energized the city, and certainly, Oracle Park feels alive. We like it.
All right, Gabe, enjoy the walk.
Thanks
we
for the
can't
time,
wait for some
Gabe.
baseball this weekend, man. We appreciate the time.
Appreciate you, too. Take care.
Very enjoyable, Gabe. Johnny Lund next on The Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Giants? I think you do. This comes from your good friend Brian. Just said he wanted me to wish you a happy birthday. Happy birthday. Birthday. This comes from your good friend. A happy
KNBR heads. Our digital team is dropping daily dimes on TikTok until it gets banned. At the sports leader, we are KNBR.
Hey, Paulie. Hi, Phil Simms here. I hope you remember me from the New York Giants. I think you do. This comes from your good friend Brian. Just said he wanted me to wish you a happy birthday.
Paulie, we're living in Johnny's space. We got to get out of here.
Okay, cheers, you
Johnny,
guys. Have a good show, Johnny. Real quick. I know you don't like Walter's jersey or hat.
Hate it
because the Giants are in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
But he's wearing a classic Clemente.
Yeah, but you don't wear it the day the Giants are playing the Pirates.
Let's check
wear it when they're playing the frickin' Reds, dude. All right. So
all right,
hey,
boys.
it's just for the record. For I ride with the Giants, Walt rides with the Pirates. All right. Have a great weekend, everybody. Paulie, have great dead shows, buddy. All right, take it away, Johnny. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up, and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Walk into a place, I didn't expect it to be this good, so it's kind of sneaky good. It's just my thing.
Can you feel me right now? I could feel your aura.
Oh, yeah, we can feel you.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Giant Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
This team has to catch the ball better. They're the last in the major leagues in defense, and I think they can be better. You know, we saw this in 2021. Basically, the same guys. They were a pretty good defensive team. Well, they haven't been. That's going to be a big goal of this team as they go forth is to improve defensively.
I literally didn't get out of like a 2-mile radius in San Francisco. I ate some burgers, and I really ate and slept. So
nice.
I got to Pittsburgh, and some guys were like, "Hey, what'd you do during the break?" I said, "I didn't really leave San Francisco, and I just ate a lot and and relaxed." It's really what I needed most. And I guess the biggest part of the break is I didn't work. I didn't spend time thinking about the second half. None of that. I was just kind of relaxing and doing a whole lot of nothing.
That is Gabe Kapler. If you want to hear the whole interview, go to KNBR.com. But we will play the 4 best Gabe Kapler cuts, and I do want to address what he said there because some people think a staycation is underrated. I'm not a staycation guy, but we'll get into that conversation today. Dave Benz, who has been with me all week while Papa rests, he's actually at Fenway Park, and he's going to call pickleball tonight. Pickleball is doing a Major League Baseball stadium tour, and next week it's going to be at Oracle Park. So he took a red-eye last night to go to Fenway. So I'm going to discuss that thing with him at some point during the show. We have a tremendous guest list that we will get to. Giant second half. You heard Mike Krukow there talk about the key to the second half and the defense, and I chirped and chirped and chirped about the defense, and then it got better, and then it's not so great. So we'll get into that conversation. Shohei still has a lot of meat on that bone. Over the last couple of days, the guys at KNBR in the digital department who do a tremendous job tweeted out a couple of, or not tweeted out, they put it on all social media, all the things I had to say about Shohei, and there's a lot more to that as well. So we'll continue that conversation because it seemed to kick up a lot of dirt. So we'll do that. We have a poll for the second half that involves the Giants, so we'll get into that. A lot of stuff, plus we will kind of put a little bit of a bow on some Summer League, plus there's still some 49ers, even though it is kind of the deadest of the dead zone. But because Jerry Rice and Steve Young spoke from Tahoe, we've got a little bit even of 49ers today. So one of the positive things that happened with us doing the NFL reports, the pre-camp reports, Dave and I, at 15 past the hour all week long, and then also doing Super Brawl, which ended in a tremendous fashion with the 49ers winning that thing. It left us a lot of content on a Friday, which is very cool. So there's a ton to get to today. As far as the guest list is concerned, Melissa Lockhart, who is wildly popular when she comes on the show because she talks about Giants and to an extent A's prospects, but mostly Giants. And we'll get into a little draft with her so you can get at least semi-educated on who the Giants just drafted, even though we probably won't see those players for 3 or 4 or 5 years. But she has the insight into those players. Plus, we'll talk a little bit about the Giants players at the major league level and who we've seen in guys like Patrick Bailey and getting guys on track like Schmidt and Matos into the second half. But with her, the interesting story is she has a meeting, I believe, that's going on right now. And she said it usually runs long. We have her tentatively at 10:35, but she said the meeting runs 9:30 to 10:30. And what Walter and I were just talking about was people in our industry that are in front of the camera, in front of the mic, the creative types, we hate meetings. People who do meetings like meetings because what it does is, especially on a Friday, it wastes time and you don't want to work anyway. You're burned out on a Friday. So she's probably, I'm just going to predict something. She is tentatively at 10:35. If she's late in that meeting, it's going to be 12:35. Having been in those meetings, I don't know. I just think it's going to run long. So I'm going to say 12:30, but it's tentatively 10:30. Then Alex Cobb is going to join us fresh off the All-Star game at 11 o'clock. And he'll relate to the Shohei because if you didn't hear the show yesterday, we referenced this a little bit. Bill Shankin's going to join us from the LA Times. And what Bill did, and this ties into Alex Cobb at 11 o'clock, what Bill did is he was at the All-Star game in Seattle, and he walked around T-Mobile Stadium and asked a number of different players from different teams how they would sell their team in their city to Shohei Ohtani. And so we'll go over that list, and there is some interesting things on a national level. John Heyman saying that he thinks the 3 teams that are going to be on Shohei in the offseason because Shohei likes the West Coast are the Angels, the Dodgers, and the Giants. Now, I would throw the Padres in there because I know some people down there, and they may move Juan Soto, but it's coming out that maybe, just maybe, that he may want to stay on the West Coast. There's proximity issues and so forth. So anyway, we'll discuss that a little bit more because Bill Shankin did that great piece in the LA Times. And then Alex Cobb was the guy that was asked about it. And Alex Cobb had a pretty good answer. And I want to go off of that a little bit too. So we'll ask Alex Cobb about that, the second half, the All-Star game experience, all that at 11 o'clock. Bill Shankin at 11:30 from the LA Times. And then more baseball with John Shea, as it's basically a giant second half show today. John Shea is going to join us at 1:15, of course, from the Chronicle, national baseball writer. He was at the All-Star game. He was at the draft. He had a lot of great tidbits from the draft, from Seattle, about Ohtani, about the A's future, all those kind of things. And John is just great to talk to. So 1:15. So it's a rip off the knob day because all those guys are great. And in addition to that, if you missed Gabe Kapler on the morning show today, I'm going to take the 4 best cuts from Gabe Kapler, and this is at about 11:50, so I'm overloading you with times. But Gabe Kapler is going to join us at about, the cuts, and you'll hear them, and we'll react off them at about 11:50. What he said about Matos, what he said about Bailey, what he said about Duvall and how he enters games, and then just in this just cool way like he did in Seattle, like nothing bothers him. He's blowing bubbles in the bullpen. I mean, so we'll get into that conversation too. But just to start, where he said what did he say? He didn't leave a 2-mile radius, like a 2-mile radius of his apartment in San Francisco. I've never been a staycation guy. Like, if I get time off, I'm gone. I'm out of here because I can't relax. I don't know about you. Text line is wide open. And, oh, by the way, we're on Twitch and YouTube as well. So check us out or check me out if you want to see my ugly face to make yourself feel better. about yourself and the way you look. But I've never been a staycation guy, and the only reason why is because I can't relax unless I don't have my normal stuff around me. You know what I mean? Like if I go to a different, like I live in the East Bay, even if I just hang out in San Francisco for a couple of days or Oakland or wherever, just somewhere different, I just don't want to see the same stuff. You know what I mean? Where you go to the store, okay, I'm off today. I'm going to run to the store. I got a bunch of errands to do. I got a bunch of bills to pay. Like, you're not relaxed in that atmosphere. But some people like that. I have friends that are just like, what are you doing for your time off? I'm doing a staycation, hanging out, sleeping in as long as I want, doing some yard work. Like, that's not relaxing. I do that anytime. But I respect that. Gabe said that it regenerated him, rejuvenated him. He feels much better going into the second half. I can't do that. I got to get out of town. But anyway, you can give me your thoughts on that. So we'll get into all those conversations today. But like I said, heavy baseball day today. As we had a lot of stuff going on this week, and we did a lot of NFL stuff this week. And we got you ready for training camps and all those kind of things. And I wouldn't say that we neglected baseball because we knew that Friday was going to come and we were going to talk about it. So all week long, we weren't busting down like, what are the Giants going to do in the second half? There's a good piece on ESPN today looking at all 30 teams in the second half, and where they categorize the Giants is interesting to me. So we'll get into that conversation. Like I said, we'll go over Bill Shanken's piece about why Shohei would come to the Giants specifically. Even Brett Rooker of the A's checked in and gave us a reason why if you missed that yesterday, so that's pretty good. So we'll do all of that. And again, Melissa Lockhart could join us at 10:35. She's wildly popular, and she will get you caught up on the new draftees so you can at least be dangerous enough to talk to your friends. Oh, I really like this two-way player that the Giants got. Did you see here's so she can give you the insight on that. But again, I'm thinking the meeting's going to run long. I could be wrong because the other side of the coin in a Friday meeting is let's get the hell out of here. Because most people, let's be honest, if you're in sales or something and or you're in a position where you could be outside of the office, I got that Big Johnson meeting at noon. So maybe it's going to be shorter because it's a Friday. They eat some donuts and they get out of there. Could be wrong. But anyway, Melissa either at 10:30 or 12:30. So great guest list today. We'll get you the Gabe Kapler. If you missed it, the key parts that you need to know from Murph and Mac. And then we'll get into a lot of a Shohei discussion because that seems to be driving a lot of social media today. In fact, we'll start it coming up next as we get you ready for Alex Cobb, 11 o'clock. All that coming up. John Lund with you on a Friday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Alameda. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Alameda's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver, he assesses the likelihood of the 49ers winning the NFC West. Check out that story and more trending right now on the KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
In talking with sources yesterday around baseball, as of this moment, he's not available. But that could be tested in the next 2 weeks, because when you look at the Angels' schedule coming out of the gate, they're going to be facing a bunch of teams that they're actually chasing in the standings. Now, as of this morning, they're 5 games behind in the wild card race. According to Fangraphs, 11% chance of making the playoffs. But right out of the gate, they face the Astros this weekend. We have them on Sunday Night Baseball. Then they face the Yankees. Then a couple series later, they're going to be facing the Toronto Blue Jays. These are all teams that they're chasing. That will give clarity to owner Artie Moreno as to whether or not he's going to potentially trade Ohtani. And look, the right baseball decision might be to flip Ohtani for 3 prospects who can help you going forward.
That's Buster Olney, and talking about Shohei Ohtani. We'll get a lot into Ohtani today just because we're kind of set up to do it. Melissa Lockhart's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. And not only will she join us, well, she's going to text us to let us know because I told you about the meeting, and I told you in the first segment, but I'll recap it real quick. And then we'll get to today's poll, which I think is compelling too. So a lot of baseball in the Giants did it because we spent a ton of time doing a bunch of different stuff this week, which left us, of course, with them starting the second half tonight in Pittsburgh, which is a topic in and of itself, which I'll give you in a second. But so we got a lot to talk about. There's a lot of Shohei, and every time you mention it, on the text line, you get a complete split. And by the way, you can hit us up on the text line. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well, and I'll try to get to those comments. I got 3 screens in front of me, so I can get to all of it. But however you want to comment and interact with the show, more than welcome to. But a lot of texts coming in. And every time you mention Shohei, people get angry. They have no chance to get him. I don't even know what you're talking about. The other people are saying, hey, we got to do everything we can. You know, there's no middle ground on Shohei. Nobody ever says, maybe. So we'll get into it because Bill Shankin at 11:30 is going to join us from the LA Times, and he went around Seattle and asked players from different teams how they would sell their city to Shohei. So we'll talk more about that at about 11:15 into him at 11:30. Then Alex Cobb's going to join us at 11 o'clock, Giants All-Star pitcher, pitched an inning in the All-Star game in Seattle, and he participated in that. And so we'll ask him how he would sell San Francisco to Shohei. So we'll do that. And we'll give you the comments that Alex said at about 10:50, and then we'll get Alex on the show at about 11 o'clock. So we'll do that. But from a Giants perspective, let's get the poll going here, and we want you to vote on Twitter. And again, there are 4 answers here that you can participate in. And again, at Danny Dunn 24, Danny, our fine producer, tweets it out. I tweet it out at John Lund Radio. KNBR will retweet it as well. Walter, our producer, which we have to talk about in a second, tweets it out. So however you want to do it. But let's get to it. Today's Danny's Big Poll on a Friday.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
Here's the deal. Friday's Big Poll. What are your predictions for the Giants post All-Star break? NL West champs, wild card spot, missed playoffs, but over 500. I remember Papa last year was big on the fact that they got to 500. I didn't think it was any big deal, but maybe to some people it is. And then missed playoffs under 500. So NL West champs, wild card spot, missed playoffs, but over 500, missed playoffs under 500. That is Friday's Danny's Big Poll. How will the Giants fare in the second half of the season? And, you know, it's a complicated question in that the positive is all these young guys have performed fairly well, but they've got to be actually even better in the second half. Can they continue to situate the pitching staff like this? How aggressive will they be at the trade deadline, which I would hope that they would be overly aggressive. A couple years ago, Farhan got Chris Bryant. You may not have liked that move, but the reality is that was an aggressive move. They never intended to re-sign him. I mean, right after the season, he's going to be out of our range, and he was. I mean, Scott Boras got him a deal in Colorado. I haven't heard from him since. That's where guys become incredibly irrelevant. I think he got $182 million. The Giants were never going to do that. The point is that he was aggressive at the deadline. So he's been aggressive at the deadline. He's been not aggressive at the deadline. He's actually bought and sold at the deadline. So if you're going to look at what his track record is because that's what we always do. Well, this guy, you know, the Dodgers at the deadline have gotten guys and lost like Manny Machado and Yu Darvish and Max Scherzer and Trey Turner. And I mean, they've been ultra aggressive at the deadline. Now, I don't know that the Dodgers are going to be ultra aggressive because, again, everything ties back to Shohei Ohtani, which is the Dodgers didn't replace Trey Turner and weren't aggressive and didn't spend a ton of money. Why? Because many people are speculating, and I think it's accurate and obvious, that they're just waiting for Shohei Ohtani to move down the street. And they'll just wait on it. And they're not going to spend a bunch of money. And they're not going to be overly aggressive. And the problem for the Giants, as far as the division is concerned, is that what really ails the Dodgers is bullpen help. And you don't have to give up a lot to get bullpen help. You can get 2 or 3 arms for reasonable prospects. If you need starters like the Giants do, and Farhan said this the other day with Tolbert and Copes, they don't need a 3 or 4 or a 5. They don't need depth. They have depth upon depth upon depth. They need a 1A to Logan Webb. And then Alex Cobb could be a 3, and now you're cooking with gas. So how do you get that guy? Well, you got to give somebody up. And there's a guy in Shohei, and we'll get into this conversation, but he can be both. And I think that's what's, just to get to Shohei, and then I'll get back to the Giants side of things in the second half. But where people, I think, are struggling to wrap their head around it because we've never had a player like this is that he is Aaron Judge. He's on pace to break the American League record for home runs. And he's Garrett Cole. He's both those guys. That's what he is. And so when people say, I wouldn't give up this or I wouldn't give up that, you've got to understand that he's almost like 2 separate guys. This is like a strange movie that we've never seen. And everyone's like, it's blowing my mind. I can't understand. You're getting both those guys. You're not getting one guy. You're getting 2 guys. You're getting a number 1 starter, and you're getting the biggest power threat right now in baseball. That's a big deal, and he's 29 years old. So we can get into that whole conversation. We will, and we'll kind of unveil that as the show goes on. But it's pretty simple. What do you think the Giants are going to do in the second half of the season? First half, I would think that the Giants feel pretty good about themselves, especially because they went 6-13 out of the gate. They got a bunch of help from rookies. Will that continue? Will they adjust? They pieced together the pitching despite the fact that Logan Webb had some bad luck, but he's a clear number 1. And Alex Cobb was good enough to make it to the All-Star game. And then after that, who knows? DeSclafani, wildly inconsistent after a really good start. And then it's opener, and bulk inning guys. Can that continue? I mean, the record on the surface is really good, but is that going to continue? The bullpen's been much better than I thought it was going to be. And then at the start of the show, if you were with us, and I'm sure you were, Mike Krukow said it's the defense. And if we go back to the offseason, I was like a broken record. I was like, defense. It was a problem. They couldn't catch the ball. Farhan said it all offseason. Gabe said it all offseason. Our pitching staff wasn't that bad. Couldn't catch the ball. And they got better. They were not good at the beginning. They got better, and then they're bad again. And the strangest part is they have, as far as the deep metrics are concerned, not just errors, defensive runs saved, get into all the defensive metrics they use now, the shortstop position for the Giants is the worst in baseball. And who'd have thunk it? That's Brandon Crawford's domain. Who'd have thunk it? And so defensively, they're struggling again. And as Mike Krukow said this morning on Murph and Mac, and we played it at the beginning of the show, that's the issue. How do you get better there? Well, it doesn't help that Tyro Estrada's out. And I do have some one-stop shopping. Remember a couple of years ago when the Dodgers hit up the Nationals for Trey Turner and Max Scherzer? Well, there's a team in the White Sox with 2 guys with expiring contracts and Tim Anderson, who's not having a good year, but that's probably good news for the Giants because he wouldn't cost you as much, and Lucas Giolito, and he could be a 1A, 1B kind of a thing to Logan Webb. You know, if you want to shop, if you want to go to Chicago on the south side and shop to the White Sox, I don't know what they would ask, but there's always that. And then if you want to try to improve your chances for Shohei Ohtani, there's a guy named Kodai Senga who they should have signed in the offseason, the Giants, and tried to, and he's with the Mets. And if you want to shore something up, get a guy that he knows where he's comfortable, because we'll go through the reasons why Shohei Ohtani would choose San Francisco, despite the fact that there's a lot of naysayers saying he never would. Make him as comfortable as possible is number 1. Winning is number 1 on his list. Making him comfortable. And if there was a guy that in that clubhouse that he already knew and could be comfortable with and was on the pitching staff, maybe that's not a bad idea. So if Steve Cohen, who I am skeptical just because he spent so much money in the offseason with the Mets, would ever relent and say, this ain't working, and have a fire sale, it wouldn't be Scherzer for me, and it wouldn't be Verlander for me. Those guys are making $40+ million, and so you'd owe what was left for the season on those contracts. Plus, with Verlander's case, another one beyond that, and I'm not sure. I think Scherzer has one more too. But I'd go get Kodai Senga. He was at the All-Star game. He's a really nice pitcher. He could be, I don't know if he's a 1B exactly, but he's pretty good. And then, oh, by the way, Shohei, We got a guy that you could be comfortable with in the clubhouse, and that's just another opportunity to try to get him. So anyway, we'll get into that. But that is the poll today. Give us your votes on Twitter, at John Lund Radio, Danny Dunn24. KNBR will retweet it as well. What do you expect? NL West, wild card, over 500, no playoffs, under 500, no playoffs. What are your thoughts? And it's, by the way, it's a complicated thing because Walter and I were having a conversation before the show. I think it might be easier, as crazy as this sounds, and they'll probably put this soundbite out there too on KNBR.com, and everybody can call me a jackass again, which I'm completely fine with. It might be easier to win the NL West and the wild card. I will explain that as we go along. By the way, Walter is wearing a Roberto Clemente. And by the way, people are getting on you because Clemente never wore that color now. It's a Clemente throwback. Like, we all know that Mitchell and Ness makes all sorts of crazy throwbacks that may not even have been used. So I'm throwing that one out. But he's wearing a Clemente throwback and a Pittsburgh Pirates hat with a 21 on it. My thought is it's Roberto Clemente. He's one of the all-time greats. You get a pass for that, even though they're playing the Giants today in Pittsburgh. Murph walked out of the studio in the last break and was like, "What the hell, bro? Giants are playing in Pittsburgh today. They're the enemy. No go." And we're like, "No, man. It's not like it's a Brian Reynolds, which is a sore spot. It's Roberto Clemente. He wasn't having it." I think it's fine. You clearly think it's fine, Walter.
No.
What do you, Danny does not think it's fine, clearly. What are your thoughts on Walter's choice of attire for the day? And you're a Giants fan, right? I mean, Walter goes to a lot of Giants games. Yeah, he's shaking yes. He is a Giants fan, but I know this about Walter too. He's a baseball fan. So if you're a baseball fan and you happen to wear that because they're playing the Pirates, he's not rooting for the Pirates. He's rooting for the Giants, but he's wearing a Clemente. I could see where people could get angry, like on the East Coast or something like that. I think it's fine. In fact, I think it's cool. I think it's a good choice. Give me your thoughts. Text line is open.
Hammer says no.
Which is open. Of course he says no. Anyway, give me your thoughts. It's not like opening day where my kid, even though the Giants on opening home day, who did they play? Were they playing? I can't remember. Who was the home opener this year for the Giants? I was at it. I just don't remember. That's why. It was the Royals. My God, man. That was terrible. Didn't they win 2-3 against the Giants anyway? We're at the home opener. It's Royals Giants. What's my kid wearing? A satin A's jacket. And he comes up to our suite, and everybody's looking like, "What jackass kid is that? Whose kid is that?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's my kid." He's wearing an old school satin A's jacket. It's like, no. And I told him that too. I'm like, he met me at the game, and I'm like, "You can't wear that." I'm like, "You cannot wear that today." I go, "You can't come in the suite with it. You can't." No. It's like, "Okay, I won't, Dad." And then I'm hanging out at the game, and I look who comes walking in the studio with this satin A's jacket on. I'm like, I was going to call him something that I probably would have got in trouble for. Anyway, all right. Poll is up. We will see if Melissa Lockhart joins us next, or if the meeting ran. Oh, she's going to join us next. Wow. Short meeting? What's he saying, Danny? Oh, she's going to join us in 8 minutes? All right. 10:37. You are in luck, and it is one of our most popular segments to have Melissa on from The Athletic. People love talking about prospects because they're lottery tickets, and people think they're going to win the lottery. So she's going to talk about not only the guys in the second half and what she expects out of the guys you know, but these guys that just were drafted you don't know. Now, you may have read up on them and everything like that, but the Giants double up on a two-way player in the first round. A lot of people like their second-round pick was highly thought of shortstop. So not only will we get caught up on the guys who are in the minors and who could be on the way and Kyle Harrison, but you want to know something about the Giants draft picks, and Melissa is in the know. She's going to join us coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Sneaky good burger at ABB in the Mission. The best I've had in San Francisco. Literally dripping with flavor. The soft shell crab tacos pack real crunch. Nobody's number 2. Straight toe-to-toe with the burger. Jalapeno chips, the perfect spicy complement. And that's a smoky Scotch cocktail with just the right amount of maple syrup to balance the smoke.
It's a great question. I'm so surprised by people who are like, man, that thing is still, it's still whatever. I've heard people say I eat it too rare, but I just think it's like a medium rare burger is really good in the same way a medium rare steak is really good. And to be honest, a day later, I went for another couple of burgers. I was about to say one, but it was a couple, and it was a little overdone, and the flavors were incredible. Like the toppings were great, the bun was excellent, but the burger was just like slightly overdone, and it ruined it. So yeah, I need that. That's where you get all the flavor and the juices, and you taste the fat is when it's kind of medium rare. I don't go like completely rare, but I guess sometimes the videos make it look a little under. I'm not sure.
Do we need a bonus poll today? Do we need how do you like your burger? Because am I wrong in this? And again, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong here. Text line is open, Twitch, YouTube, however you want to contact the show. Steaks you can eat however. Fish you can eat however. I mean, that's sushi after all. But burgers, I think you have to cook them to a certain extent. I mean, chicken, clearly you do. But you can't have a rare burger, can you? I mean, a really, like, just out of the, like, you just form it into a burger, you take it right out of the packaging, form it into a burger, and just chow it down. I'm pretty sure that's not good for you. Am I wrong in that? When you go to a restaurant, and I think they're trying to be fancy, when they say, like, how would you like your burger? It's like, however you cook it. Like, don't you just do medium, right? Just do medium. Like a steak, I like medium rare. But a burger, maybe I'm wrong. I worked in the food service industry for a while, early in my life. I think you can undercook a burger to where it's dangerous for you, but I could be wrong. And second thing, before we get to Melissa Lockard, she's going to join us. Is she out of the meeting? 8 minutes. Oh, he's calling her now. Okay. So we got a minute here. Melissa Lockard's going to join us. She is awesome when it comes to prospects, draft, all that kind of stuff. And we'll talk a little Giants, and we'll talk a lot of Giants, a little bit of A's. But if this whole managing thing doesn't work out for Gabe Kapler, and I love doing on Instagram, this is one of my guilty pleasures. I watch tons of like cooking stuff and food, and I love getting recommendations and stuff like that. And he's tremendous at the details on the food when he's talking about the crispness and the flavor and the fat and all that kind of stuff. So if the managing thing doesn't work out for Gabe Kapler, he could be one of those food guys on Instagram and probably make a decent dime. So maybe that's his next thing. And I would think, just given that, right, they make that steak cake for him every single year, he doesn't eat the bun on the burger. I don't know if they asked him that, but I think he's probably keto or something like that, and he's just eating the meat. I could see that with Gabe Kapler. He's just a carnivore. Like, just chat, yeah. Anyway, all right, I digress. Melissa Lockard, at Melissa Lockard. Make sure that you are following her. She is tremendous, and this is one of our most wildly popular segments. People love hearing about the prospects. She's the senior editor, staff writer for The Athletic. She is absolutely great. You need to be following her because she knows exactly what's going on as far as these prospects. Does a great job in keeping us all up to date on what's going on, and she joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing really good, and I will admit, and I don't know anything about these guys. So, like in the NFL draft, you kind of know them. In the NBA draft, you kind of know them. But then in baseball, it's like, who is this guy? So when the Giants went Bryce Eldridge, who's a right-handed pitcher, outfielder, first baseman, I saw James Madison, and I thought, well, he's a college guy. And then it was James Madison High School out of Virginia, and he's a two-way player. So I know nothing other than what I've read and what I've seen. What can you tell us about this guy so that at least we're semi-informed when we talk to our friends about it?
Yeah, he is a very fun prospect, and I have to say, I think the Giants had a fantastic draft. It was filled with a mix of really high upside guys and also some college guys on day two that are going to be able to move up pretty quickly. But yeah, Eldridge is a Washington, D.C. area kid guy. Grew up loving Bryce Harper, so that's not a bad guy to emulate. kind of a string bean in terms of stature right now. So already 6'7", and could theoretically even end up taller than that. But he's got a nice short swing, a really good athlete, and he really took a huge step forward as a pitcher this year, and it was up to like 97, 98 with the fastball too. And really wants to try to do two ways. So it was interesting he did a Zoom call the day after the draft, and he said, Reggie Crawford, who was last year's two-way player that they took first overall, reached out to him right away. And I think they kind of have a blueprint a little bit about how they can develop him based on what they're doing with Reggie. And I think that's really great too, because this is all pretty new, this idea of developing two-way players at the professional level. So the fact that they've got a little bit of a head start on that with him is a really good sign. But just a really talented kid who's going to have a couple of buckets to fall back on if one doesn't work.
All right, so give us the thought here, because and maybe I'm wrong in this assessment. I think just based again on what I've seen, who I've talked to, Reggie Crawford is more of a pitching prospect with a hitting as a fallback, and Eldridge is more of a hitter with pitching as the fallback. Is that correct?
Yeah, it is. Although it's interesting because I think coming into his senior season, like no one would have even thought pitching was something to even bother with the pro level. And he took such a leap forward this year as pitcher that I think it's less of an afterthought than maybe it would have assumed, because you don't know what that upside is going to be yet. So, but yeah, I do think there's probably a better chance that you see Eldridge as a hitter in the pro, in the big league level, and Crawford as a pitcher than vice versa.
All right. And then in terms of this going two-way player 2 years in a row, is this some sort of analytical approach that the Giants have where they think to themselves, okay, well, it's a crapshoot anyway, especially when we're talking about high school kids. So if one doesn't work, then odds will tell us maybe there's a backup plan here. Is that part of their logic, or are they just saying, look, this is the best player at that spot, and that's what we did? And it's a coincidence that it's 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be surprised if this is some sort of market inefficiency, just because this isn't like players haven't done this for a long time. Like in college, you'll see a lot of guys that did both, and in fact, Michael Holmes was in the A's scouting department when they took Sean Doolittle as a first baseman out of Virginia, but he was a pitcher for them too. Ended up being a professional pitcher because the hitting injuries ended up ending his career as a hitter. So, this is not like a new concept of the idea of players being able to do both, but the idea of trying to actually create a development plan for them to do both at the professional level is somewhat new. And I think it never hurts to have athletes that can do more than one thing, because you just don't know what a career path is going to take you. So that certainly works into the equation of why someone might like a prospect, but I don't think they went into this draft thinking, let's get ourselves another two-way player.
Melissa Locker joining us. We're just going through the draft, and we'll hit a couple of prospects within the system as well in a second, but they did get, like you said, not only for Eldridge, but then Walker Martin. And if people don't understand the Major League Baseball draft, another reason why it's different is because you have a certain amount of allotted money, and you may take a lesser player to get more of a player later because you've got all this slotted money. But Walker Martin was a guy that was ranked higher than where he was picked, 52nd overall. Joe Whitman, who they got with the Carlos Rodon leaving, they got that pick. He was picked 69th. I think I saw where he was maybe 37th. So they got high marks for their first three picks based on value.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't know where those negotiations are going to be and where they'll save the money from, because they didn't necessarily go, super underslot with their rounds 3 and 4 picks. They took two guys that actually flipped into those rounds as well. So I'm sure they've got it all mapped out. I would be surprised if they don't sign any of those people. I think they probably will bring in everybody. But it is a kind of an interesting math game, because you do start to see players move around based on what other teams are doing with their draft pool. And I do think you would have seen Martin go a lot higher had, other teams had certain things going on with their bonus pool that went a different direction. So, they ended up with a haul that, should replenish the position player side of their system pretty quickly, which I think is great, considering they had two pitcher heavy drafts the last 2 years. The rounds 3 and 4, they took Cole Foster and Maui Ohuna, who were two of the top middle infielders in college baseball this year. So they'll really jump into the full season ball thing pretty quickly. So I think it's just a really great way for them to have replenished a system that was already having a good year to begin with.
As far as the prospects, obviously the Giants wouldn't be where they are without the contributions from rookies in the first half. And Schmidt got off to the start that he did, and Matos was tearing it up in AAA. Then they had the injury to Haniger, had to bring him up there. And then Patrick Bailey's just been a revelation. Have these guys surprised you at this level? And what do you expect, especially from, say, a Schmidt, in the second half as he tries to adjust to the adjustments pitchers made to him.
Yeah, I mean, I think it hasn't surprised me in the sense that, defensively, all three of those guys were always going to be able to handle it right away. And I think that makes it easier, right? Like you don't need to hit to stay there necessarily because of how much they both, all three of them contribute with the glove. It has surprised me how well Bailey's been able to hit from both sides of the plate just because he did struggle, some, especially from the right side of the plate in the minor leagues. But, he was always a talented hitter, and it was just sort of a matter of things coming together. And, sometimes it's just you get stuck, especially that Northwest League, it's that high A level that he struggled in for a couple of years. It's a tough league to hit, and sometimes it can just get into your head. So maybe it was just a matter of getting him out of that league and in a new spot that sort of opened things up for him. But there's going to be ups and downs with all three of them because that's just sort of how development happens with players. But I think, again, the fact that they came in, all three of them, as polished defensive players makes it really easy to find places for those guys to stay, even as they sort of take their lumps a little bit offensively up and down.
And then obviously people have been talking about Harrison forever, but he's tweaked a hamstring and he's down for a little bit. And then, this guy's come like a rocket. Carson Wisenhunt, who a lot of people didn't even know, but he's in the futures game. And boy, the pitching just dominated that game. But those two guys, but people know Harrison, but what about Wisenhunt?
Yeah, no, he's been fantastic. He's got these great secondary pitches that allow his fastball to play up. He's kind of more of a classic lefty in the sense of, classic lefty used to throw 85 to 87. Now classic lefty's throwing still 94, 95. So it's a little different game still. But he's not like an overpower guy. He's more of a guy that is going to pitch, and he's going to move his pitches around. He's going to get a lot of change the sight line and get hitters to be out in front. And I think he's just a really classic major league starter, and he's shown good durability. And, maybe it's a stretch to see him by the end of this year, but I think he's a big part of the Giants next year.
And then as far as, what's interesting here is I'm going to give you a little bit of an A's because I just want a short story. I don't want to bore you, but and I don't want to age myself here, but I saw Jacob Wilson get picked, and I saw his dad, Jack. I was working for ESPN in Pittsburgh, and we used to have Jack Wilson on weekly. And I was in Orlando with some meetings, and I see this number in the meeting, and it's Jack Wilson. And this, Major League players. And he says, hey, because I'm working for ESPN, so I get a silver pass, and I can get him into Disney World. And he goes, hey, there's like me and 4 Pirates. We're out here. I need you to get me into Disney World. So I had to leave the meeting, get Jack Wilson into Disney World. And then I go and I'm watching the draft, and there's this 21-year-old kid getting drafted. I'm like, I am old. You got to be kidding me. But it's ridiculous. But anyway, conversely, the A's didn't get high marks for him at the 6th pick. We knew who the first 4 picks were going to be in some sort of order. But what were the A's doing? Is that a money-saving thing? What was going on as far as their draft was going?
Well, it is interesting when we were talking about the bonus pools and how different teams use them. I think they really liked Jacob Wilson. He was not going to be available to them at their 2nd pick, and the money that they can save there, they ended up allocating to their first 2 picks on day 2, which were 2 high school pitchers that are going to be kind of first-round money in order to bring those guys in. So I think that's probably how that'll end up shaking out. But, Jacob, I think, is the guy that almost every scout you talk to says he's going to be a big leaguer, which is not a small thing. Like, a lot of first-round picks don't ever make the big leagues. But the question is whether he's going to be an impact big leaguer because he doesn't hit for very much power at all. But he makes an incredible amount of contact, and I think that's been sort of a trendy thing among these analytical teams now is looking a lot more at contact rate, trying to limit the strikeouts. And he only struck out 5 times his entire junior season at Grand Canyon, which sounds like ridiculous. That's like a bad day for a player in pro ball now. So, so I think he's a solid player. It's like, I don't know, when you're drafting in the top 10, if that's what you want, if, you want a solid player as opposed to like a superstar kind of sexy player. But, I think it'll be interesting to see if they can get him to bulk up a little bit. I think he talked about his dad didn't let him lift weights in high school. He was the high school coach there at Thousand Oaks. Mm-hmm. That maybe he can impact the ball more because he is 6'3". It's not like he's a little guy. So we'll see. I think it's a long way. But I do think he is probably, again, because he can really defend the way that we talked about with, the three Giants guys, the floor is there to at least make the big leagues. So, so we'll see. It definitely wasn't one of those drafts like the Giants one where you came away with it feeling like, oh, wow, there was a really interesting mix of talents there. But, the MLB draft has one of those ways of, like, 3 years from now, you look back and you're like, well, why did I say that? That was stupid. This was an awesome draft.
That's what was cracking me up, because I was watching on both channels and all this kind of stuff, and I don't know anything about these guys, but they kept saying, it's a four-player draft, and then there's this huge drop-off, and it's like, these are 18-year-olds that we're trying to project to the major leagues. This is not a four-player draft. I mean, we see all the time. Trout gets taken late, and Piazza gets taken in the 62nd round. It's like, we have no idea. I mean, this is the biggest crapshoot in all of sports. Who knows?
Yeah, you only have to look at the fact that the Giants, Von Brown was a 10th round pick that was there to save money, and now he's really one of their top position prospects. So, yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see. But and as we talk about prospects, the A's are bringing up their two top prospects today to play at the big leagues, and the 2020 top pick and Tyler Soderstrom, and the 2021 second round pick and Zach Geloff. And the speed at which these guys get up to the big leagues now is so much faster than it used to be that we may have an answer a lot quicker than we used to about, how each of these classes ended up.
I was going to let you go, but you brought that up, and my son's a huge A's fan, and we're trying to figure out why they did that, because you would think, let's just let these guys marinate down there. We're not going anywhere this year. What's the thought process behind bringing those guys up now?
Yeah, they've always been big on when a guy's ready, it's ready. And I think for whatever reason, the draft has always been sort of a turning the page kind of moment in their season when they're not in contention. That's when they fired Bob Guerin and brought up Melvin as their manager back in 2011. And, so I think this was always moving day. There's a lot of their prospects are moving up and down the system. A lot of teams are doing it that way. There's not been a lot of reasons to turn on games, and this is a reason to turn on games. So why not? Like, these guys it's not going to help them to continue to hit in Las Vegas where you can't have any idea whether you're actually doing anything well or not because it's so easy to hit there. Might as well bring them to the big leagues now, give them a taste of it, hopefully have them get over that rough up and down now, and then when the team actually can, do something, they'll be ready to impact it right away. So I like the move, and if they're not going to be, at least we get a chance to see them before the team leaves. So I think for us, it's a nice thing in the Bay Area, right?
Yeah, so, absolutely.
It should be a fun day, I think.
Absolutely. You are so good at this. Thank you so much for your insight. Everybody's smarter because of it. And like I said, when we have you on, we get a big spike, and then we put it on the site, and people download it like crazy. They love this stuff. So thank you so much. We appreciate it.
No problem. Anytime.
There you go. Melissa Locker does a great job with The Athletic, and she's got some great stuff up there right now. Make sure that you follow her and read her. And it's not easy. I mean, there's tons of guys that you got to stay up on, and she just does a tremendous job. She's got a great draft breakdown, both with the Giants and the A's, and keeps you up to date on all the prospects and how they're doing. So make sure that you check her stuff out. All right, Alex Cobb is going to join us at the top of the hour in about 9 minutes. And as a precursor to that, I've got a little bit of a quote that he gave on Shohei Ohtani. So we give you that. Then we'll go and get into Alex. We'll talk about his all-star experience, second half of the Giants, all those things coming up. Again, you don't want to miss Alex Cobb. Don't go anywhere. 11 o'clock, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
But even still, I mean, what does it mean to you to come up here and be able to make the team?
No, it means a lot. I mean, I'm 35 years old. It's my 13th season in the big leagues. Came close a few times, but never made it. So to get picked and have that opportunity to, say you're an all-star and play amongst the best players in the league, it's special. It's something I'll look back on and it just kind of puts everything into perspective, all the ups and downs that you went through throughout your career, and kind of puts it all into a nice, ties it all into a nice bow and lets you celebrate the whole career.
That is Alex Cobb, and we're going to talk to Alex Cobb. We have a lot of things to discuss, but as he said, 35 years old, 13th season in the league, his first All-Star game, and it was great in Seattle. Gets an inning, as did Camilo Doval. He gets the win, and the National League breaks a long streak over the American League, 3-2, and it's great to be joined by Alex Cobb as the Giants start the second half in Pittsburgh, and Alex joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Hi, Alex. How are you?
I'm doing good, John. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. And we just heard the quote from you, but I'll ask you again. I mean, we were talking to Sean Estes. We have Sean every week on Tuesday, and he made the All-Star game in his first full season in 1997. And he was like, I'm going to have a bunch of these. And then he never went back. But as you said, you went 13 years, 35 years old. You've gone through a lot. I mean, just how cool was it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've really been able to reflect on it quite yet. It's been kind of a whirlwind, just the urgency of it all, getting up to Seattle and, jam-packed activities for 2 days and then flying to Pittsburgh. But I think there's a couple moments in there where I was able to, just be around my wife and kids and dad and all my high school buddies growing up that came out, and you're able to reflect on kind of the arc and journey of your career and talk about those times where you didn't know if you were going to be back out on a big league mound or if you were going to have any success out on the big league mound. I think it was just a really cool opportunity for us as a group that have all been through it together to reflect on the journey, and it was extremely special to have all them there with me, and then just to experience being in a locker room full of the best in the game and see the personalities that come with that. Just truly a really remarkable experience.
It's so cool you say that. Take us back to, like you said, you didn't get in a traditional sense. You pretty much the last minute, right? They go, hey, you want to go up to Seattle? So, I mean, did you have plans with your family? You guys have such a long season. You probably need a mental and physical break. But when they said you were going to go, you're like, of course I'm going to go, right?
Oh, yeah, there was never a doubt. I mean, I knew there was a possibility. The league kind of checks in with teams and makes sure guys would be available if they were selected. And I had word that, they were checking in on my status. And then I went out and had another good outing. And you just know, just from years past, how many guys either drop out or are ineligible to pitch coming down to it. And then there's usually another crop of guys that go and replace. So I knew I had a chance, but, I definitely wasn't counting on it. I was just planning on going back home to Arizona, and I knew I was going to have one of the first two games out of the break. So I was just planning on working out the facility, throwing a bullpen, and trying to stay sharp for that. But, it turned out to be a really much better experience to go to Seattle and throw an inning in a game and try to stay sharp that way.
Alex Cobb is doing it. So what was that like? What was the inning like? Because, those games have become low scoring. The pitching, the hitting is awesome, but the pitching has kept it low scoring. You guys end up winning the game, which is really cool for the first time in a long time. But what was the actual experience on the mound like?
Well, it was chaotic for me. I've never in my career thrown out of the bullpen. And so it was my first experience doing that, going down there and just trying to figure out what to do, like how to get loose, where do I throw? The bullpen coaches down there helped a little bit, but really you're on your own to try to try to gauge how many warm-up pitches you need to get ready. And so I ended up trying to play catch on the field in between innings, and then felt like I, didn't want to run into a really quick 1-2-3 inning with the guy in front of me. And so I started throwing on the mound a little bit early, probably ended up throwing too many warm-up pitches in the bullpen than I was, more than I was planning at least. And then I'll tell you, the jog in from the bullpen is just surreal because, as the starter, you're in the dugout, you warm up, you go in the dugout, and you go out to the mound, and you just don't see that perspective of the entire stadium fully packed, all eyes about to be on you. I don't know. It was just a different mindset that I'm not used to having going out to usually have such tunnel vision going to the mound and from the dugout. But this one was definitely eye-opening to see the stadium from that perspective. And then, you start getting a little bit of adrenaline going and, so it was special. It was, that jog in from the bullpen will probably be something I'll always remember.
That's really cool. And then, so you often ask this question to young players, like, are you in awe or something like that? I mean, like you said, you're 35, you've been around 13 years. It's not like you're in awe, but you haven't been in a clubhouse like that with that kind of star power. So what was it like going back and being a rookie, or is it like, hey, I'm a vet, I know these guys, I've seen these guys, no big deal?
Yeah, it's a great question because I didn't know how I would feel, honestly. And I think that the coolest part of it was that I did just feel like it was any other locker room. I think once you've been in a big league locker room, you've really been in all the big league locker rooms. It seems that for the most part, the personalities all mesh relatively the same way throughout the league. And getting on the bus, first person I sat with and talked to was Kershaw, and it was just like talking to a teammate that I've had for years. It was just very easy to have conversations. We have friends, common friends that we're able to chuckle at, and stories that we're able to kind of tell. And so it really, once I got done, into the locker room, I was like, man, I feel like I've been here, and it wasn't too nerve-wracking as, maybe I would have thought early on in my career or even in the middle part of my career. And I think it was just, a lot of guys and everybody in that locker room has so much respect for each other and what it takes to get into that game. So I think it was just a lot of admiration for everybody. And, the rest of the time you're just spent being pulled in different directions with media obligations and signings and this and that. So, but yeah, I think it was really cool to get to see the best of the game. A lot of guys which have really owned me throughout my career, just be your average everyday player that I'm used to hanging out with.
Alex Cobb is joining us coming off the All-Star game. The Giants start the second half in Pittsburgh at PNC Park tonight right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. You often hear this, and I don't know if this is true or not, but are you guys, is it just a casual conversation you have with different guys, or are you like, I got to know how he throws that pitch? Are you guys talking shop, or is it just kind of just general stuff?
It's general stuff, and it's funny you ask because it's, you're sitting there with JD and Mookie Betts, and right. You want to kind of talk about, their approach against you, but you also know that you just can't, there's some things you just don't go. Some areas you don't go. And, you're going to be facing them within the month probably. And, that little chess match that you play on the field, you just kind of, know that you want to keep some secrets to yourself and thoughts to yourself. So you don't really go down that road. I would say the pitchers would have some good conversations. I had really good conversations with Kimbrel about what his thought process was, and Mitch Keller a little bit about, what he's trying to accomplish with his slider and how he's thinking about it. So there's definitely baseball talk going on. I think it's more amongst pitchers than hitters and pitchers.
That's cool. So We had Gabe Kapler on this morning, and he was talking about, obviously you guys know Camilo Duvall and his approach and everything. So, I mean, he comes into the game, and it's almost like, is this thing on? Like, he's just got such a low heartbeat about it. You see him getting warmed up, and he doesn't have his hat on, and he's blowing bubbles. Like, because you just talked about how you came into the game. Like, can you explain, like, this? Nothing seems to faze this dude.
Yeah, no, I can't. We jogged in together from center field with the announcements pregame, and stood on the line or on the base paths together for the national anthem. And at the end of the national anthem, they had the flyover, and it was 4 F-16s or whatever it was flying, right above the stadium, rumbling your chest. And I just kind of turned to him afterwards and like tapped his heart. I was like, "Did that get it going at all?" And he just looked at me with that blank stare that he, that he has, and didn't even crack a smile. So I don't even think that got him going. But that's what you want to see in your closer. You want to see somebody that's not fazed by any situation. And I think that comes with the amount of confidence that he has, and knowing that he can rear back and throw 103 miles an hour whenever he wants, and has the off speed to buckle any hitter. So he shouldn't be fearing much.
Yeah, no kidding. I want to talk to you about the second half in a second, and Alex Cobb is joining us from the Giants fresh off the All-Star game in Seattle. But I want to read a quote that you had, because we're going to have on Bill Shankin from the LA Times at the bottom of the hour, and obviously Shohei is a huge conversation point. And he walked around to a number of different guys and said, sell your city, sell your team to Shohei. And this is what you said. You said, knowing Shohei, I know the financial aspects of things is very low on his list. I would tell him that we are an organization that, it sounds silly even to say this, the number one priority is to win a World Series. This organization knows how to do it. They've done it many times in the past. They have an ownership group that is willing to expend all the resources no matter what is needed at the time. It's an organization that is really fun to be a part of. They treat the families right. All the outside things that people don't see happen on the field, they take a lot of pride in making sure those things are done right. I know that he would feel very comfortable there. That's your sales pitch to Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. I feel like you just read me a court case, my statement, but yes, I stand, and those were my words. I feel very strongly about that. And, I got to know Shohei decently well. He was my locker mate in LA. And, I tell everybody this, people say it a lot about a lot of people, but, he is truly the number one person I've been around that the biggest priority, he dedicates every aspect of his life to baseball and to winning. And obviously everybody would love to be that person to say that about themselves, but he truly, everything he does, every second of his day is dedicated to being the best baseball player he can and to be a part of a team that wins. And, that stood out to me throughout the course of the season. Every decision he made was dedicated to winning. And so I think whatever team can prove that to him and can prove that they have the sustainability to continue to win throughout his time is really going to have the best chance of attaining him this winter. But, obviously a lot of teams are going to be making that pitch, and a lot of teams have that case, but I think it's unique that San Francisco has done it, and done it a lot. And, the ownership knows what it takes to do that.
Well, I think it's just really cool how you explained it, because we're all sitting here trying to decipher things. I don't know Shohei Ohtani at all. I don't know what's important to him, but I would be able to, I think, speculate on what's important to a player, right? And again, a guy that has been in the league as long as you have, money's obviously a huge thing, and taking care of your family and finances and everything like that. But at this point in your career at 35, I'm sure part of your decision-making process in coming to the Giants originally was, I think this team can win, because aren't you at the point in your career where it's like, look, I've accomplished a lot, but I want to win?
Yeah, I mean, it was when I signed with the Giants, they were coming off a 107-win season, and it was just I've gotten to, when you go into free agency and you've been around for a little while, you can start to scout the GMs and know what type of organization they put together, where they came from, who they've been around. And when it came to Farhan, I know his track record. I know who he's been with, the people that I respect. I respect him and say great things about him and how intelligent he is. So, it was an easy decision for me. San Francisco is obviously a beautiful city to play in, and you watch on TV and you see the stadium packed every single night. And so it was very easy to make that decision. Obviously, we didn't do what we wanted to last year, but I think we're on the right path again this year. And as we've seen this year, the prospects that we've been able to bring up and have contribute to our team, from what it sounds like, we have more of that coming in the coming years. So those are all things that are very exciting to a free agent to be a part of. And I know that that'll be part of the pitch we give to him.
Absolutely. We got to get you out of here, of course, because you got things to do. But just take us through the season to this point and what you're looking at, because, like you said, they did special things a couple years ago, but you guys are in a really good spot. You got a wild card spot as we sit right now. But from the pitch clock and getting used to it and calling games to now where you guys are sitting, that's a pretty broad question. But just how the season's gone so far, just all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the brightest spot is that I don't feel like anybody in the locker room feels that we've hit our stride yet. Obviously, we had the 10-game win streak, which was really cool. We battled since then a little bit, but I don't feel like anybody's felt like everything's clicked at the same time. And so we do have our best baseball ahead of us. And as long as when you're struggling, you're able to stay afloat and not dig too big of a hole, you give yourself a chance. And then when you do even better than that, and you put yourself, with a winning record and 2.5 games out of the division, when that stride does hit, you're going to propel yourself up to the top, and put yourself in a really good position to be in the playoff race come September. And then then anything can happen, and you hope to hit your stride going into the postseason. But I think it's just very exciting that we still have some of our best baseball yet to come, and we haven't played it yet.
That's great stuff. Hey, Alex, thank you first and foremost for the time. We appreciate it. Congratulations on the All-Star team. I couldn't be happier for you. That's really great stuff. Stay healthy. Have a great second half, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, John. Thanks a lot.
You got it.
Appreciate you having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here. That is Alex Cobb, who gave us a ton of great insight. If you missed any of that, we'll post it up soon at KNBR.com, and I think we're going to run it back in the 1 o'clock hour. Walter and I were talking about that, so we'll determine when we'll do that if you missed any of it, because he is absolutely worth a listen. He gave us a lot of great stuff, not only on the All-Star game experience that he just had, but Shohei Ohtani and what is important to a player when picking a team. As he said, they're coming off the 107 wins. He's like, this team's going to win. Obviously, as he said, they didn't do it last year, but he feels pretty good about this year, as you caught the end of the interview as well, and we'll get into that. I was going to ask him about the rare burger question that Gabe brought up today, so I kept the guy like 20 minutes, and I felt really bad, and you can kind of tell. I mean, he masked it very well because he's a professional, but after a while, you keep a guy like 15, 20 minutes, they're sitting in their hotel room going, bro, like I got things to do. I got people to see, places to go. So I let him go before I asked him the burger question. I was going to, but we kind of ran out of time. So anyway, great stuff from Alex Cobb. Bottom of the hour, you're going to have a lot of fun, because that's when we're going to start getting into Shohei Ohtani. Bill Shakin's going to join us from the LA Times, and he's the one who walked around at the All-Star game and asked each player from most every team how they would pitch Shohei Ohtani to their team. I did read, as he said, in a very court-type way, what his quote was. I'll give you that again, and then we'll talk to Bill Shakin at the bottom of the hour, because he's in L.A. What the heck is going to happen with Shohei? And the one thing I did forget, obviously, and Alex reminded us, was that Alex Cobb was teammates with Shohei Ohtani with the Angels. And so, again, he gave you a little bit of insight into Shohei. So we'll do that next as a kind of a little bit of an appetizer, and then Bill will join us at 11:30. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Livermore, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Livermore's sports leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Mayoko, who has decided that a hike is more important than the team today, or the show today, breaks down where Trey Lance stands in the Niners QB pecking order. Check out that story and more trending right now on the KNBR app.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
I don't do that. Actually, if I'm ordering a steak, I might even say medium rare plus, because I do like a little bit of like a crust on a steak.
Wow, that's nice. Yeah.
So it just depends. It depends on the mood. I'll eat raw beef too, in various forms, and I like the flavor of that. I like it cold, and the only thing I don't like is when it loses the flavor through overcooking. That's it.
All right, so let me explain why we played that. We will play at 11:50 the 4 best cuts from Gabe Kapler this morning with Murph and Mac, and it's worth the whole listen. Go to KNBR.com if you'd like to listen, just not during this show or the next one. But then FP's on too, so I don't know. You could listen around midnight or something like that. But full interview at KNBR.com. So we're going to have Bill Shankin on from the LA Times, and he did a cool thing. He went and asked just about every player on a team how they could sell their team, their city, their situation to Shohei Ohtani. So we're going to talk to him at the bottom of the hour at 11:30, about 7 minutes. So don't miss that. It's really good. But we say this all the time in our business. You can talk to your blue in the face and make all these great points about the Giants or the Niners or the Warriors or some national topics or whatever, and people are like, yeah. And then you get to certain topics about like how you cook meat, and then the text line and Twitter and YouTube and Twitch and everything go crazy. So all I simply said was, because that was Gabe talking about a steak. Now me, I'm a medium rare guy, and I tend to go towards rare if you're asking me, and each restaurant kind of in place has a different, well, they shouldn't, but it's almost like a umpire strike zone, like what is rare or medium rare or well done or whatever at some places. Well, I guess well done is just well done. But any of those variances between rare, whatever medium can be different depending on the place that you go. But I'm with Gabe on that, and I even tend to go rare. Now, one of the things he said is cold. I don't like cold. Like if I'm going to do like tuna or something and you sear it and it's cold in the middle, I like that. I don't like meat to be cold in the middle. But medium rare, it's warm. So I'm with him on that. Where he lost me was and this was what I was going to ask Alex Cobb a minute ago, who was absolutely great, by the way, and you need to go to KNBR.com to listen to that. But a burger, like if you go to, like, you don't go fast food and they ask you how like that cook. A Big Mac fries, you want that large or not? And I'd like it medium rare. McDonald's has got a 16-year-old kid with a bunch of pimples talking to you. What's medium rare? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, it's just like, look, we're cooking it. All right, you're lucky that it's cooked. I'm 16 and this is my first job. I hope it's cooked through. What do you mean medium rare? I'm not a professional. So you know that you're at a fancy restaurant if they ask you how you'd like it cooked, because most burgers, it's like, we're going to cook it medium. It's going to be brown in the middle. It's going to be fine. That's how we cook it. Like, we're not asking you. Now you go to a restaurant with a steak and it's like, yeah, they're going to ask you how you like it cooked. But Gabe was saying, and he I don't remember the place that he was saying was so great. And the reason we bring this up is Gabe said this morning with Murph and Mac that during the All-Star break, he didn't go more than 2 miles from his apartment in San Francisco. That's called a staycation, and that's fine. I'm not a staycation guy, but that's not where I'm going. I'm saying as far as burgers are concerned, I just like it at the general medium. Now, a steak, medium rare, but I want it cooked through because I've been told, whether it's true or not, I mean, you go too rare in a burger, you might be running to the bathroom 5 minutes after you eat it. Now, maybe I'm wrong. But people have checked in on the text line at a high level. Rare means rare on the inside, not uncooked. Steak tartare is completely rare. That's a good point. I like steak tartare. I was a butcher and a regular customer that would get a half pound. Oh, let me open this one up. No. Let's see. We get a half pound of ground beef and start eating it right there in front of me. My guess is if you have a higher chance of getting some kind of contamination with rare ground beef. I mean, you're a butcher, so you would know. What's that line in, is that Tommy Boy? You have to look up a butcher's. Anyway. Yeah, you're a butcher, you would know. If a guy, like, wouldn't that be a problem for you? Like, let's say I think in a place where you have a butcher, like you take a number, right? And the guy just opens up like the white paper and just starts chowing the ground beef right in front of you. It's like, dude, go outside. Like, don't start eating the rare. Like, this isn't a sandwich shop. Well, maybe it is a sandwich shop, but you know what I'm saying. Can't have a rare burger. That stuff makes you sick. It's on the way to a steak. You grill the outside, kill it with ground beef. The outside gets turned into the middle, so the middle. Well, that's very complicated. Anyway, I mean, I could be wrong. And then this is a good one, and I did know this. 49ers Hall of Famer Bob St. Clair, the ex-mayor of Daly City, was famous for eating rare hamburger. So it's okay, apparently. That's right, he did. And I think we have had him on to talk about that. Many people have told that story. And I think that's kind of just like a tough guy thing. So you're in the locker room and you just take a rare beef and you're just like, carnivore, let's go get him. Like, that's what I think that is. I mean, do you think he really liked it? I've never had just rare beef. Is it good? Do you season it up a little bit, make the patty, and just shove that in your mouth? And what's the deal? What's the deal with that? I don't know. I mean, I like a medium burger. It's good. I like it cooked. You season it up, you put it on the grill, it soaks up the smoke and all that different kind of stuff, and it's good. I like a cooked burger. I do not like a well-done steak. My wife is a well-done steak person, and I just look at her every time. I'm embarrassed. We go to a steakhouse or something, and she'll go, I'll have it well done. And I just look at the waiter, and I shake my head, and I shrug at him. Like, sorry. Because I think at a high-end restaurant, don't they, like, look at you like they look down upon you because they got this nice meat that you're paying for, and then basically you make it into shoe leather. What's the line again?
Of course, I could get a hell of a good look at a T-bone steak by sticking my head up a bull's ass, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it.
Bull's ass, that's great.
And at that point, I think Tommy Boy started selling after he said that. Like, he relaxed, right? He relaxed, and he just started selling stuff at that point. Anyway, give me your thoughts if you'd like to. Oh, do we have more?
Hey, I tell you what. You can take a good look at a butcher's ass by sticking your head up there, but wouldn't you rather take his word for it?
I'm failing to make the connection here, son.
He was so good. Farley was so good. Anyway, keep them coming on the text line. I am not a butcher. I am not a meat expert. I'm just simply telling you that's how I like it done. If somebody in a fancy restaurant, by the way, that's how you know they're gonna charge you $22.99 for that burger versus like $3 at McDonald's. Yes, it's a very nice Wagyu beef, and it's going to be $28.99. And how would you like that cooked? Through. I don't know. Steak, pink in the middle is great. A little warm, medium rare. Burger, cook that sucker. Let's go. All right, Bill Shankin's going to join us coming up next. He went around Major League Baseball, asked players to pitch their team, their city, their situation to Shohei Ohtani. We'll ask him about it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, this is your old pal John Lund from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. Now, you hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but get this. Many of them, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and many times you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're different. They've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. In the award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they're dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm attorneys have been repeatedly recognized as the best attorneys not only in the San Francisco Bay Area, but in the entire state of California. And the Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than, get this, $1 billion with a B, dollars in verdicts and settlements for their clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination, it can be devastating. They're going to evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm, they live here, they work here, they win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Well, you start with the Yankees, the Yankees, the Yankees, the Yankees, the Rangers, the Rays. Maybe a small handful of teams, but there's no doubt. You talked with sources yesterday, they see the Yankees as potentially being the most motivated because Garrett Cole, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, they're middle-aged players right in the prime of their careers. This is the Yankees' window to win now. You bring in Ohtani. Suddenly the Yankees rotation with him involved looks so strong. Ohtani hitting in Yankee Stadium, which favors left-handed sluggers. That's something I'm sure the Yankees would be willing to pay for if Ohtani is made available by the Angels.
And that is the big question up until the trade deadline on August 1st. And Bill Shakin did a really cool thing from the LA Times, or pal, who covers baseball. And he was up in Seattle, and he asked many players to make their pitch to Shohei Ohtani. Recruit Shohei Ohtani to your team. All-Stars make their pitch. It's in the LA Times right now, and you need to take a look at it. And Bill joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
Doing well. How are you?
I'm doing good. Well done on this, by the way. I thought it was really cool. And we just had Alex Cobb on, who you talked to, and he was, of course, teammates with Shohei Ohtani, so he told us a little bit about that as well. But let's start at the top of this, which it's such a tough decision for the Angels because on one side, you don't want to be the guy that traded Shohei Ohtani, but on the other side, you don't want to be the guy who didn't get anything but compensation draft picks for Shohei Ohtani. So the Angels find themselves in a tough spot right now, and essentially right out of the All-Star break, the next couple of weeks is going to decide this thing.
It is, and I think there's a third dread, if you will, that you did mention, which is you don't want to be the team that traded Shohei Ohtani and you look up 2 years from now and, oh, my God, you didn't really get anything good for him. Because as good as Shohei Ohtani is, you're still only guaranteed to get him for 2 months. So teams will certainly give up more than they would for your average starting pitcher who, oh, by the way, isn't also a DH. But unless you know you're signing him for the long term, there's going to be a limit on what you want to give up. And, boy, I can't imagine how much pressure there would be on the Angels to not miss on these deals. And yet, if you get some assortment of young players and minor league prospects, you're going to miss on some because that's just how things go. You know, I think to a Dodger trade a few years ago, and they traded for Manny Machado from the Orioles. And they weren't going to keep Machado. They knew that coming in. They traded 5 players to get him, and the highlight player never even made it as a major league player with the other team.
See, I think that's a great point because like many markets, we're talking about him here because we're thinking, oh, he's West Coast, San Francisco. He met with him last time. Now you got a DH, so it's a level playing field. So everybody's thinking about him, but they don't want to give anybody up. And what I'm trying to explain to people is that, look, as you just pointed out, prospects to me are lottery tickets. And it's the hardest, as we just finished up with the draft, I think it's the hardest to evaluate, these young guys and project them to major leaguers. And now we do know a little bit about guys like Casey Schmidt or Luis Matos or some of these guys that they've brought up, or Patrick Bailey. But therein again lies the problem, because if you're the Angels and you're trying to get something for them, you want to try to get something established so at least you know something, but you certainly don't know about a lot of these guys, and you just pointed it out perfectly. Okay, so you make this move, you got all these top prospects, and who's to say that any of them pans out?
Yeah, and remember, if the Angels are going into a total rebuild, maybe you say, fine, give me your 5 best prospects. But they're not. Mike Trout's still going to be here. Artie Moreno, the owner, still wants to win. In fact, he put the team up for sale last year and then backed away from it because he still wanted to win, and he hadn't won yet. They're 5 games out of the wild card, which doesn't sound easy, but it's not like you couldn't do that. And I don't know if they can get so much farther back in the next 2 weeks to where Artie Moreno would say, okay, trade him. Plus the other thing, frankly, we'll see how hot Shohei comes out in the second half, but he gets on another one of his hot streaks, and he could challenge Aaron Judge's American League home run record. Do you want him doing that in somebody else's uniform?
It's a great point. Boy, this thing is complicated for the Angels. And what you pointed out, and with any big deal, no matter what the sport and what the team, this is an owner-driven decision. So you know the situation a heck of a lot better than I do. Is Artie Moreno just staunchly against it? Or if they come out of the break here and are struggling, especially with their injuries, will he greenlight a trade?
Artie Moreno, to his credit, has resisted the urge, the temptation, whatever word you want to use, to rebuild, or to use the honest word, to tank. There's no team in baseball that's gone longer without getting in the playoffs than the Angels, which seems crazy because they've had Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani on the roster for the last 6 years. So logic would say, well, this isn't the NBA. You can't win with 2 or 3 guys. So blow it up. The Angels farm system is not very good. Blow it up, restock the farm system, and go from there. But Artie Moreno doesn't want to tell fans you have to wait 3 to 5 years to see a good product. And there's something admirable in that. So I don't think he would be hugely in favor of trading Ohtani. He hasn't been before. The Angels certainly could have got a lot more for him last year because a team would have had a full season plus 2 months instead of just the 2 months. Wanting to do something for the fans, it's probably not done enough in this game, and I think he deserves some credit for that.
Bill, obviously, what most people think is that the Dodgers have kind of pulled back and they didn't really replace Trey Turner, and they're not spending the normal amount of money. I think obviously at the deadline they need bullpen help, and that can be done, so that's not going to kind of rock the boat. But are you of the belief that the Dodgers are kind of just sitting there, and I was going to say sitting in the weeds, but they're not sitting in the weeds. They're sitting there in open space, that they're just sitting back waiting for Shohei Ohtani, and they're going to pounce?
They'll definitely be interested this winter, and if the Angels make Ohtani available for trade right now, I'm sure they'd be very interested because the number of starting pitchers the Dodgers had at the beginning of the season who have not gone on the injured list is 0. So they definitely need some help there. And obviously offensively, why wouldn't you want to show Ohtani on your team as DH? Having said that, while I think it is unlikely that the Angels trade him, I think it would be highly unlikely that they trade him to the Dodgers, because how would that look when you're, the other LA team in the market? On the other hand, given how good the Dodgers farm system is, that might be your best trade.
That's a great point, because I remember Billy Beane, we would have him on all the time, and Billy would just say, look, I'm open for business, and whatever the best deal is for my situation, then that's the one I've got to take, even though the Giants and A's never really make any kind of deals. But in terms of, let's take it to the offseason, because a lot of people are already speculating that he is going to leave the Angels, but a lot of people say that he's comfortable there. He's comfortable in L.A. He likes the beaches. He's got a lot of friends. So everybody's counting out the Angels right away. But as you pointed out, and this is just such a great piece, and you did such a great job with it and talking to all these different guys, and they sold their team and their city and their situation to Shohei if they could. But do you know what's important to him?
Nobody knows what's important to him. And anybody who tells you that they know what's important to him is making it up. He said he hates losing. He wants to win. Okay, so the Angels obviously have not won since he's been in Anaheim. That's about it. So I think there are a lot of people who will tell you, well, West Coast is what he wants because it's obviously a lot shorter flight to Japan from the West Coast than the East Coast, which is true, but he hasn't said that. One of the teams he met with in 2017 when he was coming over to the U.S. was the Cubs, who, last time I checked, are not a West Coast team. So it could be that. He is comfortable here. He's never complained about anything in Southern California. He likes living by the beach, which is where he lives now with the Angels. Again, who wouldn't? I don't know if that makes a difference one way or the other. The Angels people will tell you he's comfortable, and they're certainly hoping to make him a competitive offer and hope that he'll decide comfort matters in the same way it did for Mike Trout. But, you're in a crazy situation where if what you said turns out to be the priority, that he wants to stay somewhere he's comfortable and he likes living in Southern California, he's got not one but two other teams he can choose from if he doesn't want to stay with the Angels. As Josh Hader said in my story, like San Diego. Who doesn't want to live in San Diego?
That was the best line of it all.
Maybe the Padres, they're not winning this year, but they're certainly set up and well-funded to win for the years to come. And, the Dodgers, all they do is win. They win the playoffs 10 straight years.
Well, and then again, from a Giants perspective, Alex Cobb gave you a great quote as well, and we just had him on the show, and he did talk about how this team has won World Series, but they won them in 10, 12, and 14, and they haven't done it lately, even though they won 107 a couple years ago. And that, to me, is the toughest selling point. Cobb came here the year after they won 107 games, but then last year, and I don't know if Judge would have come here anyway, they just didn't look like a winning team, whereas, like you said, with the Dodgers or teams like that, he doesn't have to ask that question. But you brought up the Padres, which I think is really interesting because they've got a lot of those guys signed, but Juan Soto isn't. So would they continue? It certainly seems like they're just going to keep spending, but, would they in the offseason say, move Juan Soto, the only guy who is not signed long-term amongst that group, and then try to bring Shohei in, even though they're the market that they are? Would they continue to try to do this and spend money?
I think they would, and in a way they kind of have to because they're in so deep now, and it's been a good financial move in terms of their ballpark is sold out almost every night. Now, they have an issue with television revenue because they're the one team that Bally said, we're not going to broadcast your games anymore. So they're scrambling to make back some of that revenue, but they'll get some back. But I don't think the Padres are in a blow-it-up situation right now like they did a few years ago when A.J. Preller brought in, Matt Kemp and Justin Upton and James Shields and a whole bunch of guys, and they just blew it up. And it worked, I guess, okay, because for James Shields, they got Fernando Tatis Jr. out of A-ball. But, you don't want to make a habit of that. And they're in a tough spot because they've changed a lot of managers. They've changed a lot of coaches. They've changed a lot of players. Like, the pressure's on A.J. Preller, the general manager, because he's the only guy that hasn't been changed.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill, great work on this. Really, really cool stuff. We appreciate it. Thanks so much, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, take care.
You too. At Bill Shaken, make sure that you check him out. And again, national baseball writer for the LA Times was at the All-Star game in Seattle, and he did a really cool thing. And I'll read some of these for you coming up next. We also have the Gabe Kapler they're going to run for you. We're going to run about 4 big cuts for you. But we'll have time to kind of go through some of these thoughts. And again, this is a big deal. And then we talked to Alex Cobb about it, and Alex Cobb was teammates with Shohei with the Angels, and the bottom line is these guys made pitches, and as Bill pointed out, anybody, and he's dialed in the LA market, and he knows what's going on. He said anybody who tells you what is important to Shohei is lying because he just hasn't shown his cards other than consistently saying that he wants to win. And if the Angels come, and again, the biggest question for the second half, we can all talk about baseball and the actual game and all these kind of different things and who's going to do what. We'll continue to do that. Before we get out of here, and we got to update you on the poll of what people think the Giants are going to do in the second half, which is the poll we got running today. But the next month, or not month, today's the 14th. So until August 1st, the next 2+ weeks here, it's going to be everybody's going to be watching the Angels. You'll watch your own team, but then anybody who wants Shohei Ohtani and has a realistic chance to potentially trade for him, and you heard Buster Olney at the beginning of the segment say the Yankees, the Mets. I don't know if the Padres are in it for a trade this year, maybe in the offseason, but I don't know, maybe. With them struggling with the bats, maybe they'd move Juan Soto and bring in Ohtani on a rental deal. Who knows? That's how aggressive they've been. Padres, Giants, Dodgers. He's not going to get traded to the Dodgers now. He might go there in the offseason, which is what the odds makers say, but he's not getting traded there by the Angels. Although, as Billy Beane used to tell us, he'd say, if they got the best deal, that's where I'm going. I can't be concerned about other teams, but I can't see Artie Moreno doing that. Maybe. I doubt it. But that handful of teams, respectfully not saying the A's, that handful of teams that could trade for Shohei Ohtani, they're going to watch their team, and they're going to watch what the Angels are doing. And everybody in baseball is, even if you don't think that you have a shot at getting Shohei Ohtani on your team. That's the most compelling story in baseball, because the Angels have a decision to make are you the guy that traded him? Are you the guy that lost him for just draft picks? Because it's going to come down to Artie Moreno, and I don't know Artie Moreno, but I just know this from an ego standpoint. He probably believes in the back of his mind, and I'll get into this a little bit in the noon hour, is that, look, we're going to keep him around. He's comfortable here. We believe that we have a shot to re-sign him, even if we don't win, because he's here. Now, the minute that you trade him, because people say this all the time, you can trade a guy and you can get him back. That never happens. Now, it did happen with Aroldis Chapman when he went to the Cubs, went back to the Yankees, but very rarely Does a guy get traded and then everybody always brings up the fact, well, he could come back. Well, he doesn't. And maybe he likes the other place better. I mean, that's what happens. Is say, hey, this is pretty good. And from a Giants perspective, I know you don't want to give up the prospects, and we've over the last couple of days, we've posted this on social media with KNBR, and everybody's freaking out. I love Casey Smith. I love Matos. Oh, you can't trade Kyle Harrison. Everybody loves the prospects. They're the unopened Christmas present. They are the big lottery ticket. I'm going to be a multimillionaire. I'm Powerball. That's what prospects are. They're 20-80 against, by the way, and that's probably even too high of a number. You're trying to project 18-year-olds to the big leagues, how their body's going to do, how their mental is going to do, all those kind of things. Good luck. As Liam Neeson said, good luck. It's tough, but you're looking at one of the best players of all time, if not the best. You're looking at, and this is where I think it blows people's mind. He's not one player. He's two players. He's Aaron Judge and he's Garrett Cole. That's what he is, all in one. And people are like, you're just trading for, no, you're trading for two guys. One of the best pitchers and a guy who could break the American League record and is on pace to break the American League record that was set last year by Aaron Judge. That's that big of a deal. And so that's what the Angels are wrestling with, is that even if they do poorly in the second half, I don't think Moreno's going to pull the trigger. But then in the offseason, it's going to be like, boy, you look like a dope. Here's our compensation pick, and he's up the street with the Dodgers. And you could have traded him somewhere else where maybe he might fall in love with that place. And I'll read these from Alex Cobb coming up next. That might be the Giants, even though you don't want to hear it, that might be the Giants' best avenue. Because I doubt that Shohei Ohtani just signs with the Angels. Or excuse me, just signs with the Giants. But if you get him here, and Alex Cobb said what he said about what a great atmosphere and how they treat the players and all these different things of why he signed here, maybe you get him here for 2 months and he goes, you know what? I really like it here. I mean, Luis Castillo did that with the Mariners. He got traded there by the Reds, and he re-signed the contract. Now, sometimes it doesn't happen. And Farhan didn't try to sign Chris Bryant. It wasn't that Chris Bryant didn't want to come back. They just didn't try to sign him. And there are certain guys, and you heard Bill Shakin say this, they didn't try to re-sign Manny Machado. And they've gone out and got rental guys, and they've gotten Max Scherzer, and they've gotten all sorts of guys that didn't re-sign with them. That was on purpose. With Shohei Ohtani, it's not a typical situation where you're going to rent a guy. You might rent a guy thinking we might, let's hope to rent, but we want to buy. But you've got to convince him for 2 months to do that. Now, in order to do that, he's got to see all the perks and all those kind of things, but you have to win. And that goes back to our poll today of can the Giants win at a high enough level in the second half of the season where either he doesn't get traded here and he sees from afar that you're on the right track, or you actually get him here for a couple of months and he says, hey, you know what? I do like this atmosphere, and you do win, and I do enjoy San Francisco, and it is on the West Coast, and all these different kind of things. Maybe that's the avenue, because I don't think that given everything that he's going to be, and again, it's nothing against the organization. I'm just going on recent track record. Aaron Judge said thanks, but no thanks. Now, Correa was an injury situation, but it's tough to get bats to come here. Now, I know he's a pitcher, and he's very unique in that way. Well, so one side of him says, like, there's an angel and a devil. Oh, but you could pitch here, Shohei. And then the devil says, but you're never going to hit well enough. You know what I mean? You got like two sides of this thing. So he's completely unique. Pitchers always come here. Hitters don't. What's Shohei going to think? Maybe you got to get him in the park for him to find out, and in the atmosphere and around the fans and in the city. I don't know. Give me your thoughts. All right, text line is wide open. We will give you some of the stuff that Bill said. Plus, we'll give you a little Gabe Kapler coming up next. If you missed the conversation this morning with Murph and Mac, it was compelling. We'll give you some of it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold up. My mom's in there.
Oh.
She about to go to work, though.
Hey, I know you don't smoke weed. I know this. But I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
Is that new or have you played that before? Because I know the Thursday staple, which is McConaughey. It's Thursday. You have? Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. I got to pay better attention around here. All right. We're going to play 4 cuts from Gabe Kapler this morning with Murph and Matt. Give me 2 minutes on that. If you hear drilling, it's only Andrew. We're putting some more TVs up in the studio, and he's not on camera, but he is on the second camera. Can we turn? No, we don't want to turn the second camera on, but he just shook his head. He doesn't want that. So we won't put the second camera on Twitch or YouTube. But if you hear drilling, it's just we had that TV up when Dave Benz was in here all week long, and Pop will be back after next week. He's just taking his normal pre-NFL season training camp vacation this month. But we had that one TV, and it just had a Western scene on there. And so Dave was sitting there, and it made no sense whatsoever. And it was like he was in a Clint Eastwood Western. We were talking Clint Eastwood yesterday. And it was just like the thing, it had the KNBR logo. I don't know what happened to it. And then Walter came in here, and Walter's bright, and he was trying to change that whole thing. And and we couldn't get it back to that. So apparently the TV got turfed, and he's putting a new one up. So if you hear drilling, that's all it is. So carry on. It's no big deal. We just wanted to let you know. All right, it is Pop and Lund. Pop will be back, like I said, in a couple of weeks on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I got to give Murph and Matt credit this morning because Gabe Kapler can be – I like Gabe Kapler. It's nothing against him. It's just that he's very measured in what he says and how he says it. I think that's the best way to put it. And this morning when I heard him, I thought he was as relaxed as he had been, maybe ever, in an interview in the Bay Area. Now, maybe that's because he talked a lot about a staycation. He said he didn't go more than 2 miles away from his apartment in San Francisco. Maybe that rejuvenated him, and that it was exactly what he needed. That's what he said. They got into a lot of conversation about medium rare hamburgers, and he even said he likes them even more on the rare side.
Come on, buddy.
And he was pontificating about that. They got into other conversations, which we will play here, about sleeping in late or not. Which we've had the burger and the rare and the steak and lots of people weighing in, butchers weighing in. You can eat hamburger rare, all that kind of stuff. If it's steak and it's ground, I understand that. I'm not that unintelligent. I mean, people are pointing out, you realize that it's ground steak. I understand that. What I'm saying is that not all meat, I think, is that of that quality. And all I'm simply saying is that if you continue to just shove rare meat in your mouth, it's just me. Everybody's digestive system is different. You know this. About a month ago, I had a pretty major surgery about that. I still haven't bounced back. I can't eat meat. I shudder to think what would happen if I ate rare hamburger meat. It probably would not be good. I would be painting the inside of a bowl for a couple hours, which, that's probably not great to say at 12:01, and you're probably having your lunch right now, and I apologize. All right, let's get to Gabe Kapler without further ado. Here he is. First, we talked to Alex Cobb about this about an hour ago. Camilo Duvall, you think that he is you would think that, he goes into a game for the Giants, and he's got a pretty slow heartbeat going on, right? He's a slow breather. And then you'd think the All-Star game might, rev him up a little bit. Here's what Gabe Kapler said.
No, it's a good point. Like, he's a human being, right? You see him get up for the biggest moments. We've seen him show emotion over the course of this season and seasons past. So it's in there, and I'm sure he uses the adrenaline to his advantage. But what Giants fans can be excited about is whether it's the All-Star game or the playoffs against the Dodgers or the biggest moments of the season, they're not too big for Camilo. He stays easy through them.
The thing that's interesting about that is, so Billy Beane had a philosophy that pretty much anybody could close games, right? And we've had this conversation numerous times, not only on our show, but on many other shows, is that if there's a difference in the ninth inning versus other innings, there's a huge difference between closing a game, being the opener, being in the middle innings. Because if you're Okay, you pitch in the 5th inning and you screw up. The game's not over. Now, it can be if you give up like a big crooked number, something like that, but the game is not over generally. In the 9th inning, if you screw up, that's it. It's over. You give up you're up 1, you give up a 2-run, you walk a guy, you give up a bomb, you're walking off. And that's just it. Dennis Eckersley coined the phrase, walk off. I'm walking off the field. That's what happens. The 9th is different. There is pressure involved in the 9th. We all do that. You may, let's say you're in sales and you got a pitch and it's just an everyday pitch, right? And then you got the Johnson account and it's like multi-million dollars and this could set your family up for life and it's just a big deal, or maybe this saves your job or whatever the case may be. Like, it's in the balance. All right, and you go into that pitch, and maybe you're one of those guys. Maybe you're a gamer, and you just walk in there and you just own the place. That's fun. There are people like that, and then there's other people like you're just and you just screw the whole thing up. Well, the other account you did yesterday, you crushed that. Well, so what? That was a small account, no big deal. Not a lot was riding on it. The 9th inning is the Johnson account. Like, it's massive. You're either winning or you're losing, and whether the guys are nice after a game or not. Guys say this all the time. One of the most devastating thing for the other guys on the team besides the closer, and it's really on the closer too, but Brandon Crawford has said this many times, and I remember a number of years ago when the Giants had closer problems, and I'm being nice, constantly throughout that season a few years ago, players would say that, having a blown save is a major blow to the team, and when it consistently happens time and time and time again, it's a big deal. And now you get to the point where, and it's been a long time, I mean, you guys got guys like Brian Wilson and Rob Nen and Rod Beck. And, I mean, look, the Giants have a storied history when it comes to closers. But over the last few years, it hasn't been exactly consistent. And now this guy walks in the 9th inning. He's not even breathing hard. And he's just kind of like, his arms all whippy and all that. And all of a sudden, it's like, game over. Like, even in the All-Star game, I get what Rob Thompson was doing. He's got his guy in Craig Kimbrell. And you gotta run with that guy the rest of the season. People were criticizing. That's his guy. He's going to go with his guy. But if we just did it on pure talent right now, Camilo Duvall, that there's a mentality to that. That's what I'm getting to. Is there is a difference in the 9th inning. And the guy who gets nervous about it but can pitch the 8th inning versus the guy like Camilo Duvall who's like, no big deal, like it's the 1st inning. And he's pitching in like a slow pitch softball league or something, and he's got a beer in one hand and he's just chucking it up there with the other. I mean, that dude, nothing phases him. I mean, Alex Cobb told us a story, and we'll replay Alex at 1:30, where the flyover was happening at the All-Star game, and it was like, phew. That was a terrible sound effect, but you get the idea. And he pressed on Camilo Duvall's chest, and he said, does that get anything going for you? And he kind of looked at him and smiled like, no, nothing gets me going. We all have friends like that. Like, dude, don't you ever get excited for anything? Duvall never gets too far up or too far down, and that's a great thing for a closer. Here's Gabe Kapler. This is the other guy that, of all the rookies, like, I knew something about Patrick Bailey, but, I mean, did I know that he's the revelation, and especially defensively, and then kind of hitting is a bonus? But they are going to find themselves in a spot, and it's nothing against Blake Sable, but they are going to find themselves in a spot in the second half, especially right out of the gate here, where you're going to Pittsburgh, it's going to be hot. You're going to D.C., it's going to be hot. You're going to Cincinnati, it's going to be hot. How much can you play Patrick Bailey? You don't want to burn him out. That's what happens with catchers, is that everyone's like, why can't this catcher hit? Because he's behind the plate wearing a bunch of gear, taking pitches off every part of his body. He's beat up and tired. So how do they maintain his effectiveness but keep him in there in the second half of the season? Here's what Gabe Kapler said about Patrick Bailey.
Well, we'll try not to overdo it, but it's really nice to have him behind the plate. He's obviously really good with the glove, good framer, excellent thrower, can throw from any angle, swinging the bat well from both sides of the plate, hitting for power, hitting in the middle of our lineup. So far, so good. I've said this a couple of times. Don't want to, overdo it. It's still really early in his career. But your point is strong. We definitely don't want to break him down. So we'll have to, because it's so good for our pitchers to have him out there.
He's just so funny. Your point is strong. Murph, your point is strong. But the overall premise of the conversation is it is going to be tough. And it is certainly nothing against Blake Sable. But there is a massive Grand Canyon difference between when Patrick Bailey is behind the dish and when Blake Sable is. And again, nothing against Sable. He's trying to learn a craft that takes years and years and years to learn on the fly at the major league level, which is not easy. But his bat is so good, especially against right-handed pitching, that they put Blake Sabol in there once, and maybe they might need to twice a week. And there's been suggestions that you bring Joey Bart up and you carry 3. I don't know. But, I mean, Bailey is a perfect example of, Joey Bart called games. I mean, when he got drafted number 2 overall, it's like, well, he defensively, he knows it. He gets it. But Patrick Bailey comes up and it's like, whoa, like that's how it's done. This dude's like a vet. And I thought, if he first got drafted, I was like, well, he's a switch hitting catcher. He's a hitter. Or can he defend the position? And Bart has struggled with the intricacies of it. Sable's trying to learn at the major league level. Bailey's at a whole nother level. I mean, when you hear these guys after games, guys like Alex Cobb, who was on with us, been in the league 13 years, he's 35 years old, he's raving about how good Bailey is. So the difference between Bailey and Sabol is huge. Even though Sabol gives you a bat, at that position, it's like anything you give me, that's bonus stuff. And that's what I'm regurgitating that. I mean, I'd like to have a guy do both, but it's just really difficult. Here's Gabe Kapler on, and this is going to be a huge guy in the second half. Mitch Haniger wasn't really great when he was healthy. He's not going to be back until probably some point in early September. So Luis Matos, he's in center right now, but you kind of move your outfield around. So Matos, in some way, shape, or form, took his spot, and then they rotated the outfield around. But here's Gabe Kapler on his 21-year-old outfielder and what to expect in the second half.
First, I'll say that I think Luis has a pretty high floor, right? I think he's going to be an athletic outfielder. He's got a good arm. He has good instincts out there. He's fearless around the wall. And then at the plate, he's a contact hitter. He's going to put the ball in play. He's making better swing decisions this season than at any point in his career at the minor league level, and he's been able to maintain those good swing decisions at the major league level as well. He's not going to strike out much. The one thing I was curious about through the first, let's say, several weeks of Matos' major league career was he going to drive the baseball enough initially? And so for a while he had this nice line drive trajectory, but he wasn't really squaring the baseball up and making it go, 100 miles an hour, 103, 105. But more recently, we're seeing those line drives consistently north of 100 miles an hour. So I really do think Matos is going to be a good big leaguer, and it might take him some time to get there. And he's also going to put on some strength and some size over the years. And he's 21 years old, so this is the beginnings, and he's scratching the surface. I think he's going to be a good big leaguer.
Unfortunately for the Giants, and again, look, I don't know what they're going to do at the deadline. We'll get into it as we get a little bit closer of how aggressive they're going to get, because to me, that's going to tell, I'm not going to say a lot of the story in the second half, but it's certainly going to tell some of the story in the second half, how aggressive they are. But unfortunately for Luis Matos, he's been good. He's been good defensively. He's been okay at the plate. But he's only about, 5'11", 175 in that kind of a range. I mean, he does not have a big frame. I mean, that's around Mookie Betts size. And we saw at the Home Run Derby, as good as Mookie Betts is, at about 5'10", 180. When you're talking about the big boys, that's just not it. So maybe Luis Matos can be a Mookie Betts type. I'm not saying he's going to be that guy. I'm not saying he's an MVP guy. What I'm simply saying is that he can develop the power at that side. That's what I mean. Because people have selective listening. Did you hear Lund, that jackass, said that he's going to be Mookie Betts? I didn't say that. I said that hopefully he can develop that kind more of a power profile like that, because in the PCL, what you're doing down there kind of gets like, whoa, did you see what he's doing? Well, he's playing in all these places that you can hit he's playing in Salt Lake City, right? And Albuquerque, I think, is still there. And is Colorado Springs? I mean, the point is that there's a lot of hitter-friendly parks in the PCL. And so it kind of can mask a little bit what the issue is. And Gabe just said, look, he's going to be a good player, but the problem is he's got to be good now, and Casey Schmidt's got to be good now. Patrick Bailey I completely trust, but a big reason why the Giants are so good in the first half, and you know this, is that they got a lot of contributions from these rookies. And it's great that Casey Schmidt's really good defensively, and it's good that Matos has been good defensively in center, and it's great that Patrick Bailey, because it's the number one job of a catcher, can call a game, frame pitches, block pitches, and throw. I mean, that's the number one. And then anything you get, everybody says this, anything you get from the catcher that's from the plate is a bonus. Okay, unless you don't have other guys contributing throughout the lineup, and then it kind of becomes, hey, Bailey, you're hitting over 300, and we're kind of counting on you to do that. But we don't want to burn you out. So my point in Matos is that they need to get him going from a standpoint of hitting. And maybe in 2 or 3 years he can fill out. And that's, again, it goes back to, and we'll get into this coming up next, it goes back to the Shohei Ohtani stuff where, I get it, you like Luis Matos, but he just said to reach his potential, he might be a couple of years away. Well, again, the best teams in the league, Dodgers, Yankees, etc., they know they can trade guys out of their farm system because they'll just pull out the checkbook in the next offseason and they'll sign another guy to replace him. And the Giants, the difference is that batters or hitters don't seem to want to sign here. Pitchers are all day long. They're lining up to get to this park. Hitters, not so much. So if you do give away position players and you're the Giants, can you replace those guys? Because they'll go to L.A. and they'll go to New York. And they'll go to a lot of places. But they don't seem to want to go here. So that becomes part of the problem here is if you give up guys that you're developing in your farm system, position players, which we complained about for a long time they couldn't develop, but all of a sudden they're starting to, maybe you can't replace those guys in the offseason, and maybe that gives them some hesitancy. I don't know. But it goes back to the trade deadline and how aggressive they're going to be. I think that tells part of the tale in the second half. And finally, this is where I disagree with Gabe. We talked about burgers, and everyone went crazy on the way that you cook burgers and steaks with Gabe. He says he doesn't like to sleep in even on days off.
Yeah, I don't sleep particularly late. First of all, I don't like to sleep late because, I like to enjoy the days. As you mentioned, I just have fun, and I live. So I don't really want to. I will sleep if my body needs to sleep, but I'm not one of those guys that, oh man, I needed to sleep until noon. It's it's 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock even on days that I'm sleeping late.
I'm an early. You're the morning person, or you're not. Maybe you're both. I'm kind of am both. I stay up late. I like to watch a lot of stuff. I get reading. I consume a lot of information, and I might go to bed normally. My wife will tell you like 1 o'clock, but I get up like 5:30. I love getting up early. I'm with Gabe on that.
No.
But here's where we differ. If it's Sunday and it's not football season, if it's like a Sunday and I can't and I like to do a lot of work around the house and all that kind of stuff, I just get up. I don't like messes. I'm just like all that stuff, right? If it's a Sunday and I got nothing, and like he said, well, if my body needs it, I could now noon. That's a bit much. I'm not a teenager. Like my kid, he's 19. He can sleep till noon, no problem. Probably my limit is maybe like 10 o'clock because look, we got kids in the house and all this kind of stuff, and your wife will start being really loud. Maybe she'll turn on the hairdryer or something. Like it's hard to do. But if I was a bachelor and I didn't have a lot going on, I could definitely sleep in late. I mean, sleep's awesome. Who doesn't love sleep? Like Gabe's like, I want to live. Sleep is pretty good. Like when you first get into bed, there's maybe one or two feelings that are better. But I mean, if you're tired and you got a nice bed and you like get in there and it's like nice and warm, like bed's pretty good. And sometimes it's like, it's really difficult to get out. So I don't know that I agree with Gabe that like you're not living if you're sleeping. I don't know. It's kind of good. I enjoy it. You give me your thoughts on that. I don't know that it's going to take off like rare and medium rare and well done steak and burgers, but I don't know. Sleep it in. Pretty good. Underrated. And by the way, just one up front, and then I have a text they absolutely positively have to read. Old people always get up early. Like my grandpa, he would get up at 5 a.m. He'd go swimming, and it was like, well, you're retired. Like you've done everything in the day, and it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Like what are you going to do now? And then he would go to like a big chair and he'd snore and he'd nap. It was like, why'd you get up so early? Then you would need a nap. Anyway, whatever. This is awesome. And I've got a YouTube channel and I've got a podcast. And what I did was about a month ago, I had a surgery and it was a colon cancer scare. I know this is a really hard right turn, but I want to read this text to you. And I was out for about a week and everything turned out fine. But I did a video basically that said, look, I don't care what it is that you have. It could be, as far as guys are concerned, a prostate or colon or anything like that. Cancer, I've had it affect me. My dad died of pancreatic cancer. My mom had breast cancer. I had lip cancer, and I had a colon cancer scare recently. And all I said in the video was, just take time for your health. We're all so busy, and we all, I just don't have time to go to the doctor, especially as men, right? Macho. Cancer doesn't care gender. Cancer doesn't care color of your skin. Cancer doesn't care. It just doesn't care. It doesn't discriminate. And so I did a video basically that just said, look, I don't care what the issue is. You've been waiting for a long time and you just haven't gotten that colonoscopy, or you haven't gotten checked your numbers as far as prostate or whatever the case may be. Whatever it is that you're not doing because you say you don't have time, just prioritize your health. Go see the doctor. It's really quick. Colonoscopy, no big deal. Everybody talks about, oh, you got to drink that stuff. That's terrible. It's not. It's not a big deal. So I want to read this text to you because it has something to do with it, and it really makes me happy because my point in the whole thing in this video is I just want, if I could affect one person so that they would go get checked. Because I've heard people say, like, oh, I don't want to know. Yes, you do, because when they use the C word, and I've had it happen to me and my dad and my mom, and I've seen it, and if you don't catch it in time and it's too late, there's nothing a doctor can do. And it's a horrible feeling. It happened to my dad. So I got a text on the 925 that says, hey, John, just wanted to thank you for sharing your colonoscopy story and subsequent treatment. I'm 54. I've been putting it off, but your story prompted me to finally schedule it. I went in yesterday for the procedure. They found and removed a small polyp. Should be fine, but glad they caught it early. Know that your voice makes a difference and people listen. That's awesome. That's a great story. And I've heard a lot of people reach out and tell me that they had been putting it off, and they've been putting it off, and they actually did it. And it just, I can't tell you how happy that makes me feel, because it is a simple procedure, and you do want to catch these things early. And like I said, it could be hard. It could be just make sure that you know your family history and make sure that you prioritize your health, that you just take a day. We're all busy. Oh, I got this for work. I got this for work. I got to do this. I got to run the kids to that. I got to just, like, every once in a while, be selfish for your health. And just prioritize it. That's all. I'm not. That's the end of the PSA, and I'm not going to say any more and everything else. But especially as you get older, just make sure you check, man, because you just don't want to find out too late. And I found out in the nick of time, and it's an incredible feeling to know that other people actually heard me in that and are actually doing stuff. So thank you for reaching out and telling me that, because it makes me think that actually somebody heard it. And a lot of people have reached out to me via Twitter and other social media and said, hey, man, I heard what you said, and I got checked, and it's awesome. So anyway, thank you. End of PSA. All right, we got a ton to get to. We told you more that we would talk about Shohei Ohtani and Bill Shankin's article. I gave you a little on that, but I want to do a little bit more on you, more for you on that whole thing. And every time I bring them up, everybody says the Giants don't have a chance. But Alex Cobb had something to say about it. We'll play that for you as well, and we'll read some of the stuff that Bill Shankin did. It's pretty cool stuff. We'll do that next. Plus, before we get out of here at 2 o'clock, ESPN did a whole look at the second half of the season. Where did they put, there's different categories that they put in there. Where did they put the Giants as far as looking ahead to the second half? We'll do that coming up as well. It's Pop and Lund. Pop will be back the week after next as he is doing his normal July vacation. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Antioch, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Antioch Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Larry Bear of the Giants, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to break down the Giants draft and more. Check out that podcast, trending right now on the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
To see where is Greg Papa. I would like a response. We miss him up here in the North Bay. Where is he?
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. I got a state trooper up here with a dog sniffer. Going to stay away from my bag. Don't go near my bag. What are you looking for? Oh, they're in here to sniff.
You think he's kidding about that bag? Was that at the Super Bowl? It was at a Super Bowl, right? I think that was what it was. Yeah, I think he's kidding about not sniffing. Oh, yeah, Mexico City. That's right. Yeah, I think he's kidding about not wanting a dog to sniff his bag. He's not here, so it's his fault. Yeah. Unless you want a certain feeling, you probably don't want to sniff that bag. Just saying. He's got a number of bags, and anyway, I digress. Matt Mayoko must have heard me on his hike somehow, because we didn't think Matt was going to join us today, but apparently Matt is going to join us today. He was up in Tahoe, so I did want to talk to him about a number of different things and quarterbacks, but he was with Alex Smith, the quarterback, so we'll ask him about Alex and his time in Tahoe and talking to a bunch of guys, so we'll do that as well. And we'll kind of ask him some of the questions that we asked this week at 15 past the hour when we did the pre-training camp editions, where we asked the team's big story, which, we know that one. And then your team wins the Super Bowl if, and then we did a straw poll on the MVP. So we'll ask him those questions, but also just Tahoe things, what he's doing as he finishes up right before training camp, all those things. And, of course, we'll delve into the one topic that everybody loves talking about with Matt Mayoko, a Friday regular, only here on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
But when Harbaugh was here, and I made fun of Matt Maiocco one time, he had this big safari hat on, and it was like 100 degrees in Santa Clara, and I'm like, who's the clown with the safari hat? Well, it's Maiocco, and he was smart, and it had the thing down the back of the neck and everything. Because Harbaugh would have these 3.5-hour marathon practices, and here's dumb me with my fair skin, total jackass, and I'm red as a beet coming in, and I got completely burned, and I'm like, went to Matt Maiocco, you are the smartest man alive. So I gave him a roundabout compliment because that's how our relationship is. And I'm amazed by this because I saw Matty Maiocco was up in Tahoe talking to Alex Smith. He's got the 49ers Talk podcast. We originally had him slated to come on, and then he was going hiking. So I respected that. I mean, there's a couple of weeks until camp. He's got stuff to do. It's dead time of the year, and then it's just going to be, pedal to the metal time. And so I was like, okay, Matt's not going to come on today. I was very sad about it. Big Matt Maiocco fan, but apparently he's made the time for us, and Matty joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Why the change of heart here? What happened?
Well, I just didn't know what the future would hold for me, but I'm cruising on Highway 50 right by Shingle Springs right now.
Yeah, sure.
So yeah, that was a very nice. I guess it was a backhanded compliment. Maiocco looked like a fool, but as it turns out, he actually knew what he was doing.
Yeah, that's what we've known each other a long time, and I remember it was one of the first training camps I ever went to, and it was, in fact, I think it was right around the time Aldon Smith was drafted, and I remember watching Aldon Smith and Joe Staley go at it. But you knew that Harbaugh had these ridiculously long practices that I don't even think you can do anymore. And I did. I remember looking at, who's the guy in the safari hat? But he was so smart because you had down the back so it wouldn't get the back of your neck and everything. And then I remember walking in because I have extremely fair skin and I was sunburned to the crisp. And I was like, man, that guy is smart. He knows something. I remember that.
Yeah, I remember seeing you and thinking, gosh, I need to get some butter and lemon because I didn't know today was lobster day at training camp.
That's what
and then
happened.
It turned out it was you.
Yeah.
I thought it was like, wow, look at this very tasty looking lobster.
No, it's true. I get sunburned in 10 minits too. I mean, it doesn't even take very long. But yeah, so that's how I remember meeting you for the first time, and that was the whole deal. So, I want to talk about Tahoe first, though, because I think it's so cool, and I know Murph and Mac used to go there every year, but got all these different celebrities. But I mean, you got a chance to sit down with Alex Smith, right?
I did. Yeah, I saw him on the course. I wanted to be able to sit down with him, and it was great. I found him out on the course and walked with him and his family for a few holes, and then he was very nice enough after having lunch with us. I went through his wife, Elizabeth. I said, hey, Elizabeth, I know you're going to be having lunch after this round, but is it okay if I grab Alex for a few minutes? And so she gave the okay. Because there are 3 kids who are running around and having a good time too, and Elizabeth said it was okay. So therefore, Alex, there was no backing out for Alex. So, but he came over yesterday. That podcast, 49ers Talk, should be up sometime I think this afternoon. But we had a nice 20+ minute conversation, very very wide ranging, including probably I didn't know really how to approach it, but it's the first time I've seen him. It's the first time I've seen his leg, and he was wearing shorts, and he told me, as you will hear on the podcast, that for the longest time, now obviously it hasn't been that long, but it was 2020 when he was the NFL Comeback Player of the Year, so he's had that after that injury and the life-threatening complications and all that. He said that for the longest time he was embarrassed about how his leg looked. And he was very self-conscious about it, but he's kind of gotten to the point where it's just like, hey, it's who I am. It's part of my story. And so he was out there wearing shorts, and when you see it, when you see his leg, how many ever years after the fact, it just really drives home how incredibly lucky he is that he made it through, and just how determined he was to get back. I mean, honestly, it's kind of sobering, and to see it, it's just it got a reaction out of me. And I did post a picture of he and I sitting together and doing an interview, and it wasn't by design at all. And I actually posted a picture of him swinging the clubs too, but it wasn't by design to show his leg. But that's the one thing that people direct messaging me. That's the one thing that they really saw, and I think it had the same reaction. Everybody had the same reaction, which was, wow, what an incredible person to be able to endure that and come back. And I think kind of what he said, the self-conscious thing, I cannot put myself in his shoes, but I think it's really cool that he's out there and people can kind of see for themselves and maybe draw some inspiration from the journey that he went through.
That's a great way to put it, and it's funny that you say that because it was the first thing, and I saw a video of his swing as well, but it was and I saw you guys are sitting in like director's chairs, and I think, and it's the first thing you think of, and like you said, I mean, it's just a lot of people have probably seen, I think it was the ESPN piece that they did on him and how, it could have lost his life, could have lost his leg. When he went back on the field, his wife, they just said, Elizabeth, she's holding her breath. And I mean, just the whole story. And what a hell of a nice guy. I mean, he's just such a good guy. And I remember him at the Super Bowl, at Super Bowl 47. And everybody else, including Kaepernick, has we all know how that whole thing works, is they've kind of got their boosts and everything. And then there's Alex Smith with like the rest of the guys, and he just never complained. And I think, wasn't that game in Arizona, didn't he go like 17 of 18 or something, and he was player of the week, and then all of a sudden like he gets a concussion and he's benched? I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah, I do believe that basically his best game as a starter with the 49ers was his last game, and I think he was NFC Offensive Player of the Week.
Yeah, you're right.
That week, and then the next game he sustains a concussion, and he never got his job back. And it's a fun thing to talk about. I don't know if it's certainly not fun for Alex.
Yeah.
It's always interesting to kind of think about, what would have happened if the 49ers had just continued on with Colin Kaepernick as the backup to Alex Smith. There's legitimate, we'll never know, but there's certainly legitimate arguments either way. I mean, Kaepernick played really well. He played some really good football, and that first year when he took over, teams just had.
All right, we'll try Maddie back. Boy, that was abrupt. Normally we get like a couple of like blips that it's like, it's going to cut out. That thing was like cutting a cord. We'll check. Because I want him to finish the story, and then the other thing I want to ask Maddie about, and then we'll do the 3 questions that we did to we got him back? Oh, okay, we got you back.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, continue.
We went through it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, who knows what would have happened. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say 49ers would have won the Super Bowl with Alex Smith because he might have made those plays down at the goal line instead of incompletions to Michael Crabtree. Other people would say, you know what, I'm not sure they make the Super Bowl without Colin Kaepernick there. So he always handled it. Alex was very upset when he became the number 2 guy, but he always conducted himself and comported himself with nothing but class, even through some extraordinarily trying times with the 49ers. I mean, he was not set up to succeed with the 49ers. He had no chance. What was it, like 7 offensive coordinators in his first 7 seasons? I mean, it was an F show. But he never complained, and everywhere he's gone, he's left the situation in a better spot than when he got there. Maybe not in Washington, because the only way you make that situation better, I guess, is if you single-handedly fire Dan Snyder, and which has happened, I guess. But you'll never. He's one guy you will never ever hear a bad word about from people who work closely with him or who know him.
Matt Miyoko, he's coming back from Tahoe, and of course he talked to Alex Smith. Check out the 49ers Talk podcast. The other quote, I don't know if you talked to these guys and you're up there, but I saw a quote, I think it was in the Chronicle today, and they were talking to Steve Young and Jerry Rice, and both guys said, hey, it's time to win a Super Bowl. That's what should be on their minds and everything. I don't know what term you would use, but I would almost say that the 49ers are in a situation, essentially the window is they're able to bring in the guys they've got, like Hargrave, for example, they're able to sign because they have a pretty cheap quarterback room. And so Brock Purdy's still got a number of years until he can get a big contract, but that's just a few years away. And so they've got about a 3 or 4 year window here, I think, to where they take this quarterback room that's not making very much, and they can add a Hargrave, and they can re-sign a Bosa, and they can do all these things, and they have a real opportunity here to win a Super Bowl. So they said it should be on their mind. I would even take it a step further, just having been there, certainly not as much as you are, but Papa talks about this all the time. And I don't know, is desperate to win a Super Bowl too strong of a term, but it's something in that range, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably a handful of teams you could say that about. Kansas City has won 2 Super Bowls in the past 4 years, so, maybe their desperation isn't as much. But I bet you Patrick Mahomes, he should win the Super Bowl. I would say the Buffalo Bills are certainly in that mindset. I think the Cincinnati Bengals are, and I think the Philadelphia Eagles are. So there's 5 teams right there where, then there's a handful of teams after that feel like they have a chance to win it. But I would say at this point, a week before training camp opens around the league, there are probably 5 teams that consider this Super Bowl or bust. Not that this is, the window's slammed shut after this season for those 5 teams. But those 5 teams are set up to win, and to win now. And the only thing that makes the 49ers not like the others is what you alluded to. All those other teams have franchise quarterbacks who are being paid like franchise quarterbacks. The 49ers don't have that, and they won't have that, unless something dramatic happens this season and the 49ers go in a different direction next season and end up signing or trading for a high-priced, $40 million a year quarterback. They're going to be in this same situation next year too, with a roster, probably the strongest roster in the NFL around the quarterback, because really they're not paying the quarterback. The crazy thing is, I guess they're paying Trey Lance a little bit, they're paying Sam Darnold a little bit. But the guy that they've earmarked to be their starting quarterback at a time of year when only the 51 top paid players count toward the salary cap figure for each team, he's like 61. He doesn't even count against the salary cap. That's how little he's making. And I'm not joking.
I know you're not. It's amazing.
And they have him for another year on, they cannot do anything with that contract. The NFL rules stipulate that team and player cannot renegotiate a contract until a drafted player has completed his 3rd season. So Brock Purdy has 2 more full seasons with the team before they can even entertain giving him a contract that's in line with what a starting quarterback for an NFL contender should be.
That's crazy. That's huge. I want to peel back the curtain just a little bit, because I'm going to go back in time again, and I remember. I think this is accurate. I don't want to make it sound like you don't like training camp, because I don't think that's accurate. But one of the things around training camp I don't think you love, which is, I remember standing next to you one time, and it was a Harbaugh camp, and Harbaugh, unlike Shanahan, used to, I think on purpose, like take the action away from you guys, so you guys had to guess. And you kind of have a thing that you fill out every single day. Like, here's the catch of the camp, catch of the day, the defensive play of the day. Like, you guys all do that kind of stuff. And I know you're not a big camp stat guy, but it's almost, it gets clicks and everything. So you guys throw out the numbers and everything like that. And I know that's not your favorite thing either. I think I know that. But I remember one time I was standing next to you, and you guys all had binoculars because Harbaugh was such a pain. And I think like Crabtree made a catch in the corner, and y'all turned to each other and you went, was that Crabtree? Yeah, I think it was Crabtree. Okay, that's catch of the day. Like, you guys have this list that you have to do every single day because people demand that stuff, right?
Yeah. And I will say this, that now wherever the practice is, wherever the practice is, whichever field is taking place on, we have access
right
to that
now.
field.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, in the Harbaugh days, and I don't know if it was every year, but I kind of think it was. I would say 50% of the practices we're probably 100 yards away from it, so you couldn't even see stuff. But here's one thing, and I will be with the herd, charting completions and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Kyle Shanahan will not be going through the stats at the end of training camp or at the end of every day and going, oh, Trey Lance was 11 of 14.
Right.
That means he's now ahead of Sam Darnold, who was 9 of 14. It just doesn't work that way. And I think a lot of times, I guarantee you, people will make a big deal out of the completions and attempts and all that. But what Kyle Shanahan bases it on is how the person's running the offense. And, almost more, you could have an incomplete pass and get a much higher grade if you made the right decision and that's where the ball should have gone and you were decisive, than if you make the wrong read and the play that the defense that you were taught would be there, and the play call you're taught, if the ball goes somewhere else for a completion, that's not a good thing. And that's the kind of stuff that Kyle Shanahan and his staff will look at, and not the end result was the ball completed, at least during practices. And I'd say for games too, because they want to see the decision making there. They want to see that the person is doing what he's taught to do, and that he's coachable, and there's a process behind everything in that playbook.
Matt Mayoko's joining us as he is coming back from Tahoe, where he talked to Alex Smith. Make sure that you check out the 49ers Talk podcast. Matt, he does a great job with that. Jennifer Lee Chan, you guys do a tremendous job. And again, we're coming up on training camp, 18th for the rookies, 25th for the veterans coming to camp. You're really good at this. You guys are all good at this. All the beat writers and everything do a tremendous job. But how difficult will it be to and Kyle's pretty patient with this stuff because he knows what's coming, but to just ask about the quarterback darn near every day, but try to do it in a way that doesn't irritate him?
Yeah, I mean, he knows the deal, but there are times where the patience kind of runs out a little bit. But what's interesting is this year, last year we basically talked to him about one quarterback.
Yeah,
and there was some questions about the guy who was throwing behind the stands during practice, Jimmy Garoppolo. But this year, what's interesting is that there are really 4 legitimate guys, and he hasn't been asked much about Brandon Allen, but Brandon Allen has been a backup, a number 2 quarterback in the league for a Super Bowl contender the past 3 seasons. He's been the number 2 behind Joe Burrow. And so he comes to the 49ers as essentially not essentially, he is the number 4 guy. So, you have Sam Darnold, who the only people who have really bad things to say about Sam Darnold are people, I think, who are away from the scenes. I mean, I talked to Alex Smith and Steve, and they both have a lot of respect for Sam Darnold and feel like he was never really set up to succeed at any of his other 2 stops. Frank Gore speaks really highly of Darnold. So this guy is a very talented guy. And, as someone on KNBR said a month or so ago, he can really throw the football. He is a top-level thrower. I forget who that person was.
Didn't that person get a lot of grief for something like that? What was the term that person used? Like
for that. He said he might be the best thrower of the football the 49ers have ever had.
That's right. That's what it was.
And that person's not backing down from that. I think he's a really talented thrower. There's no question about it. But it's the other elements of the game that just haven't clicked. And why is that? Is it Is it on the teams that have had him? Yeah, some of it. Is it on Darnold? Absolutely. So we'll see. Steve Young was telling me that if he were Sam Darnold and if he were Trey Lance, this is where they'd want to be, because this system and this environment is going to bring out the best in everybody. And all that said, if Brock Purdy gets healthy, stays healthy, and plays anywhere near what he played last season, then no one else is going to get a chance to play, because Brock Purdy earned the job. And that's the way the 49ers feel about it, and that's what his teammates feel about it too. And so there will always be a lot to talk about. There'll be stuff to talk about with the quarterbacks on the field, the guys that we see from the opening of training camp, most specifically Trey Lance and Sam Darnold, but also kind of running on a parallel track is Brock Purdy's, the physical therapy, the rehab. How's that elbow coming along? Have there been any setbacks? Is he, when is he on pace to join practices, and at what level will he join practices? And then ultimately it all points towards September 10th against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Matt Maiocco joining us. Okay, before we let you go, and I know you got people to see, places to go. Actually, you're just in your car driving, so you got a lot of time.
Yeah,
right? Fine.
Yeah, if you want to keep me for the next hour and a half, I'm fine with that.
Exactly. I used to love that. Like, you go on long road trips. I was in San Diego a couple of weeks ago, and it was like, I was just dialing people I hadn't talked to in forever. It's like, I got 7 hours. I mean, I got nothing to do. But so all this week, Dave Benz was in with me this week. Papa's out next week, too, and so he's coming back. But you remember Dave Benz and your old Comcast days.
Absolutely.
So Dave was with me, and he was really good. And so what we did was, we went through and we talked to people, beat writers, and real quick from all these different teams, and we just asked them 3 quick questions. We didn't keep them 10 minutes. We just said, okay, we just need kind of, treetops for your team. So here's what we asked them. We asked them 3 things. We asked them first, and we know what this is, but I'm going to alter this question a little bit for you. What is the big storyline for your team? And most of them were quarterbacks. But if you couldn't use the quarterback in any way, shape, or form for a storyline for the 49ers, what is the second? We'll amend this. What is the second biggest storyline for the 49ers going into camp?
From the news standpoint, it'll be Nick Bosa and the contract extension.
Okay.
I expect him to fall in line with George Kittle from 3 years ago, Fred Warner from 2 years ago, and Deebo Samuel from last year. None of those guys stepped on the practice field without their new contract. I expect the same thing from Bosa, but I also think Bosa's contract is going to be more difficult than those other two, because, where does he fall? He's the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year. Does he supplant Aaron Donald as the highest paid defensive player in the league? Is it a shade below that? What is it? 49ers have telegraphed, quite obviously, that they fully expect Nick Bosa to be with this team for a long, long time. And so, how easy is that contract going to be to get done? So that would be, I would say, you could even say that might be the number one thing, because the quarterback situation, if you're talking about Brock Purdy's health, obviously that's a big deal. But until he's cleared, you can say that the battle that we're going to be seeing in training camp is for the number 2 job.
Yeah, definitely. All right, the second question we asked is, we asked it with every team, and with the 49ers, it's legitimate. I mean, we had a guy on from the Cardinals and asked this question, and he said, when's the draft? The 49ers will win the Super Bowl if. The 49ers will win the Super Bowl if.
Well, there's 2 parts. I guess health, which has been the major concern. And if Brock Purdy continues the trajectory he showed last year, I think that the rest of the offense, including the offensive line, is good enough to win a Super Bowl. I think the defense is good enough to win a Super Bowl. And all those teams that we talked about as being contenders or win-now mode, they all have their franchise quarterback. Brock Purdy needs to be not necessarily a franchise quarterback. He's just got to be a tremendous point guard and ball distributor.
All right, and the last one we asked everyone, and I know it's very early for this one, but this is what we do. We took a straw poll for MVP. So overall MVP of the league, who would you pick at this time?
For out of the 49ers?
No, just in the NFL. So, obviously it's a court. It could be Mahomes, Burrow, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess. It's so tough to repeat. But man, right now, I just think the obvious best, I mean, not quite as obvious as Ohtani as the best player in baseball, but I think that it's really difficult to make an argument for anybody other than Patrick Mahomes being the best player in football. And I think that it's just a great marriage of an extraordinarily talented guy, a guy with a good head on his shoulders, and also a coach that gets it. So, I mean, I'm sorry I couldn't be more creative, but I'll go Mahomes.
Ah, it's true. And I'll just ask this one of you, because actually Greg Beacham just went off the board just because, he covers the Rams, and he wanted to go off the board, and he said Debo. And if Debo is an MVP candidate, then they had a hell of a season. But, of the 49ers, I know that they essentially what happens is the MVP is a quarterback now, and the offensive player of the year. Then if Justin Jefferson has this great year, he's not the MVP, but he's the offensive player of the year. But could a guy like McCaffrey get into the conversation just because they could use him in so many different ways?
Absolutely, and that would have been my who of the 49ers has the best chance to be the MVP? It would be McCaffrey, because I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be 1,000, but if he plays 17 games, he's going to be really close. I think the rushing yards would be a given. How much do they want to use him in the passing game? He's always going to be a big-time threat. And I think that he, more than maybe any other guy on the team, just his presence, it can create a lot of opportunities for George Kittle, for Deebo Samuel, for Brandon Ayuk by just occupying the safety or whatever it is, or spreading out the linebackers, or I think he's in a position where you could put some dark horse money on him if you're looking for. I don't even know what the odds are for him being the MVP, but I just think that he's in a system right now that really fits him. And I think Kyle Shanahan has had many months to kind of figure out even other ways to use him. So he would be my guy as far as a candidate for MVP from the 49ers.
All right, really quick, just because you jogged my memory on this. Speaking of 1,000, Roger Craig is up again in a different way, but is he going to get in? Can he get in?
He can. Absolutely he can. Thankfully, there are 3 seniors being picked. I don't know that he will get in. It just the feel of it seems like he doesn't have a whole lot. There's 31 seniors players up for it, and I guarantee you every player on that list, that player's fan base is saying the same things that we've been saying about Roger Craig for a couple of decades, that he should get in. It's overdue. I remain hopeful and optimistic that he will get in at some point. I don't know that it'll be the class of 2024, but I think that you saw that list. I mean, there's a lot of worthy people. So what they're trying to do at the Pro Football Hall of Fame is kind of whittle down that backlog of deserving guys. So, yeah, I remain hopeful that Roger Craig will get in at some point this year. This year sounds like a good year, but if it's not, then hopefully next year.
Yeah. Well, at least we took 20 minutes off your drive. So, as always, great insight. And, again, brilliant on the hat. What else did we discuss today? Lots of different things. Good stuff. And, yeah, we look forward to hearing you with Alex Smith. That's going to be great.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I always like talking while I'm driving, too. My other trick, just to keep focus and not, doze off, is sunflower seeds.
Oh, yeah.
Big sunflower seeds while driving guy.
Yep, me too. Got to roll down the window and spit them out the window so it keeps you awake.
There you go, and have the seeds fly back and hit you in the eye. Yeah, perfect.
And then your car, when you get home, has half the sunflower seeds ended up on your car.
So disgusting.
It's so very disgusting.
The back seat window has all that slobber on it.
I thought it was something I was doing wrong, but if you're doing it, that's how it goes. Yep. All right, man. Hey, good to talk to you. Drive safe, and we'll see you in camp soon.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Matt. That is the great, and I do mean great, Matt Mayoko with tremendous insight and a lot of fun. And make sure that you check out the 49ers Talk podcast. He's coming back from Tahoe and Talked to a number of different people, but that conversation with Alex Smith is definitely must listen. All right, we'll get a couple of four plays in for you. And then John Shea's going to join us. He was the All-Star game in Seattle. We have a lot to discuss with John Shea, and we'll discuss the second half of the Giants, how aggressive they'll be at the trade deadline, all those things you don't want to miss with John Shea from the Chronicle National Baseball right at 1:15, only here on the Sports Center.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I have had gonorrhea.
Hopefully that is satisfying the appetite of all the Papa fans. It is Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. He'll be back week after next. Our good friend Dave Benz is going to join us next week again. Dave is not here because he's calling pickleball at Fenway Park. I'm not kidding. The ballpark series, which is going to be at Oracle Park next week. So he took a red eye last night, went to Fenway, and on Monday next week, he'll join us, and then Papa will be back there after that. All right, John Shea is going to join us at 1:15, national baseball writer for the Chronicle. He was at the All-Star game in Seattle. We will go over all those festivities, and you do not want to miss 1:30 today because I had a great conversation with Alex Cobb at about 11 o'clock, and if you missed it, I'm going to play it for you at 1:30 because he's in a unique situation. We talked to Sean Estes earlier this week on Tuesday, and Sean's first All-Star game was his first full season league. Alex Cobb's been in the league 13 years. He's 35. That was his first All-Star game. So we had a lot of good things to talk about with Alex. We also talked about the Giants in the second half. You do not want to miss that at 1:30. In the meantime, Ohtani, up until the trade deadline, that's going to be the discussion point. Here's Jim Bowden, of course, former Reds and Nationals GM, now on Sirius XM MLB Radio, talks about what he thinks Shohei Ohtani is going to look for in his next team.
All indication from my sources is that Ohtani prioritizes winning as number one. He knows he's going to get $500 million. It's not going to be about the most money. It's going to be about where he can win the most championships. That's what I'm being told. So I know that. I also know the Angels don't have a pathway to win a championship. Not in the division they're in, not the way their farm system is, not the way their big league club is, and not with the lack of trade chips that they have. So you're not going to be an option. You got to trade the player because that's your best shot of winning in the future, is trying to get 3, 4, 5, 6 guys like the Nationals did with Juan Soto. You want to get 6 guys if you can. You got a trade chip that no one's ever had before. No one's ever had an ace pitcher and a middle-of-the-order impact bat who could break Aaron Judge's single-season home run record this year. No one's ever had anything like that before. It's one player. So he's worth twice the value of a normal trade. That's what he's worth. Even though it's a rental, it's what he's worth. When we get to August 1st, the Angels have to trade the player. Once they say we're not going to, and they look in the mirror and they realize he's not going to sign here, and what's the difference? We can't live with August and September without him, even though we're going to be without him the rest of our franchise's history. Mm-hmm. So you trade the player. You just do. It's reckless not to. It will make the trade deadline the most exciting one we've ever seen if it happens.
That's Jim Bowden, again, Sirius XM Radio, and he knows what he's talking about. He's been on our show many times. His sources are impeccable, and he used to be the GM for the Washington Nationals and Cincinnati Reds, but as easy as he makes it sound, it's not going to go to the GM. It's going to go to the owner of the Angels, and he may not be able to stomach it. I mean, it's just as simple as that. He said it's reckless if he doesn't. I understand all of those kind of things, but we also talked to numerous people who have told us that anybody who thinks they know what he's thinking, they're lying. Now, I would agree with him in that we have heard this consistently. He wants to win. He hasn't made a secret of that. The one thing I would disagree with Jim Bowden about is he said that it's not going to be about money. It's always about money. 100%. If somebody says, and if it's close, and Team A says $500 million and Team B says $600 million, all these people who say Ohtani doesn't care about money, I've never met a person in my life who didn't care about money. And the people who say they don't care about money are lying through their teeth. I don't care about money. I'll live on the land. No. I mean, money can't buy happiness. All right. Well, you can try. I understand lottery winners sometimes end up back in the poorhouse and they're not all that happy. And I know there's complications to it and blah, 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 blah. But I'd say this, if Ohtani and it's close is offered $600 million and one team offers him $500 million, I think he's going to take $600 million because that's how most people are wired. That's how most athletes are wired. But we'll see. We'll get to the second one, Gabe Kapler. And the only reason I was going to bring this up from Murph and Mac this morning, you can go to KNBR.com, you can listen to it, was how he likes his burgers and steaks. It's hilarious. And then it like the text line went crazy. So I'll play that in remnants today because I don't have time to play it. We'll play it in remnants at 1:45, and there's also a really good Steph Curry cut that I want to play at 1:45, where in one day he's saying, we're really going to miss Jordan, and then the cut that he had that we'll play for you today in Tahoe, I think is very revealing to just how bad the situation was with Jordan Poole. So we'll play those two cuts for you at 1:45 to give you something to look forward to for remnants. But coming up next, John Shea's going to join us, national baseball writer for the Chronicle. We will review what happened in Seattle, and we'll ask him about Shohei Ohtani as well. And then the A's situation. We'll spend a little bit of time on that. I know, again, the A's don't get huge numbers and so forth, but it is a huge story. And John Shea's been covering it better than anybody else. Then Alex Cobb's going to join us if you missed that one at 1:30. All of that coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Fairfield, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Fairfield Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Mike Silver, he assesses the likelihood of the 49ers winning the NFC West. Check out that story and more trending right now on the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
I tell everybody this. People say it a lot about a lot of people, but he is truly the number one person I've been around that biggest priority. He dedicates every aspect of his life to baseball and to winning. And obviously everybody would love to be that person to say that about themselves. But, you know, he truly, everything he does, every second of his day is dedicated to being the best baseball player he can and to be a part of a team that wins.
That's Alex Cobb, who you're going to hear from at 1:30. He was teammates with Shohei Ohtani with the Angels, and that's going to be that is going to be the overwhelmingly large story until August 1st if Shohei Ohtani gets traded, if the Angels fall out of it. And, of course, the second half starts tonight. The Giants are in Pittsburgh, but everybody's going to have all eyes on the Angels and what will Artie Moreno do if the Angels struggle. Will they trade Shohei Ohtani? Let's get into that conversation, talk about Seattle, how the All-Star game went. John Shea is great. He joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line, national baseball writer for the Chronicle, at John Shea Hay, and he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. Hi, John.
Hey, John, how you doing? You didn't have the main soundbite, though.
What was it?
Bob one when he said he's coming to San Francisco.
Yeah, I love
Where's that one?
Yeah, I asked him about that quote, and it's interesting. Because Bill Shakin did this, and I know you were in Seattle talking to guys. I mean, everybody around here obviously wants to know if he would come here, but what would be the selling point of San Francisco to Shohei, or selling points?
Well, as Cobb said, and you don't have that sound bite because only two of us got it, and all the radio and TV guys had left the room.
So it was you and who?
Evan Webeck from the San Jose.
Oh, wow.
No, so what happened was there were 50 guys around him, and 45 of whom were Japanese media because he faced Ohtani and walked him. So they were all speaking with Ohtani. We were waiting, and this is mid-game. This is kind of an informal spring training thing. They make guys available right after they pitch or right after a couple of ABs. So Cobb was available in, the sixth or seventh inning. So we went down and spoke with him. And we figured out we're the only two guys who want to talk to Alex Cobb. But the Ohtani interview down the hall ended, so a whole stampede of other media joined in, and, they wanted to know what it's like to face Ohtani, his former teammate, even though he walked him and he reached second on a wild pitch, and that was kind of the end of that sequence. But so as you would normally do, you kind of wait it out because you want your own questions. And I wrote down on my notebook going down there, Ohtani trade, or Ohtani Giants was it? Ohtani Giants. Those are the only two words in my notebook. That's the only thing I wanted to really ask him about.
Right.
So I wasn't going to ask him in the big crowd because everybody would have the story. So you wait him out, and then you ask the question, and sometimes you get lucky with some amazing content, and that's what Alex Cobb provided when he said it would be amazing to have him in San Francisco, and I'm campaigning for him, so Evan and I were down there writing it, and we're not radio people or TV people, so that's why there's not a sound bite, universally right now on that, because they all left the room when we spoke with him. But he was pretty genuine. You're wondering, hey, is this tongue in cheek? Is this genuine? Is he really serious about this? And never in that conversation did he say, "I'm only kidding, fellas."
Right.
Or, it's just a big joke. I can't tamper. Right. It's not. You're not supposed to tamper. The guys get in trouble if they're tampering.
But the way
anyway, the last comment was,
no, go ahead.
Then he kind of turned and walked away.
But the way you did it so well, and this is why you're the great Sean Shea, because you know that if we get a hold of it, we're going to blow it out everywhere. And so you guys got it in a unique fashion. But he did, as you said, he sold San Francisco, and everyone's trying to speculate. Everyone looks at the Dodgers and says he's just going to move up the street, and they're saving their money. And, maybe the Padres move Soto. Everybody's assuming he wants to be on the West Coast. And do we know? I mean, everybody assumes that, he's going to get $500 or $600 million. So that money's not going to make a big difference. But do we know, maybe other than winning, what he does value in his next opportunity?
Well, I think in his next opportunity, if it's similar to his first opportunity, he would like to stay on the West Coast. If you remember, he had a list of teams that he was interested in that he provided his agent that became public. And it was basically Seattle, Anaheim, LA, San Diego, San Francisco. And there was one team missing. It was Oakland. That was the only team that he did not have on his list from the West Coast that he had interest in at the time. This was several years ago. He's branched out. He can really play anywhere he wants. But I think he's leaving it open. But in a perfect world, he wants to go to a winner. And the only two teams that are there every year are the Dodgers and Yankees. Maybe you throw in the Braves. And, you know, if you're looking at a huge market, it's the Dodgers and Yankees. So they have to be number one and number two on the list. And I imagine number one would be the Dodgers by far because he's familiar with Southern California. Dodgers are on the West Coast. They're in the playoffs every year. And imagine the brand in Dodger blue with that guy internationally. The team of Jackie Robinson and Sandy Koufax and now Ohtani. That would be incredible. Now, the Giants, kind of a dark horse because maybe it's not L.A., it's not Hollywood, but more than that, they don't win every year. They're not in the playoffs every year. How many times since 2016 have they been in the postseason? Once? I mean, that doesn't cut it for a guy who's leaving Anaheim, having never been in the postseason, despite the presence of him and Mike Trout. And now he says, oh, well, I'm not going to join a team. I'm not going to join Minnesota. Would I join San Francisco? I mean, they've been in the postseason once since 2016. So it's really important for the Giants to win every single game in July and have all these young guys just go crazy at the plate and on the mound and maybe show this guy that if he is acquired by the Giants or if he stays in Anaheim and is acquired by some other team, it's really important for the Giants to finish strong, make the playoffs, maybe even go deep into October, win a series or two, and demonstrate to him, because they're on the clock and these are the Ohtani sweepstakes, that they are a legitimate postseason team that with these young guys, it could happen every year. I mean, it's a big gamble for him to say, well, you know, is Bailey going to do that next year? Is Schmidt going to, you know, hit as well as he defends? I mean, are these young pitchers and, you know, the center fielder? I mean, there's a lot of questions in his mind about all these teams, and it's a no-brainer with the Dodgers and Yankees. So it's going to be fascinating, maybe the most fascinating free agency ever, maybe the most fascinating trade deadline activity ever if Anaheim, you know, figures it out and says, yeah, we're going to trade him. And the reason they're going to trade him is because they might fail here in July without Mike Trout.
John Shea is joining us from the Chronicle, of course, national baseball writer. He was in Seattle at the All-Star game, and he got that great quote from Alex Cobb selling San Francisco potentially to a former teammate in Shohei Ohtani. And maybe this is irrelevant now because so much has changed for the Giants. And like you said, it's about the now and winning the now, because I think that is his number one priority if money is relatively the same. But did he leave a positive impression, or did the Giants leave a positive impression on him back in that? And I remember Buster went to it, and I don't remember who else was at it. But was it a team that, because the difference was at that point was that the American League had a DH and the National League didn't, so many people thought he wasn't going to go to the National League anyway. But now that the playing field is level, do you remember if it was a positive meeting and he left a positive impression, and if they were one of the finalists for his services back then?
Oh, from what I recall, yeah. I mean, they were in it, and they sent out the full court press, and you know, including Posey, like you said, and you know, I mean, I think there was just a calmness in Anaheim where it wasn't the big city, but it was close enough, and you know, being able to play with Trout and knowing that he could do both, pitch and hit, because we didn't know if he was going to be superior in one and maybe one day he would just kind of leave the other. Is his arm going to hold up if he's throwing that hard? Maybe just make him a full-time DH or an outfielder. You know, nobody knew about the guy. Now we know everything about the guy, and teams are going to have to say, listen, you will hit third for us and you will pitch every fifth day unless you want to pitch every sixth day. Basically, you can do anything you want for the next 10 years in San Francisco because we want you that badly. And you know, there's a huge need on the top of the rotation. There's a huge need in the middle of the lineup. San Francisco would love to embrace him. It would be an international brand. The Giants could market him like they were hoping to market Aaron Judge times 10. The Giants have had, only 7 years in their San Francisco history in which they didn't have a superstar named Mays or Will Clark or
Bonds.
Jack Clark or Barry Bonds or Buster Posey. It's only 7 years in that whole West Coast history. This is a superstar-based organization, and the owners always have appreciated that. The fans have wanted that. It's worked out. They've won more than they've lost, and they've won 3 championships. They were close in the 62 and the 71 and all the other early 2000s, and but this guy would almost supersede everybody else. And maybe I won't throw Mays in there because he's still the greatest ever. You can't call this guy the greatest ever after a couple of great years of being a two-way sensation. You have to let it play out. Let's see you do it over 10 years. And that's the big risk. If you're going to give up the farm and send a lot of prospects to Anaheim for 2 months, or if you're going to give them 600, 700, why not $1 billion? Just give it all to them.
You're going to make it back
here. I mean, the Giants are always finishing runner-up. They're always the bridesmaids. So why not just start the highest? Okay, we'll give you $1 billion.
And make him turn it down, like you said.
$100 million a year.
You know
what though?
That's a great point.
Because the top guys make $35 million as a pitcher. The top guys make $35 as a hitter. You combine them, that's $70. So just outbid everybody for the first time.
That's not a bad thought, because everyone sits there and says, "Oh, the money's going to be the money, and money doesn't matter." Well, it does matter, and it's normally the number one thing. And if somebody gets $500 million versus $600 million, I think if the teams are relatively similar, he'd take it. But if you're desperate, like the Giants may be, because hitters don't come here, like he's like Jekyll and Hyde. Jesus, as a pitcher, I'd love to pitch here, but as a hitter, I'd hate to hit here. Give him $1 billion and make him go, geez. I mean, that money does matter. Why not?
Yeah, it's not our money, right? I mean, they're
going to make it back, right? Like you said, the marketing.
The most ever.
Yeah, geez.
And, they gave others the most ever. So why not give this guy the most ever? He's more deserving because he can help you. And there's no team that appreciates, the uniqueness of a guy playing multiple positions. They play everybody except for Crawford, who, now he's a pitcher too, at multiple positions. So it's basically you're saving a roster spot, and they value that more than any team. I mean, the whole roster manipulation and the way they move players around and the way they, move them back and forth to AAA and put them all around the outfield, the infield. I mean, this guy would just be perfect. Now, would he want to come to this ballpark with that scary right field wall and that big old gap out in right center? Even though they moved in the fences, it's still that bat friendly for a left-handed batter. But no, Ohtani, I mean, I think he would hit a whole bunch of balls into that water, don't you?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think he's okay. I know that this might be kind of a wacky idea, but somebody is going to have to decide this, and this is where it gets really complicated. Let's assume for a second that Artie Moreno throws in the towel reluctantly and says, okay, we're going to move these guys. So if he has years on his contract, you give up the farm system. You don't care. But it's a rental. And, part of me says that if it's Shohei Ohtani and he's on the open market, the Giants don't have much of a chance. But and you got the quote from Alex Cobb, if all those things are true, and I think it is, that they treat family well and it's a great place to be and they do try to win and everything, and those things are true to Ohtani, then he comes here and you rent him for 2 months and maybe you have a better chance to get him, as you said, as long as you win at a high level. But he's going to help you do that. If you get him as a rental for a couple of months and it's a positive experience for him, then you have a much better chance to sign him. Would the Giants? I don't know how much you would give up though for a rental, but I don't think they'd sign him outright. But I do think if he was a rental and he had a positive experience here and they did win and he got to see all those things that Alex Cobb told you, that he would sign here. So if you're the Giants, how much do you give up? Because that's the major question if he does get to market this season.
Well, it's not a matter of how much you give up. It's not like you can name 5 guys now. It's just one more than the second team. I mean, a lot of teams are going to be hesitant to give up a whole lot of their frontline, minor league talent for 2 months of this wonderful ball player, because there is no guarantee A, that you're going to win the World Series, or B, you're going to retain him. So when you talk about Harrison or Bailey and Wisenhunt, maybe you don't have to give up all 3. Maybe you give up or two, or one with a somebody else who's Matos or something. Whatever it is. None of these prospects are as good as Ohtani. None of them ever will be as good as Ohtani. Now, the risk is, it's 2 months, but also when Ohtani, hears the applause and watches people stand in their 17 Ohtani Giants jerseys, and they're getting 42,000 every time he's there, and it's going to fill up every time he's in a Giants uniform, unlike previous years, the pandemic and before the pandemic, where, maybe they were hurting for season ticket holders, unlike in the early 2000s all the way up through the championship seasons. Last few seasons have not been easy with the pandemic and so many people, working remotely and not working in the city. So it's been tougher for the Giants to sell tickets. Well, I mean, Carlos Correa would not have moved the needle. Aaron Judge would have, but this guy, that needle is just going to be buzzing to the right, and you're going to see, all kinds of love. And when he sees that over 2 months, maybe it's worth that investment of a Wisenhunt or Harrison or Wisenhunt. Maybe not Bailey. Bailey might be the one untouchable guy.
Yeah, you're right.
He's thinking, we're seeing an early Buster Posey in 2010 all over again. I mean, it's unfair to compare, but the winning percentage with him in the lineup is just amazing. And maybe that's the one prospect you don't give up. But all the others, hey, you know what? Ohtani. I'd rather have Ohtani than maybe hopes and dreams of a 22-year-old maybe making it someday.
Well, and I think, and you bring up great points, but I think where people are having trouble, because every time I bring this up and trading all these prospects, and it's the first time in a long time that the Giants have developed a lot of these guys, people get angry with me personally. But what I'm pointing out is exactly what you said there is, You're not getting one player. I think people are struggling with that. You're getting, like right now, he's on pace to break the American League record that Judge set last year. So you're getting Aaron Judge and Garrett Cole. Like, you're not getting one guy. You're getting a number one starter and the biggest home run hitter in the game right now. And I think people just, because he's so good, are just struggling to understand that.
And if the Coles and the Judges, if they're making 35 or 40 million, so you multiply that by 2, say you get 70 million plus, but those are more like 2018 dollars when a lot of these guys signed those big contracts, especially the pitchers. So fast forward all these years, and 70 million a year might be the starting point, because you are getting 2 players in one. We've never seen anything like it. So it's ridiculous to say, well, he's only going to get 40 a year, Aaron Judge money, when a guy who's 30 going to be 40 at the end of his contract, and his health hasn't been great even this year. Now you have Ohtani, who is Aaron Judge, but he's also top 5 pitcher and top 5 hitter, top 5 slugger, top 5 runner. We can't say top 5 defender because we haven't seen him in the outfield, and he wouldn't play the outfield here because of the DH. And maybe the only guy who is wondering about this is Jock Peterson, the left-handed DH, right?
Right, exactly. Oops. Take the what do you get, $20 million this year? Yeah, take the remainder of that, Angels. Got to get rid of that guy. That's funny. John, you're the best, man. Great coverage from Seattle and tremendous insight into Ohtani and great work in getting that quote from Alex Cobb. It's great stuff. Thanks.
Hey, man, when you say you're the best, I hear that after every interview you ever do. So I'm going to take that with a grain of salt. You don't mind.
Man, he called me out on that because I do say that all the time. I mean it this time, though. I mean, those other guys, not so much. But you, I mean it this time. Thanks, John.
All right, John.
That is the great, and I do mean great, John Shea. He's the best. I just said that. At Shea Hay, make sure that you're following him, and he did a tremendous job in getting that quote from Alex Cobb. Speaking of Alex Cobb, we had him on the show at about 11 o'clock. You probably missed it, but it's a great discussion. Not only we talked Shohei because he's a former teammate of Cobb's, and of course Alex faced him in the All-Star game, but also just what the experience is like, because a lot different when you're talking about guys having a first-time All-Star experience. Usually young guys, like we talked to Sean Estes earlier this week. It was his first full season in '97, but Alex Cobb's been there 13 years and he's 35 years old. So what was the experience like for Alex Cobb? We'll ask him next. You'll hear it next, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, your old friend John Lund here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. And, it was a rough winter for many of us. The heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions. Unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Now, the bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. And the Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group, they also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that the bad weather is clearly behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they want to remind everybody to please be aware that the good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion, which is going to cost to sign Shohei Ohtani. They've secured over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients, and they're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Hello, friends. Alex Cobb here. We had him on at 11 o'clock, but I want to play it for because he was absolutely great. It's his first All-Star game. It was his first All-Star game in Seattle. And he's 35, been in the league 13 years, so different perspective than, say, a rookie. He's also was teammates with Shohei Ohtani with the Angels, so we asked him about that and his quote that he gave to Sean Shea, and we were just talking to John Shea. So we'll talk to Alex about that as well, plus the Giants in the second half. Alex Cobb's conversation started out with, how are you, Alex?
I'm doing good, John. How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. And we just heard the quote from you, but I'll ask you again. I mean, we were talking to Sean Estes. We have Sean every week on Tuesday, and he made the All-Star game in his first full season in 1997. And he was like, I'm going to have a bunch of these. and then he never went back. But as you said, you went 13 years, 35 years old. You've gone through a lot. I mean, just how cool was it?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've really been able to reflect on it quite yet. It's been kind of a whirlwind, just the urgency of it all, getting up to Seattle and, jam-packed activities for 2 days and then flying to Pittsburgh. But I think there's a couple moments in there where I was able to, just be around my wife and kids and dad and all my high school buddies growing up that came out, and you're able to reflect on kind of the arc and journey of your career and talk about those times where you didn't know if you were going to be back out on a big league mound or if you were going to have any success out on the big league mound. I think it was just a really cool opportunity for us as a group that have all been through it together to reflect on the journey, and it was extremely special to have all them there with me, and then just to experience being in a locker room full of the best in the game and see the personalities that come with that. Just truly a really remarkable experience.
Alex Cobb is joining us coming off the All-Star game. The Giants start the second half in Pittsburgh at PNC Park tonight right here on KNBR, the Sports Leader. You often hear this, and I don't know if this is true or not, but are you guys, is it just a casual conversation you have with different guys, or are you like, I got to know how he throws that pitch? Are you guys talking shop, or is it just kind of just general stuff?
It's general stuff, and it's funny you ask because it's, you're sitting there with JD and Mookie Betts, and right. You want to kind of talk about, their approach against you, but you also know that you just can't, there's some things you just don't go. Some areas you don't go. And, you're going to be facing them within the month probably. And, that little chess match that you play on the field, you just kind of, know that you want to keep some secrets to yourself and thoughts to yourself. So you don't really go down that road. I would say the pitchers would have some good conversations. I had really good conversations with Kimbrel about what his thought process was, and Mitch Keller a little bit about, what he's trying to accomplish with his slider and how he's thinking about it. So there's definitely baseball talk going on. I think it's more amongst pitchers than hitters and pitchers.
I want to talk to you about the second half in a second, and Alex Cobb is joining us from the Giants fresh off the All-Star game in Seattle. But I want to read a quote that you had, because we're going to have on Bill Shankin from the LA Times at the bottom of the hour, and obviously Shohei is a huge conversation point. And he walked around to a number of different guys and said, sell your city, sell your team to Shohei. And this is what you said. You said, knowing Shohei, I know the financial aspects of things is very low on his list. I would tell him that we are an organization that, it sounds silly even to say this, the number one priority is to win a World Series. This organization knows how to do it. They have done it many times in the past. They have an ownership group that is willing to expend all the resources no matter what is needed at the time. It's an organization that is really fun to be a part of. They treat the families right. All the outside things that people don't see happen on the field, they take a lot of pride in making sure those things are done right. I know that he would feel very comfortable there. That's your sales pitch to Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah. I feel like you just read me a court case that my statement, but yes, I stand, and those were my words. I feel very strongly about that, and I got to know Shohei decently well. He was my locker mate in LA, and I tell everybody this. People say it a lot about a lot of people, but he is truly the number one person I've been around that the biggest priority. He dedicates every aspect of his life to baseball and to winning. And obviously everybody would love to be that person to say that about themselves, but he truly, everything he does, every second of his day is dedicated to being the best baseball player he can and to be a part of a team that wins. And that stood out to me throughout the course of the season. Every decision he made was dedicated to winning. And so I think whatever team can prove that to him and can prove that they had the sustainability to continue to win throughout his time is really going to have the best chance of attaining him this winter. But obviously a lot of teams are going to be making that pitch, and a lot of teams have that case. But I think it's unique that San Francisco has done it, and done it a lot. And the ownership knows what it takes to do that.
Well, I think it's just really cool how you explained it, because we're all sitting here trying to decipher things. I don't know Shohei Ohtani at all. I don't know what's important to him, but I would be able to, I think, speculate on what's important to a player, right? And again, a guy that has been in the league as long as you have, money's obviously a huge thing, and taking care of your family and finances and everything like that. But at this point in your career at 35, I'm sure part of your decision-making process in coming to the Giants originally was, I think this team can win, because aren't you at the point in your career where it's like, look, I've accomplished a lot, but I want to win?
Yeah, I mean, it was when I signed with the Giants, they were coming off a 107-win season, and it was just I've gotten to, when you go into free agency and you've been around for a little while, you can start to scout the GMs and know what type of organization they put together, where they came from, who they've been around. And when it came to Farhan, I known his track record. I know who he's been with, the people that I respect him and say great things about him and how intelligent he is. So, it was an easy decision for me. San Francisco is obviously a beautiful city to play in, and you watch on TV and you see the stadium packed every single night. And so it was very easy to make that decision. Obviously, we didn't do what we wanted to last year, but I think we're on the right path again this year. And as we've seen this year, the prospects that we've been able to bring up and have contribute to our team, from what it sounds like, we have more of that coming in the coming years. So those are all things that are very exciting to a free agent to be a part of. And I know that'll be part of the pitch we give to him.
Absolutely. We got to get you out of here, of course, because you got things to do. But just take us through the season to this point and what you're looking at, because, like you said, they did special things a couple years ago, but you guys are in a really good spot. You got a wild card spot as we sit right now. But from the pitch clock and getting used to it and calling games to now where you guys are sitting, that's a pretty broad question. But just how the season's gone so far, just all of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the brightest spot is that I don't feel like anybody in the locker room feels that we've hit our stride yet. Obviously, we had the 10-game win streak, which was really cool. We battled since then a little bit, but I don't feel like anybody's felt like everything's clicked at the same time. And so we do have our best baseball ahead of us. And as long as when you're struggling, you're able to stay afloat and not dig too big of a hole, you give yourself a chance. And then when you do even better than that, and you put yourself, with a winning record and 2.5 games out of the division, when that stride does hit, you're going to propel yourself up to the top, and put yourself in a really good position to be in the playoff race come September. And then then anything can happen, and you hope to hit your stride going into the postseason. But I think it's just very exciting that we still have some of our best baseball yet to come, and we haven't played it yet.
That's great stuff. Hey, Alex, thank you first and foremost for the time. We appreciate it. Congratulations on the All-Star team. I couldn't be happier for you. That's really great stuff. Stay healthy. Have a great second half, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, John. Thanks a lot. Appreciate you having me.
That is Alex Cobb. A lot of good stuff. We did have to, just because of time purposes, we cut out a couple of minutes there. So if you want to hear the whole conversation with Alex, and again, I thought he was absolutely great. His All-Star game experience at 35, 13 years in the league, and his first opportunity to do that from being a teammate with Shohei Ohtani and what he thinks Shohei is going to look for in free agency. Go and listen to the whole conversation at KNBR.com. All right, Gabe Kapler on me. You don't want to miss that. And we'll check in with Tolbert as they got a short show coming up next in advance of the Giants kicking off the second half against the Pirates in Pittsburgh. We'll do all that next only here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
It's a great question. I'm so surprised by people who are like, man, that thing is still, it's still whatever. I've heard people say I eat it too rare, but I just think it's like a medium rare burger is really good in the same way a medium rare steak is really good. And to be honest, a day later, I went for another couple of burgers. I was about to say one, but it was a couple, and it was a little overdone. And the flavors were incredible. Like the toppings were great, the bun was excellent, but the burger was just like slightly overdone, and it ruined it. So yeah, I need that. That's where you get all the flavor and the juices, and you taste the fat is when it's kind of medium rare. I don't go like completely rare, but I guess sometimes the videos make it look a little under. I'm not sure.
That's Gabe Kapler on how he likes his burgers cooked. He did reveal on Murphy Mac this morning that he did a staycation. He said he didn't move 2 miles outside of where he lives, his apartment in San Francisco. Tolbert is here because we got early baseball, Pirates and Giants. Did you like the conversation about how Gabe likes his burgers?
Hello. This is dude going to be on Celebrity MasterChef.
Have you ever seen him like on Instagram? Like he sits there's like the crispiness of the like he does this whole like he could be a food critic if he wasn't a manager.
I have.
That's what he does.
No, I try to avoid Instagram. I try to avoid people in general.
Do you? But like, because he went on. We didn't play the steak part of it, but so I get steak medium rare. That's how I do mine. My wife likes it absolutely crushed to the ground, well done, which I don't like. But like a burger is a burger. Like when you walk into a burger joint, it's like it's just cooked medium through. I don't want like my ground beef rare. He was even talking like rare ground beef, which led to a conversation about rare ground beef. It's like I don't want to do that. Like, and plus, if somebody asks me how I want my burger cooked, it means it's going to be like $22. Like that's the kind of place
pretty much.
That's at.
I mean, I like to take the toppings, the tomatoes, the onions, the lettuce, pickles. I like, and just feed them right there to the cow, and then shoot it, and then just eat it right there. That's how I like my burger. It's all fresh. In fact, if I can get the cow to eat those things fresh,
this makes it easier,
and then eat it, then we're good to go. I just try to cut out the middleman,
exactly,
in all processes.
Yeah.
No, I mean I like medium rare, medium. That's fine. I just don't like it when all the pink is cooked out of the meat. That's
out
not
of steak, especially.
Yeah. So, but yeah, medium rare is fine by me, and if I can get a good medium rare burger, that's fine too. But yeah, like let me put it this way. A medium burger doesn't lose nearly as much as a medium steak.
Oh, medium steak is like, come on.
And then a medium well burger is still a burger. It's still good. It may not be as good, but a medium well steak, you might as well just chuck it. I mean, it's like
a
leather.
hockey puck.
Yeah, just take it back. I don't even want that garbage. So no, I'm a medium. Like I said, it could be pink. It could be more medium rare. That's fine by me. I was always that way. My mom was always that way. My dad was a medium well. I was like, what are we doing here? I mean, why? I go, now I know why you buy the cheapest steak, because it doesn't matter. I mean, you wouldn't want to buy a really good steak and cook it medium well. So now that's the way I go. I like it a little under is better than a little over, as long as you're not dealing with bacteria. That's not good.
No, but
it is.
That is one tasty burger. Big Kahuna Burger. Big Kahuna Burger. I actually feel like I have to explain to the server at a fine dining steakhouse, my wife does steaks medium well. And like they'll look at you, like they'll look down upon you. Like I'll go medium rare, and each place is a little bit different, almost like the strike zone. So I'll be like, but if you do it medium, like I want it on the rare side of medium rare, and then my wife will go, I need it well done. And I'm like, oh, and I tell the guy, sorry. Like, sorry, because I feel bad because it's like you get this nice piece of steak and then you do it like medium well to well, and it's like, like you said, like what?
Yeah, I can't go there because
get a burger.
Yeah,
have it cooked. Then
eat a shoe. Right. It's a lot cheaper. Maybe not shoes today. Who knows?
Yeah,
it might be more expensive, but. No, look, it always cracks me up, and I like watching cooking shows as much as the next person.
He's
does.
unbelievable.
But I just like somebody asked me, and everybody knows I love beer, but you're never gonna hear me drink a beer and say yeah, it's got some stone fruit in it, maybe a little tangerine, some pine, and it's like, is it good? Is it not good? That's really all I want to know. How's the burger? It's good. Okay, it's good. I don't need to tell you. It's got the texture. It's got the crispiness. It's got the suppleness. It's got the. Is it good or is it not good? That's really all I want to know. Now, understandably, on cooking shows, you can't do that because you got to fill segments.
Right.
You can't just go, "How was it? Good. Move on." All right,
You can make a lot of money though, because you are renowned with beer, synonymous with beer. Beer Tolbert. Like you could make a lot of money doing like describing the beer.
But I can't, and I don't want to.
How's that beer Tolbert? Good.
It's just good. It's really good. It satisfies. How about that? And I love them. My favorite is when they get the whiskey. And they tell you how it tastes like burnt orange peel and this and that. And I'm like, no, it just tastes like somebody lit a fire in my throat. That's all it tastes like. I don't taste any.
I love whiskey
of that kind of stuff.
Well, it's another funny Kapler story. So I took my son about 2 weeks ago to the Arizona series because he's getting into broadcast. And, of course, he's at the Arizona State University, which I know you love.
Don't ever say
And
that.
so he's at the Cronkite school there. So I take him to a game. And we go into Kapler's office, and it couldn't be more anti-Bochy. It's this leather couch that he's on. And then to the right of his, he's got mahogany, furniture in there and everything. It's got a certain smell. I think he's got incense going in there. And to the right of the black leather couch is this bar cart with all whiskey on it. So I just, because, you got the media scrum in there, so I go to the right and I start looking at his whiskey collection, and he's eyeing me. He's like staring at me like, don't you dare try to lift a bottle off that thing. and he's answering other people's questions, but staring at me like he thinks I'm going to lift a bottle of whiskey off his cart. Like, dude.
Well, you were probably thinking about it, let's be honest.
I was thinking about it, but God was like, he was staring me down like he was like a guy at Walmart in the city, like thinking I'm going to steal a 6-pack and run for it or something.
And that's a smoky Scotch cocktail with just the right amount of maple syrup to balance the smoke.
I mean,
so you need to do that with beer.
I'm sorry, that's just a little cringy. Yeah, it really is.
That's what they're going to want.
Yeah,
Tolbert's beer reviews.
Yeah. And it's funny too because they all taste different. Like I can probably maybe like tell you the difference if you gave me whether it be an IPA like a Blind Pig, a Pliny for sure, maybe even some of their pale ales. I could probably tell you the difference between like a Russian River beer and a cellar maker, or a bear bottle and a field work, or like Sante Adair. It's like each of their beers has kind of a distinct flavor.
It has like a base, and then it kind of goes off that, right?
It's not like Lagunitas. Like Lagunitas, like every beer I taste tastes like pretty much the same. And I'm not saying it's bad beer. It just it has a very strong like central theme to it. The other ones kind of do. I mean, they go off and they're different. But I can kind of like tell you, and maybe because I've had them all, and I've had them all so much that I can tell you like which one. And by the way, I don't think that's impressive at all that I could like do a blindfold and name you like 12 beers. That means I'm drinking. Probably I've had too many of those beers over the past 10 years or so. But be that as it may, I could probably do that. Here's the thing though, we did a beer review, I think 4 or 5 years ago.
I remember it. Yeah,
we were doing that thing. And it was cool. I mean, it was I liked it. It tastes like, I didn't say what it tastes like. I didn't know what the hell it tastes like. It tastes like beer. Good beer is what it tasted like.
They were short episodes. This was good.
Yeah. But I never.
No, it was good.
Like, I never wanted to say,
that it's smoky and has a maple syrup finish like Gabe.
It tastes a little smoky and it tastes like ass. It tastes like smoky ass is what it tastes like. I don't recommend it. Like I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. It tastes a little like a gloomy day with maybe a little tinge of like sack sweat, like just a little bit though. So it's a little. I'm gonna pass on this.
Did you say sack sweat?
I don't know.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for another beer review.
See, there we go.
It tasted like, what was the first one? Smoky ass
Yeah,
and
smoky
sack
ass.
sweat.
Like, I
Do not
just-
recommend.
Yeah. Just stay away at all costs. At all costs.
Sorry, Tim's like, are you guys going to end this show and start the other one? I'm like, not really. Because the one last thing I need to ask you about. You have, off of your left shoulder, my right, you have Twister. There's Twister right
I
there.
do have
Are you
Twister
playing
out there.
Twister? Are you doing a little Twister?
Yeah, I
You doing a
played.
little Twister?
Well, what's fun is I just dress down to my underwear.
Yeah.
And play by myself. And you'd be surprised. You get in some pretty
Can
interesting
you get into the
positions.
position and still spin the thing at the same time?
I blow it. I go.
Oh, I see.
I keep it close, and then.
I'm just envisioning you in like tidy whities, like been all over the place. Then,
Oh, no tidy whities. The bad thing is when I get my feet and legs spread all over the place, and I'm trying to like hold a position. I'm like, Lulu, get out of there! What are you doing? Go!
Yeah, that's when the cat and the dog want to
Leave
play.
me alone. Leave me alone.
I'm doing some therapeutic Twister here,
I'm
man.
trying
Give
to
me a
play
minute.
solo Twister. I don't even know if I could play Twister with the shape my body's
There's
in
no
right
way
now.
I could.
I'm a mess. I mean, my body. I need to do something. I need to hit the chiropractor or something. My body. Oh, yeah. It's like, don't you wish you could get up nowadays without groaning? Oh, look who showed up.
Did you
Look
say
who decided
something?
to show up late for the party.
Did you? Were you calling me?
Yeah,
Did
she
you want to
just
play
sit there.
Twister?
Well, yeah, she's there and the cat's over there.
Oh, this is tremendous.
I could
This is
swivel
amazing.
the camera around. You can see the cat cleaning herself. That's quite a sight.
All
I didn't know
right.
your leg was that long. Wow,
That's amazing. That is so amazing.
Yeah, say
All
hi,
right.
Lou.
I'll let you sort everything
Yeah, I think I'm
out.
done with the first segment
All right.
already.
Yeah, that's what I figured. I remember those 6 o'clock. I was talking to Murph about this morning. He goes, "Yeah, we're bringing back the face-off." I go, "Dude, Tolbert and I used to go to like 6:30."
Yeah, they used to hijack us at the end of the show.
What's trending now?
And they knew it too.
They did. They would. They'd hijack us at the end of the show. And then, well, I mean, it was good because in those days there used to actually be traffic in the city. And so it was like, well,
Yes.
we're going to get stuck in traffic anyway, so we'll hang out. But anyway.
And it was fun. I mean, I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
It wasn't like I didn't enjoy it, but it was you'd look up and go, "Damn, I just went into overtime here."
I know, and they're like,
thank
and they're
you.
like, yeah, we're loving it. You're doing our first segment for us.
Oh yeah, I'm
So,
sure they were.
that was
I'm
it.
sure they were.
Yeah. All right.
All right, man. I will let you go. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it.
Happy Friday. We'll
right,
see you in a
Don.
bit.
Talk to you.
More Tolbert beer reviews coming up next. Smoky ass and ball sweat and maybe some more of that stuff will come up. Short show before the Pirates and the Giants kick off the second half. Thanks to Melissa Lockhart, Alex Cobb, Bill Shaken, John Shea. Great stuff. Thanks as always to Danny and Walter. Great stuff. We will see you on Monday, another week of Dave Benz, and then Papa come back. Tolbert is next, only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station.
Hey, I tell you what, you can take a good look at a butcher's ass by sticking your head up there, but wouldn't you rather take his word for it?
I'm failing to make the connection here, son.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland out. Clear Lake. Having a good time, I'm sure. Probably burning up there. That's why there's a lake. No big deal. I'll be taking you right up until Giants baseball. Me and Lou. You ready, Lou? Lou's ready. Lou's pumped. She's making her debut today. Lou's not pumped at all. She's sleeping. Anyway, Marcus Thompson's going to join me, and I thought we'd spend the first just a couple minutes here getting everybody ready for the second half of baseball season. Let you know what's going on, who's leading the divisions, who's leading the wild cards, all that kind of stuff. So without further ado, we will start in your home, NL Central, where they don't even have a pitching staff, and they're in first place. He just looked at you like, wait, what happened to the Diamondbacks? Nah, Dodgers are there. Dodgers just do not go away. Led by their offense, because their pitching staff's been a little bit of a mess. Their bullpen hasn't been very good, but their offense has been very good. You have guys that are hitting over 20 home runs, Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, Max Muncy, Martinez, and then Will Smith, quite possibly the best catcher in the game. Their offense just keeps on going. So Dodgers sitting first, just percentage points ahead of the Arizona Diamondbacks, 51-38 for the Dodgers, 52-39 for the Diamondbacks. Giants are 2.5 back, and then the Padres 8.5. And so Padres got a little work to do. They're at 43-47, Giants 49-41, 2.5 back. Thank you. The NL Central, led by the surprising Cincinnati Reds. When you think of the Cincinnati Reds, you've thought of Joey Votto basically for the last decade or so. Well, now it's the Elly De La Cruz era. You got Matt McClain out there. You got Steer out there. There's a line in Steel Metal Jacket, I think. It's Texas, Steers, and that'll come to me in a minute. So that's a team that offensively mashes. They flat mash. They don't pitch. I'm not sure when they're getting Hunter Green back, but they sit at 50-41, one game ahead of the Milwaukee Brewers at 49-42. Now they're a team that pitches, doesn't hit a whole lot. Devin Williams closing the games out. Burns, Peralta on the hill. They can pitch. They can't hit that much. So it'll be an interesting battle. See what each of them do at the trade deadline. See if the Reds maybe go out and get a pitcher, get an arm, or the Brewers go out and get a bat. Cubs 42-47. Kind of rounded out 7 games back. Pirates, who were in first place at one point, now 41-49, and the Cardinals have to be the biggest disappointment in baseball. More so than the Mets, more so than the Padres. The Cardinals sit at 38-52, 11 and a half games back. And then we get to the East, the Atlanta Braves, best team in baseball, 60-29. They are 8.5 games, and I won't tell you, but you know about the Braves. I mean, they have it all. They have the starting pitching. Penn's pretty darn good. The offense is incredible. So that team is they're going to be there. Now, I don't know, once you get to the playoffs, who knows what happens, but they're going to be in the playoffs, and more than likely the number 1 seed unless they get multiple injuries. The surprising Miami Marlins, led by Arise. Not going to get to 400, I don't think, sitting at 383 right now, but Soler, De La Cruz, it's a good team. That's a solid team. I'll tell you what you need to know about the team. Sandy Alcantara, guy who won the Cy Young last year, is 5th in ERA on the team. Not in the National League, on the team. So they've been pitching really well. Their starters have been really good. This kid Perez, who's down in the minors now, I think they're saving his arm a little bit. They'll probably call him up a little later on in the season. He looked like the real deal. He was supposed to be legit. He looks like he is legit. The Phillies, 48-41. They're 12 games back. So Marlins and Phillies, good teams, but looks like they're going to be fighting for wild cards in the National League. And speaking of wild cards in the National League, let me get you ready for that. That is Marlins are +3, and by +3, I mean +3 up on the first team out of the playoffs, the wild card. So they are +3. Arizona Diamondbacks +2.5, and the Giants are even. It looks like maybe a half game up on the Phillies and the Brewers. So they are right now, if the season ended today, in the playoffs. Season doesn't end today, so who gives a damn? All right, on to the American League. Surprising Texas Rangers. That's one of the bigger surprise, I would say. Oh, yeah, you know what? I could do that on the other side. Tim says you can do American League on the other side. Maybe I will do that. We'll get to the American League. We'll look at maybe and one last thing I will throw out there. Probably won't have time for phone calls. Maybe we will. Maybe one or two, 808 KNBR. But I'm curious what fans would give up for Shohei Ohtani. And we'll probably be talking about this for another couple weeks, and then that's it. I won't bore you with the Angels' schedule. I know no one cares about the Angels' schedule but me. But you might care about the Angels' schedule just because if they don't get off to a good start, they might be sellers. They might be sellers, and it's not easy. It's not hard, but they do play the Astros, who beat them every single time pretty much. So we'll talk about Shohei, and maybe we'll take a phone call and what you would be willing to give up. I laid out a package that Cope said he would take, I think immediately. Susan Slusser said that's probably too much, although she says basically do whatever you can to get him, but I don't know if she'd do that much. We'll discuss it because, again, this is a big deal. This isn't like any other free agent we've ever seen. All right, coming up, got you set for the National League heading into the second half of the season. We'll get you ready for the American League and maybe talk a little trades and what you would like to see the Giants do. We've gone over it over and over and over again. Starting pitching is massive, and that's going to be one of my keys to the second half of the season. So we'll get into that next, right here on the Sports Leader.
American Canyon, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, American Canyon Sports Leader.
Alex Cobb joined John Lund earlier today to discuss his first All-Star experience of his 13-year career. That's right. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. You best be ready, because Mr. T is going to you up.
That's what I'm talking about right there. Little Friday ska. Shorter than usual, but that's okay. I'll just go play my own ska after it's over. All right, getting you ready for the second half of the 2023 Major League Baseball season. I sound like Rob Manfred doing the draft. And oh, by the way, dude, let me digress just for a second. Anybody that watched the baseball draft, I've taped it just to fast forward and see the picks because I just don't know any of those guys. Didn't mean anything to me. I was curious who the Giants were going to take and who the Angels were going to take, and that was it. And I didn't know those guys. So it's not that big a deal. Kind of like the hockey draft. You don't know anybody. I mean, you've heard of them. I heard Connor Bedard, of course, Will Smith, and I've heard of some of them. But I don't know any of them. Anybody watch the hockey draft? I don't know if the hockey draft does this every single time.
Hockey.
It's not Gary Bettman saying with the fourth pick of the 2023 National. No. They bring up literally the entire front office. There's like 12 dudes up there for a draft to pick one guy. And then they'll bring on a special guy. I think the Rangers had Lundqvist come up and pronounce the pick, or tried to pronounce the pick. But it's like, what are we doing here? I kid you not. 12 people up there for the draft. Yo, what's up? Yeah, what's up? It's like opening to Goodfellas. Got to introduce everybody before they do the draft. Anyway, let's get to the American League. Tampa Bay Rays lead. Thank you very much. Tampa Bay Rays, the best team in the American League throughout the first half, got off to that incredible start. What was it? 13 in a row, I believe. Maybe 14, but I think it was minimum 13. 58 and 35. They're 2 games up on the Baltimore Orioles. And the thing about the Rays this year that's interesting, it's not just like pitching and bullpen. That team can rake. That team can flat rake. Yandy Diaz, Wander Franco is incredible. Rosa Reyna. I mean, they got guys that can hit on that team. I didn't look. I should have. But I didn't look to see where they were in the American League in home runs. I bet you they're number 1. That'd be no worse than 2. I mean, the Rays can flat hit. And then with Glass now being back and McClanahan is really good. They can pitch too. Eflin. And then they always have a bullpen. They always have dudes coming in chucking 97, 98 miles an hour. So the Rays are going to be good. The Rays are good, and it would surprise me if they didn't get deep into the playoffs. Baltimore Orioles only 2 games back, though. They've been really good, too, led by Adley Rutschman, their all-star catcher. That's a really good team. Good back end of the bullpen. Blue Jays scuffled a little bit early, but are starting to put it together, 50 and 41, but they are 7 games back. Yankees 8 games back at 49-42. They've been without Aaron Judge for a large part of the first half of the season, so I know they want to get him back pronto. And even the Red Sox, 48 and 43. East is a tough division. They're 9 games back. You know what's not a tough division? The AL Central, where the last place team in the East would be up. Would they be up? 2.5 games on the Cleveland Guardians, 45 and 45. Yes. 45-45 for the Cleveland Guardians. Half game back, the Twinkies. 45-46. Tigers? The hell, bro? 39-50. Only 5.5 games back, though, and then the White Sox and the Royals rounded out. In the West, one of the surprise teams of the first half, the Texas Rangers, 52-39, doing that without Jacob deGrom. Nathan Eovaldi has been fantastic. Jonathan Gray has been really good for him. Their back end of the bullpen is kind of leaky, too. Wouldn't be surprised if they went out and got some help there before the trade deadline. Again, a team that can rake. I mean, they can hit the ball. They 1 through 9. But they have 5. I think they had 5 All-Stars out there. So, and some other guys that can hit as well. So that's a really good team. The Astros, who have been out without Yordan Alvarez for the past few weeks, sit at 2 games back, 50-41. Seattle Mariners, 45-44, 6 games back. My Halos, 45-46. We're at 1 point, 8 games above 500. Oh, but no more. They sit 7 games back, and then the A's. I'm not even going to say it. I just won't. Good luck. I know they're bringing up a lot of prospects, so at least that'll be fun. So, real quick, we got Marcus Thompson coming up here real quick. We're going to talk some basketball, but here is my thought, because I threw this out to Copes. Because Ohtani's a big topic, obviously, and everyone would love to have him, and they should. This guy's incredible. This fan base would love watching him play every single day. I mean, he's just it's been a lot of fun. I'm already resigned to the fact this will be the last maybe month or 2 months that I'll get a chance to watch him in an Angels uniform. But it's been a lot of fun watching this guy play. I mean, he's just amazing. The stuff he does on the hill, the stuff he does at the plate, the stuff he does on the base paths. I mean, dude's he's unreal. It's unreal to have that kind of hitter be that kind of pitcher, that kind of pitcher be that kind of hitter, and then that kind of hitter pitcher be that kind of athlete. He may be the best athlete of all pitchers in Major League Baseball. That is not a scientific study, by the way. I haven't taken a straw poll or any kind of poll for that matter. But he may be the best athlete of all pitchers in Major League Baseball, because he's probably one of the best athletes of everybody in Major League Baseball. But here's my thought, because I know Cope said he would let go of Schmidt, Wynn, Harrison, Luciano, and maybe even Matos. But for me, you got to have a future. You're not winning with one guy. I always tell people, trust me when I say this. You have to have a team. 1 or 2 superstars does not equal success, because if it did, guess who'd be having success? You guessed it. The LA Angels. They would have tons of success. They don't. And you got to have youth. You got to have a farm system. Look what the Astros and Dodgers have done. They've built it, and it sustains. And it's year after year after year. So for me, I would wait till the offseason. I wouldn't give up a ton of young guys. Maybe a couple top-notch ones. But I'd want to make sure I have some guys in the wings that are coming up, because that's how you build something that sustains, and year after year. You want to be, I know you don't want to be the Dodgers, but you want to be like the Dodgers, and every year somebody's coming up and you're like, damn, that guy's good. That guy's really good. That guy's useful. That guy could be an MVP. So that would be my preference. I know they're prospects until proven otherwise, but you got to have prospects to make a sustainable product. There's no doubt about it. All right, coming up, we're going to switch gears, talk a little hoops. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins me next right here in the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see the Bay Bridge Series. Giants, A's, Tuesday, July 25th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
It's time for Tolbert. It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson.
Sponsored by Truett and White, trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruettandWhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Sports leader.
It is Friday. That means we get a chance to talk to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. Always fun. Marcus, what's going on?
Oh, man, I thought I was hot. And then I watched Sabrina Ionescu just torch the WNBA three-point contest. Bay Area's own, baby. Stand up. Miramar High School. I know you're watching, right? I know you're watching.
Oh, yeah, big fan. Big fan. Yeah. I don't even watch the NBA All-Star festivities. What makes you think I'd watch the WNBA All-Star festivities?
Because they're better?
How so? It's the same damn competition.
I just felt like the thing to say. I'm just trying to make my wife happy, man.
Yeah, you're trying to be difficult is all you're trying to be.
I get you, though. I'm pandering.
I get you, though. Always a happy home's a happy home, I guess. And put it that way.
Happy wife, happy life. Come on,
man. Yeah, I was trying to be different, but I failed miserably. I guess in that regard, I was.
Make like a tree and get out.
I love that guy. I was thinking over the last couple of days that in theory, this Chris Paul thing has a real chance to work, right? You get a guy that is a point guard through and through, a guy that doesn't turn the ball over, a guy that's tough, a guy that will compete. And, a lot of times, let's be honest, you didn't get that with Jordan Poole, especially the competitive part on defense. I mean, you're going to get those things with Chris Paul. But I started wondering, we were talking about the lineups, how the lineups are going to work themselves out. That's going to be interesting into itself. But are we supposed to believe after 8 years or so of really disliking this guy, playing against him, that everything's just going to go smoothly because they're professionals? I want to believe that, and I think that could happen, but I'm also not discounting the possibility of it just not quite working because they're not quite able to embrace one another. As much as they want to win another championship, Chris Paul wants to win a championship. There's a lot of history there. It's not just hey, buddy, good to see you. Hey, you been? Come on in. You want to go away for the weekend? Yeah, maybe we'll go catch some ball games. No, I think there's that possibility. Am I wrong that there's that possibility? Or do you just think, these guys are too professional and it's all going to be fine with no downside?
I think the downside, if you were handicapping it, the downside are more probable, right? I was thinking this is going to be smooth. Chris Paul hit that stage where he doesn't care. He just want to win. And then the moment coming off the bench came up, you could just hear his voice. He was like, yeah, nah.
You coaching?
He's just like, oh, what? This is something about on the bench. I don't know what you're talking about. Which brings up how no matter what, at some point, they're going to run across this difficulty. And starting is just one point. That's just the start of it, right? I mean, the bigger issue is going to be finishing games. I mean, think about it.
Yeah, of course.
There's the potential for a Hall of Famer who still feel like he can play really well at peak level might be on the bench at the end of the game. And how do they take that? And that's where, to me, obviously you got the in-between, the battles in practice, the natural kind of conflict that comes with building a team and inserting a player that's so big time. So to me, it can go one of two ways. Either Chris Paul is so good and commands so much respect, which after 8-10 years of rivalry sounds a little shocking, that he makes it fine, right? If it's Clay, if it's Draymond, if it's Looney, if it's Wiggins, if one of them spends more time on the bench at the end of the game than they think. Or because of the last 10 years, they're like, yo, I'm not losing minutes to Chris Paul. How does this – somebody is going to have to swallow it. And we knew, like, even when Andre Iguodala, like, you know, how commendable it was, and he did what he did back in 2015 and ended up winning Finals MVP. Even he said, like, he had a problem with it and he was mad about it. He just didn't say anything. Now you've got these guys who are, like, not Andre. They're going to say something. They're going to let you know somehow, right? Draymond, Chris Paul, Clay. The only person who might take the L and be cool with it is Looney, but then you might lose games because you're super small. So, like, I think it's more probable that it has some of the friction we might expect, but also if Chris Paul and everybody else, the Warriors haven't lost in the second round and, like, now know what it feels like to, like, have some humble pie. If everybody's humble enough, that's the way it works. And you can see Steph already setting the tone, talking about if anybody's thinking about anything other than winning, then that's the problem, right? Like, if they all are focused on the same thing, and you would think with all that experience they can do it, but, man, that's a lot of ego that's got to be put on the back burner.
No, it is. And look, let's be honest, and Steph's incredible, but it's easy to say those things when you know you're not out of the lineup.
You're not the one, right?
You're not the one. You are not the one. So let me ask you this, because I was thinking about this. And I'm going to exclude, you just mentioned the 6 guys that will be closing games, more than likely. Let's take Steph out of the equation because he's not even in the conversation as mighty play or mighty not play. And let's take Looney out of the conversation because Looney has been through everything. Looney just works his ass off and he'll swallow. If you don't have him in there, Looney's cool. He doesn't start, he's cool. He's coming off the bench, he's cool. Doesn't play for a quarter, he's cool. I mean, so let's not include Steph because he's playing and Looney because he's been through all this. Let's go Draymond, Wiggins, Clay, and Chris Paul. On a scale of 1 to 10, give me a number like how butthurt someone's going to be. From 1 to 1 is, yeah, cool, I'm good, man. I just want to win games. I want to do whatever it is to win games. To 10, yo, man, I'm a Hall of Famer / I've already won a championship. I've already helped this team, or I'm already in the Hall of Fame for Chris Paul. You got to be kidding me. You're not going to be playing me in the most important minutes? This is brutal, and then just throws a complete fit. That's a 10. Give me a number assignment for those 4 guys. If they're not playing and if they're not in the closing lineup, how are they going to handle it?
Well, Clay is 10. Clay's 12.
Exactly.
Clay didn't change for Kevin Durant. He didn't change for Jordan Poole, who he raised. Like, Clay didn't change for nobody. So you could imagine Clay stands with Chris Paul. Like, yeah, I'm taking my 18s out the game. I don't care what y'all do. So Clay's a 12, 15,
okay.
Right?
He's off the chart.
Draymond's a solid. Draymond might percolate anywhere between 8 and 10. I could see Draymond, especially from a starting perspective, say, I'll come off the bench and he's the hero, kind of like he did for Game 4 when he came back. Right? I could see him saying that. I don't know about closing the game though. I don't know. Like the last time we saw Draymond close the game on the bench was Game 4 of the finals, and he was not happy when he got set out. He actually came in from the end, but he was not happy when he got in. So I think he could close 8. Like, Clay is not dealing with it. I give Draymond like 5 games before he pop off.
Yeah, I totally agree with you.
A little bit of patience, right? Yeah. Chris Paul, I don't think Chris Paul really has much of a choice, but I put him at like the 7-6, right, where he might be patient with it for a while. And the problem with Chris Paul is if Steph and Clay are playing well, like, it's gonna be tough to justify, right? Like, who's he mad at? Like, who you coming in for, bro? Like, is it you're not benching Steph, and if Clay's rolling, then it's tough. Now maybe Wiggins. Wiggins is probably 5. Putting Wiggins at 5. He's the one who I can see leans more towards the Looney side. He's got his ring. He's got his name. He's been through a lot, so some of this little stuff is probably not as significant to him, where I could see him saying, whatever the team needs, I just want to win. I'm lost. I've done a lot of losing in my career, so let's just win. I can see him leaning toward the Looney. But, yeah, so 15, somewhere between 8 and 10 for Draymond, about somewhere between 7 and 10 for Chris Paul, and a good 5 for Wiggins. That's my ranking.
I totally agree with you. I'm totally with you on Clay being the one that would just maybe just go down the tubes and just like not shut it down, but be like, you know how like when you pull the plug on a robot, it just goes. Wow. That would be like
I can see Clay doing his little walk around. It's like just walk around the court.
The walk
during the fourth quarter, it's like walking back and forth for this tunnel, just mad.
It would definitely would happen. That's a real thing. That's a real thing, Steve. And an interesting part is, you would think Clay would be option number 1, right? Now it's not ideal to have Steph and Chris Paul your backcourt. For long stretches of the game because of the defensive deficiencies. Paul's a fighter, but he's still undersized. Wiggins is a guy that can guard all these wings, and you need him on the court. Looney's a guy you may be able to get away with depending on who you're playing. If you're not playing a really big physical team, like if it's Denver, he's got to be in there at the end. If it's the Lakers, he's got to be in there at the end. If it's the Clippers, maybe he doesn't have to be in there at the end. So if it's the Suns, maybe he doesn't have to be there in the end because Draymond can handle DeAndre Ayton just fine. So I think that's going to be a little bit of a flip, but yeah, I do agree with you that, because these guys have done it. They've earned it, and now you're bringing somebody in, and if he's playing in the fourth over somebody, the starters, I don't care. And I've always said this because people go, what do you make about this guy starting? I'm like, I don't care. I don't know. Some guys do care, right? Some guys care. They want to go out there with the music playing and give their high five so they can do their dance and routines they've worked on and get out there. It's like an ego thing. But most guys, most guys that I know, they're like, dude, start. I don't care. Just let me play the last 5 minutes. That's when I want to play. That's crunch time. That's the time with the most pressure. That's what they really want. But there are guys, aren't there? That them, the guys that feel like if I'm not starting, that's kind of a blow to my ego. I don't know how to handle it.
Yeah, I do think a lot of it has to do with status, right? And basketball starting it's just a big deal. It's a big deal when you're a kid, right? Like it matters almost as much as anything else. The only thing that probably matters more than starting is leading scorer, right? One of those kind of not superficial, but things that are maybe overvalued by the players, but they're super valued. Who has the most points and who's starting? Those are the two spots. But I do think, especially in a modern NBA where everybody is managing minutes and stuff, the difficulty with not starting is almost as if you're not starting, you're pretty much saying your minutes are capped. Because otherwise, if you just take away the first 6 minutes, that's 12 minutes going right there, which means to get 30, you can have very limited reps the rest of the way. So one of the things they do if you want to keep somebody 25 minutes or under, you put them off the bench just because it's easier. But the starter is usually the dude who gets 30 minutes. So it's to the point now where it's like, if I'm not starting, that means I'm down where I used to get 36 minutes. Now I'm down to 25. And that was Jordan Poole's biggest thing. He's like, to me, if I know I'm getting 30 minutes, I can play more free. I'm not so tight. I don't have to count it. I can just play. Whereas if he's getting 20 to 25 minutes, he knows it's a different mindset. I got to get it. I got to get my work done while I'm in there and get out. So that's a little bit of inside baseball where it's kind of like, I see what you're saying. But generally, it is overblown, right? And it is all right. Looney, to me, has the right perspective. Because he's a guy who won't start or play 30 minutes, right? But he'll usually be around 45. And if he's on the court at the end of the game, that's fine. I feel like if everybody thinks that way on the Warriors, that's how it works. If we're on the court at the end of the game, and keep in mind, some of these dudes are missing 20 games anyway, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it's you're going to have plenty of time, no matter who you are, to get it working. You just got to get it clicking by the end of the year. And everybody's done it, too. That's the other thing. Everybody has done it. There's one person who hasn't come off the bench, right? And that's Clay. But everybody else is like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll eat it. Even Steph did it last year in the playoffs. So it'll be difficult if Chris Paul came to this team taking the stance of, I'm not doing this, right? That feels like Clay's the only one who kind of gets that pass. And, you know, he might have earned it with 4 rings.
So you coming off the bench? You coaching? Oh, okay. Here we go.
It was like he couldn't wait. Like it was like, hey, so presumably you're coming off the bench, and blah blah. Then a question went on, and you could see him waiting for the chance.
Oh, that was in the chamber.
Part, right?
It was in the chamber.
What? Hey, would you be willing to come off the bench, man? We're gonna talk about that later. Not if that's necessary. I was like, this is pretty clear.
Exactly. You've been following. We're talking to Marcus Thompson, by the way, the Athletic. Always joins us on a Friday. You follow basketball a long time, so you remember LeBron coming into the league and all the hype surrounding in him. Is it different? It feels different to me with Wembanyama, just because he's different. Like LeBron's different in that we've never seen anybody his size with that kind of speed and agility. We just never seen anybody that strong, that fast, that agile, just doing the stuff that he does. But Wembanyama even takes it to a different level. We've never seen anybody 7'4", 7'5" do what he does. Now, I have said before, like if you would have told Kareem, look, you need to work on three-point shooting and you need to work on your ball handling a little bit. Kareem was super athletic. I mean, we never asked big guys to do those things, so we don't know what Rob could do.
What was the twin power guy? Like Ralph Sampson, he could.
Ralph Sampson, yeah, exactly. He was 7'3", 7'4", but centers were on the low block, maybe out to the elbow. So again, I hate comparing because they were never asked to do those things. We never even thought about having big guys do those things. It's a totally different world in the NBA now, but because we haven't had somebody that size hitting crossover threes and handling the ball and as athletic as he is and as coordinated as he is it going to be even more? It feels like it is. I don't remember LeBron as well, maybe. I mean, I remember it all and everything, but it seems like this might even be bigger.
I mean, it is bigger by virtue of, like, the world.
Yeah.
I mean, even when LeBron came in 2003, I remember going to see him play at an AAU tournament at Cal Berkeley. He was playing with the Oakland Soldiers. And, like, he was on the cover of Sports Illustrated. And it was like a big deal, but it wasn't like the kind of big deal that everybody knew about it. It was the kind of big deal, like, if you paid attention to high school sports, you knew about it. Right? Yeah. It was that kind of a big deal. But, that was 20 years ago, right? Like they had Walkmans then. Like, today I saw a post on Twitter where they're putting a Walkman in the museum. It was like, that was 20 years ago. It's already in the Smithsonian, like what I had as a kid. But 20 years ago, LeBron was a big deal in American basketball, like not even American society, right? And maybe it spread a little bit sports. When he's like, remember he's like Ryan Husky, he was getting like throwback jerseys and it was like news. Maybe he got to that, but it didn't get to like everybody in the world knew about it, old ladies and stuff. I feel like Wembanyama has come in a time where now he's like it's the whatever the most important thing is, whatever is like getting all the love, like he's up there with that. Where now it's a global eyes on him, not just like one segment. Like it's huge, it's massive, and also the other difference too is like nobody knew who this dude was before last year. Like maybe if you watch the under 17 Worlds or whatever, he played against Chet Holmgren and Kenny Lofton, but that's like niche basketball fans. Like we were watching that, like, hey, Kenny Lofton is looking pretty good, right?
Yeah.
But like as far as it, like a national or a global perspective, we learned about this dude last year, and already like where LeBron is like a run-up, he's on the cover 16. You got the girl, so it's kind of novelty. It's exploded onto the scene. It's global. It's pop culture. It's social media. Like this is another level even from LeBron. It's the world LeBron created, right? But we just haven't seen anything like this where you're just like talking to people And you cover basketball. You just random people at a plant store or whatever. Like, did you see? You were in Vegas. Did you see the Wembanyama guy? Like, now how do you know? Like the only other thing people know that's French is like French fries and Louis Vuitton, and now it's Wembanyama. Like he's that big. It's insane.
Yeah, no, I don't remember when LeBron was coming into the league. His security guards getting into it with pop stars. I just don't remember that. Maybe
Stars coming up to tap him on the back, like not just like pop stars, like old school pop stars too, right? Not like the current ones. Like he had previous generation pop stars. You know what I'm saying? That would be like Madonna coming up on him. Like, what?
Yeah, exactly. Oh man! All right, brother. We will let you run.
Have you seen her videos, by the way? Have you seen Britney Spears videos?
Britney Spears? No, I couldn't tell you.
Tommy, you've got to do this. You've got to do this. You've got to go just Google Britney Spears videos, and she just will give you every now and then. She'll give you like 2 minutes of her just dancing and looking at the camera.
And that's Britney Spears?
Yes, Britney Spears in a bikini. She explained the situation with Wembanyama in the same, like one of them type of videos. But she just puts the camera up and just starts dancing like a Studio 54, and then that's it. It's entertaining.
Is it? Is it though? I don't know. If I want that kind of stuff, I got restricted websites I can go to.
No, this is safe though. It's fine. I mean, it's Britney. You know, it's it just makes you say, "Wow, this is."
No, I get it. Why go 50 when you? Why go 50 when you can go 80 though? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Yeah.
All right, brother. Have a
trouble though.
No, I know. I'll always wipe everything clean. Have a great weekend, and we will talk to you again next Friday, man.
All right, have a good one.
All right, Marcus. Marcus Thompson cracks me up. Love that guy. All right, coming up, we're going to get you ready for the Buccos. Why are they the Buccos, by the way? I'm going to have to think about that. The Buccos. The Buccaneers? I guess Buccaneers? Yeah, Buccaneers. Okay. That didn't take long. It wasn't that hard. All right, coming up, the Buccos and the Giants. And I'll get you ready for it. We'll have your Diamond Notes pregame, and then it'll be the second half of the season off and running right here on KNBR, the sports leader. Gabe Kapler joined Murph and Mac this morning explaining his reasoning why Logan Webb won't start this weekend versus the Pirates. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
That sounds pretty gross.
It is. And the Giants. And Thompson cracks me up. And we will talk to you. We're going to get you ready. Yeah. Thompson cracks me up.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, leading you right up until the Pirates and the Giants. And look, here is the biggest key for me in the second half. I don't care if it's trade, somebody coming off the injured list, somebody coming out of the bullpen. You got to get more than Cobb and Webb. It can't just be Cobb and Webb and Hope. It's got to be one more person, at least one more person. You can do one bullpen game, and maybe they prove me wrong. Maybe you can do two every time through. But I think one is, for me, it's more than plenty. And I would imagine for most people it's more than plenty. So Ross Stripling's getting the ball tonight. He's gone 5 innings 3 times this year. And a little preview to what maybe my keys to the game are in Diamond Notes. Look how I did that. I just think, I'm gonna listen to see what he says, or maybe you won't. I don't know. But that's the biggest key. Health. Look, Haniger is going to get back when Haniger is going to get back. Estrada is going to get back when Estrada gets back. I mean, you can't do anything about that. I don't worry that much about the bats. Yeah, they slump a little bit like every team. But they're not as dependent on the home run as they were early in the season, which is great to see. They can score in different ways, and I like what Matos brings. I like what Bailey brings. They've been really good since bringing the rookies up. It'd be great to get Schmidt going again. I thought he had some decent at-bats before the break. I thought he had some decent at-bats, hit the ball hard, kind of buzzard's luck a little bit, hitting the right at guys. So it'd be nice to see him get going again. Maybe the break did him some good mentally, get back in it and get going. But I just, you look at the guys in the lineup, and I feel good about their ability to score runs and hit. It'd be nice to get the bullpen going again. The bullpen was fantastic the last 2 months, not fantastic in July. And if they're going to rely on the bullpen game, and they're going to have guys go 6 innings, they're going to need that bullpen to be one of the top bullpens in the game, which it was for 2 months running up until July. And really what you have is Logan Webb, who you expect to go 6 and possibly more, pitch a complete game right before the break. He can go 7, 8, 9. But if he goes 7, 8, it's not a shock. Cobb, probably 6. Maybe he gets you 7. But, you're hoping for 6. After that, you have guys that could give you 3 1/3 or maybe 5. But 5's about it. They don't let these guys, even when DeSclafani's pitching really well, he doesn't go past 5 a lot. Wood doesn't go past 5 a lot. I just said Stripling is someone who has gone 5 3 times. The last one, I think it was May 7th against the Brewers. He did it 2 games, back-to-back games. Did it against the Astros and the Brewers. So they're going to need that. They can't just be all the bullpen. By the time September rolls around, this bullpen will be soot if you're going to continue to use them over and over and over again, which is why I say once through the rotation, if you want to use a bullpen game, okay, twice, that's just, I mean, and under optimal circumstances, it could work. If everyone's giving you 6 or 7 and you're not using your bullpen much in the other 3 games, that's great. But if you have a couple bad games and all of a sudden the bullpen is pressed into duty early, pressed into action, and then you got to go bullpen game, that's just too much. So starter, let's just call it starter 3 and 4, because 5, who knows, and 5 could end up being a bullpen. 3 and 4, that's going to be key. And again, it doesn't matter if it's bringing up a guy, Harrison, if it's Wynn, if it's Wood, if it's DeSclafani, if it's somebody at the trade deadline. That to me is the biggest key, because I love where the bullpen's at, the offense, and no worries with the offense, but it's about the starters 3 and 4. All right, we are going to get you ready for the Pirates and the Giants, the opening of the second half of the 2023 baseball season. Thank you very much to Tim. Who was in with you, Tim? Was Greg in with you today? Raph, well done. Great job. You always work best in hour doses. Good job, young man. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it. All right, time to get you ready for the Giants and the Pirates right here on the Sports Leader.